Master Office. They looked pretty clean. They dealt with Fisher Guy both times. It took a little while, but they got there. And ever since then, Chiefs have now gone and done the World Tour. Bar Games, Kitchen Dining, Master Office, all secured. 1 round to go in this half. Put it bluntly before, guys, you said a 4-2 half on the attacking side is needed. It's looking likely the Chiefs could have a 4-2 defensive half.
It was really well played by the Chiefs in that previous round. When push came to shove, Bliss knew that they had to pull the trigger and go for something, but Chiefs were ready, waiting a perfect gas babe from Ethan to kick things off, and then Worthy down below as everyone tried to filter up through the stairs through that trophy vault. He was ready. That deep angle from Kitchen, just mowing them down one by one by one. They're so much better prepared on that occasion. They pushed back that aggression with Bliss. They are now with the lead, the momentum, everything going the way of the Chiefs at the moment. And I agree, a 4-2 defensive lead here for the Chiefs would be huge. Very tricky to see Bliss bring that deficit back.
It's worrying times for Bliss.
5 seconds to go.
So the last round was must win. This quite literally is. No questions about it.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Remains to be seen though, maybe there's an opportunity in the second half on the defense. Maybe this ends up being a defender side at Chalet. Could be a possibility. Hard to count that out from the equation. And the one thing that's been, I think, more noticeable for me is the Chiefs have done this without necessarily being overly aggressive. If anything, it's almost like they've used their defense aggressively by the positioning of Fisher Guy and the positions that they've held without necessarily like spawn peeking or going for jump outs or doing anything extreme like that. They've just been aggressive with their defense and their positioning as Worthy, opening pick. It's no surprise at this point. You just come to expect these things from him.
I agree. It's been very measured and very calculated. It's probably the best way I would describe it from the Chiefs. They're not taking any risks that are necessarily against them. If you had to scale every macro play that they're making at the moment on sort of a scale of 0%, it's never going to happen, never going to work, and 100% being it will always work. They're never really going for plays that are below that 50% threshold. They're often putting themselves in positions that they're more than likely going to win and then being able to back that up and execute it. Scoreline reflects that. Their performance to bounce back on that top floor objective after messing up in the first 2 attempts also reflects that they're really starting to lean into that really smart play style. But, oh, aggressive from Bliss.
Yeah, this is where you got to switch it up a little bit. The conventional approach is not working. You got to just go and play into your play style. Be aggressive. Make plays that have that high risk, high reward. Todd's going to get in. He's going to get that plant down. And suddenly, Bar Games has been breached. Oda with the kill onto Ethan. And all of a sudden, Bliss now actually with the advantage. God Legion still in library, though. Can play this position. If he finds the player on this library balcony in Oda, there's an opportunity still with that library control to bring it back. Worthy, 2 in the round. Right pick still has to be pushed out of bar stock, though. It's taken by Bliss. 3 on 3. Worthy's still alive. Digital. It's his time to shine late in the round. But still, Todd, in this position, you would have to say the favored player.
I think he flamed it. I think he may have denied the plant. Digital taken down 2 versus 2, can play outside the window, and we're past that critical time. Bliss are going to sneak the round. Yes, Chiefs get the kills, but it's too little, too late. We close out the half 3-3.
Mission successful.
Welcome back from the break, ladies and gentlemen, for that little halftime break. Of course, here for the Oceanic Nationals. Playoff time presented by Samsung. 3-3 half in the end. Couldn't split them. And a much-needed round has been captured for Team Bliss. It was looking a little hopeless at that stage of 3 rounds in a row to the Chiefs, but they do bite back with that attacking round win on Bar Games. Now, defensively, what have they got here on Chalet in the second half?
Yeah, a little bit concerning that previous round. The Chiefs, I don't think anyone was playing inside of backstore, and if they were completely caught off guard. Bliss allowed to jump inside the game's double window, got the plant down, and very difficult to retake that site. Really well played by Todd as well with the asphyxiating bolt doing out the round. Capital being used quite effectively in that first half in more ways than one. I think Bliss have honestly scathed the way a little bit here. 3-3 is not the worst position they could have found themselves in. I was anticipating a 4-2 lead for the Chiefs, which would have been near disastrous, if not disastrous, for Bliss. So they're still in with a fight here. They're in with a shot. This is Bliss's map pick. So we're expecting their defense to hold up.
And the one thing as well for Team Bliss and their defense here on a map like Chalet is they're probably going to play into their aggressive nature. You can kind of see it with their lineup as well already. You know, the Mozzie, the Valk, they're going to be probably moving around in positions maybe to try and catch off the Chiefs here on the attack. Look to be aggressive, look to be in their face a little bit as well. God Legion though, just straight in, by the way, and actually Repix and God Legion somehow have just sort of gone past each other.
A little bit awkward. Repix will sneak away to backstore. Digital, front door lit up. Couple of roamers down below here for Team Bliss. Looking to play aggressive, deny these entries. They didn't deny the entry though, unfortunately, to one of those players. I think it was, again, God Legion a little bit earlier. Drones as well established to watch these roamers. So Bliss need to be very, very careful. They're walking a very, very fine tightrope at the moment.
That's what they need to do though. That's what you expect them to do as well. Usually, they're able to win out, but not this time. Jigsaw loses his life to Digital. There's that fine rope there. The Chiefs now take the advantage. Minute and a half remaining. Repix is able to get that kill at least onto Digital. Elsewhere, Todd got Fisho Guy. And how quickly things can change.
Minute 20 now left on the board, 80 seconds to work with here. The Chiefs need to salvage a man disadvantage. Diffuser also has been dropped, so that will take time to recover. Team Bliss rotating back up above. Now Repix, the only roamer down below. Looking to find this swing at West Main. Doesn't win the fight. Worthy, 9 and 3 looking sharp.
Yeah, Worthy takes a big chunk of damage though, and there's only a minute left in the round. Bliss still with site control for Master Office. The Chiefs edging closer as well, but Worthy has to rotate all the way to pick up this diffuser.
Attackers have recovered their defuse.
I'm out!
Deploying drone.
30 seconds left.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Bliss in great positions. They should be winning out this round. The Chiefs with limited options. I don't even know if that breach is going to be foldable. Very, very 50-50. I don't think it will be. No hard breach left, so they'll be forced into Piano, Ethan, to lead the charge.
Yeah, they've got good positions here at the moment. The Chiefs, but Shade and Bliss watching them. God Legion can't make an entry.
10 seconds remaining.
Worthy can. Worthy's on low health, and he's got no time remaining either. Well played to Team Bliss defensively there.
You have run out
Bit of an
time.
odd kind of round. A lot of the play and action happening also around that mid section of the game. And then late round, not much the Chiefs could really do.
Yeah, really good there from Todd and Repix. Sure, Jigsaw didn't win his opening duel, but Repix committed himself to the roam, and he's been having a bit of a rough afternoon. His frag stats have not been amazing, 2 and 5. Leading into that engagement now, 3-5. Was also probably a little bit unlucky not to win that one onto Worthy as well. But yeah, great salvage effort there from
10
Bliss.
seconds remaining.
And by taking down a couple of those key operators and withering down the time, the Chiefs were never realistically going to be able to bring that one back.
And they also did something that the Chiefs weren't really able to do in the first 2 rounds. Defend Master Office. Chiefs obviously did get there on third time the charm, but
Attackers need to locate
nevertheless
and
now over to
defuse
Bar
as many bombs
Games.
as they can.
Of course, Bliss ended up taking actually in that final round of the first half with their somewhat rush attack through big window, get the plant down, and then play off with the asphyxiating bolts, which worked out perfectly. Of course, Chiefs not going to be playing the
Attackers
Capital,
have discovered the location of
more
a bomb.
conventional approach with their lineup. Team Bliss would be imagining that they've got only the one shield, top library stairs, which may mean that mezzanine position could be a little bit more vulnerable. Or maybe I'm wrong entirely. There's still no shield being placed there by Repix.
5 seconds left.
I think it might be a pillar shield, but
Yeah, it is actually going to be.
interesting dynamic. We didn't see the Thatcher or the Flores brought out by Bliss in their attacks, but we're already seeing at least the Thatcher employed here from the Chiefs heading into their attacking half, which is no doubt going to force the hand of Bliss to play a little bit differently here. We're seeing the extension down below. I anticipate that we'll see a pretty heavy roam game here to disrupt this attack and maybe pick off a couple of these key attacking operators. Because just sitting back and waiting for them to come at you straight over towards that top library stairs position, the mezzanine, etc., it's really not going to end well for you. So I'm liking these change-ups from Bliss. Again, they don't really have much to hide for here in terms of their strat book compared to, again, Chiefs, who still have a critical Apex South game ahead of them, playing more default. So I'm glad that we're seeing them, I guess, experiment a little bit here.
So a solid take push for the Chiefs. They push through bedroom into office, eventually looking to establish that library hallway control. They'll get a bit of presence over towards the mezzanine. This is where it's going to be very intriguing to watch the top library stairs and how that's going to play out. Without that deployable shield, usually it's one of the mini games that does get played out here on bar games. That entire mini game is just not even a factor at the moment.
Minute 45 left. Bisho droning ahead, establishing information for the Chiefs to now play off of as they look to go for a pretty traditional take. So I'm keen to see if this will work out. Nades abundant. Thatcher EMP is available too. So I really don't think the Chiefs, with all their experience, will have any issues clearing this.
It's just all about taking as much time as possible here for Team Bliss. Eventually they'll play late game through positions like bar stock, for example, and look to trade kills in their favor. Still library control. Shield over towards Chimney has not been cleared yet either. Ethan trying to flush out even players that are lingering around top of library stairs. Of course, no shield there. Yeah, reaching that 1 minute mark though, where by now you would be hoping to have established library control, or at least get close to doing so. Jigsaw still holding this position. Oh. Nice swing from Ethan though. Now they've got control of library, and now they can get to work trying to clear sight down below.
Repix, they will re-roam over towards Dining. Might be able to find Gold Legion, even out the man count, but Gold Legion seemingly is aware, playing patiently. Worthy lit up elsewhere, but Oda to fall. 2 versus 5 as Shade and Todd need to hold on.
Yeah, Chiefs are just getting all of the kills that they need to go their way. Only Todd remains. He can't remain for much longer. God Legion with the finishing blow. The Chiefs get their 4th round.
Yeah, it wasn't the cleanest utility clearance there from the Chiefs. I believe that Mez pillar shield was still standing, but no one was really playing off that. A lot of the late round, they hinged on Jigsaw, maybe finding a pick or two, disrupting the flow of the attack there late, playing his life, playing to waste as much time as possible. But Ethan, just way too good, swings wide, finds that kill, looking really sharp. And from there, it really did fall apart. Bliss unable to crawl back that round, and Chiefs now have crawled back the disadvantage. 4-4 score.
Heading over to Kitchen Dining. Away from bar games, which it's a concerning thing, guys, to lose bar games there as the defenders in that situation. Honestly, a kind of abrupt finish as well, in the way that they just kept losing players so easily and so consistently quick as well, late in that round. Typically, there's a bit more of a fallback towards site with like 30, 40 seconds left, a bit of play through, you know, bar stock, for example. But I think losing Jigsaw in that library position, he probably was going to be said player that would find a kill, then drop down the hatch, and then play from site. Then you've got 2 players on site, 1 in bar stock and 1 on site. That could have sort of maybe turned the tide late round. Didn't eventuate. Ethan getting that swing kill was a big difference maker there as we head to Kitchen Dining here for the 9th round. It's 4-4. Chiefs with 1 in this second half. Bliss with 1 in this second half.
Very heavy emphasis over towards Solar. Now, Bliss not playing the clash like we saw from Fisher Guy on the Chiefs, but they're still going to put a lot of effort into maintaining that control. 3 ADS devices, 2 Aruni gates at the top of those solar stairs. That's 5 projectiles that will need to be used to burn that position out. Very, very difficult. Now, you do have Thatcher, so could lean into that. I don't know his particular EMP placement. You could probably sneak one on the roof and it would probably work. Action elsewhere. Shade to drop Digital. Oh, was that an aggressive play from Digital? I don't know. Was that kill in Dining Hallway? Maybe. Either way, the lurk doesn't pay off. Yeah, it was.
This is where Bliss need to capitalize, though. Especially sort of getting somewhat towards the end of this map. You win this round 5-4. An ultimate round after that. Special guy getting to work on this fireplace wall, but it is electrified out. EMP though will do the trick, and this wall is going to be opened up now. That is a long sight line that has been created for Worthy. So much of this side is just visible now.
Wouldn't want to be contesting that as a defender. Attackers naturally have higher magnifications on their scope, so it will no doubt be a difficult duel to win. That angle going all the way to Trophy Solar Stairs at the opposite side of the map, essentially, so pretty wild. God Legion, oh, that's a wild drone. Spots that player inside of Piano looking to get control above.
Still a minute, 15 seconds remaining though in the round. A tense round at that. The slow peek from Jigsaw punished
Bomb located by attackers.
by God Legion. Jigsaw was amazing on Bank, but Chalet, he's been subdued. The Chiefs now 4 versus 4. The prone play.
Oh, that's not going to work.
What is that? No. Maybe heard you. Gets off the prone, falls back a little bit. Not much presence directly on site for Bliss, but they've got some at the back and above, which is making it very difficult for the Chiefs to actually push in. It was Oda originally wanting that prone play, fell off it, found the kill though. Worthy, oh, a little delayed reaction, didn't take his shot when he had it, but then just flicks onto Todd. That was disgusting. Insight as well with the diffuser. He's doing everything and more.
Diffuser.
But Shade gets the kill, a critical one at that.
The amount of times that Bliss have denied this plant is pretty incredible. Oda still with the long angle. Misses that shot, God Legion to attempt that plant.
Rapix now just gets in position at Office though, above. Still vert control defensively here for Team Bliss. Just sprays wildly. Ethan's down. And that's out for the count as well. God Legion got the plant, but unfortunately loses his life. And they will lose the round. It's a 5-4 lead for Team Bliss here on Chalet. This one's going the distance.
That was a tight one. Bliss hit so many key shots. I don't know how Worthy's plant was denied. I would have loved, I'm going to love going back through the match replay and seeing Shade how the hell he managed to get that angle. I assume he swung kitchen door and just clipped his ear. It would have been really, really tight. I thought the boxes was covering that plant, but either way, it doesn't work out. Bliss with a couple of key clutch shots win that round. Super duper close.
We head to Master Office. They have an opportunity to establish a match point scenario. It would be their 3rd one for this series, and they have not been able to capitalize on any of them so far. Will that change here on Chalet? Still going to win this 10th round, though, as we have a look at the replays. And Worthy, watch this flick, guys.
How does he see him, dude? He sits like 3 centimeters away from his monitor. I don't know how he even saw him, dude.
I don't even know.
That is super sharp.
I just watched him kill him, and I still don't know how he saw him. Like, I didn't even see him.
I was looking with hindsight, and they just saw him. Like, that is insane.
Crazy.
Wasn't enough, though.
I think it's fair to say so far in this series, from Bank down to Chalet, Worthy has been the MVP.
10 seconds to go.
A match he is having, what a series he is having. A team effort though, of course, from the Chiefs. Seeing Gold Legion pop off, Digital's been huge. Ethan and Fisher Guy
Bomb and defuse it.
might look at the scoreline and say he's not doing much, but he's done a hell of a lot here on Chalet. Arguably been their most 2nd impactful player behind only Worthy.
Yeah, particularly on the defense. Different dynamic though. On the attack, Fisher Guy on that hard breach roll. Team Bliss. Hasn't felt like Team Bliss has had any particular couple of players step up hugely, right? Jigsaw for the last few rounds has been completely nullified. Repix, their other strong entry, has been struggling on 2 maps now, at least statistically. Oda though has found himself into the match a little bit. Shade as well. Just continues to mount kills. I highly doubt we've seen even a fraction of the amount of kills that Shade's gotten, and that's just to show that it's having that impact across the board, and it's difficult for us to predict sitting back here, and also difficult for the Chiefs to read into apparently as well. Minute into this round though, Chiefs establishing control over towards Library, looking to do that push across. It is a master defense here for Bliss.
Gemini's out of commission.
Bliss have won now 3 of the last 4 rounds. A bit of a hot streak has been established. They win this round, and you would imagine a tactical timeout would be taken
A bomb has been located.
by the Chiefs. Not offering too much though aggressively here for the defense of Bliss. Pretty standard positions. Oda with that shield on Piano. Very difficult to flush that player out of that position. Jigsaw down below inside a kitchen. You've got Shade on site. An Office. Shade though. Now, if he just runs out there and dies, suddenly Office is completely open. Needs to be careful.
Minute left. Pressure mounting. Nate flies through. Shade. He does survive.
Thought
But only just.
Thought maybe Digital was going to go for a throw as well. Well, Ethan does. 2 nades towards Shade, and that suddenly opens up Office. Ethan with that Gemini as well is going to get full vision.
Gemini was taken out.
Worthy as well with the Roteros. Although Rapix just swings and catches Ethan. That's a big kill at a big moment. Ethan was just about to run into Office to establish a foothold, and Rapix with that angle means that Worthy, it's no longer a safe push-in. And there's only 23 seconds left.
How will Bliss deny plant though? They don't have cross and piano. They're going to rely, I think, on C4 from Todd, but that's going to be tough.
Fisher guy, well, it looks like he's not going to get denied at all. Does eventually lose his life to Rapix. It's a 4v3 retake. Worthy, the Rotero drone. Mate, the plant has already been has already gone down. Time to get off the drones and just start shooting people. That's what you're good at. Fortunately, those teammates in God Legion and Digital were able to do just that. They are slowly whittling down this defensive Team Bliss. Rapix with the slow play. The swing, the shoulder peek from Digital. Catches out Rapix's position. Worthy will do the rest off the call. It's 5-5 as we head into the 11th round.
Really smart play there from the Chiefs. The shallow plant right on the border of the objective, working out perfectly. And then they quickly retreated. They set themselves up in those post-plant positions, no doubt pre-planned. And every single player with a down. Bliss unable to retake site. Once again, the scorelines will be drawn.
Oh boy, this is nerve-wracking. It's so tense. For both teams as well. For Bliss, technically on the verge of elimination. It doesn't really seem like it on face value since it's 5-5. It's a close game. No one's got match point yet, but they're literally 2 rounds away from being knocked out of the playoffs. Again, without finding a win. 2 rounds away from worst case scenario happening in front of their eyes. So it's a very stressful round now for Team Bliss. For the Chiefs, they don't have that much pressure on them, right? You've already got a map in the back pocket. You're playing pretty well. 1-2 of the last 3 rounds. And Bliss are the team that has all the pressure. Chiefs are just playing with house money right now.
Yeah, pretty cruisy for them at the moment.
10 seconds
Yes,
remaining.
there is the pressure of the 3-peat, but they'll be feeling very comfortable at the moment. Their brand of siege is working out. And they're really giving Bliss a run for their money on their map here. This is Bliss's map. They sent us to Shallow. They put up a good fight on Bank, but Chiefs just too good. Jigsaw, he's been struggling on the entry the last half a dozen rounds, but he will survive.
Yeah, and in terms of that opening pick game, we sort of touched on it prior to this game. It was so impactful on Bank. It's been similar again here. From the 10 rounds played, it's a 7-3 split, so it's a 70% follow-on rate of getting that opening pick and then following it up with the round win. So, again, heavy emphasis on that opening pick. It's so important in this series between these 2 teams.
Activating camera. You can stop worrying about.
Library across once again here for the Chiefs as Team Bliss re-attempt. How can they try to deny it this time? We saw the breach get open pretty cleanly. Again, no wall denial from Bliss, so they can't delay the push from that point onwards. A lot of this is going to hinge on that piano cross from being held, but again, last time, a deployable shield was taken down and Oda was forced back. That opened up the window of opportunity for the Chiefs to go for that shallow plant right on the border of the objective. I think Bliss are still once again going to be in a really challenging position to deny this plant. I don't know what they need to try and do to shake things up. Once piano is blown here by Worthy, honestly, I think the round's over. Shade's going to have to do something of a minor miracle holding this position at half wall. Once he's taken down, GR.
Well, Guz did say once that shield at Piano would be blown, it's round over. We'll see if that does eventuate.
Located a bomb.
Shade needs to duck and weave his way from all of this utility being thrown into his direction. He went down relatively early last time. Oh, the conflict between Ethan and Shade. It's Ethan who lives to fight another day. So low on health, though. But Shade loses his life inside of office. Worthy, what's he doing here? Is he going for a flank in behind and try and catch the player in bathroom?
Maybe. It's Oda trying to still hold that position. Ethan has been downed. Equalizes the main can a little bit, but should be recovered
He'll have more health.
on that balcony. Still be one shot. 25 seconds left. I still think Chiefs, they're in a fantastic position to get the plant down, just like they did last time.
Easier said than done, though. Only 20 seconds left. Now they're going to sort of rush that little bit here. Worthy, there is that flank that they are able to execute perfectly. It's Worthy! Again, as always, and forever will be.
Protect the diffuser.
Plant down successfully as Jigsaw's the only one left. Match point looming here for Chiefs. Unless Jigsaw does something miraculous. But wouldn't it be fitting for Worthy to finish him off? Why not? Get the quad. He watches the angle. He knows he's going to be playing trophy stairs. He is the master, teaching the apprentice what it takes to win. Match point and series point for the Chiefs. They are down match point, but they know what it takes to come back from this position. Chiefs kind of showed them how over on Bank. And the Chiefs were down 6-2. They fought their way back. This is what that's what Bliss need to do now. They need to fight. They need to dig in deep. And it's always that
Protect your bombs.
very difficult conversation, guys, because like from their perspective, it's like, do we go on the offense here? I know they're defending, but like, do they go on the offense? Do they try and do something cheeky, a spawn peek? Do they play an off-angle position, or do you go that conventional defensive structure that might actually end up playing into the hands of the Chiefs? It's a difficult conversation to have. Series on the line, your entire playoffs on the line for this one round.
They did take their tactical timeout, so they have had an opportunity, I guess, to go over exactly what their plan is heading into this round, and then eventually into OT, what they want to try and employ. Add on top of that the ability to reset the mental quickly and make sure that they're fully focused in on this round. I don't think there's any reason at this point to severely change up the game. Just stick to your game plan, trust in the process. I feel like that's a bit of a saying, a bit of a buzzword that's been floated around a bit this stage, right? Stick to the game plan and see it through. And there's a reason why Bliss are in this position. They are a strong team. Yes, there have been doubts casted over their map pool, but this is their map pick. That excuse doesn't hold up when it's on your map pick, and Chalet statistically is a decent map for Bliss. So stick to the game plan, see it through, and just execute it at a high level.
It's a tense moment here. Chiefs are one round away from making their third grand final of the year. They're just so used to winning that you expect them at this point to just close this out. It can happen pretty quick. Digital on the Nook, he can push in, maybe find a kill or two, get that opening kill, which again has been so impactful. Or do they go for a bit more of a slower approach to this round?
Worthy, 17 and 5, 3 Rotero drones available. He could have a big impact in this round. One more used as he scouts ahead, opens, I believe it might be an entry point. Just up above. Interesting. Bliss not reinforcing up above, not holding up above. Vertical, normally the name of the game here on this objective, but a very different approach here from Bliss. Probably focusing their efforts on holding down the long, deep angles from Trophy. We saw that last time, and we actually saw it work out. So maybe that will work once more here for Bliss.
Yeah, Kitchen Dining was won by Bliss last time around, but it was still a rather close contest. Shade was the one who got that opening kill, and the rest just sort of followed and snowballed for Bliss. They're going to have to do the same thing again here. The one good thing with this sort of position is you don't have to worry too much about the flank as much, especially if you're, Shade or Todd in that instance, knowing there's still a guy or two behind you, even more than that, watching over towards Trophy. And Worthy still with his Reteros. That's the last one, by the way. No more. Oh, no!
Cover me!
Worthy! You're not allowed to do that, mate. Opening kill onto Oda. And Fisher, guys, planting the diffuser. This has just gone balls up for Bliss in their face. Shade with the Nitro Cell, but Digital takes out Jigsaw. God Legion kills Shade. Repix in a 1 versus 4 to save their playoff lives. The Chiefs on the verge of their 3rd grand final appearance for the year. Worthy kick-started it all. Ethan will get this diffuser to go down. Nice little swing from Repix, but Ethan says goodnight. Another best-of-3 loss for Team Bliss. Another grand final appearance for the Chiefs, looking to go back to back to back. They will take on the Knights.
Welcome to GTV ANZ, the gaming channel created by Ubisoft. Every Tuesday and Friday on YouTube, we'll be doing fast plays, game challenges, 1v1 face-offs, and so much more. You happy?
When did we get a dog?
It's a good question.
I'm running out of time. I'm running out of money on a feeling song. I'm running out of time.
And now, it's all on the save. The player heroic.
G'day all and sundry, welcome to the Oceanic Nationals Season Finals for 2021. We are back here in the ESL studio to kick off day 2, the grand final day, but we have all sorts to get to before we get stuck into that final match of this season. I'm Dev, and joining me is Vinny in the studio. How you feeling, mate?
Good, man. Really excited.
Yeah.
First time casting. Let's go.
Yeah, and we actually, believe it or not, have another guy in the studio. Maybe in spirit, it is Rob on the big screen. Rob, how you doing back in Melbourne?
Look, I'm doing all right. Obviously, a bit sad that I can't be up there in Sydney with both of you boys and the rest of the lad. But look, I'm excited for this final day. Obviously, kind of the entire 2021 season has led to this point. So yeah, ready to kickstart today.
Look, I'm glad that we could dial you in. The robots are taking over in this era. It seems to be. We're always calling people on Zoom. Just try not to mute yourself, mate. But we have all sorts to get to today. It should be an absolute blast. We're actually going to kick off with a charity show match, which is why we've kind of got the green theme going. We really want to help encourage raising money for, in general, just charities, but also the Foundation for National Parks and Wildlife, who are the charity that we're going to be supporting today. We also have the OCN Awards a bit later on too, so it should be a blast. That's the first time we've ever done that before. And then, of course, the Grand Final, Chiefs and Bliss. We already had a good day yesterday, though. Overall, surprisingly quick games, though.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very quick day. I think we thought there was going to be some more kind of tight contests, but at the end of the day, the two teams that are in the grand final were the most dominant and deservedly so.
No doubt. And that grand final will be a very serious game. But before that, We have a very not serious game to play here. For a serious cause, though, how are we going to be doing it? We're going to be raising money for the Foundation for National Parks and Wildlife. We're going to get 2 teams of all your favorite folks from Rainbow Six and OCN. They're going to be completing different challenges. Let's have a look at some of the challenges they're going to be completing in this show match. So how it works, the teams complete one of these challenges and Ubisoft will donate to the Foundation of National Parks and Wildlife for the certain number of trees, to plant a certain number of trees associated with that challenge. So you can see the number of trees down on the right side and some of the challenges. Anything standing out, Rob?
Look, I think the Xenox killed Guz one. I highly doubt we're going to see Xenox even. And honestly, if he doesn't end up on a donut, I think I will personally donate 10 trees myself. That's a shock for me. But look, I do like the idea of kind of the gadget kill. I think it's not going to be the easiest thing, but of course, on the defense, we could possibly see that a little bit more. But no, look, if Xenox does kill Guz, I will go hopping completely. I think that Guz really should be the favorite of this one. Let's be completely honest here. There should be no second doubts. Guz should be the favored. So I don't really know how I feel about Xenox's chances.
Yeah, well, they have teams to support them, but we have more challenges, of course. We are going to be... The goal is to plant 500 trees. That's $5,000 that Ubisoft is hoping to donate to the Foundation for National Parks and Wildlife. Here's page number 2. This is where it gets a little bit spicier, though.
Yeah, this looks like there's a few very challenging ones, but rightly so they are for a lot of trees. The one that stands out to me the most is the knife fight. That's a classic. At the start of every charity match, there needs to be a knife fight, so I'm really looking forward to that.
Yeah, and hoping for a couple of aces as well, maybe some ninja disables. My personal favorite has got to be Worship Lord Tachanka. I feel like they're going to have to get a bit creative. It's not specified exactly what that entails, Rob, but hopefully we're going to get a bit of creativity from the teams.
Man, I'm kind of worried. I'm not going to lie. You leave the kind of creative freedom into the hands of someone like Xenox or Guz, and there's going to be issues. So, look, whatever that Worship Lord Tachanka is, I'm going to keep my eye on it. But I do think that this is a very good cause, and I think that Ubisoft have done a fantastic job putting this together. So I'm very happy to be a part of this one. But there are some funny challenges in there, and they have to be tried. Like Vinny said, if it doesn't start with a knife fight, just, I don't know, count me out for the rest of it.
Yeah, of course, but we will be not only donating through the challenges, but also you guys can get involved, get on board. You can go to the Foundation for National Parks and Wildlife website. You can donate through the special link that we've got. We will read out your donations on stream as well. Get involved, have some fun, get in Twitch chat. I want to see some spams. I want to see a bit of banter in there. But of course, let's start talking about the match itself. We have 2 teams that we have selected. It is Team Guz versus Team Xenox. By day, a casted duo, passionately in love. But today, we have put them against each other. Guz has assembled a team of greats from OCN, OCL, XP Women's League, and of course, Blue Panda's in there too. What are we thinking about this team, Vinny?
In my eyes, this is the favorite. I don't know. I've been a part of that rank stack with Guz and Xenox in it before. It's been a little while, but I do remember Guz being a bit more of a fragger. But overall, really good team.
Rich.
I've got my teammate Milo in there. I know he's my old teammate. My teammate Milo is in there, and I already know that he's going to be sweating as hard as he can for this. But hopefully, we see some good games.
Of course, Milo from Wildcard, Ed Pan from over Blue Panda, who cast the Oceanic Challenge League, Kotari from the XP Women's League, and Guz. What are we thinking overall, Rob? Have they got a decent chance?
He's got full Mozzie. I love that.
That's awesome.
I think they've got the best chance possible here, and Guz, that's good.
So you can see Guz and Xenox are actually in the studio with us in one of the back rooms, and you can actually see. Can we get away from Xenox? I hope we can. You can see him in the background. They're going to be talking some smack to each other, I have no doubt. But let's talk about the opponents for Team Guz. It's going to be a tough game. Xenox has assembled his own stack of gamers. What are we thinking here, Vinny?
In my eyes, if I'm looking at that, the number one person I'm looking at is Ghoul, for sure. He is by far the best troll in all of APAC and ANZ, so I'm looking at him today.
Yeah, and Rob, President, he's come through. He's actually earned a spot in the Oceanic Nationals for next year with Fury.
Yeah, he was super hype at the end of the promo rallies, which of course you would imagine you would be after a long fight from President. God, I remember him all the way back in Pro League, so it's good to see him pop back in here. Honestly, I don't know what Vinny's talking about. This has to be the favoured team. Look at the roster. It's stacked. I will say this, of anyone who's trolling, it has to be ESL. Look at the face that they've got for Xenox. He's been done so dirty there, but I do think if I'm backing anyone in, I have to be backing in the roster of Team Xenox. However, there is a huge anchor on this roster. The big man up the top left, Father Christmas, whatever you want to call him. Xenox, I just don't trust him in a competitive game. But he has got a haircut. I actually didn't see that yesterday. My man's had a haircut, so who knows? There's maybe there's new tidings here, Dev.
I think first time in about 2 years that Xenox has had a haircut.
Yeah.
Of course, Bailey, though, from Order, he has been, well, nominated for a lot of the OCN awards that we're going to be cracking into after this match is done and dusted. Phenomenal player, literally hard carried Order through a bunch of their matches. But let's not forget all the cameras. I mean, surely we're going to expect some big plays from Bailey.
Yeah, I mean, we saw in the pre-roll that always happens is the big C4. We might be looking at one of those again. It was against me. And so I do have very non-fond memories of those, but I'm sure we'll see some good stuff from him as well.
It's one of our absolute favorites. Rob, I don't know what to expect out of this game. It seems like we're pretty cut. We're pretty half and half. Vinny, you're going for Guz. Manic, you actually reckon Xenox is going to get carried, but he is a bit of a dead weight, so going to be a tough one for his team.
Oh, it really is. I mean, like, we've all seen Xenox. It's going to be hard to try and lift this bloke up and try and bring him to any kind of realm of... I don't even think like we could possibly... Honestly, I'm still thinking it's going to be a donut for him, but I think when you look at the roster that he's got, AJ, Bailey, President, and Ghoul, I don't know. I can't look past that, regardless of Guz's size. You know, I would dare say we're going to expect a fair few of those. We know what he's like. We've all played with him in ranked before. Well, maybe not the viewers at home. For those of you that haven't played with Guz, I'm telling you right now, it's a sight to behold. Oh, God. Honestly, he should change his name to Tilt. Honestly, it's just as simple as that. Man tilts on absolutely anything, but I think today might be a little bit different. So I really do hope we see a bit of style out of both of these teams.
Well, we're actually going to go to an interview with the two team captains, Xenox and Guz. Look, Guz, you've got a big smile on your dial. Are you feeling confident?
I'm always confident when I'm playing Siege. I'm in my element. This is where I thrive and survive. Xenox, of course, is a bot. We all know that. And I'm expecting a pretty easy win today.
Can you believe that his highest rank, I think, is Plat 3? My highest rank is also Plat 3. That's a bit strange, isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't know how you can
I
then call me a
much
bot.
like today, probably going to be carried. So.
Yeah, probably. Look, I wouldn't be surprised. All I am going to say, though, is, Matic, you absolutely chat a lot of shit for someone that's like 1,000 kilometers away or however far it is. But that's fine. As long as you go for Team Xenox, I don't care how we get the win. We're just here to plant some trees.
I'm here to win.
Boys, whose funeral is it? What's going on here?
It's going to be yours when we get back down to Melbourne.
Xenox, what's the strat here? It seems that everyone reckons you're going to have to get carried. Is that the idea? You got a few words in with Bailey?
Yeah, and I was chatting with Vinny before. He gave me some tips. Unfortunately, I didn't really want to take them because, you know, wild card, and it is how it is. And with Milo being on Guz's team, well, that makes my life even easier. So, look, I've already got my little strategies in play. I don't want to reveal anything just yet, but appreciate Vinny. Thanks for the tips, but, you know, don't need them.
You spent the last 15 minutes learning the map. What do you want?
That's a lie.
Yeah, it's not.
Well, we will be playing on Outback, so it's definitely going to be a spanner in the works. It's going to test my call-out. I think you said you've played it like 3 times.
If that, yeah, maybe 3 times.
Well, you might not be experienced on the map, but you are, of course, a professional player. Any tips for the boys?
Just go hard. I don't know. I've been in a few of these charity matches myself, and I don't know. We're definitely here just to plant some trees, so it should be good fun.
I think every game you play in is a charity match, considering how much you give away to the other teams.
I'm one more studio performance from taking your job, mate.
Honestly, I'm a little bit worried. The way he looks so comfortable there. Actually, you know what, Rob? You should be worried, mate. They don't need to get you up next time at all. Let's just get Vinny in.
Oh my God.
I'm starting to be convinced by it, mate. I'm starting to be
First
convinced by
Voss,
it. The man's
then
been
Vinny.
mad.
We know Digital's coming for our job as well, so it is what it is.
Guys, have you had a chat to the team yet? Have you started to suss out whether they've got your back?
Look, we just have innate synergy, so not much discussion in the chat. Obviously, Xenox spent, I think, the last 10 minutes probably crafting strategies, but we're just going in. we know we're going to win anyway, so easy.
Look, Xenox, I seem to remember having a couple games with you once in the caster stack, and a couple games in, went a bit quiet, and then in the team chat, all we saw was just I'm tilted, and we didn't keep talking for the rest of the night. What are you got to say, mate?
No, look, honestly, Dev, it's a really good question. It's a shame you couldn't ask better questions like that on the regular broadcasts, but I will sort of, go into that it was a bit of a rough night, and I obviously didn't want to overcom for the team, so yeah, I went a little bit quiet. I was a little tilted. Unlike Guz, when he gets tilted, well, things eventually, they kind of break a little bit.
It's just a sigh.
The sigh.
Yeah, the sigh. And that's when you know you've disappointed him.
Yeah, Rob, all the way back in Melbourne, what are you thinking for these guys' chances?
Look, like I've said, I think that Xenox has got the better team. However, Xenox is a very heavy anchor. Let's be honest here. This man's sitting out to sea, and I tell you what, I'm Guz. I'm on the Guzzlers train, all 100% of me.
All right, well, we've had a flip-flop. Guys, it sounds like you've got the vote of the couch, so we'll let you guys get back into it, start training, get in the server. And there they go. Honestly, they both talk a lot of shit.
Yeah, but I mean, that's them, isn't it? They're best mates, but today they're mortal enemies.
Are they actually best mates? I feel like on the cast,
this whole weekend, they've just been on top of each other all weekend, so I'd say so, but I'm not sure.
That's one way to put it. That's one way to put it.
I'm just watching. I'm not a part of that, I promise.
But of course, the Foundation for National Parks and Wildlife, that is what we are raising money for. And if you get involved by donating, you'll actually enter into the charity raffle. We have so much swag that you can win. We have made up a whole bunch of cool packs of goodies. And in fact, you can see in the graphic there, a whole bunch of the good stuff. We've got it all around as well. This right here is the Rainbow Year 6 Collector's Edition, including that beautiful hammer. We've got Hibana chilling out as well. We've got a bunch of chibis in the background. So all of that can be yours. If you get in there with a donation, you'll enter into the raffle, and there's a chance that, of course, you'll win that. I personally have been eyeing off that. I've seen you. You're watching that. You're trying to sneak that home.
I might take it when we're done, for sure.
Yeah, so definitely get involved. Look, I think the challenges are really going to be the highlight for me. Starting to see how hard these guys go. Some of them are going to be a lot more difficult than others. The ace, I don't know if there's anyone on the server who's likely to get that.
I mean, there are some talented players in there, but at the same time, we're all having a bit of fun, and I don't think anyone will go hard enough for the ace, unless it's like kind of premeditated. We might have 4 droners, 1 guy running in. It might be that kind of setup, but I'm not sure.
Look, Rob, it's fantastic to be doing some charity work again, to be getting everyone involved. What can you say for all the challenges and everything that we've got going?
Look, I think when we have a look, there's a couple of easy challenges that the boys can really start to utilize, as well as, of course, the gals that are in there as well. AJ and Katori from the XP Esports Women's League. I think that things like spawn peaks. If we're not seeing literally every round at least 1 or 2 spawn peaks, I'll be really disappointed. A team kill. Oh, that's too easy. There's got to be a limit on the team kill. I don't know about that one, but like as I'm looking through, there are a couple of challenges that I think most teams will probably try to vie for. A full team run out. I mean, I'm surprised we don't see that more in competitive play. I mean, that would cause some absolute chaos. Vinny, surely you've got something in the works for a full team run out with Wildcard.
I don't think we have, but I have some very dark memories of Oda and Bliss doing that to us in one of our OCN games. So I never want to see that ever again, to be honest.
Thankfully, Consulate is now out of the rotation, so nerf that a little bit. Yeah, it should be a fantastic match. We're going to be playing on Outback as well. I have mixed feelings about going into this because I feel like I'm going to make a fool of myself. I do not know the call-outs on the new Outback. I think I've played 1 or 2 games of it, and I think we're also doing every op unleashed as well, so we might see a little bit of OSA in there.
There's only one way to learn. This is the best learning experience.
I think what's going to happen is when it comes to eventually, hopefully one day, Outbacks in the competitive pool, people are going to go back and watch this match. People are going to be like, that is where I'm
We
learning
made the
from.
calls.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, any particular strats that you're hoping to see in the game, Rob?
Oh, I mean, there's a couple of ones that do come to mind. If I'm not seeing Tachanka played every single round, I'm going to be really disappointed. I do think, however, the rushes are going to be something that might start to catch off some of these players. I'm thinking more so from Xenox's side. There is no way that Xenox's comms are going to be good enough. I think that if Guz can utilize those rushes, I think we're going to be on for a good game. And you know what? I will say this. I'm a little bit worried heading into this as well, because Dev, you've played 1 or 2 maps. Maybe we've seen a map or 2 from you, Vinny. I think that Xenox has just spent time in the server cracking it. I haven't even seen the damn game. I have not touched it yet. So this is going to be probably the worst case scenario from my point of view. But if we do get into this one, I really need to see Xenox being the shot caller. I don't want to hear Bailey. I don't want to hear President. I don't want to hear any of that. We need to see what this god tier soft color analysis is from Xenox. He's always battened on about what he knows. To be fair, I really don't think he's up to scrap. So I think that honestly, there should only be two people calling in the game. It should be Xenox, it should be Guz. And I already know where that's going to lean into. So no, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about Xenox. I just, there's something about the man that he just has so much confidence, but he's got no knowledge to back that confidence up. You know, it's like, I don't know how to say it. It's like, it's just wind. That's it.
Xenox is the kind of guy that will like fake confidence and then make you think he's actually really shit. But then he'll come out from absolutely nowhere and pull the rug out from under you. I just want to see some smack talk. I want to see some back and forth. Obviously, they're playing in the same room back to back. We're going to see them get up. We're going to see some, I mean, hopefully nothing escalates too hard, but, you know, I wouldn't put it past these guys. We might, if we're lucky, if we're feeling generous, we might even get some team listen-ins as well and get a peek into the chaos. A bit scared about how that will work out. Maybe we'll just hear a classic Guz.
Or a hoya.
Entirely possible as well. We'll be getting to the game in just a moment, but before then, of course, you guys can get involved. Foundation for National Parks and Wildlife is a fantastic cause. They will be planting trees for every 10, or one tree for every $10 that gets donated, and it's not just a simple throw out a couple seeds. They are really doing fantastic work, making sure to plant those trees, to nurture them, to get them going, and I'm really glad that we could partner with them today, honestly. It's nice to be doing some more charity stuff and integrating that into the show, because we've done, in the past, like bits here and there. Of course, we have our charity sponsor, Livin, as well, so it's fantastic to be working with the FNPW this time around.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. And Rob did say earlier that if Xenox did get a kill, he'd donate $10 or 10 trees. But I'll say I will donate a tree for every kill that Xenox gets this match.
Oh my god, that's a good one.
Man.
Like that. Maybe I'll do Guz. I'll donate one for every that Guz kills.
Cool.
I'm a bit scared that that's going to be more than Xenox.
Yeah, probably. I think Xenox on purpose.
I really hope they're not listening to this one. But I'll say this as well. I'm going to be watching Twitch chat at the same time. I know that we're obviously going to be watching the donations come in. I'll be watching the Twitch chat, trying to engage a little bit, because I can see there's already a little bit of zest. I think I see Golden in there. He's always hanging out. Golden's always hanging out in there. He's a lurker. I'm pretty sure Bliss will be in there somewhere as well. I don't know. I feel like they're always busy. You know what I mean, Dev? They're always there's always something better that they've got to do. Which I don't know. Is there really anything better than a charity match coming into the grand final day? You can't really convince me of that.
There is no better way to kick off the final day of OCN for the year than with a fun show match on the Aussie Outback map. Team Xenox banning out Glaz. Okay, that's a bit
interesting. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know what the Outback meta is at the moment. I'm not sure about the Glaz ban. We saw a lot of Glaz yesterday out of Todd.
He's not playing,
which is definitely different. But I think that he's a target ban for Guz. I reckon he's the best Glaz for sure.
Yeah,
is
Jackal.
Is he though?
I think that I think I heard Guz saying earlier, the Jackal ban is just straight up target on Xenox. You can see they're talking to each other right now. You see in the top left and the top right, they're just going a bit of back and forth, bit of smack talk.
This will be disappointing. What are we going to see? What is the defensive ban? What, a Valk? Like, I hope they get innovative here.
Yeah, oh no! No way!
Ban.
That's smart. I like that. That's really smart.
Someone could throw a huge spanner and ban Tachanka. That would be awful, wouldn't it?
Honestly, I think that's mean. That's not allowed. I think we would just kick them from the game.
Yeah, I agree with that.
No way. Please don't ban the Tachanka, mate. Just don't do it.
I don't know. They've had plenty of time. What's taking them so long to decide on these bans? Come on, guys.
Oh, okay. There we go. Goodbye, Thorn. I was going to say, I don't know we actually discussed whether Thorn was allowed or not, but there you go.
Yeah, that makes it easy, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Just glad that
no second choices.
I want to know what Blue Panda's background is. I think he's got...
It's Tiltek.
Yeah, so we were originally going to have Tiltek in from Kraken, but no.
Yeah, even got the Kraken hoodie on. Represent.
Perfect. All right, what are we expecting for some op picks here? The Tachanka, first up from Xenox himself. No surprise.
Expect that.
I mean,
We're going to see Namaru.
Need to see the Nomad if this is going to be a knife round. It is customary to get the nomad in the middle.
So, if it's a knife round,
Yeah,
are
they're
they
doing it.
still allowed to use utility?
No. If you use utility, you get shot. That is part of the custom.
The unwritten rule, isn't it?
That is the unwritten rule, yes.
No flashbangs. That certainly makes things different. I hate doing the knife rounds where the Ella comes out, throws out the Grishmots. That's not fun.
I was just thinking from Oryx's perspective, you know, like this could be a very dangerous little area. But look, if it's not a knife round first up, very disappointed call.
They're all moving there now.
There we go. All right, Mandy, our observer. We're going to need to rely on you a little bit because we don't know the map. We saw the community vote come down. It was actually pretty well split. I think it was 43%. Very tight between the two teams. It does look like it is the knife round. They've gone out to the garage. If this is your first time watching the new Outback, my deepest sympathies. We are just as confused as you are.
Well, this is perfect, isn't it? Like, nice access to outside. They can get out there right away, get this started.
Perfect.
5 seconds remaining.
Surely. Who you got your money on here? Who are we thinking? I mean,
the Oryx has got to win it, surely. Surely AJ gets it.
Surely you're casting a knife round here, Dev.
Oh, okay, here we go. So, that was a bit early. That was not very nice. The team kill comes out straight away. Xenox shut down. He clearly doesn't know the customary air jab position. We see everyone stand around in the corner. A 4v4 already. What is that? Everyone's just baiting with the utility. Come on, Guz. Start it off. The air jab comes through, and we're off. Everyone is out, and the knives go through. Milo finds the first one. Double for Milo. Oh, that's sledgehammer! What on earth is that from Panda? Prez against 2, but he does not last. Oh my God.
Blue Panda MVP for that round. 100%. Sledgehammer plus a knife. That is incredible. Also, Xenox already making me donate a tree in the first round by cheating.
I don't know about that. Surely we don't even count that. That was too cheeky
count it. A
from
kill's
him.
a kill. I'm not sure. Yeah.
Okay. See, I didn't even know that about a knife round. So there you go. What is it? You're going to start with an air jab in the middle, do you?
So yeah, so it's even. Everyone's spaced out in the middle.
There you go. Never knew that. I like that. I like that. Nice customs to be played. Oh, yes, the Ying. That's definitely something that I was expecting to see. Nook as well. Not Blue Panda. Is Blue going to be the biggest troll in this game?
Fixing under the blitz. I think he's got a bit of a troll streak in him, doesn't he? Especially with the Tiltec hoodie on now and the Tiltec in the background, who also is a renowned troll. Definitely role-playing a little bit.
I haven't actually seen much from Tiltec, honestly. I'm a bit disappointed that he's not playing today.
Yeah, well,
could have been a good chance.
He said yes, and then he was like, "Oh wait, it's that time." So just gonna throw him under the bus right there.
Might still be asleep.
Probably is. Honestly, I reckon one of the sleeper players in this game that could come up large is Ed Pant. Huge player.
Yeah.
Fortunately, just got relegated. Don't know if that's going to affect the motivation.
Well, see, this is what we were talking about yesterday, right? This is where you just, there's no pressure on you. You just do whatever you want. You have a bit of a laugh. So it could be very dangerous. This could be a really bad cocktail to try and even understand a small portion of what's going to happen. Now, one thing I cannot understand is this young Prez. What's going on here? Is there like a backstory to this that I don't know, or is it? Oh,
that was a spawn peek. There's our spawn peek done. AJ already kicking it off. Huge from her. AJ with the Warriors actually made it into that grand final of the XP Women's League, but the action is certainly kicking off already. Edpan finds one. Oh my God, it's just a bloodbath. Cortari is still in spawn. Milo's going in for one. Your teammate, Vinny, and I mean, that's just, that tells you what you need to know, really.
Yeah. I mean, that's standard. That's a scrim move from Milo running to the site, getting gunned down by Ghoul.
We're going to need to keep track of all these challenges because I think we've already smacked through a lot of them. A lot of team kills have come through. Cortari now against 2. They absolutely know where she is. They do not let her escape. There's Ghoul. Team Xenox doing pretty well.
That's not Xenox's call. That is not Xenox's call. I'm telling you right now. That looks like a Ghoul call from me. I think that's Ghoul's given the advice to sit back and wait for the push to come in. Guz's okay. Look, nothing wrong with a rush, but Guz's Candelas absolutely awful. I tell you what, I would be having a word with Guz there. We need to see a lot more out of him, Vinny. I'm not happy with that.
Didn't cook them, threw them into random places, ran in, died. It was just like it wasn't worth it. I don't know. The Ying pick was not worth it at that stage. The Blitz also got spawn peaked. I wanted to see the Blitz run into the site, but got spawn peaked immediately.
Yeah, so how many challenges was that then? We had a spawn peak, we had a team kill, we had a rush. So I think that's 50.
I'm still trying to do the maths. We're gonna get it up. Well, I'm trying to consult
I've got 30 points.
Okay, well, hey, if you can track it, mate, then I trust you.
God no, that is awful. That's a terrible idea. All I know is there was a spawn peak, there was a rush, and there was a team kill. So that's 30 trees if I'm looking at that.
Yep. And at the moment they're taking down all the walls and the objective. I think that was also one of the goals.
Absolutely. So destroy every wall in the objective worth 20 trees. And I appreciate the Tachanka, the ACS-12 from Alibi as well. They are absolutely going ham.
It looks like they're just running walls on about 3 objectives.
Honestly, that's fine by me. I want to see what it looks like running through all that.
So what? It's just all of the walls on the objective, right?
At very least, but you know, extra walls, highly encouraged.
And so were they able to do that then? Did they get
everything?
Everything?
We'll have to check a bit later. Go back and confirm. Hand up. Oh, precarious spot. Ghoul's going in for it. Oh, the pre-fire! Ghoul! AJ is absolutely popping this game. Takes down Cortari with the shotty, no less, on Mira. Already a good start for the defense, Team Xenox. In goes Edpan, and he's taken out as well. So, sheesh. This is not going so well for Team Guz.
Oh, God.
He's going for it. Surely, this is it! Interrogation for Bailey! Mate, Guz and Milo are about to get stomped.
Oh, this is just not good enough. This is not good enough. By the way, Vinny, we definitely expect in one of these rounds a hard play-by-play from you. We need to hear a Vinny roar. Like a growl. What do you reckon?
Dev growl out maybe at the end of a round. I need something good though to do it.
Could be here, 2 versus 3. This could be a good opportunity for you to do it. What is AJ doing?
the old fighters mirror strat, pretend to be a wall.
It's been a while since I've seen that.
Oh, I thought that only worked on Coastline when you pretend to be a TV, but I guess not.
By the way, Guz wins this. I'll say that. I don't know about Milo, but Guz wins it.
He's got the mop outfit, I think. Guz does. Pretty sure he's dressed up like a mop. Not sure if I saw that right. These two, though, these two are absolutely thick as thieves. Guz and Milo, you'd know, Vinny, right?
Yes, they are very close, and they are baiting their team together, which is good. I could see them winning this round, but Ghoul is on an absolute tear at the moment. I don't know, he looks like very sharp.
Oh, Ghoul, there it is! With the LMG, S1 for Milo, but he's going to be feeling that pressure in just a moment. Ghoul is hungry for it.
Oh no.
What's he gonna
lose it? Hey,
little flank drone.
I'm just wondering for you. Have you heard of the clutch of Milo?
Oh, come off it, mate. Come off it. Look at the bleach.
For a while. I think Milo's washed, honestly. I reckon we picked him up and he lost all his fragging power.
I agree. That's a wholehearted reason as to why Wildcard is... What are you at the moment? 7th?
Yeah, on a technicality, actually. Because Overt were last with not enough points to qualify. So, yeah, 7th. We'll go with that.
15 seconds remaining.
Sheesh.
Explains why when Milo's just baiting all his teammates and Ghoul finishes off. Winnable from Guz. Never mind, hey. And look, you said it, mate. Ghoul absolutely carried.
He's absolutely going off this game. There's a Junker pick, the Maestro pick, looking for lots of rounds and just gunning everyone down.
So far, if I'm counting correctly, we've got 100 trees. So it was 50 for the... Yeah, it's all right. I'll keep track. It was 50 for the knife round at the beginning. Then we had a spawn peak, a rush, and a team kill, all worth 30. Actually, no, sorry. I think Ghoul killed Xenox in the first round as well. So that's 60... So it's actually 110 that we've got if they were able to destroy every wall in the objective, which I'm pretty sure they did. So I've got it at 110 right now.
Very nice. I've made a little Discord channel, Rob, which I'm going to try and get you into, and that way we can actually validate this in a centralized location. So hopefully we'll get you added to that very shortly, and we'll be able to be 110% sure.
That was not bad. That was not bad for me. That was not bad.
Very good.
Vinny, I'm really disappointed, mate. I'm not going to lie. I'm really disappointed that the first time I'd be able to, like, touch your soft skin.
I know. I literally only came for you. I don't know. They said you're flying to Sydney and Manny's coming too. Well, I mean, that's me done.
Yeah.
What are these guys doing? Is this worshipping Lord Tachanka, is it?
10 seconds left. 5 seconds remaining.
I'd say so.
Is this good enough? I don't know. We need to decide what is good enough.
Attacker's objective is to locate a...
Well, I'm currently writing up the point system here. So.
All right, no, I rate that.
I was thinking more of like a 5-man, like a sacrifice in the Tachanka Flames.
I was thinking all 9 players in the server have got to worship Tachanka, so I'd say that's a B.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that counts.
Yeah, no, we'll let them know.
I think they're trying to. AJ's trying to get them all together for the worship. This could work here. Oh, Bailey! What an ass! What an ass face!
And then chaos erupts, and the cat is out of the bag, and it's not happening this round. Look, we've got a couple more rounds in the game. We can still worship Lord Tachanka later, but there's no doubt that Bailey will have to face Tachanka's wrath.
Oh!
Rez goes down. Oh, Panda!
Blue Panda with the entry.
Oh,
mate! Is he playing on a controller?
Once again, it's Guz, one of the last left alive for his team, just baiting. No real surprise, I guess.
I didn't know that was a rule. You gotta bait your team to try and get an extra 10 trees.
It's just a way of life, mate. It's a way of life. We haven't actually had Xenox kill Guz or Guz kill Xenox yet, have we?
No.
Oh, Xenox tried!
Oh, that was Xenox!
Oh, that would have been it.
Oh, that would have been the 10 trees from me, I'll tell you.
Toughy for the 2 guys on Team Guz at the minute. Oh, Bailey, he's got a great play here. Hello, what? No way! Edpan ducked his own Claymore!
Does that count as a team kill?
I mean, that is just something else. Bailey absolutely destroyed that.
There is no way that just happened. What?
Oh my god. Okay, we do have a donation coming on through. Andrew with 20 bucks. Ducky from Snowball.
We love Ducky.
Absolute legend. Thank you for donating to the Foundation for National Parks and Wildlife. You are going to be entered into that charity raffle. And you have a shot at winning all of the good stuff that we've got. The Year 6 Collector's Edition, that beautiful sledgehammer. Oh, look at this. This is how close we were to getting Xenox kill Guz.
I needed to see Xenox get a little bit more animated there. I'm not going to lie.
This is insane.
This
Look
is
at
unreal.
This. So Edpan was blocking the Claymore laser.
That's a Nico play. I think Bailey's been playing too much with Nico. I know they're on the same team.
Oh my god.
I remember when I was on Sinister, that was something that Nico would have done for sure.
Are we counting that as a team kill? What are we doing there?
I think we've had plenty of team kills, so I think we can save. Well, so each challenge can only be completed once. I will say, Rob, just to clarify that it's a tick box system.
Okay.
Each challenge, it's one and done. So
disappointed.
We have had more than enough team kills to tick off that tick box.
Well, there was no points in that one. Sorry to say.
Yeah, the Tachanka one wasn't quite up to scratch, was it, Rob?
No. Honestly, I thought they were really going to lean into it. I think AJ was trying to get them all together. And who was it? Was it Gould?
It was Bailey. No. It was Bailey.
Oh, bloody Bailey, mate. It has to ruin everything for everyone.
I'm going to at everyone in the Discord, all of the players, let them know that that worship Tachanka was just weak. So they're going to have to give another crack there.
Oh, well, if that's the case, Dev, I do apologise. We are actually only on 100 points. If you can only finish one set, man, what?
Another team.
What is going on?
Don't think they realise it doesn't stack, but my god, they are absolutely going for it. Team Guz, I mean, look at Guz. 0 and 5, that's a tilter.
That's a really shocking start from him. I'm not sure. I don't know. We were in the practice room earlier. He was saying that he felt a little bit rusty, but I thought it might have just been an excuse, but... Yeah, he is rusty.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Oh my word. Is Ghoul just hard carrying this at the moment? Like, I feel like every time. It's just Team Xenox coming out on top purely because of Ghoul's just masterful play on the Tachanka.
Certainly feels like Tachanka deserves to be worshipped at this point, the way Ghoul's been playing it. I like the strat here from Milo's shield on the back, but it's not going to work when AJ is going for yet another outside peek. Cortari versus 5. Yeah, good luck. She's going to need it. Oh, okay. It's not 1v5 anymore, thanks to Prez, who just takes out Ghoul from the equation. Honestly, once Ghoul's down, that's winnable.
Could be. Oh, Prez. This is possible here. Katari in a good position. Not really. 1v3. I don't really know about that
hey,
one.
Bailey's one shot.
Yeah. Effectively a 1v2, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's actually a 1v1.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Xenox doesn't count, does he?
That is true.
No.
Come on.
Absolutely
Here's
not.
Bailey, surely. Oh, no! That was a narrow angle from Bailey, and that is another one for the defense. That was pretty stylish. I think we had a stylish kill challenge.
Yeah, we did. It was stylish final kill count. I don't know. Would we call that stylish? I feel like it's got to be like a 360 or something.
Yeah, honestly, I think I would call that okay, but I get a B, right? Like we're not.
Yeah.
We don't accept that. Not in the OCN.
It's a B. It's a B. So that's another round with no charity challenges completed. I'm really disappointed from this.
GN.
He's so not happy on that one. By the way, can we just very quickly give a call out to Ethan for $10, Nuttery to $10, and Christy to $10, which of course is Ethan Nuttery
Christy.
It's $30. Absolute legend, Nuttery. It's the 3 trees are going to be planted purely from your hands. Well, maybe not from your hands, maybe more so from your wallet.
Well, FNPW will certainly get to work on that. But yeah, of course, Nuttery, you are now entered into that charity raffle that we do have. You're going to be in the running to win all kinds of good stuff, including, of course, the Year 6 Collector's Case. That Sledgehammer, we've got the Hibana statue, we've got Chibis. It's all there. If you guys donate as well through the link that we have provided, make sure you do that. We'll read out your donation on stream, and of course, you'll enter into that raffle.
Is this Collector's Case next to us just a show prop or?
No comment.
Okay, that's interesting. I'll keep that in mind.
Don't bother checking inside. It's definitely empty.
Okay.
You definitely don't.
I'll have to check later, maybe.
I think I'm gonna have to lock it up. Put one of those security tags on it so it beeps when you try and take it out of the building. All right, fantastic. We have $100 from Alex. That is, of course, the one and only Sky. Our fantastic social media manager.
Sheesh, $100.
100.
How much are you getting paid, Sky?
That's his wage for the whole year, mate. Good on you, Sky. Thank you so much. That's 10 trees that FNPW are going to plant. Thanks to you, of course. You'll also be in the running for the raffle. Brian, of course, from Ubisoft has chucked $20 into the pool as well from his own
but it's
money.
Not $100, is it? It's not $100, is it? You know
It is
what
a
I mean?
bit of
like,
it got a bit upshown, didn't he?
Jeez,
That's 2
I'll tell you
trees. You gotta
what.
think about the trees, Rob.
Of course, we appreciate anything you can do. Guz! Xenox, kill Guz!
Oh, no!
We have done it!
No!
Challenge! Tick that one
Guz!
off! And Xenox is telling him what he reckons.
Guz sucks. Guz, you are literally the worst player in existence.
Honestly, one more death
Why
for
are you
Guz.
here? Don't come in here, Guz. This is the casting couch, mate.
Guz is legit left. He's not even at his PC anymore. He's out here. We're going to have a chat to him in the halftime and see what he reckons. But pretty soon, he's going to be 007 James Bond impression 06. But hey, it doesn't mean that Team Guz is out of it yet. Edpan's put some good work together. It's just him, Milo, and Cortari 3-on-3. Oh, here's Bailey. Eddie! Nice one there with the sniper. And AJ, last one left. Huge play from Cortari as well. AJ has to find 3.
Surely AJ clutches this. Vinny, this is your moment. This
This is
is your moment.
She's good for one. AJ Tiger jumping down the stairs. I don't know what they're called, but running towards the master bedroom. At the master bedroom door now. Putting down a Rooney gate. She'll use that for sound cover. As she walks into the hallway, pushing up on mezzanine. I don't know what this is called. Walks a little bit. Getting 360'd.
Oh, Milo. Come on, Vinny. It's your teammate. No!
I don't know. Milo stumped me now. What do you guys do when people do stuff like that?
I mean, we just say, well, that's a wild comment. But keep going, Vinny. It's a 1v1. It's the two XP Women's League players going up against each other. Cortari from Overt and, of course, AJ from the Warriors.
Come on, Vincent.
I'm done. That was
Nah,
me
mate.
done. That was
Come
more
on.
than enough.
Play by play it, Vinny. Let's go.
I can't. I'm sorry.
All right, I'll have to take it then. 15 seconds. Come on, Cortari. You've got to make the move. AJ is hungry for it. The 1v3 dream.
Oh, AJ!
That is AJ, and that is the half. Well, that was an interesting first half, guys. I actually honestly don't remember what the score ended up. I don't know if you guys remember.
4-2, 5-1, 5-1.
Yeah.
5-1 for Team Xenox.
Very happy to call us that, isn't he?
May well end up being a defender-sided game. Only time will tell, of course. We're coming back during the halftime break because we've actually got an interview in just a moment with Xenox and Guz. We're going to see what the vibe is. I can pretty safely say I think I know what the vibe is.
Yeah. I don't know. Guz sucks. I don't know. Like, he couldn't have let his team down any more than he has right now. Xenox is actually going up compared to Guz, which was very unexpected.
Don't say that.
But,
Don't
you know.
inflate his ego.
Look, let's just get it over and done with. Let's go and toss over. Guys, what? I mean, hey, Xenox, you're looking pretty happy, hey?
Having a blast. It's honestly a lot of fun. My team, look, they're amazing. How good's AJ, by the way? How good is she? No, really solid team. We get the trees planted. That's the main goal. Guz, 0-6-0. You want to tell us about that?
You're not the host. I'll take a question from Dev.
So, Guz, look, thanks for being there. Have you actually shot any rounds yet?
I actually haven't turned my monitor on.
Mate, we can see it in Xenox's camera. That's bull.
Did you guys see the last round? I literally I was screen cheating him and I still died to him.
All right, look, guys, I would love to hear your input on this. We've actually going to go and watch back probably the most important moment of the game so far.
Yeah.
Of course, this is...
this is embarrassing.
You can see him turning around. I have no idea, by the way, where he is at all. You can see I haven't looked, and then easy info, easy kill.
You suck.
What are you going to say for yourself, guys? What are you going to say after that one?
I think that's the most emotional I've gotten played this game ever. That was very embarrassing. I was literally screen cheating him for the 20 seconds leading up to that moment, and you rotated when I looked away. And
it's all about the rotates, guys. Obviously, for those watching out there, want to learn from the best. You know, you get.
It's a defender-sided map, mate. Don't get too excited.
Is it really though? I don't know. The
Listen
rework
to
has
him.
actually made it pretty easy for the attackers to get on.
We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
We will see.
Honestly, we will. It's been a lot of fun though, guys. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Yeah.
Look, Rob, any questions you got for the boys here?
No, I don't have any questions. All I gotta say, Guz, you suck shit. Man. You are so bad at this game.
He can't even ask questions. Why is he on the broadcast?
I can't actually.
No. No, you know what? I'm just really disappointed in you because I had gone with you all the way. I was 100% backing you in, and you've lost a 1v1 against one of the worst players in Oceania. How is that even possible?
While screen cheating.
Xenox could be playing for Wildcard. He's that bad. Like, this is what you don't understand.
As we often say, the first half is just the first half. We start fresh now.
We need to see the second half before we can make judgments.
Past performance is not an indicator of future performance. So yeah.
All right, look, I'll give you your last words, guys. Going into the second half, what you're thinking, Xenox?
Look, obviously, we want to plant more trees. We want to get all of that done. So we're going to let them back into the game. It is what it is.
We don't need that.
5-1 scoreline. We'll probably get to 6-1, and then from there, we'll obviously give them some rounds before we finish.
Guys, any final words before you get back there and aim for at least one kill?
Yeah, I just hope I get a kill. That's it. That's my one goal. I don't care if we win. I just want one kill.
I said I would donate one tree for every kill you got, mate. So can you please
there's not
stop
gonna be
pumping it?
many-
Otherwise, I'm going to look like an ungenerous bastard, all right?
It's like a mini trees.
Well, get back in there, guys.
Let's go.
We don't want to delay the match any longer. Have a good one. I mean, guys, you could basically stay here and your team would probably be at an even chance.
got his finger up at you.
We can't show that on broadcast.
No, unfortunately not.
Look, I will say, whatever happens, like Xenox is in a win-win right now. Either he wins the game and he wins, or he starts letting Guz back in and it looks like it's charity.
Yeah, well, that's the main story, isn't it? It's about charity, so we're going to give them back a few charity rounds. I think the moral of the story is don't cheat, isn't it? Guz cheated and still lost. I think that's definitely the moral. So, yeah, to learn the game sense like Xenox had there, it's all about having good game sense, not cheating.
Yeah. Look, Vinny, your teammate is unfortunately weighed down by Guz, but what if this was a wildcard game right now? You know, you're 1-5 down against, I don't know, Rhythm. What would you be saying to him?
I'd be saying, you know, you're much better than these players. You got to get back in there, get your head in the game, and get back on it. But unfortunately, I don't think that's the case here. I think he's very much outmatched by Xenox's talent.
Oh, don't you dare
I can't believe I ever...
Take that back.
Cannot believe I would hear those. Oh, there it is! 007! He has been sacrificed to the Lord Tachanka and the fire to light the pyre. Well, there you go. James Bond has made his appearance. There is no time to die quite like right now.
Different cosplay. Oh, Chris!
We're having Shade absolutely thrown back and forth. Team Guz does have to get back into it in the 4v5. I think we're going to be going for a Worship Tachanka here, maybe. I don't know. It looks like a couple spawn peaks coming out, though, potentially.
5 seconds left.
Could be. Could well be. Never know. I'm really disappointed in Guz, honestly. I did expect a bit better from him today, and he's really let us down. He's really let us down. Surely this spawn peak comes out.
At the very least, if you're not getting kills, you got to be doing the challenges, but I don't even think he's doing that at the moment, isn't he?
I don't think so. Oh, goal. Nice little kill on the blue. Blue's, he hasn't had the worst game. There's no doubt about it. He hasn't had the best game either. Oh, Edpan find another. Edpan find another. Never mind, he backs away. Why not?
Getting a bit tense here. Let's take a little bit of a break. Let's chill out. We got a couple more donos that have come on through as Eddie's racking up some kills. Birdman Lasagna, $50. That's 5 trees.
Lasagne.
Absolutely
The lasagne.
huge. We have, of course, Adele coming in with the big $40. That's 4 trees. Brendan, $10. That's a tree being planted by FNPW. Cody with another tree. Nicholas Nilsson with 3 trees, $30. Thank you so much, guys. You're all absolute bloody legends. And you're all in the running for the charity raffle as well. Jack as well has come through with $10. You're a legend, Jack.
Jack Gillies, that's Jigsaw.
Absolute legend, Jig.
Jiggy!
Come
on, mate. You got more than $10 there. Come on, mate. You got more than $10.
It could be a lot more.
I mean, he's got a chance of winning 15 grand if he wins the grand final, eh?
He's going to donate his. What I heard, and this is just on the grapevine. Don't obviously take this, take this for a grain of salt. But he has told me that if he wins, he'll donate all of his earnings to the Foundation of National Parks and Wildlife.
You put the pressure on him now, haven't you?
It's just what I've heard. It's what I've heard.
Yep.
I don't really know much about it.
What are your sources, Rob? I don't know about that one.
Look, I don't mind a carbonara. That sauce isn't too bad as well, mate.
Creamy mushroom, maybe?
Oh, creamy mushroom. Don't mind if I do, Mr. Vinny. You're Italian, aren't you?
I am Italian. Background,
There
yes.
you go. You know all about it, don't
Yes. You can't beat it. You can't beat a good tomato sauce, though.
The tomato sauce is pretty nice on that, as well as Edpan. Oh,
It's cracked,
Xenox. This is the true story of the day. The Xenox 1v3 clutch.
He does have,
doesn't
of
even
course,
find
the black ice, though. So, I mean, that's guaranteed, like, plus 20 damage, right?
Yep.
Something like that.
What's this strat from Milo? Is this something you guys have been working on in scrims?
This is something that he works on in dry runs by himself.
Oh,
Bit of a whiff from Zen.
So bad.
I like he went for the feet instead of for the head as well. Oh, that's around the corner, surely. I don't reckon he wins this.
Knifed.
Oh my god.
Oh, he even let him know. He even let him know.
I will say that
was killed Guz.
That was an attempt at a stylish kill cam, but not quite there from Eddie, I don't reckon. Not quite there. That one's still up for grabs.
Yeah, we haven't really had the challenges be confirmed since like the 3rd round.
Absolutely devastated is Guz.
15 seconds left.
all that focus. Xenox has been taunting so much that he's starting to look like one of them, one of the bots.
He could well be playing on controller, and I wouldn't be surprised. He's one of those guys, you know?
Yep.
Has
No
he ever
doubt.
been plat 3?
I mean, that's a carried plat 3, mate. That's carried.
Has to be. Absolutely has to be.
Is that the caster stack? Is that the plat 3 caster stack?
Look, honestly, these days the caster stack is just me and Sky. Everyone else is too tilted to come play with us.
That's fair. Especially after how we saw Guz react.
Well,
during the first time.
believe it or not, me and Sky finally not queuing with Guz. I actually got diamond last season.
Yeah, that makes sense. That does make sense.
I got sick of hearing the deep sighs, so you know.
That's actually a triggering noise for me now.
Now, very quickly, if we had any... Oh, technically, hang on. In the first round, Blue killed someone with the sledgehammer, right?
Yep, we have... Oh,
So is that counted?
that's stylish
the
final
stylish.
kill, but it wasn't the final
It
kill
wasn't a
cam.
final kill.
No, kill with a gadget. Kill with a
Oh,
gadget.
absolutely, that's a kill with a gadget.
Yeah, there we go.
Well
There
spotted,
we
Rob.
go.
There you go. So we got spawn peek is done, rush is done, team kill is done, Xenox kill Guz is done, destroy all the walls, gadget kill, full team run up, and win with only a knife. All of those are done. Guz
we
kill.
had a
We're still
full team
waiting on
run out?
Guz kill Xenox, destroy all drones, plant with 10 players alive, stylish final king camera, ninja disable, ace, and of course the coveted worship Lord Tachenka. So there's a lot of work still to be done for the guys in the server.
Company, I'm waiting for it.
Yeah, so there is one
play-by-play.
thing. Well, it's not going to happen this round, obviously, but there is one new thing with the new Outback that would be pretty interesting for a final kill cam. We might actually see it. This is the only map in any game where you can vault over a Rio, and that is a new addition to this map. Yeah.
Very cheeky. You can see AJ's really worried about that. Xenox trying to hold the angle, but be careful, mate. Oh no, AJ almost lost your life because of Xenox. Around the corner comes Eddie. I mean, we've got to see that final kill cam because that has got to be a stylish one. Huge from Edpat and the overt player. Guz, Team Guz is finally getting back into this one. I mean, no thanks to Guz, of course. He still hasn't got a kill, right?
Oh, an A?
No, he got 2
Guz.
then. He
Oh,
just
you got 2? Guz?
Yeah.
Are we watching the same screen?
Yeah, see?
Jeez.
I
guess
definitely wasn't a super shorty.
does have to be a bit of a shotgun crutch player. Another 10 bucks from Jigsaw. Thank you so much, mate. I guess he felt bad that we were telling him. We really roasted him.
We definitely put the pressure on him, but
sorry, mate.
No, what a legend. Really good from him. $20. That's 2 trees. That's really good.
Oh, here we go. Team Xenox is saying that they want to go for a 10-person alive plant for the challenge. That is, I reckon, one of the hardest challenges that we've got. But we're actually going to go and have a listen to Team Xenox as they get ready to prepare for this all 10 players alive plant. This is going to be chaos.
Attackers have located a bomb.
I'm pretty sure I killed Guz.
Can I please accept this?
10 seconds left before insertion.
Let's do it.
We got to plant the diffuser, then they have to defuse it.
Yeah, well, we can just kill everyone, but like maybe Guz.
Yeah, true.
Or only Guz and no one
Or
else.
maybe how about only Guz?
Yeah. I feel like I evolved a lot faster as Monty and Blitz.
I think he'll let us go, actually.
Holy shit, bro.
Oh,
As long as we leave one up.
all of them are going to be in there. Yeah.
I got wall bangs.
You gotta make sure at least one diffuser.
Oh, that's bounced back. Lovely.
That's not good.
Someone needs to be able to defuse.
Are they gonna defuse or what?
Just let him get on it now. Just let him Shaq cosplay.
Oh no.
Bomb diffuser disabled by
Yeah.
defenders.
Trees.
Defender mission successful.
Wait, were they defusing? That's a nah.
You do realize we let you do it on purpose, right?
That was awesome.
The Shaq cosplay. Oh my god. Okay, so I think we managed a couple there. We managed to get the plant with 10 players alive, and we got the ninja disable.
I still can't get over that comment.
Ghoul is fantastic with the troll. He's got great banter.
Oh.
That in
man.
itself, I'm just going to say, the plant with 10 alive and the ninja disable, that in itself is 100 trees planted that Ubisoft will donate to FNPW. That is absolutely fantastic. Good on you, teams. They're really taking this challenge stuff seriously. There's only a couple more to go. We still haven't had, of course, the Worship Lord Tachenka, despite having a very substantial amount of Tachenka played.
So we're missing Guz kill Xenox. We're missing all 5 drones in prep phase.
Yep, stylish final kill as well.
Stylish final kill.
You said ace? Yeah, ace.
Yeah, and the Tachenka, right?
Yeah.
So, okay, 4. We got 4 left here.
Yeah.
Right. Do we have the Tachenka on the board?
We do.
Yeah,
we have Kotari. He's right there.
There we go.
I'm going to remind all the players exactly what challenges are left.
5 seconds to go.
Yeah, please. We know what they're like.
Honestly, I'm a bit worried that we won't get Guz kill Xenox. We're lucky to get Guz a kill at all.
Guz kill, exactly. Got another spawn peak from Blue Panda here. This is an OG spawn peak. This has been the go-to spawn peak for a long time.
Classic one.
Even post rework.
Han has been doing a fantastic job. He memes hard.
He's had probably the worst timing I think I've ever seen in my life as all 5 players entered top floor garage as he went down.
Oh, Milo. That makes perfect sense.
The wildcard skin too. Dies to the wildcard skin.
That is.
Shout out the wildcard skin. Go buy that right now.
Homies.
Little plug while I'm here.
I mean, get on it, mate. Absolutely. Xenox. There is still a chance that Guz could kill him this round.
What?
Ghoul absolutely just loves that rat-a-tat-a-tat. Xenox just says it. I'm sick of it, Prez. I'm absolutely sick of it. I just realized Edpan on 13 kills. He is popping. You're looking for another one. 14! Oh, traded back. Ghoul just doesn't let go of left click. We still have the chance that Guz can take down Xenox. There's still a shot in it.
Come on, Guz. Come on, mate. Just do something for once. Do something rather than nothing.
Kotari. Oh no, Guz. He got killed by Xenox again.
Guz, you suck.
Now 1v1 though. It's actually Kotari versus Xenox. Xenox is all out of finger boosts. And he's low HP. Oh no, he clutches it!
What?
There's absolutely no way Xenox just won that! I can't believe it. He's actually good.
No!
Good.
No,
It's possible.
Did you see the potato aim? What are you talking about?
Oh, but you know what is good? Absolutely fantastic is we've had a whole bunch more donos come through. We've had Rachel with $10. Thank you so much. We've had Marty, aka Repix from Team Bliss with $20. We've had Sarah with $30 and ESL Australia with 200. Thanks so much, ESL Australia. You guys have been doing a fantastic job putting on the show so far. And thank you for donating $200. That's 20 trees. All of you guys, well, except for ESL, we won't give them a spot in the raffle. But everyone else is eligible in that charity raffle. We've got all kinds of good merch, including, of course, the oh-so-coveted R6 Year 6 collector's case, including that sledgehammer, the Hibana statue, all the chibis, the good stuff. You guys are in the running to win that. Plus, actually, I forgot to mention, we've got these little OCN pins as well. They are fire.
They are very cool.
Oh.
I'll give you
them
one.
away.
You can take one of them
Thank
home.
you. I'll take one anyway.
Is this?
So
I'm getting something written.
I'm worried where this is going.
Is this
that's
Ed Pen?
what
I think this is Ed Pen. What's he writing?
Is he doing a smiley face, is he? What?
OCL. It's going to be OCL.
OCN.
Oh, it's OCN. I thought it was OCL.
Let's go.
Okay, credit to him. I love him, mate.
We
Thank
do
you so
love
much.
it, don't we?
Attackers
Although
This is
OCN isn't something that he's in anymore, is it?
Yeah. It's bad to say, yeah. I
Yeah,
wanted to
do
say
it.
it. Feels a bit harsh, but yeah.
I was expecting a sad face next to it, maybe. But
Yeah. Look, Team Guz on the defense, they've been doing a good job. In a minute, we're going to go and have a listen in. We'll just wait until Team Xenox starts to get into that building, starts to put some pressure on. I really just want to hear Guz. I want to know if it's the classic, just I'm tilted, the sigh. For now, it looks like Team Xenox is just checking the oil prices. We've had another donation come through from Hudson. Hudson with 40 bucks. Thank you so much. That's 4 trees donated to the Foundation for National Parks and Wildlife. Let's have a listen in now to Team Guz and see what's going on.
Boys, let's go. Farms. Farm, baby. Farms.
Double door. Up. Half HP.
One on roof, sleep, throwing a grenade.
That's, we don't have any answers. Run.
Still at double.
Still on the door, still on the door. That's the one.
They're now coming from garage side.
One more double door.
I'm hearing them drop garage.
Yeah, Flores on double door swinging.
What a call, mate.
AJ was
Still
on the
outside
roof.
double. Yeah, that's still outside double. And the one outside double. The last two.
Get the kill can go in, boys.
Yeah, they're both there on the stairs.
We don't throw. We hold. We hold,
on the
baby.
stairs. And the nitro would kill both of them.
Yeah, it would.
That is awesome, but
Throw it, throw it.
Sleep on the roof. Sleep on the roof. We lost cam.
Oh, the nitro. They're pushed in. They're in.
Oh, 80.
Nice.
80.
Sharp.
Last is Xenox, free.
Kill cam. Xenox for kill cam. Oh shit, I'm full blind. No.
Dallas kill cam, blow the shield on him.
Yes, I'll do it.
15 seconds left.
Pushing.
Cool.
No.
10 seconds left.
Don't let him clutch it.
Guys, don't load this.
Oh
He's
no,
inside.
Milo. I tell you
5
what.
seconds left. Operators, you have run out of time.
Ruthless.
I don't kill. Who doesn't?
What? Is that the wild card way, is it? Just don't go for fights.
just to hide, yeah. I mean that works, doesn't it?
Technically, it did work. Technically, we did have a win there for Team Guz. I didn't realize it's match point Xenox. They could win it.
Yeah.
We still have
Yeah.
a couple more challenges for them to go for, so I think Team Guz need to catch up, need to stretch this out. 4 challenges left. We still haven't had a good Worship Lord Tachanka. We have had a couple more donations. We've got Macy J. I don't know whether this is the content creator Macy J or someone else who happens to be named that, or they donated $69. That's nice. Oh, so that is, I guess, 6 9/10 trees that we can plant with the Foundation for National Parks and Wildlife. Thank you, you're legend. If someone wants to donate $1 to just bring that up so we get a whole
Make sure
tree.
we get the whole tree, yeah.
That'd be great. I don't know if they just give you like a couple of branches or what. And we've had Ceratops with 20 bucks for 2 trees. We also have Rachel back again with another tree, 10 bucks. Thank you so much, guys. And of course, you're in the running for the charity raffle. I mean, this has got to be overtime here, surely.
They're going to need to if they want to get all the challenges done.
Yeah, we got Guz kills Xenox, which is very hard one. Stylish final kill cam, which we almost had, but unfortunately, Edpan couldn't get that deagle shot. The ace, that's going to be a toughie. And of course, Worship Lord Tachanka, which, oh, here we go. What's Edpan writing?
Guz.
This better say Guz sucks, yeah. Give me a lot of commitment.
It's going to take a long time.
Yeah.
Is that an S? Oh,
Guz is better
I know what it
than
is.
Xenox. No.
It's the greater than. Mate, this is going to take a very long time. We'll come back and check on that a bit later. For now, bit of action's gone down. A trade, Bailey. All right, once again, but it's back and forth. It is back and forth and back and forth. And Team Xenox seem to be going for that dub. They're not going to let Guz catch up too much.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
Boosting adrenaline.
Almost done here, Edpan. I mean, it's taking...
Still got 3 letters.
Jeez, it's taking his time, eh? Well, we got some
dedication.
Time. Another donation's come through, $20 from Alicia. Thank you so much. It's not your Alicia, Rob, don't worry.
No.
Different one.
I don't think so.
Prez takes down Milo once again. Milo needs to get good, I think. Oh my god, we're almost done. Edpan, this has taken about 4 minutes.
This has to be a stylish kill, yeah. Spending the whole round doing this and then finishing it off.
Oh, yes. Oh, he gets the kill and then he looks at that. That would be stylish,
Clutches
mate.
this out, yeah.
That would absolutely be it.
Well, we know Guz isn't going to be the one to clutch this out, so we're definitely looking to Edpan, looking to the saviour here, trying to get something done. C4's not going to hit anything. No, there you go. Guz is down, 1v3. This could be it. This could be it.
Has to be. He's got to play it well, though. Oh, AJ's not going to make it easy for Xenox to get this win across the line. Surely it's got to come down to Eddie versus Xenox. AJ's still alive, though, and she has been a huge threat. There's Xenox. Edpan sees. Oh! Tries to find the shot onto AJ. Goes again with the pistol. The Roni's out of ammo. Xenox is actually planting. Where's that plant going down? And can Edpan get in and deny it? He can! It is Edpan versus AJ. AJ with the pistol. Edpan gets the kill.
Oh, no.
But he doesn't look at the sign.
No.
It's not.
There. It's there. Oh. Is it more stylish that he shot her through it?
Oh, I would
so.
love to pay that. I would love to.
Really disappointed.
I don't know if we can pay that one.
Oh.
We do have overtime, though. Still plenty of time.
Did we do? And another.
You just expect better.
Okay, so another donation's come through from the Macy J. $11. So that brings the 69 up to 80. So thank you very much. We can actually get the whole tree now.
8 trees, in fact.
Yeah.
8 whole trees.
It's pretty good. That's pretty good.
The joys of it.
Surely 50 trees for the 20 bomb. Jeez.
500. I mean, at this point,
I mean,
was a few weeks
it feels inevitable that Edpan's going to drop 20 plus. Hey, we got Rain, we got Digital himself coming in with the $30 donation. Thanks,
Only
Dig.
30.
Yeah, we're just going to keep guilting all these players, aren't we?
Well, the pressure was on Chiefs because Bliss had donated $40 between their players up until this point. So technically, Bliss is still ahead.
Surely we get the Chiefs management to cop a few.
It might be a sign of what's to come today.
Not to peer pressure. Well, I
Whoever
will say,
donates the most gets an instant win. Is that how this
One map
works?
advantage, yeah.
well, I will say, I can't poke fun at Dig because at the moment I said I'm going to donate $10. So 1 tree for every kill Guz gets. That's only 30 at the moment.
Yeah. Xenox needs an admin, apparently.
We have had Cohen come through with a $20 donation as well. That's 2 trees. Thank you so much, Cohen. You're in that charity raffle as well.
In
running
clutch.
to win some of that good stuff. Is this another rush?
Surely. Bailey leading the charge. Shield out in front. And again, as overtime looms large here, Vincier does, I mean, I feel like Xenox has just baited this into playing OT. Surely they win from here.
It's got to be. Ghoul's going for the shotgun kill. He's going to completely flash him. See you later, Edpan. The 20 bomb not happening right now. And okay, Team Xenox has absolutely stepped up. Xenox himself has gone down, so has Prez. A big play there from Milo, but it's just Cortari on for the flank. Oh, she sees them. And AJ makes it a little bit easier for her opponent by finishing off Ghoul. Is the clutch dream going to happen here, Vinny?
If anyone wants to do it, it would be Cortari in this situation with the shotgun up close.
Oh no.
2v1 hits a nice shot with a pistol.
It's a tough one, though. Oh! Kotari gets it. The clutch, the retake. Team Guz for the first time this entire game actually have the lead.
Defenders win.
I could hear him shout
no.
through my ears in 2 rooms away. Definitely hyped about that.
Huge clutch.
Just expect a bit more from Guz, honestly.
You can see that Kotari's taking it seriously now that she's taken the helmet off. She's like, all right, I was Mozzie before. I need to see now. We're sweating. We need to make this comeback happen.
Young Prez. Poor President has just been bullied this entire game.
Oh, my. I'm actually very concerned we might not get the ace, hey? Looking a bit scary.
Yeah. I still can't believe that Xenox is out clutching Guz. I mean, I've got nothing to say to that. I really just think that Guz is terrible. I like, how do you let Xenox beat you? You know what I mean? Like, it's okay, but like,
Attackers need to locate.
you're 5 kills off, isn't he? Yeah, 5 kills.
Yeah.
Not even close.
3 and 13 for Guz.
-10.
That is, he has died every round.
It's actually impressive, honestly. Very impressive. I've
His
got to
team
say,
has won 7 and they've lost. And he's died 13 times.
I've seen the chat. Apparently, the players are not happy that we're not counting the Bailey with the Cav pistol hip fire as the final kill cam. What do we reckon? I reckon it was close.
It's probably the best one so far.
I think we might end up paying that one if we get desperate. But no, I would encourage these players to try their darndest and see if they can top it. We still need Guz kill Xenox, Stylish final kill cam, Ace, and Worship Lord Tachenka.
You know what? I kind of hope we get through all of this, and the only one that we don't get is Guz killing Xenox. I hope that's the only one that doesn't come out.
We could very well see on the final round of overtime, Tachenka, everyone worship Tachenka, and then Tachenka get an ace. So I think that we could certainly close those 2 out right at the end very easily.
Well, me and poor Vinny are going to have to pull out of our wallets, aren't we, mate?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I picked Xenox for a reason. I don't know. I expected Guz to do a bit better.
Yeah.
But it's for a good cause.
What? Xenox right on the roof. Nice one. But taken down. Guz is dead. So the dream of him getting the kill is once again dead. Oh my god! He's just farming them, but Milo has said, mate, I'm turning it up. It's just Kotari left. Team Xenox looking to push to 15 rounds.
Surely not. Oh, God, here we go. Oh, was that a bit of class? Surely there was a 360 before. Surely there was a...
Close to.
Wasn't a shot.
Just needed to see a bit of class there. You know, AJ, just needed to see a little bit more on it.
It's class in the kill cam. Got to say, AJ looking a bit sassy there. I love the cowboy hat and the flannel as well.
Really
so
rocking
good.
the outback look.
Yeah,
really rocking
absolutely.
the outback look. I think I'm gonna have to run and grab my wallet, because this is just. I think Xenox has killed Guz twice as well. This is just.
It's a bit scary, isn't it?
Probably one of the more atrocious things I've ever seen.
All right. These
so
guys.
we're not going to get to Tachenka.
We have to get it. Come on, worship Lord Tachenka, guys. 6-pick Tachenka.
It's worth 100, Guz. It's worth 100.
No! All right, we're gonna have to rematch, mate. This is unbelievable.
It's the easiest one. You go and you stand around and you just do whatever Tachenka tells you. I'm disappointed.
This is gutting. We're gonna need. I think we need new teams, honestly. You wanna jump in there, Vinny?
Maybe I'll swap with one of them. Hey.
Please.
Yeah.
Get me in for Guz.
You couldn't do any worse than Guz.
I mean, based on this performances, I'd give it a good crack. That's for sure.
Give it the best Guz cosplay you've got.
Attackers have located a bomb.
I'm really disappointed. Really disappointed that we haven't seen the Tachenka worship. There was a lot of room to work with creativity there, and they've just missed the mark, Dev. I don't know about this.
Look, sometimes you go for the bare minimum and you're just looking for that tick box. But hey, I'll forgive him this once. The real question is, can we get... I think the real toughest challenge in the entire list is Guz kill Xenox. And, well, let's see if we can get it done. Oh, this could
I
be
really
it.
don't think.
This could be
No.
it. Surely this is it. Xenox is watching for it. Oh no, Guz. We desperately need this. He desperately needs this. We're trying to plant some trees. He's trying to salvage his pride.
Oh, the poor guy. The poor guy, Guzzler. He's not had a fair trot of it, I'll tell you what. 3 and 14, literally died every single round without really... Oh, Milo! That's sharp, man.
Sheesh. That was a nice one. Guz and Xenox are still alive. There's still a serious shot here. I'm just waiting for it. Meanwhile, we've had a couple more donations come through. Another 20 bucks from Macy J. Thank you so much. That brings him up to 100. Nicholas, also with 20 bucks. That's 2 trees. You guys are in the charity raffle. I just want to know if Guz can do it. No! He's dead! And the dream is dead with it.
By the way, very quickly, Nicholas has donated 30 prior, so that's 50 in total.
Huge.
Absolute Chad.
Absolutely huge. All right, guys, this is where it comes down to who's going to win the game.
How has this happened? How has Guz let it slip so far? Xenox is absolutely dunked on him. Oh, President! No,
I think
the nade.
Are they going to try and get Prez to get the ace here? Oh, it's possible. Triple kill for Prez. Oh, quad kill for Prez! He just needs Kontari, and that would be it for the show match! President to close it! Absolutely unreal! Xenox, the team, they have taken this show match and in style as well.
I mean, Xenox has defied all odds, hasn't he? We had Guz pegged for sure from the beginning, but yeah, he's done a good job. He's rallied the troops. They played an outstanding game. Prez with the ace at the end. Big from him. Back into OCN. Life's good.
Fantastic showing for Team Xenox. I just love that photo. We did him so dirty.
They've done him so dirty.
Oh.
Like, it looks like you could turn him into a bowling ball. You know what I mean? Like...
Wow. If there's anything we really learned today, it's just how shocking Guz is.
That's spot on. Yep, that is spot on, Rob.
Yeah.
We really set up an expectation that this was going to be Guz, you know, that he had the stacked team. Xenox didn't have a lot of expectation, but I think the only challenge we absolutely did not get was Guz kill Xenox.
I know. I mean, we barely got Guz get a kill, so we would have been pretty lucky to get Guz kill Xenox, but yeah.
Overall, Rob, though, pretty impressive showing, and nice to see some fresh faces from all over the Rainbow Six esports community.
I wouldn't really say it was a good showing, great showing, anything like that. It was a showing. It was a display of Siege, that's for sure. But yeah, no, it was great to see some of the faces, of course, that we've come to know and love over the years. And I mean, obviously, from my experience, I haven't been able to check out the women's league yet. So it was great to see AJ and Kortari get involved. Both of them, I actually believe both of them came out with a clutch at some point in the match. Yeah. So they're definitely trying to show Xenox and Guz what really needs to be done. But let's just be we need to say it out loud from the start. Guz sucks, man. like flat out sucks. There's no two ways about it. He is a 3 and 15.
Which even his cost is like he literally the lowest in every single stat.
How are you that bad?
I don't think I've ever seen a KD that low in my entire time seeing this graphic.
I will say, though, it's really no surprise to see that the two team captains are, in fact, at the very bottom of the leaderboards. One of my favorite plays was easily Blue Panda's hammer. I mean, when you bring out the hammer in the knife round, that is a power move.
It's a bit of a bully move, I feel. Power move is a very interesting way of putting it. It certainly is. But look, there were some good moments throughout this, and I think all of which have come from Guz. You know, Guz is the content man after all, the TikTok man, and he's created a couple of nice moments here. Not because of how good he is, purely because of how terrible he is. There's no two ways of putting it.
You just see him turning around and looking,
match.
screen cheating, and he jumps in and then immediately dies. The table slap. He is done, mate. Oh. And here
So
the 2 of the 3 kills he found all game was right there. He didn't even get that hyped. Oh my God. So we'll say, you know, we're having a go at these two for not being that impressive, but we saw a pretty strong showing from a lot of these other guys on the teams. Massive clutch there from Cortari. Edpan absolutely farmed. President with the ace in the final round.
And this was huge, wasn't it? The ace. I didn't think we'd see one. Yeah, what a way to finish it.
I reckon that's almost a stylish final kill cam just because of the number of kills that were in it. And you look at them.
Xenox. Oh, Xenox got so excited. He got so excited. Look, I've got one thing to say for Guz, and this is it.
We just need that for the rest of the broadcast. Absolute credit. Yeah, in a minute we're going to go and chat to them. I think it's going to be a difficult conversation. I think we might need to have some security there to just keep them off each other because, yeah, after that, some strong words may well be shared. Overall, you know, I just pray that the grand final is as big of an upset as this game that we saw here in the show match.
Well, I mean, we hope, hopefully it's as close. 8-7 overtime is a good game, but I think we will see a close game later tonight as well.
Fantastic. Well, let's go and have a chat to the two team captains, the two anchors of their respective squads.
You suck.
Look, we like to give the winners a chance to kind of revel in their victory, humble, of course. Xenox, what do you have to say after that phenomenal performance?
Firstly, the stats were wrong. I got 8 kills. I don't know why it said I was 7-11. I was like 8-11. Okay?
It's actually
a massive difference, right? Especially my KPR was like pretty decent, you know. No, honestly, really, really good game. Had a lot of fun. I'm glad we were able to make it close for Guz because, you know, it got to 5-1. I started to worry for him a little bit. So we obviously had a couple of rounds where we had to get some challenges done. So we let them win a couple. There was one round we had to let them ninja defuse, and he got so excited. And I literally turned around and said, we had to let you win that. Why are you getting excited?
Yeah, no comment. No. All right, guys, so you were telling me the other day that you actually brought your own mouse from home, and that wasn't because, you know, you really wanted to have your correct equipment. It was actually because you were worried you would break the mice if we gave you one here. How's the mouse holding up after that?
Well, I don't think I broke it.
How's the headset?
I did gently place it down. I mean, I gave it a bit of force, but I think it's okay. Look, I was going to come into this interview and come up with a million excuses as to why I played badly, but mainly because my team actually played well. We still lost, of course, but honestly, I was just shit. So
he was
like simple as that.
Honestly, did you guys see 3 and 15?
Died literally
How are you that bad? How are you actually that bad, guys? Like, it makes no sense.
Look, I don't know. Honestly, it was just not my day. It was just not my day.
Was it the nerves, mate? Like, you know, you're up on the big stage.
Yeah.
You're going up against a rival.
Maybe. Yeah.
So you choked.
Basically. Yeah. I don't really have much to say, honestly.
Honestly,
it was a poor
with the performance that you put in, you might have a spot on wildcard next year.
Maybe.
Vinny will take your job.
Maybe that might have been my job application.
Maybe that's why Twilight just kept team killing.
Yep, maybe.
Look, you learnt anything watching these guys play?
Not much, no. Probably nothing at all, actually, especially Guz. I don't know.
What not to do, maybe?
I was saying earlier, I've never seen a 3 and 15 on that graphic before, so that was new, for sure.
Xenox, we like to give everyone a chance to do, you know, a bit of a victory speech. Thank people that helped them along the way, of course. The mic is yours.
Yeah, as you guys know, it's a bit like digital. I do these all the time, so I'd like to thank Mum. I'd like to thank my fiance as well. Obviously, you guys for, as always, putting on the broadcast. I will give a massive shout out, of course, for the trees. Hopefully we did our part. And, of course, for my teammates as well. AJ, Gould, Prez, and Bailey. Absolutely amazing. You know, they kind of carried me, especially Prez at the end with an ace. What a way. He got team killed 3 times in that game as well. So Guz has no excuse for getting team killed as well. Prez still top frag for us. But it was a great time. A lot of fun.
Shout out to the trees. I like that. Shout out to the community.
Up the trees.
We made over $800 in community donations from you guys. And so massive thank you to everyone who was watching. That was a phenomenal effort. Everyone who got behind it, got involved. Amazing, of course, if you did donate, you're in the running to win some of this goodies through that charity raffle. We'll reach out to you if you've won that. So fantastic, phenomenal. Thank you so much for donating. Thank you guys for playing.
Wait, one more thing before I go. For a split second, I thought we were playing Rainbow Six Siege, but I guess it was Farming Simulator.
I do have one last little announcement. Even though we technically maybe didn't achieve all the challenges, for example, Guz killing Xenox, Ubisoft will donate the full amount just as if we have completed all the challenges anyway. So, of course, that is 500 trees. See you later, guys. We're going to let you go. Go get ready for that grand final or for the OCN Awards coming up soon. Wow, that's actually such an amazing achievement from the community.
Yeah, they've done an amazing job. Obviously, there's some really good goodies on the line, and yeah, $800 is huge from them.
Yeah, fantastic. What a showing we have had today. Bit of fun. Rob, I don't know what you were expecting, but was this it?
It actually, I think it surpassed my expectations. I wasn't really sure. Look, I'm disappointed in a couple of little facets. Obviously, we missed out on the worship of the Lord Tachanka. I think they were trying to claim that the 5 people was enough to worship. We needed a lot more than 5. We needed both teams in there. I don't know. Maybe we might bend the rules for that one. But the one that really sits out to me, Guz only managed 3 kills, none of which was Xenox. How is that possible? I was sitting here memeing the fact that Xenox wasn't going to kill Guz. Xenox killed Guz twice. So I don't really know where I've ended up with that. But look, as you've said, phenomenal work from the community. It's been an incredible little event to put on before we actually went, geez, it's bloody earthquake in here. Sure. No, it's not actually. It's not actually. I'm just, I've got everything in a real budget set up there. But yeah, no, look, it was an absolute ball to do this and have a bit of fun with it, because obviously that's the aim of the game. Dev, we have fun here.
Look, Rob, I know the ticker is asking for it. Can we get an official apology to Team Xenox, who of course are the OCN champions? I mean, charity match champions.
I don't even.
Keep it brief, mate.
I can't do it. No, I can't do it. I can't do it. Xenox is like the one. There's like a brick wall whenever it comes anything with Xenox. I just can't do it, honestly. So I would like to apologize to AJ Bailey, President Angle. I flip-flopped and I shouldn't have. To Xenox, you got lucky. You got lucky. Guz was still asleep. That's all I've got to say to it. But no, fantastic game, and congratulations to Team Xenox.
Yeah, and also thank you everyone for donating. Of course, the Foundation for National Parks and Wildlife doesn't just exist when we are doing a charity match for them. So you can go and donate. In fact, donations are still open. We've just had another one come in, $20. That's 2 trees planted by AJ, who was competing in the show match. Of course, she's also qualified for the grand final of the XP Women's League, which she'll be playing in with the Warriors. So fantastic stuff. Thank you so much for tuning in for that. But guess what? We are not done yet. We have the grand final coming up later tonight. But before that, this entire year, we have been waiting to crown the OCN Awards, the inaugural OCN Awards. We're going to find out who the players are that have won those in just a moment. And we're off. Everyone is out. And the knives go through. Milo finds the first one. Double for Milo. Oh, that's sledgehammer. What on earth is that from Panda? Prez against 2, but he does not last. Oh my god. He's got a bit upshown, didn't he?
Jeez, the trees. You think about the trees, Rob.
Of course, we appreciate anything you can do. Guz! Xenox! Kill Guz!
Oh, no!
We have done it! No! Challenge! Tick that one off! And Xenox is telling him what he reckons. Xenox is all out of finger boosts. And he's low HP. Oh no, he clutches it!
What?
There's absolutely no way Xenox has won that! Yeah, oh, it's possible. Triple kill for Prez. Oh, quad kill for Prez! He just needs Kotari! And that would be it for the show match! President to close it!
GTV ANZ, the gaming channel created by Ubisoft. Every Tuesday and Friday on YouTube, we'll be doing fast plays, game challenges, 1v1 face-offs, and so much more. You happy?
When did we get a dog?
That's a good question.
We still got the talent to be number one.
Every game is going to be hard.
I want it even more now.
I love winning.
As long as I can bring a smile to someone's face, I'm fine.
We don't want to get complacent.
Pretty much do nothing but siege.
Yeah, we go hard. We just want to win every game.
I love it.
Watch out, make sure you're ready because we're coming for the south spot.
Kings of the Oceanic region once again is wildcard. Most successful and dominant run ever in Oceanic history.
Kyle was such an integral part of the communications and the agility that he brought.
Diesel left so suddenly and they had no sub, so Silex, their manager, had to fill in.
It's really tough.
They're falling like flies, and wildcard, they rest on the shoulders of Vinny, but that is it.
For wildcard, their season is done and dusted. Bottom two, unfortunately for them.
We're still definitely up there. We still got the talent to be number one. It's just about finding that fifth and really getting stuck back into practice.
Has the diffuser in hand now. Jack Dad looking to make a play though on the Maestro's back against the second one onto Ima, and Jack Dad will help out in the end. Akami win the round.
How much can they really achieve? Cutie pushes around the back of the white van, can't find it, and Rufflecopter dismiss order.
And that is the newest addition to OCN, punching their ticket to the next round of the gauntlet.
To keep Bliss in the playoffs, they will have to go nuclear. Oh, can't get it done from Cool Vibes. Rufflecopter are running the gauntlet, and they will get past Bliss 2-0 and set up a match made in heaven, day number 2 against the Chiefs. 3 seconds left. Blast has to worry about the diffuser more than anything, though. That's going to leave Digital to cover his behind, and he's done that with a kill onto Campo. He's done it with a second one. Digital wins it for the Chiefs. They stop this Rufflecopter dead in its tracks. They go to the grand final to take on the Knights.
They are starting to pinch. They are starting to suffocate. Unbelievable nade from Digital. It's being responded on, but here we go. Haywood in a 1 versus 3 to save their chances. But it's Digital. Of course it's Digital. He gives the Chiefs their first ever title. They are your champions.
Winning the first stage was awesome. I've been working towards winning OCN for such a long time, and I finally did it, and it feels awesome.
Definitely has been a uplift in spirits after a disappointing year last year.
Winning the championship has changed nothing for us. We don't want to get complacent.
Bliss, they came through the relegations.
There's something about them this season that excites me.
Todd heard it. Todd's waiting for the peak, and he closes the game.
At the start of the season, I think we both would have been a bit shocked to see them in first place.
It really is a turn of fortune. It doesn't feel like that long ago they were fighting to keep their spot in the league.
Coming into stage 2, you brought on Jigsaw. How do you feel like he's going so far?
He's a demon.
But have you heard of the clutch of Jigsaw? It was a 1v3. And you can see the ping off and the play from underneath. Jigsaw is unbelievable right now. He will surely be given that information. Spec is trying to come around the corner right now, but it's red. Oh my God! He is on another level. Jigsaw is nutty.
A chance at history for the Chiefs to go back-to-back as stage champions. It would not be an easy feat, and yet they have themselves one map away from achieving it.
Talk about timing graphics. Just walk straight into sight.
4-0 start for Team Bliss here in the grand final. What a way to make a statement. One more worthy. Why not? Why not? Triple kill in one of the most clutch rounds. Oda in Barstock, he's got no hope in hell. He lands a headshot, but it's worthy to close it out with a quad. The Chiefs are champions once again. They have gone back to back and reign supreme as the kings of OCE. It's stage 3 of the Oceanic Nationals. Got some new faces. I just want to welcome in Vast into the broadcast, of course, retiring back-to-back champion.
Look, I think it's going to be sad to not see Vast play for Chiefs anymore. You can't look past Ethan, the return of Ethan. He was such a prolific player on the wildcard roster. It's the Oceania fans' dream.
The back-to-back champions, they're going for 3 in a row.
Yes, he can. Swings out of the. Oh no! How does Fisho win that? Digital. He has to hold the vertical right now. Can he find the player? No. Repic sneaks by and sneaks the 3 points. Oh, what is that from Bliss?
I finally got one over Digital. I finally got a win over him. My first time. I'm going to give it to him.
Knights and Bliss, one of the matchups of the stage that we always look forward to most.
This is going to be a very intense execute. Josh, though, gets the first.
There is nothing but shade left in a 1 versus 4 to try and hold on. Knights claim all 3 points, and they secure first place in OCN Stage 3.
LFO were unable to field themselves a roster for Stage 3. Coming in from the Oceanic Challenger League, it is overt.
The next couple of weeks is a fantastic opportunity for them to learn a lot, so they'll be well equipped for that relegation.
We give it 100%. We don't expect to win, but of course you want to win. So, yeah, we go hard.
Look how well Overt are playing this right now. They're sitting back, sipping on pina coladas. That's it. There's no more time left. Edpan can sit back. He can relax, knowing full well they are going up against the Chiefs. GG, well played to the newest roster in the OCN.
Chiefs definitely the favourite team. Avert, though, you got to give them credit. They come into this game with a big chance.
In a 2 versus 3, but Worthy with the flank from Red Stairs. If he finds this kill, it's probably game over for Avert. The fuse are down, close by to them. There's not much time. Ethan has been incredible. The Chiefs have been incredible. They will move on to tomorrow against Team Bliss.
If Oda decides to talk any smack, just reply to Oda with saying BO3, because they can't win BO3s.
I'm going to give it to him.
2, Jigsaw, you would always back him in though. The man is a hardcore fragger. Shade though losing a lot of his life. He finds the headshot. But also a bit of time for Worthy to turn this around. Both Shade and Jigsaw are low, but it don't matter. Jigsaw is a machine. Match point, Team Bliss. With 1 swing from Gold Legion, can easily find the double kill. Goes for a different position, gets the kill onto Repix. That's info, of course, from the Gold Legion position for both Todd and Shade. Shade's going to counter the fuse while Todd will be the bodyguard to swing.
He is successful! God Legion goes big! Can you believe it? They were down 6-2. Another best-of-3 loss for Team Bliss. Another grand final appearance for the Chiefs, looking to go back to back to back. They will take on the Knights.
Running it back, it's the Stage 1 OCN Grand Final rematch.
It's a very rare thing to win 3 championships in a row, but I think the Chiefs are capable.
Down, Dino's low, Dino is out. It's gotta be juicy. The Don, can he come up clutch for Knights when it matters? 20 seconds left and he backs himself in. We are not done yet.
But Worthy is good on the shot, no! Ethan has had a phenomenal match so far, already cracked double digits. Stage has to find that diffuser, he's got it, but Ethan's got the sledgehammer, the infamous hammer! The Chiefs have found themselves on championship points.
This is the chance the Chiefs have been looking for. He's going to look to stick it. There's a player in security. They've got to be so careful. It's Dino left in a 1 versus 4. He is surely about to meet his maker. From stage to stage, from strength to strength, this roster has hand-built their dynasty from the ground up. They are the best Australia has to offer. They are your 3-time back-to-back-to-back OCN champions. They are the Chiefs.
It's the OCN Promo Rallos, 3 teams remaining. Avert, Wildcard, Fury. 2 of those will move on to OCN. 1 will have to stay behind in OCL for next year.
Last time these 2 played, Fury had the upper hand.
They'll go for default plan. Brendo looks to push through the smoke, but gets caught off guard. Koro pops up and finds 2 with a single lick of HP, and he gets them all.
Honestly, easy series. Avert will be moving on to the upper bracket final versus Wildcard.
Wildcard might have taken this. That's 1 Sawyer down. They just need elements and redemption. Wildcard, after a year of heartbreak and disappointment, go on to 2022's OCN season.
1 year ago today, we won November Major and qualified for Invite, so it's been a bit of a downhill kind of year since then, but this is just the first building block in getting this team back where it was, which is on top.
Overt, they need to bounce back here. They have to prove to us and everyone at home that that OCN spot is theirs. Otherwise, Fury will be running away with it for 2022.
We just need to come into that game with our confidence back, and it should be a pretty good game.
It should be a tough game, but I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I don't know what to say.
This is 5 now for Overt, and there's 30 seconds for Fury to lock it in. Surely they can't lose it from here.
Oh, the swing from Edpan had to be everything. Only 20 seconds left on the clock here for Fury. It's still doable. Overt, they have to hold strong. Where are the Yokais? Edpan injures a player. It's now a 1 versus 3 with no time left on the clock. Elements can't deny it. Fury run away with the match, the series, and the OCN promotional place. They are going to be our OCN representatives for 2022.
Oh, I'm speechless. I'm over the moon. I'm so proud of my boys. Like, we put in ridiculous amounts of work, countless hours, and it's so good to finally see it paying off. Also, just want to say, like, massive respect to Over. Like, they're such a great team. It's such a shame they're not going to be playing OCN next year. I'm really excited for next year, and I think we can really have a good push towards APAC South.
Let's talk. Look, ayo, we rose from the dust to the sun. They claiming that we the one, never one-on-one. Teamwork till we done. Sent on a mission, we got ambition. Never scared, we won't run. Never one and done. Some sit back and some like the hunt. I pick my teammates up when they fall. And if I ball, we all ball. Crashing balls, crossovers and all. Just call us the balls. Don't fear nothing, call us galore. Serving them all. We outside, we barely indoors. Because we gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine, shine away from the shade. But now that we're here, ain't no going back. This is the moment to go. This is the moment to shine. This is the moment to show. Show me the rocks you could climb. This is the moment to feel the path like you legally blind. I can promise this is ours cause we built for this, kill for this. Pushing buttons, do it quick, push it off and do assist. Oh, y'all think we new to this? Pound for pound, break it down. Watch what we gon' do with this. Teamwork got us fluid with. Make y'all look like sewages. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine, shine away from the shade. But now that we're here, ain't no going back.
Time right now, it's just a vibe with you. I feel alive, now I'm feeling like hard to define, will it stand the test of time right now? I need a sign. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer? Should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start over. Tell me if it's over, am I your lover? Are we going solo? Or is it polo? Her face is saying don't go. I'm acting like I don't know. Whisper my name, say what you want, show me your thoughts. I do the same, my breath on your neck while I slowly caress. Feelings in gray, it's still the same. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer? Should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start over. Tell me if it's over, am I your lover? Are we going solo? Or is it polo? Her face is saying don't go. I'm acting like I don't know. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing.
Welcome back to the Oceanic Nationals Season Finals for the inaugural OCN Awards. We are here to have some fun and to crown some of the best players in OCN. We like to have fun and we like to be serious, but sometimes we like to do a little bit of both at the same time. I'm, of course, joined by esteemed casters turned charity match competitors, Xenox and Gaz. Xenox, you look very fine, I must say.
Yeah, thank you, Dev. Fresh out of the old booth and into the couch. So I've retired from pro gameplay, and I'll be back here now.
Retiring at your peak, Guz, have you managed to recompose yourself after that?
Tears were shed. I think we have run out of tissues here at the studio. I've just absolutely used them all up, but ready to recompose. And I actually have no idea what we're doing in this segment, so I'm just going to enjoy the ride.
I mean, isn't that most of the time for you guys on broadcast? It's what it feels like. I'm working with a bunch of amateurs. But hey, we do have some really cool stuff coming along. I'm really excited. It's the first time we've ever done the OCN Awards. We have 5 categories that we will be awarding tonight. The nominations have gone through, and we will be announcing the winners tonight. We have the Rookie of the Year, the Play of the Year, MVP of the Year, Entertainer of the Year, and Support Player of the Year. Oh, we just have so much talent here in OCN.
Wait, where's sorry to interrupt, Xenox. Where's Caster of the Year?
Mate.
That'll make the cut.
I think it's too obvious that I would win it.
Okay.
So we're not going to have that one. But of course, Xenox, the way that this panned out, we had a very rigorous voting system. The nominations were made by the OCN players themselves and by Ubisoft. Then the voting was conducted in 3 different facets: the pro teams themselves, the Ubisoft, and the casters, and of course the community vote. Those votes were then combined to then crown our winners, which we will be announcing very shortly. Keep in mind, though, that the way it's weighted is, whoever won the pro teams vote, whoever won the community vote, whoever won the Ubisoft talent vote, those people each got 1 point, and the nominees who had the most votes would eventually get the awards. So, Xenox, I mean, are you just gone quiet because you're disappointed that there's no Caster of the Year?
No, I'm not. I don't really care about that at all. Why would I? Huh? I didn't make that comment. Guz did.
All right. Yeah,
I'm excited. At the end of the day, this is for the players. This is for that playing community.
Absolutely, yeah. And it should be a lot of fun. I know that we've really tried our best to make these awards feel meaningful to all of the nominees. We have 4 nominees per category, and I'm honestly very excited for a lot of these categories. Over the course of OCN this year, we've seen a lot of new talent, a lot of rookies. We've seen some old guard really show up amazingly, and I've got to say, it feels like this year has been fairly monumental within OCN. A lot of players that we've developed storylines for throughout 2021.
Yeah.
No?
He was looking at me.
I was looking at Guz.
He was actually looking at me.
I'm sorry, Xenox.
This is what happens when you work at the studio.
This is what happens when you got an amateur host. It's not me or Manic.
Chuck me under the bus, mate.
Classic.
Well, look, let's... You guys,
you've completely
you
ruined
guys
it.
are acting like rookies right now, so let's talk about the real rookies
Okay,
of the year
Good segue.
here. These are the 4 nominees for the Rookie of the Year. The criteria is, of course, they had to be their first ever time competing at the top level of Rainbow Six in Oceania. We have Jigsaw, Repix, Cairo, and Wettables. A lot of talent, hey? Xenox?
Yeah, I guess you can't really go wrong with any of these, although I think we can all be real. We know who's going to win this. If Jigsaw's in this category, Jigsaw's winning.
Guz?
Are we allowed to talk about who we voted for?
Yeah, absolutely. You guys obviously all got votes within the casting
Well,
vote.
I've kind of thrown myself under the bus a little bit because I can't 100% remember who I voted for, but I'm 99.99% sure it was Jigsaw. I don't see any reason why he shouldn't be Rookie of the Year, of course, coming in. Absolutely just dominating the server time after time after time again. We even saw it yesterday, right, where he's just absolutely popping off. So he's not a one-match, one-and-done sort of player. He's been consistently really strong.
It's true, I want to give some credit to the other nominees, though, right? Like Repix, obviously on Bliss as well. He made his debut this year, moving from being a content creator and being a bit of a rank star. It has been a bit of a rank star nominee panel. I know Wettables loves the name rank star, and he definitely says that he fills that criteria himself. He obviously played on LFO and now on Rufflecopter, and Cairo, of course, playing for Overt. Unfortunately, not still in OCN, but still eligible for the awards.
I think Wettables is one that obviously catches my eye a little bit throughout the year. Has been, I think, ever improving. But again, it's so hard to go past Jigsaw. It's the most obvious player on that list. They're all, really good players. But I think Jigsaw, by far and away, it should be no contest.
It should be. Well, let's find out who has won the OCN award for the Rookie of the Year. Jigsaw is the last man left for Bliss, and he can find Nate.
But have you heard of the clutch of Jigsaw? It was a 1v3. Ooh, then you can see the ping off and the play from underneath. 30 seconds left. Specker is going to have to... Oh, that is unbelievable play from Jigsaw. And Specker trying to come around the corner right now, but it's red. Oh my God! He is on another level. Jigsaw is nutty.
Gio and Vinny to cover. Oh my God! That angle!
is exposed.
File in, and both of them should just get eliminated by Jigsaw.
What?
When I do, I could never get no sleep. I just need to get it, man, I need to be the thing that I just painted out, man, you won't go see.
The Rookie of the Year is on the line. Jigsaw, mate, congratulations. How you feeling?
I'm pretty stoked.
Yeah, look, that was your first look at the video and at, of course, that piece of artwork. Any first thoughts, any first feelings after knowing that you've won the Rookie of the Year?
I'm pretty proud of myself. Pretty thankful for my teammates to be able to enable me and do what I do. Just, you know, the usual stuff like that, the time and effort that we put into. You know, it's not always just the numbers showing. It's a lot of behind the scenes.
Yeah, so how do you feel like you've grown over the course of this year? Of course, at the start of the year, you were a far cry from what you are right now.
Yeah, I've definitely put my head in the game and leaving no stone unturned. Just putting in a lot of effort in myself and in the team, and having, you know, all of the support behind us as well. It's like all my confidence just rises and just gets better and better, you know?
Jigsaw, surely you're going to now go for that MVP award as well, right? Like, this is not just a one-off. You can win both.
We're going to certainly give it a go.
Fantastic. Well, maybe
you know,
we'll be chatting to
contenders though.
Yeah, I bet we'll get to that later. Thank you so much, Jigsaw. Congratulations. I know you're going to be hard at work as well, prepping for that big grand final game as well. So lastly, congrats, mate. You have been undoubtedly the standout rookie of this year. There's no one else that could have won this award. So thank you, and good luck in your game later.
Thank you guys. Goodbye.
I mean, you said it, right? It had to be Jigsaw.
Yeah, it was always going to be Jigsaw. Once we saw that little list, he's a player that is up there for that MVP category probably as well. I haven't actually seen...
He was nominated for MVP,
There you go. So whether he's going to win it or not, there's probably one other player that I'm thinking of that might be able to beat him to the punch, but what a fabulous year.
Yeah, guys, Jigsaw, we've seen him rise. We haven't seen him fall.
Well, all I'll say is the reason I didn't ask a question in that interview is I have full faith he's going to be an MVP of the year. So we'll get another opportunity to have a quick chat. You know, there's definitely some questions about where he might land next year. I know that's a little bit of a on the rumor mill talking point, so maybe that's something we could interrogate him on later.
Perhaps. Well, on top of having new faces in the league this year, we've also had some incredibly memorable moments. So let's talk now about the play of the year. The most memorable moment. We have had 4 nominations in this category. God Legion's 1 vs 3 clutch, Emorin's 1 vs 5 clutch, Worthy's 1 vs 3 clutch, and of course Bailey's infamous C4. The moment that has just gone down in history, commemorated in that bumper. A lot to reflect on, of course, over the year.
I don't remember any of these.
What are you talking about?
I legitimately don't remember.
Did you cast any of them?
You did.
Well, there's probably like, a pretty decent chance I
You
would have
casted
done
half of these, mate.
Half of these? Oh, wow, there you go.
Guys, surely you're going to give me something a little bit more than that, mate.
I will say, purely on the broadcast value, the Bailey C4 clutch was alright. I mean, the casting was passable. Got the job done.
Thanks.
But in terms of raw skill, honestly, I can't really remember. Are we gonna have a look at the winner? Or
We will have a look at the winner.
We're gonna look at them all.
I don't believe we have looking at all of the players.
I think Worthy's was really good. I'm just gonna say Worthy.
Yeah, no. Well, of course, a lot of memorable moments. Apparently, you guys just seem to suck at remembering.
Yeah, I do.
Which is very disappointing. I know that when the vote went out, we linked the videos, so you can of course watch all of them.
Yeah,
Don't you remember Worthy's 1v3 against Knights Clubhouse in Kitchen? You casted it. Surely they can't lose it from here. The inaugural shop.
Yeah.
And he does.
Yeah, I'm sure it was great. Is that the winner?
We haven't gotten to it yet, mate. We haven't gotten to the reveal video yet. I'm just trying to jog your memory. I didn't think I'd have to do this. I thought I was working with professionals.
Manic's not here.
No, he's not. Unfortunately, we couldn't get him up on the TV. But let's find out who won the play of the year.
It's just getting so much worse. I think Emo's just been given a freebie there, maybe a second as well. Don't give Emo a chance. He will take every opportunity given to him. Oh my god, 1v5, and he's found a 3k. It's a headshot machine, but incredibly low damage, especially with this suppressor on. Oh my god! 1v5 down to a 1v1.
The patience. This is going to force Juicy into a really uncomfortable position if he does not get a move on, if he does not start that fort. Emo Rin out into the open. Oh my god! No way!
Imorin from Wildcard. You can't really go past a 1v5 ace any day of the week.
I mean, you can.
What are you talking about, mate?
I'm sure Worthy's one was better.
It was a 1v5 ace, mate.
You're just saying that because you casted it.
Pretty much. I look, honestly, for that sort of play, the casting wasn't. But it is what it is.
All right, well, we couldn't unfortunately get Imorin on the line, but we do have a quote which we have hired a voice actor to read out. So let's go and watch that.
Yo, what up? Your boy Imorin here. The 1v5 clutch, I was thinking where the players were and hoping they would pick me so I could shit on them. Thank you to all the Wildcard fans for sticking around and for supporting us all year long. It means a lot. Thank you for voting for my clutch as Play of the Year.
It might not have made it up from Melbourne, but we managed to get Manic on the broadcast anyway.
Wait, that was Imorin, what?
Look, I will say
that was awful. That's what it was.
That's the most emotion I've seen from Imorin ever.
People are going to say, he doesn't look like the card very much now, does he?
Is that what happens when he gets a haircut?
Yeah, looks like completely different, man. But hey, just wait for him to pick. I guess that does the trick. Maybe that's something that you could take on board, guys. Your gameplay?
Except I don't get left in 1v5s. I'm always the first to die, so I can't actually 1v5 clutch. It's not reasonable.
Yeah, Imorin has been a standout player, of course. Probably the most veteran of almost any of the players that we've had in the entire award so far.
I thought you were going to say Wildcard.
Well, that's a different situation. It's the Wildcard. Imorin, of course, he's been a member of the Pro League scene for such a long time. Yeah. He's still got it.
Yeah, I remember when he first started.
Did you now?
Yeah.
When was that?
2017.
Actually, we're not.
Was it?
No, 2016.
It was 50-50 between those two, but I went 2017.
Yeah, well, we can't keep going on the Play of the Year forever. We have our next award coming up. All of our awards have been fantastic, but next up is the Support Player of the Year. I think this is going to be a very competitive one.
I like this one. Sure, support players don't always get the recognition that they deserve.
You would know. That's you.
Me?
Yeah,
was I the support player today? I was playing Finker a lot, so honestly, I feel like I was supporting the team. I got a decent amount of assists. I got to say, though, that when you look at this list, can you really go past Fisher Guy? With all of the success of the Chiefs throughout this year, I don't think you can go past it, all right? Like, I know it's a solo award, but the team's a big factor, especially when it comes to support player of the year.
I'm finding it really hard to split all of them. No offense to Pat, but Wildcard didn't have the best of years, so that's a shade on him. But I think Sorry as well stands out a little bit. Of course, the only compromise is that Overt actually participated in Stage 3, so a little bit limited in terms of play time, but I think he showed that he could jump in, really mature, and really led that team, I think, to some decent success, at least through the stage.
I can't believe you guys aren't mentioning Juicy, the Don. He's insane. He's a support player, and he still manages to top frag a lot of the time.
Yeah, he's great. And honestly, I think it probably, maybe for me, comes down to either Juicy or Fisher Guy for this sort of reward. If anything, could we split it? Like, can we give it to both of them?
We'll find out. Let's go to the reveal and see who won Support Player of the Year.
Fisher is so big brain at the moment. He's trying to protect the Aruni gate by standing close to it so it automatically fades away. That's just the small mini games that Fisher is playing at the moment.
He's got a ping. He lands the shot onto God Legion. 1 versus 1. Fisher Guy runs over, collects his head, and collects the round win and the map win.
It's going to be a rush through. They shut down the Sawyer gate. Fisher Guy close and 0 kills right at this one. The quad.
Honestly, name a more iconic duo than Fisher lying down in the corner with the shotgun.
Fisher guy, mate, congratulations on winning Support Player of the Year. How you feeling?
Yo, thanks guys. Feeling pretty good. Yeah, I don't know. Not really. I guess it's not really common for supports to get recognized. So yeah, it's pretty cool that this award's a thing, and yeah, happy to have won it.
Last time we spoke, Fisher, you told me that one of your favorite things to do was just really give so much shade to your teammates and complain that Worthy's not getting aces every round. Is that really the key to your success, just really ripping into them?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Of course, Fisher, a little bit more of a serious...
more to succeed.
Maybe a little bit more of a serious question. What is the key to your success? What do you think makes a really good support player?
I guess like just trying to just do as much as you can for the team, like in-game and sort of prep-wise. You know, the more responsibility you can try to take on, like the easier their lives are, and then, you know, hopefully they can play at their best.
Fisher, what's it like, I guess, having to support the best team in the region, though? It's got to be pretty easy, right?
Yeah, it's pretty free.
All right.
Smooth sailing.
Well, leading into your grand final, I'm sure you will be ready for that one. Thanks so much, Fisher, and congrats on winning Support Player of the Year. It couldn't have gone to anyone else.
Yep, thank you again.
Well, we might chat to him. Well, actually, we probably won't, because it'd be Digital if they win the grand
Who
final.
might be potential entertainer of the year, maybe?
That's true. I don't think Fish was actually nominated for that one, though.
No, Digital.
Oh,
Because he loves the
yeah, no, that's true.
I gotta say, Chiefs just keep winning.
Yeah, I mean, OCN kind of free.
For them, honestly, yes.
Hey, it's nice to see Fisher every now and then. Usually a bit of a reserved guy, but I know once you crack under the surface, he's a pretty hardcore meme underneath.
Well, have you seen his Twitter?
I don't know if that was a question or was that rhetorical.
I don't know.
Was I supposed to answer you there? Like, come on, James.
You sound like you're trying to make some kind of a joke, get a shoe in for Entertainer of the Year, but you're not eligible, mate. So let's find out who actually is eligible for Entertainer of the Year. It's these blokes.
Booth segue. Honestly, 7 out of 10. I liked it. Yeah, so typically for Entertainer of the Year, I guess we don't have a whole lot to go off, guys. Mainly, I guess, player cam, reactions, winner interviews, and, well, I hate to say it, but 3 out of 4 of these didn't do a whole lot of winning this year.
Well, they don't have to win to be entertaining, right, guys? Any highlights from these guys?
You don't have to win to be entertaining, and then you just said guns straight away. Was that a little pot shot at before?
Oh. There you go, mate. Nail on the head. All right, highlight moments from these 4.
Well, I mean, Digital with the flamethrower, of course, is definitely up there. Specker, honestly, Specker is someone that you could crack open a beer with at like 9 p.m. and he'll still be talking until about 9 a.m. He just won't stop talking. And I love it though. And he is a character. It's probably for me between him and Didge. Ghoul's not bad. I mean, honestly, you know what? Ghoul should probably win just because he was my teammate today.
And he played the guitar, I believe. Was that correct?
Yeah. And Bailey.
Bailey had the POV camera.
Actually, 2 of these guys were my teammates today. And then
your memory is shocking, mate.
Team entertaining team of the year.
I mean, it's hard to go past Bailey's cameras. We saw the bird's eye view camera that he taped to his roof. We saw it when he put it on his headset, and it was a POV camera.
And he actually clutched, and then we got the POV replay. That was one of the highlights of the year.
Insane. Definitely a tightly contested award this one. I know you guys wanted it, but fortunately, Pass is not eligible. I know Manic was gunning for it. Let's find out who won Entertainer of the Year.
Digital pushes into Arsenal, spots that player in dirt. That's hot shot. He actually catches a bit of damage. That's going to leave Digital to cover. He's behind, and he's done that with a kill onto Campo. He's done it with a second one. Digital wins it for the Chiefs.
Thank you to you guys. I will say one thing. If you guys are looking for an APX skin, head over to my Twitter. It's right there, bottom left. Go on my post first, and then go to my teammates. Follow me for a chance to win some credits and some skins, guys.
Tell you, you didn't do too bad there, Digital. Oh, get off here! Get off! Get him out of here, Digital. OCN, they are right on the cusp, and it's Digital. Of course, it's Digital. He gives the Chiefs their first ever title, And it's OCN Nationals Stage 1. They are your champions.
G'day, Didge, mate. You've done a whole lot of winning this year, but I gotta say, surely winning Entertainer of the Year is the cherry on top.
Oh, it's the most prestigious award, so yeah, I'm absolutely thrilled. This beats any sort of back-to-back achievement, so yeah, I'm thrilled.
It's no MVP of the year though, mate. Come on, step up your game.
Oh, this shit's on MVP. No way.
Is this the only reason that you're still on the Team Digital, just to keep the sponsors happy? Is that right?
Yeah, the guys wanted me gone a long time ago, but luckily the guys at Chiefs want to keep me on, so I'm happy. I noticed there's hardly any clips of me, guys. It's just me and my face. I got no clips.
Mate, does this mean that you've got maybe a career on this side of the camera when you're done playing?
That's the beauty of it, mate. I'm keeping my career options open. I've got a couple of avenues I can go down, so yeah. Watch out, boys, because I might take your spot.
Well, mate, we've seen you do all kinds of things on camera. We, of course, saw the infamous flamethrower. We have an expectation now that every time you're going to surprise us, you're going to bring us something different. Got anything up your sleeve?
I've got a couple ideas here and there. Nothing too special. It's hard to top a bloody flamethrower. Yeah, I don't know. I won't reveal any. Instead, I'll wait for the right moments to show them.
All right, we give you too much screen time anyway, so we're going to close up. But first, anything you want to say?
Yeah, I got two things to say. I want to say one, shout out to the other nominees. Like, I think Specca and Bailey and Gould had some really funny moments as well. So they, deserve this award as much as I do. They're really some funny guys. And shout out to Tigers as well. He's done an immense job on these cards. They are so cool. The whole animation and just the artwork itself is really, really good. So, yeah, shout out to those guys.
Fantastic. Thanks, Didge. We'll catch you maybe later today. Good luck in the final.
Yeah, he'll be there.
See you guys. See you soon.
The confidence. So he shouted out Tigers, his old teammate from Extricity way back in the day, who actually did these portraits for us, and I think he did a fantastic job. Yeah.
I wish I was that good looking.
What, digital?
Digital in card form.
In card form.
I mean, he looks fine on webcam as well.
We need like little
Don't throw me under the bus.
little collector cards for OCN next year.
Ooh.
Maybe next time.
On the agenda.
Maybe next time. Well, the thing is, I wouldn't want a Xenox one or a Guz one.
I wouldn't either.
I don't know why you keep referencing me and Guz. Yeah, I'll defend you here too, buddy.
Okay.
All right. Like, we're some egomaniacs or something. This is about the players. Dev, keep to yourself.
Look, let's find out who the most valuable player of the year was. We had 4 nominees and another tightly contested category. Honestly, this is pretty stacked.
It's tough. I mean, the two names that come to mind when you say MVP straight away for me would just be Jigsaw Worthy, but then you add Bailey and Sage into the mix and it actually spices things up a little bit. I think, at least for me, part of the voting process was also the team performance, because you can always be a great player on a bad team and not really go anywhere. So that was kind of what lent a little bit into my decision making. But all 4 of these players, all of which don't play the exact same role, have really lit up the server on multiple occasions this year.
I would say, like, obviously Sage, Bailey have been amazing throughout the year, but it has to come down to Jigsaw and Worthy for me. Do you go Worthy just simply for the like? Because honestly, I'd almost put Worthy and Jigsaw almost on the same sort of level. But would you just go Worthy that little extra because of the team performance, right? Like, is that a factor?
Yeah, look, it is very hard to split hairs. Of course, both of those players will be going head-to-head in our grand final later as well. So whoever doesn't win it will have a chance to put revenge in the server.
Why don't we just put this on hold? Whoever wins the grand final today, Jigsaw or Worthy, is MVP.
We've done the voting, and I can tell you that the voting among the 3 categories was unanimous. So let's find out who won MVP.
Close it out with a quad. Easier said than done though. Only 20 seconds left. Now they're going to sort of brush that little bit here. Worthy, there is that flank that they are able to execute perfectly. It's Worthy! He knows he's going to be playing trophy stairs. He is the master. What is Worthy going for here? Surely not. No, not to begin with. period unless the Chiefs go for something up above. It's Worthy. One more Worthy. Why not? Why not? He lands the headshot, but it's Worthy to close it out with a quad. The Chiefs are champions once again.
As well, Worthy with the kill on the Repic, falling apart at the seams for Blizz. The Worthy show continues. Dino gets on it. He will get taken off of it though. Worthy's playing this well, under the pressure, under the pump. Sage gets on it, but Worthy with a headshot onto Hayward. If they lose it from here, and they do! Chiefs go to OT. What a play! We aren't Worthy.
We are not worthy. Trent, mate, congratulations, MVP of the year. Honestly, it couldn't have been anyone else. At the end of the day, it was tight, but it just had to be you. You've had an astounding year from OCN back to back to back, all the way to Sweden. Looking back on it, mate, how are you feeling?
I don't know, it feels, I don't know, it's hard to describe. It feels pretty awesome just winning a war like this, I guess. I kind of expected Jigsaw to beat me, to be honest. He's had a pretty incredible year, but yeah, I don't know, it feels pretty cool to win an award like this. Yeah.
Worthy, by the way, are the international offers just flowing through the mailbox right now?
Oh yeah, can't keep them out the door. Yeah.
Oh, look, it has been so entertaining to watch you, mate. Do you want to say anything? Thank anyone? The floor is yours.
Yeah, well, it definitely wouldn't be possible without my teammates. I think they definitely helped me succeed. Thanks to Chiefs, I think without them, I don't even know if I'd still be playing. We've come like quite a long way this year, so Chiefs have just given us all the support that we need. And yeah, thanks to all the fans for supporting us, which just makes it all possible. Yeah.
Worthy, just very quickly, what's the scoreline going to be today?
3-0.
3-0
to us, obviously.
glad you prefaced that part.
Worthy, there's been a lot of chat overnight about kill records being broken in finals in EU and overseas. You reckon you can break the kill record tonight?
I don't think I'll have to. I think my team will do. Good job.
Humble in victory, Worthy. It's a pleasure. Go start practicing. Go start getting ready, mate. And we can't wait to see you in the server.
Thanks. See you guys.
Absolute legend. It
Worthy.
Doesn't get much better than that. At the end of the day, it is really tight.
Player? Yeah, it doesn't get much better than Worthy.
Really doesn't.
No.
Literally doesn't, according to us, the experts and the community.
I mean, it was obviously a close contest with Jigsaw, and Jigsaw did win Rookie of the Year. He could have won both of the awards. It was up there for the taking.
I'm gonna put it to you though, Dev. But just specifically just for you, if you swapped Jigsaw and Worthy, so Jigsaw was now on Chiefs and Worthy was now on Bliss, does anything change?
What kind of question is that?
The results, like the back-to-back champions. Are they still the 3-time champions with Jigsaw instead of Worthy? Yes or no? Just yes or no?
Honestly, no. I reckon Worthy does his role perfectly, and you can't replace him. He is one of a kind, as is Jigsaw. But let's look back at all of the results that we've had for the OCN Awards, the inaugural, the first time, and just look at that. Absolutely
Where's
insane.
mine? Not like an award. I mean the card.
You
thing.
can reach out to Tigers and get
Honestly,
your own one, mate.
Tigers, hit me up at Xenoxcasts on Twitter.
You're not allowed to do those plugs, mate.
Oh, I'm not allowed to?
I mean, maybe you are. I'm not sure. But yeah,
right.
Obviously those cards look sick. So again, big thanks to Tigers. And I think at the end of the day, we can probably say with pretty good confidence that a lot of these awards probably went the way we sort of expected and envisioned. And a bit of a feels bad maybe for Ethan and God Legion, the only 2 players from the Chiefs that didn't actually get an award.
Yeah, well, a bit of a shame for them. But hey, they were, well, at least God Legion was nominated for Play of the Year, but it got snuck by Emo Rin. 3 out of 5 of the awards ended up being Chiefs, but there's absolutely no doubting that Emo and Jigsaw deserve to be there as well. I just got to say, I absolutely love the personality in each of these awards. You've obviously got the 5 aces for Emo Rin, you got the 5 for Dig, the crown for, like, it just could not be better.
No, honestly, I think we've got all worthy winners, no pun intended, literally. And honestly, even the nominations, even the nominees would have all been...
It feels bad for some of them. I mean, particularly Bailey. I think he was in 2 or 3 categories for nominations. So he's top 4 in quite a few, like Entertainer and MVP.
Is there
just
more?
Can't crack in.
Is there more nominations we could get next year? Just to, you know, like.
What, flesh it out? You mean even more than 4 nominees?
No, sorry. I mean, like the
More
actual
awards.
awards. I should have said the actual awards.
Well, what award would you like to see? Aside from Caster of the Year, obviously.
Best new team or something?
It's a team award, not a player award, is it?
Does it have to be a player award? What's wrong with team awards?
I mean, we're in the brainstorming session right now. Welcome to Ubisoft HQ. We'll do this off air later, however.
That's why he's a
Well, I
caster.
mean, I'm not
Come
going to
on.
be doing it off air because it's not on my payroll. Yeah, just giving you free advice. It was great, though.
It's very kind of you, Jake.
Oh, no, it's all right. No worries.
Well, before we toss over to the grand final and start getting ready for that, I want to see what you guys reckon now that we've done the OCN Awards and we're ready for this final. What do you think?
About what? The awards?
The final.
Finals. Finals will be great. The awards was great. And the charity show match for the trees was amazing.
I think he was more so leaning into what are your expectations and predictions for the final. So that's actually what I'm
you
going
asking
to.
my prediction?
Yeah.
We're not on the desk, so now's your chance.
3-2 Bliss.
What?
We're going
Guys,
to be... We're here till midnight!
Smack some sense into it, mate.
3-1 Chiefs.
All right, there you have it.
Boo.
It is the Stage 2 Grand Final rematch here for the OCN Season Finals in 2021. Chiefs and Bliss,
Look at those
both of
shorts.
whom have had
Look how white
players
those legs
winning
are.
OCN awards, and it's starting very, very soon.
My name is Jigsaw. I'm from Team Bliss.
My name is Repix and I'm from Team Bliss.
My name's Digital. I'm from Chiefs.
I'm Godlegion from the Chiefs.
And today we're going to be playing Quick as a Flashbang.
Throwing flashbang.
I would say I'm pretty observant. I'm always kind of looking out for things that I can exploit.
It's paramount that we're observant in esports and in competitive gaming.
I'm pretty observant. I can definitely identify things quickly within a map.
I'm pretty observant, but I'd say when I'm like in the swing of things and I'm really concentrated on my gunfights, I honestly don't hear a lot of calls, but I try my hardest.
My eyesight.
Eyesight's fine. Dad has glasses. Mum doesn't. 20/20 vision.
Before or at the start of my career, it was pretty good. In the past year, it's kind of gotten a bit bad.
I actually have glasses, not next eye, I do, for reading though.
Digital and God Legion. Don't really know yous too well, but I think me and Repix got the sharper eye, not gonna lie.
Jig and I are definitely an iconic duo. They're not ready for us, that's for sure.
Look, I think they're a lot younger than us. I think, they've got a lot of energy, especially this time of day. They can think, so I think they did pretty well.
Team Bliss, yeah, no, they're not that good. We smashed them. They're pretty easy. Hopefully that doesn't get snipped.
Look, I think Digital, it's early in the day, he's still waking up. I've got to have faith in my teammate. I would say he did pretty well. I've got to have faith.
I hope Jake does good. He certainly will talk up a game.
But We'll see.
I mean, I'll probably just breeze through it anyways. They did win against us in the grand finals, but we gave them that win anyways. I mean, I'm versing Dig and God anyway, so it should be easy.
No stress, no pressure. I got this.
Throwing flashbang!
Give me something.
I'm flashed.
That's a long flashback. Is that the new update?
Wait, am I? Oh, is this like fading out?
I see something on the left, but I can't make it out.
What is that on the left?
I definitely should have worn my glasses for this.
I see a silhouette.
Like a sort of lamp or a light top right. I feel like this is an operator. Jackal? No, Thermite. Thermite. Jackal. No, it is Jackal. It is Jackal. Yes.
Jackal. It's Jackal.
It's Jackal.
Jackal.
I saw that's got to be like high score, I reckon.
That's not bad, 40 seconds.
His light on his head gave it away. I can see it.
I guess I just look at Jackal a lot. I don't know. I got a thing for the Spanish.
Throwing flashbang!
I don't know if it's going to be white for 20 seconds again. No, it's not.
Oh, hold on, this is quicker.
Bro, what is this?
Maybe it's a room.
Something to the left there. I can't even describe what I'm seeing.
It's going to be a gun, right?
It looks like a gun. Is that an UMP-45?
G36C?
It's a G360?
G360.
No, it's the G36C.
Yes! Let's go!
Oh, I'm so good.
If I didn't stumble, that would have been like 32 seconds.
Ooh.
Throwing flashbang!
Round 3. I'm flashed again, guys.
I'm gonna get this within 20 seconds. So far, just white.
So I think it's a map.
A map? No.
I see a flag.
Is that Oregon? No. Outback. No.
Is that a siege flag? Sledge. That's sledge. Yeah.
Sledge is somewhere. Where is he, though?
Playing golf at the theme park.
Golfing.
Sledge at Depot playing golf.
Playing golf. Mini golf.
That was a poor performance, Jeff. Ah, right. No, I thought Sledge theme park was it. Didn't see him playing golf. Thought I could have saved a couple of seconds there. Is what it is. We move on, though.
He comes up with these pitches.
I think the first one did pretty well, but the last one I just couldn't figure out what it was.
Look, if the entire split was playing quick as a flashbang, I think me and Repix have got the bag. I'm not gonna lie. We got that keen eye.
Jig's my partner. He has the quickest reaction time. He has the best aim I've ever seen as well. He's definitely smashed this one out, but I still think I did better than him as well.
I don't know. I feel like Jigsaw might have carried Repix from what it sounded like. So
one thing I will give to Bliss is they're good at choking, so they'll choke at this as well. So I'm hopefully they sort of match their grand final performance.
I think it might be a close one between us.
Let's go, baby. Let's go.
Oh, no.
Look, after those first two, I sort of guessed that, but it feels good. I'm used to winning, so I love that.
I'm Morgan Ishizaka. I play support for the Chiefs, and what you don't know about me is that I studied marine biology at university. Yeah, when I was little, I really liked fishing. I just had an interest in a lot of marine life. My name, Fisher Guy, sort of ties into my interest in marine life as well, because when I was little and coming up with a username for my first computer game that I was playing, Minecraft, I named myself Fisher Guy. Favorite marine animal? Probably just be fish, yeah. You know, there's a lot of fish. It's hard to pin down one that might be my favorite. It's good to understand many fish, not just one. Yeah, a lot of people have come to me with questions about fish, but all I can remember now is just stuff about Siege. So the Siege operator that I think would make the best marine biologist would probably be Lamai. In-game, he's wearing a wetsuit, and in one of his cinematics, he's swimming around in the ocean. Some fish grunt. I don't know, there's all kinds of sounds that they can make.
I'm not letting you get up unless you say blah, 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 blah.
No, please no.
My name is Marty Koshnam, and I'm an entry fragger for Team Bliss. But what you don't know about me is I'm an actual athlete, unlike the rest of these guys. I play mainly two sports, being soccer and basketball. I used to play Division 3 at a professional club. I'd say I'm pretty much better than everyone that competes in soccer against me or basketball. I guess it was just watching a lot of Messi and just getting inspired by that, and I'll just take it on the field, and then from there I guess magic just happened. My biggest achievement in sport would have to be the MVP award back in 2015. My most memorable moment would have to be when it was overtime 3-3 and I scored the winning goal. Nothing too fancy, just a standard kick. The worst thing I've done would probably be when I slide tackled someone and I kind of injured him. He ended up breaking his ankle.
You mean you ended up breaking his ankle?
If you say it that way then. I definitely did stop the goal, that's for sure. The siege operator who would be the best soccer player would be Captel because he already shows off his skills in his elite skin. I definitely got the inspiration from my brother as well. I used to watch his games all the time. Unfortunately, he was a tier above me, so I never got the chance to verse him, but I'll definitely kick his ass in Siege.
We will never be the same, and as long as you are mine, come on and run away, we wanna run away. We don't need any reasons, baby, leave it all for the faded hearts. I don't mind if they call us crazy, cause they don't understand what we're after. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. I'm running out of time, and as long as you're mine, I wanna run away. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after.
Yeah. Black sheep, black sheep, black sheep, black sheep. I don't even write no more, man.
Tell him, yo,
God.
can't you come over?
On my contra shit commando. Pulling up with clips extendo. That's no game Nintendo. I don't ever run out of ammo. I'm gon' need me a benzo. No fake friends, no pretend. No, think I might have found my 10. Oh, posted up in my tent. Watch your man go dumb, go stupid. If you're the best, improve it. Got no words, be quiet, stay moving. I got a bag, won't lose it. Watch your man go dumb, go stupid. If you're the best, improve it. Got no words, be quiet, stay moving. I got a bag, won't lose it. Lose it. Niggas get substituted. Nigga, you're not recruited. Cause you're too damn scared to use it. The truth is, you're useless. What? I'm ruthless. Yeah, I've proved this. Keep capping, I'ma leave you toothless. What? You're so dumb to choose this.
We are running out of time for the grand final of OCN 2021. It is all happening here today. We have narrowed down 8 teams to just 2 remaining. Chiefs back to back to back going up against Bliss, who aren't even in Apex South, and they want some revenge. I'm Dev. Welcome back to the OCN Season Finals, and I'm joined by the 2 greatest minds that we have here today. We've got pro player Vinny from Wildcard, and of course Raven, former pro player. Actually, Vinny's coach back in there. How you guys feeling?
Good, yeah, feeling great to be here. No, look, really pumped after the OCN Awards. I think it was a really exciting segment. Charity match earlier definitely got the juices flowing as well. So yeah, look, I think this is going to be a great kind of conclusion to the OCN 2021 season.
Yeah, 100% agree. And really good job on the awards. I think that was a great segment. And shout out to Tigers again for those graphics. They were unreal.
In fact, you actually played with Digital and Tigers back in the day, didn't you, on that Extricity roster?
A long time ago, yeah.
Oh my God, man. It's all connected. It's all connected. But let's, of course, recap what has happened so far here in the OCN Season Finals. We had 4 teams, the top 4 from the year, Chiefs and Rafflecopter. Well, ended up being a surprisingly quick game, didn't it?
It really did. That one flew by, and look, Chiefs just really outclassed them. And I think that's a pretty big statement because we've talked about it a little bit yesterday. You know, Worthy, God Legion, still kind of in that transit period on the way back from the Sweden Major. Chiefs in general haven't been able to get a lot of practice in after the Sweden Major just due to the complications of trying to return back home.
Hotel Wi-Fi, the bane of their existence. But of course, as well, Team Bliss. I think it was almost more surprising to see them take down Knights 2-0.
I mean, yeah, we spoke to Oda after their game yesterday, and they said they were kind of mucking around and having a bit of fun, but then needed to kind of switch it on at the end of the second map. We saw that Knights were a bit disjointed, having to bring in their coach as a sub. Credit to Picnic, he played a really good second map as well, but yeah, they just showed why they're the best team, or the second best team at the moment. And Jigsaw showed why he's the Rookie of the Year. He had 2 amazing maps.
Yeah, well, as for those OCN Awards, 3 of them happen to go to Chiefs players, so there's no doubt there's a very action-packed roster there. It felt like it just had to be Chiefs and Bliss at the end of the day. We've been building up this rivalry, of course, over the whole year when we saw the rise of Chiefs. They didn't start the year as the best team in OCE, but they're looking to end it as that.
Yeah, it was beautifully portrayed in that Sink or Swim mini documentary as well. It clearly was a standout storyline throughout the whole year. Bliss and Chiefs, they were constantly battling back and forth. Not necessarily always directly, but there was various degrees of rivalries there. So yeah, it does feel very natural that it is Bliss and Chiefs here in the grand final.
Yeah, it particularly does feel like it's impactful that it's Digital versus Oda. It feels like it's always those 2. Here they are. I mean, what do we have to say about this intense rivalry that has been generated across the whole year? I mean, Chiefs, they've just gone from strength to strength, haven't they?
Yeah, I mean, we constantly talk about them, the back-to-back-to-back champions, looking to go back-to-back-to-back-to-back champions. But yeah, they've had an unbelievable year. They've just come back from the Sweden Major. They didn't have the greatest performance, but again, they ended up playing against what would eventually be the winner of the tournament. And yeah, they just got a stacked roster, 5 players with the ability to really go off. We saw that 3 of them won awards. One of them was Entertainer of the Year, which isn't really performance-based, but you know, having that mix and having that chemistry is really important as well.
We've spoken a lot about the roster change that was made during this year as well, Raven. Having Ethan come in for Vast, who retired, Ethan unretiring. We weren't exactly sure how that was going to pan out, but man, that just smashed our expectations.
Yeah, look, Ethan really did show up, and I think probably rightfully a lot of people were a little bit surprised that he came back into just such strong form. It was like he never took a break, honestly. He just shot right back in there, and it was almost like it gave them just another really dangerous option, similar to the caliber of Worthy, for example. And I think that really did round out their roster beautifully. Of course, Fisher Guy winning Support Player of the Year obviously enables players like Ethan and Worthy. So when you've got that roster really working as well-rounded as that is, it's no surprise at all that they are starting to produce the results that we see from them.
Look, Vinny, you're the real expert here in terms of actually being in the server, actually playing against these guys. What is it about the Chiefs that just makes them so damn good?
Yeah, I mean, Raven touched on it briefly, that balance that they have with a player like Fisher Guy. I also was a teammate of Fisher Guy's, and I know how much of an enabler he is for his teammates. Worthy, obviously, MVP of the year, had an unbelievable year. Ethan, you know, came back, but being a world-class talent, I knew there wasn't going to be much of a grace period for him. He came back and was just as good as he was when he left. And again, they've been so dominant all year because of that balance.
Team full of world-class talent and, of course, showing up at the major, like you said. But, of course, every story needs an underdog. Every story needs a villain or perhaps a hero to rise above. It is Team Bliss. almost the polar opposite storyline over the year to the Chiefs. 1 year ago, these guys played through relegations and barely survived into OCN. Look at where they are now.
Yeah, look, it's definitely been a bit of a transformation. And again, it really was just about them finding a bit of balance with their roster. We talked a little bit yesterday about the stability they've had. Once they brought in Jigsaw, it really felt like their core five has been really well established. And they also have that essence of just that well-roundedness. You know, a lot of these players can step up and frag out. In particular, we've seen Repix, Oda on occasions, Jigsaw on many occasions, you know, really frag out. And then Todd and Shade are always there to kind of back it up. Again, it's kind of got that appearance of that well-rounded roster. So I guess in a similar vein, right? Like, it's not the biggest surprise that they are here challenging the Chiefs to try and take the top spot of Oceanic Siege.
I mean, how on earth do you play against Jigsaw? Like, what are you meant to do?
Containing him is a problem. He's one of those players that if you give him free reign and he can kind of do what he likes to do, which is lurk and play very aggressive, he's very sharp. And if you give him too much space and you allow his confidence to grow, he becomes just a menace in the server. And I think Chiefs are going to have a conscious effort to make sure that he doesn't get on top of them early.
We absolutely saw that yesterday, not just from Jigsaw, but from actually both teams. We had some questions about whether they were coming into this match with hot form, and I mean, we saw that against Knights yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah, really did. Look, I think what was really impressive for me with Bliss yesterday is, yeah, they did play around a little bit with their operator select and the compositions they were bringing. And on map 2 on Oregon, you know, Knights really did start to bounce back and take it to them. But they weathered that. They stepped up. They're like, all right, we're going to finish this out now. They managed to take that map 7-5. And I think that was a really important factor, as well as just locking in the dub on a best of 3. I mean, we've talked about that storyline a lot throughout the year, not being able to win a best of 3, finally doing it here in the season finals. I think it's a really important note to come into the grand final on.
All year long, Team Bliss have had a chip on their shoulder, right? For such a long time, they could never beat the Chiefs. They were the kings of BO1s, but they still couldn't beat Chiefs. They broke that in Stage 3 when they took them down on Villa, and then they had the chip on their shoulder. They couldn't win BO3s. Like you're saying, they broke that yesterday. Never have they won a BO5, and that's what they're going to be going into today. Is there a chance they can crack through that hurdle as well?
Yeah, of course. I mean, yesterday was a big kind of building block for them, getting through that BO3 kind of stigma that they had. They've never been to a BO5, I don't think, or they've been to one and they failed to win a map. But yeah, this will be a big step for them as well going into APAC South relegations. I was talking to Oda last night after their match. He said that, you know, they're not too worried about the strat side of things because trying to outstrat a team like Chiefs can be a difficult prospect as well. They know that if they play together as a team, it's something I touched on yesterday as well. They are one of the only rosters that have been together throughout all 3 stages, if not the only roster now, with Knights losing one of their players. So them playing together, having that team chemistry will probably be what brings them over the edge today.
Yeah, and hopefully for them, they've got all guns blazing for their star players as well. But of course, between Chiefs and Bliss, we need to know what maps we're going to, and it will be a hell of a lot of maps. We've got potential for 5 in this massive BO5 series. A BO5 is just so different to anything else because of the nature of that map beta, which we've got coming up.
Yeah, no, look, and it's the exciting thing about BO5 is it really tests the strength of the map pool of both teams. It's really about that kind of stamina and how well prepared you are, not just for your opponents, but for each map that's going to come out. It's yeah, it's quite the long haul. We haven't had the longest BO5 series this year, but I'm feeling like this one could be a close one, so I'm really excited to see what maps we'll get.
These two teams have never been tighter. Of course, both teams get a pick first before we head to the bans, and then it's 2 more picks in the decider. Villa is our first map. Vinny, Bliss, they get to start this guns blazing. They get that first pick.
Yeah, well, with the nature of the BO5 is that it's pick first. And you mentioned earlier that Bliss beat Chiefs on Villa earlier in the season, so that's a good pick from them. Chiefs are very strong on Clubhouse for their first pick as well. That's been one of their strongest maps for a long time. It's very kind of methodical, and the ability to control aggression is a lot easier, which I think Bliss will try to do today as well.
Yeah, of course, the bands coming out after that. Coastline from Bliss, a good map for Chiefs. And then Oregon from Chiefs. I mean, I feel like it's no surprise. It's the one map they seem to just not want to play. Cafe, though, is a map that historically has been a very strong one for Bliss.
Yeah, not too surprised with the Cafe pick. Honestly, this map video just doesn't really surprise me a whole lot with the way that it's panned out. And I'm actually very excited about the fact that Bank is the decider. I feel like after looking at this, it feels like we're just going to trade maps, and then go to decider. And look, Chiefs have definitely played a lot of Bank lately. It seems to be one that they leaned in at the international level as well with the Sweden Major. So I would kind of back them in going into that decider, but Look, I think if Bliss actually make it to that point, that's a serious amount of momentum and confidence they can give themselves to be able to kind of take it out.
I see the names of these maps. I'm just getting all these clips flash through my mind like Bank, right? You think of God Legion's 1v3 clutch against Bliss. That was from the previous time these guys played in the Stage 3 playoffs, right? They met in that semi-final, and I think it was like 6-2 or 6-1 up for Bliss, and Chiefs came back. This is going to be a fighting series through and through.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know if we're going to see all 5 maps, but I think it will definitely go at least to 4. I'm going to say that I'll probably look at Chiefs to take it 3-1. This is their last tournament for the year, so they've got nothing after this. They don't have to like really focus on anything after this. They're going to go all guns blazing, just go put everything at it for this last tournament.
That's it. What do you think? 3-1, 3-2, 3-0?
I'm going to go for the 3-2 to Chiefs. I feel like we're going to get all 5 maps. I would love to see all 5 maps. I think the siege that we get between these two teams is always quality, so the more of it, the better.
Well, it starts on Villa. Quick map prediction?
I think Bliss will take map 1.
I'll say Chiefs will take map 1.
All right. Well, we are locked and loaded, ready to go here on this grand final to take it through you, the voices of Guz and Xenox.
How fitting, isn't it, boys? It is the 2 best teams all year long battling it out in the season finals. Chiefs versus Bliss. It very much still is, though. Bliss, the contenders against the champions, the back-to-back-to-back champions, the 3-peat. Can they make the 4-peat, though?
I think it's possible. Of course, it's very possible. In fact, I may say, including myself, it's quite likely. But I will say the veto, I think it's played out very balanced for both of these teams. I very much echo the statement of the desk. Brace for at least 4 or 5 maps in this one.
Well, I already said my predictions in the OCN Awards show. I said 3-2 to Bliss. It seems like I'm the only one maybe backing that Bliss train. Guz, what's your prediction overall?
Chiefs 3-1. I think at the end of the day, they just have the deeper map pool. They are probably edging out as the better team. And as Vinny just mentioned, this is their last event. They're done and dusted after this one.
Of course, remembering back to Stage 2 Grand Final, these 2 teams met. It was Bliss that won the first map. And of course, that being, I think that was still a best of 5 as well.
Yep.
And then we saw Chiefs then win 3 maps in a row to win 3-1. So I think a lot of the boys on the couch going for the Chiefs. No real surprise there. But as I said, it's been the 2 best teams all year, really. When you think about it domestically here in Australia, in OCN, it's been Bliss, it's been the Chiefs. I don't think we could have asked for a better finish to close out 2021.
Now, Villa being the first map actually was meant to be the decider in that Stage 2 Grand Final. We didn't go the distance. Chiefs won that 3-1. So an interesting way to kick off this series. And I think it's a really good opportunity for Bliss to gain some confidence and some momentum for the rest of the series. We're anticipating probably both teams to win their first map picks. That's pretty typical in a best of 5. And then from that point onwards, that's when fatigue, I guess, starts to set in. Teams really need to fight hard to stay alive in these BF5s.
So Habana taken off the board, Jackal as well, which can aid the roamers. Obviously, don't have to worry about the Jackal. Mute taken off the board as well, and then Kaid, the last ban to kickstart this best of 5. I know I say it a lot, where I say, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon.
Even more so.
Well, when it's a best of 5, it quite literally is. I mean, this comes down to who's going to be able to perform better, not just here on Villa, not even on the next map as well, but throughout the next few hours. This is where you've really got to pace yourself as a team. Every map super important for the map that you picked. In this case, it is of course Team Bliss. They elected to go to Villa first, and then after that you've got Chiefs on Clubhouse. We know their storied history over there, although they are slightly vulnerable on Clubhouse, so it's not the be end all. If Bliss get off to a good start here on Villa, take the map, Clubhouse could be very interesting. But for now, we head into Villa to kickstart this best of 5. Bliss will be attacking, Chiefs will be on the defense, and of course the HB Omen community vote. This is for the entirety of the best of 5 grand final. You guys at home have voted for 63% in favor of the Chiefs. I would have gone more 60-40, guys.
It's only a couple of percent different, Jake. Come on. Don't get on my nerves too soon. We could be here for a long time. Could be 5 hours.
I gotta pace it, yeah.
Trapped together.
Well, we're not really trapped though. I mean, we could just
It is quite an open space.
Yeah, it's a very
actually.
open, nice space here.
Quite good looking. Not as good
ESL
looking as
studios.
yourself, but it's pretty nice.
You don't have to. So Chiefs on the defense first. Of course, map pick of Team Bliss. I might actually grab a chair and sit down because it's going to be a long day. I'm not even.
Are your legs already tired?
Yeah, no, well, it's more so the perseverance for the day. Stat Trophy will be our first sight here for the opening round. The Glaz on Todd, we saw it, of course, in the semi-finals. Guz, actually on Villa too.
Yes.
Bringing it back once again.
Very topical. Blaz definitely not currently on meta, but again, in combination with the Ying, for example, with the smoke grenades, might be able to get something going. Jigsaw as well has been let off the leash a little bit. Once again, playing the Finker. He'll probably play that lurk role, try and find picks, grenades as well in hand. A lot of drone as well, capabilities as well. Oda with the Twitch shock drones, Shade with the Roteros on Flores as well. Digital elsewhere does get the first in this grand final though.
That's our entertainer of the year. Hitting the opening pick of the grand final. Generally for Digital, he's the last one alive in a 1v2 or a 1v3. Not usually the kind of player on the Chiefs roster that's finding opening picks, but he'll take it. Nice early start. The one-man advantage, 2 minutes left on the clock. Bliss making their way in. Bit of ping information as well. Jigsaw inside a bathroom. He's got this at top of Astro stairs. Although it does not swing immediately. I think going for the nade on to Fisher, guy who's getting basically cornered. Does really, really good job to get away with the SMG-11. Found that kill onto top, but does fall to the nade of Jigsaw. 4 versus 2. He's playing this well.
Yeah, it was really good from Oda. He gained a lot of information, took down a lot of utility, and he'll now push forward over towards Stat. Bit of presence in sight, but again, Bliss, man disadvantage. Chiefs will sit back, wait, maybe even for the plant to go down, then try and retake, use that man advantage to overwhelm the site. It's critical for Oda and Jigsaw to try and find a pick or two here.
Still a lot of time remaining in the round. I mean, Oda and Jigsaw can slow things down, try and find that next pick, make it a 2 versus 3, which at that point then is a lot more winnable. But instead, Oda just pushes straight into Trophy, actually going for the plant. Jigsaw actually watching over towards top of Astro stairs. Not much that Digital can really do. He's just waiting for that peek from Worthy. Worthy does peek. And whether he falls back or not, of course, you get that hatch open, so Jigsaw just drops down, then comes in from the other side. Oda doing really well on site, defending that diffuser perfectly, and maybe Worthy just for a moment forgot about the hatch. Jigsaw and Oda. What a way to start the grand final.
That was a pretty messy round, honestly, from Chiefs. They sat back, they wanted to play retake in the 4v2, nothing wrong with that, but then they got a little bit lost in the sauce. Bliss, in fact, both players were actually forced back down below. So you would then, in theory, think that Chiefs would be able to cut them off, either top red, top Astro. Neither was really the case. They were a little bit all over the shot, maybe just taking a little bit to warm into this map, but a good start for Bliss, and it's always nice to see Jigsaw popping off.
And he does it obviously so regularly. The Rookie of the Year. For those who missed the OCN Awards, you've got the Rookie of the Year, you've got the Entertainer of the Year in here in Digital, the MVP in Worthy. The list just goes on.
Did you say support as well?
Support of the Year? Oh my god. I hadn't got around to that yet. It's not that I forgot.
You're not a very forgetful person.
Don't look at me like that, guys.
I do have a very judgmental stare sometimes.
Aviator Games for our second site. The Chiefs not looking to repeat Stat Trophy. It was a somewhat peculiar defensive hold from the Chiefs, allowing the plant, but then honestly not the best sort of retake setup either.
5 seconds to insertion.
I don't think Chiefs really all that known for their Villa. I'm trying to think back of some maybe moments throughout the year of them having big games on Villa, but it honestly escapes me.
You do also have a bad memory.
I do have a bad memory too, so there is that. If only I had some sort of tracker. I could track things.
Maybe.
Maybe.
In an ideal world. Jigsaw though, once again on the lurk entry, over towards Kitchen. He'll make his way forward to China now, and he can cut off this rotation. Over towards Big Ben, down near bottom Astro stairs. But he gets shut down. Gold Legion. Counter lurking from down below. One of the key parts of Villa is the ability to sort of sweep around the map from that basement floor, and Gold Legion makes good work of that to get the first kill in round 2.
Yeah, and that kill being Jigsaw for 2 reasons. No more adrenal searches from the Finker, but then Jigsaw himself, of course, just such a talented player. That's one play. If anyone you can kill on Bliss early on, it's him. Glass falls as well. In fact, they're all just falling one by one at the moment. So is Rapix and Shade gone. 1 versus 5. Only Oda left alive. Had a pretty nice little clutch in the first round alongside Jigsaw, but now by himself. Don't think he's going to be able to make anything happen from here. So the AVG hold for the Chiefs will be successful, and they will make it a 1-1 scoreline here on Villa.
think Bliss were trying to go for a bit of a hero play. Blue study straight in towards that model objective, but cut down at the knees by the Chiefs, ready and waiting, a lot more switched on compared to round number 1. And now Oda will sit outside F2 in hand, seeing if maybe he can find a pick or two. But again, at this point, Chiefs are not going to let this situation slip. You wouldn't think. They'll sit back, knowing that time is on their side, and they can relish a little bit in being able to bring around back.
I think even Oda's having a little bit of fun with this as well. Obviously, no expectations. It doesn't seem like much, guys, but when you're just sitting there holding that angle, it's not easy. You know?
Why not?
Well, a lot of patience to not want to move around, fidget, go to a different spot, just to have that discipline of sitting still and watching, not moving an inch. Honestly, it's easier said than done. It is really difficult.
Thank you.
Big skill to have.
Thank you for that analysis.
It's something maybe you could learn from Mr. Run Around and Die in the charity show match. Was it 15 deaths, was it?
We've got 5 hours of this. Don't make it difficult.
You know what? You're right. You're right. This is why you're the best color caster in the region. I don't want to use up all of my source material too early. We're only into the second, well, now third round. It's a long, long day ahead of us, especially if we go to all 5 maps. I can't wait. I can't wait to see you at midnight.
Well, what time is it now? It's currently 10 to 5, Sydney local time.
Yeah? Oh, actually, never mind. We probably
might not be quite midnight, but be close to it.
We could still get to about 10, 11.
Yeah. I'm sure production would really, really enjoy that, wouldn't they? They'd love to just sink their teeth into a 5-mapper. I know I would.
I honestly hope we get 5 maps.
I think we might. It's possible. I feel like almost every time we've said that in a BO5 where Chiefs are playing, we've kind of been like, yeah, I mean, it's a possibility, and then they'll just 3-1.
Well, Bliss have broken that best of 3 curse now.
But this is a best of 5.
Oh, this is a best of 5.
And they lost in stage 2.
They did.
2 Chiefs. 3-1. Todd, though, bringing out the Blitz here in the next round, and maybe Bliss are thinking about a spicy little rush through laundry.
Early Retera, though, going to be obviously giving away some of this information. I don't sense if it's going to be a rush, it's going to be one that's very quick. Obviously want to clear out those shields, and I think at this point now, Chiefs understanding the situation. Fisher guy is going to be able to get rid of a couple of drones as well. Actually only down to 3 drones, so I think for Bliss here, it was very much just sort of throw them all on site, see what you can find early on. And now they don't have those drones for that intel game, so you just push in through laundry, straight towards site, and then go in for that plant. Chiefs will then play for the retake.
Todd progresses forward. He'll be able to gain information, scout for the team. He can sit here shield in hand, and in fact, he's going to cover the planter in shade.
So far successful right now from Bliss. That plant does go down. 45 seconds on the clock. Now it's time for the Chiefs to make their move, and they are indeed going to do so very shortly. Oda taken down early. Nice little angle found from Worthy, and he's still up above in bedroom. The Jigsaw kind of stuck in the corner. In fact, Fisher guy's already on it. Just counter defusing, and then Worthy watching for the hatch as well. Digital gets shade. They do deny the counter defuse, but with the kill and the time still in play, Worthy will finish off the job that Fisher guy started. And the Chiefs take the 3rd round in a pretty clean, flawless fashion.
A stark contrast as well to the 1st round where the Chiefs played for the retake, and in many respects that was maybe a little bit more difficult had Bliss have hit a couple of those key shots on the crosses, particularly above. I mean, we saw Worthy really pop off. He was key in shutting down Repics and then having pressure from the hatch up above, and it made it really, really difficult for Bliss to hold on in that post plant. So really well played by the Chiefs, able to get that one back quite easily.
It almost felt like both teams there, obviously with a goal in mind, Bliss going for that quick plant, using all of their utility very early on into the round. Then after that, push in, the plant down. And Chiefs are like, okay, well, we'll allow it to happen. You can use all of that utility, but then we've got vert control. We can drop down the hatch if need be. We can watch from the hatch if need be. We can obviously retake. Really well played from Chiefs to, I don't think, panic in the situation where you got that blitz covering the planter. All right, they're on site, they're planting. Don't panic, don't throw lives at it. Just let them do it. They're going to fall away, and you've already got Vert still established. So Chiefs just really cool, calm, and collected in the moment as we head back up to Stat Trophy, which Blizz were successful in taking, although even that particular round itself, guys, was honestly more of a mistake from Chiefs than anything.
5 seconds to insertion.
Amaru now in play for Bliss, so they're no doubt dabbling in some exotic operators, and as we've heard from Oda himself, relay through Vinny on the desk earlier, Bliss are not really going to worry too much about hard strategy. Maybe hiding a little bit for APAC Rallos, but also stratting into Chiefs going to be really tough. So we'll see what Jigsaw can do. Bit of a playmaker, of course, here for Bliss. Prepping something over towards 90. Might be able to get quick control of the southern side of this top 4.
I'm pretty sure I saw someone around 90, though. At least close by, maybe sort of towards the corridor. Jigsaw will buy some time. You can just wait. Doesn't really need to do anything right now. Oda already inside a bathroom. They look to try and clear out Astro.
Attackers have located
And sort of, I guess, once maybe a lot of the attention has been brought onto the rest of the team on this north side, then we might see the entry from Jigsaw, making sure no one's still just loitering around. Good start, though, from Bliss. The entry's been perfect. 2 early kills in towards 90. Jigsaw will swing. He'll get the down onto Digital. Good night and goodbye. It's a 5 versus 1 situation now for the MVP. As good as Worthy is, he's not going to win from here. He will just pad the stats a little bit onto Jigsaw. Obviously, the plane goes down from Shade. 45 seconds now on the clock. Worthy gets Todd. Have you heard of the 1v5 of Worthy?
It's too soon. It's not going to happen.
No, and honestly, I think time is the biggest factor. Even if he finds, say, the next kill, which he does, now 3 for the round. If that hadn't hit, it would have been winnable. But because it doesn't, now they can play for time. Oda and Repix, that is.
20 seconds. Worthy forced forward. Trips over himself over towards Astro, forced into the peak to Bricks, but the diffuser, it's exposed. Surely that player down below on the vert will be able to deny. Worthy baits it twice, now needs to stick, but Repix capitalizes and closes out the round for Bliss.
Worthy.
He's good, but he's not.
Well, he's really good.
He played it as well as he could have.
He honestly played it as best as you could have, and I think always understanding in that situation, Repix was in the prime position down below the diffuser, so that, yes, even if he had have maybe got Oda, I still don't think he wins it. But to even put himself into a winnable, I don't want to say winnable position, but a position where maybe he could have actually found the win. Like at that point, 30 seconds left, 1v2, it's still so difficult. The time is still against him. But he just didn't give up on the play. He didn't give up on it, and he brought it back late round. Still, Bliss take it in the end. It is now 2-2.
Attackers need to locate
2 more rounds to go in this first half. It's a difficult one to sort of look at and say, what's the pass mark for both of these two teams? This is Bliss's map pick, Chiefs on the defense. We head over to AVG for yet another time. I do have to feel like if Bliss can find at least one more attacking round, get to a 3-3 scoreline, I think they'll be pretty happy with that first half.
Yeah, I would agree. It's probably going to be pretty back and forth on this map as it has been thus far, and Bliss, particularly on the attack, with some pretty potent aggression at times, has been pretty mixed in results, as you would probably expect. A bit more of a volatile playstyle. There's been a couple of rounds like the last, for example, where they've gotten quick control of sight, able to, for the most part, outside maybe Worthy lock out any retakes, and then be able to hold on in the post plant. But of course, we'll have to see how that does eventually play out when we switch sides. Round 5, of course, Bliss with 2 attacks remaining. The fuse in play now, 0 as well. So once again, some interesting operators that have been selected. That means we have quad secondary hard breach as well available for the attack.
And once again, for Bliss, another study approach. Need to obviously clear out that shield. Top brown stairs. Either a Terror going off, but not sure if that's anywhere near the shield. Anywhere near top brown.
Attackers have located
I
a
see the
bomb.
0-2 often, but in this instance, a lot of information now at least gathered for Bliss. Oh, Shade going for a different approach here. Takes out one of the Banshees and gets still, though, to displace Fisher Guy from top brown. That's the ultimate goal. To get rid of Ethan. Worthy falls to Rapix as well. One man advantage established for Bliss. Bliss.
Minute 30, Jigsaw.
Blish
AK-12 gets a kill. Digital low, God Legion as well. Minute 30 and Shade will stick. Jigsaw to cover.
Oh,
they
clean.
fall off the plant, but I think it's all but done from here.
Wow.
And it is Repix once more to get the final pick for Bliss.
Really clean from Bliss and Blish. Hashtag Blish up.
5 hours.
Yeah, I know. And we're past round 1 too.
That was a clean round though from Bliss. I really like the use actually of the fuse onto reinforced walls, but despite that adjustment a couple of months ago, I think it was now, not many teams have really lent into it much, and that's actually a key position behind bar that you can disturb quite easily there with the fuse charge. So I like that from Jigsaw. Bit of adaptation here from Bliss, and now they're in their box seat to 4-2.5.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being
And of course, we need to
used
see
by
that second half before we can really get full grasp of things, as usual. Kitchen dining for the final round of this first half. Bliss, as you said, in the driver's seat in terms of getting to that 4-2 lead. It is their map pick, so there are those expectations for them to be doing well here on Villa, and it is that best of 5 that we've mentioned. It's going to be a long night.
10 seconds left.
Each round is important, but it's not the overall story.
5 seconds left.
I feel like we've been focusing quite heavily on Bliss's operator picks so far in this matchup, but Chiefs as well. Spicing things up a touch, Ethan with the cap can, so he can place those traps around, and that's probably not a bad playstyle against Bliss, who are quite aggressive on their pushes, and Digital as well. On the Oryx, he can poke his head up some of these hatches, go for rotations, charge through walls, do a bit of damage.
Well, I would imagine the IQ then from Rapix is almost in response to Ethan on the cap can. Has to be, really, at this point.
They had the Valk last round.
Oh, did they have the Valk? It also still works for the cap can as well. I mean, honestly, there's a lot of gadgets that you're going to be able to find with that scanner. You got the ADSs, you got the EDDs, obviously the Banshees as well. The thing I'm liking the most from Bliss at the moment, though, is in their playstyle approach over the first half has been a mixture of fast attacking rounds, pushing onto site quickly, and also just that slow approach. You just don't know what it's going to be. In this case, Jigsaw just literally walks in through Laundry, swings, easy kill on the Fisher guy. Probably was not expecting that kind of play. Maybe was more so anticipating a bit of a hold inside of Laundry, like we saw, I think, in one of the earlier rounds. But Jigsaw just goes, swings anyway.
Secondary hard breach having a significant impact in Laundry, in through dining. Repix up above, lurking. Worthy's going to walk straight into his crosshair if he is not careful. Oh! Repix gets the kill, Shade secures the plant.
And that's the round, that's the half as well. Bliss looking so clean here on the attack of Villa. It's a flawless round to close out the first half of Bliss. On their map pick, they're looking so good.
Well, that was a good way to kick things off for Bliss. A 4-2 half on the attack and a flawless round to seal the deal there over towards Kitchen and Dining. Proving that Villa is a pretty decent map for them and probably the reason they've gone there first.
Attacker side of Villa, though.
Defenders,
You
protect your
reckon?
bombs from being defused by attackers.
I have no idea.
You're just trying to fill the gap between the action for the next for this round, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. I will
Pretty
say
classic of you.
though, sort of maybe continuing to touch on what I said in terms of that first half playstyle from Bliss, where some rounds they were a little bit slower in their approach. For the most part though, they very much lent into that pace, being fast, being aggressive. At the start of the last round, I mean, even just Jigsaw walking through laundry, swing straight into Fisher Guy, playing the smoke, who's there to buy time, throw out those gas bay, make it difficult to just even come through laundry. Just swings, takes out the player immediately. The positioning of Repix to catch Worthy, who obviously, it's almost like chess. It's just that one move ahead in the thought process. Worthy's like, all right, I can flank upstairs, get a bit of vert. Repix is like, well, maybe he's going to do just that. I'll sit in that position, wait for it, bang, there you go. He's ready. That gets them the 5v3, and from there, Bliss were just able to continue to win their ones throughout the rest of the round, and flawless as well, mind you. Especially when, Bliss won the very opening round, then Chiefs won 2 in a row, and when we looked at the first 3 rounds, I'm thinking actually maybe Bliss, the Chiefs are looking really, really solid, but Bliss have fought back and have now established themselves a lead here going into the second half.
Yeah, and I don't think Chiefs are playing particularly bad outside of maybe the one round where they failed to get a retake. It's just been Bliss playing quite confidently, which is always good to see. And talk about confidence, Digital looking to maybe contest Todd. Digital currently in gallery, library occupied by the Mozzie. Flushes rain out, but Todd avoids it. Skeleton key toggled, but Digital needs to be careful.
Timing.
Is he going to get swung on? No, the flash. It's perfectly timed, and Digital once again gets an opening kill.
Yeah, really well played from Digital. He had that drone as well, using his flashes, using all of his utility to get that elimination onto Todd. Todd very much under the pressure there, and Shade actually... What?
That was a bit unlucky. I think I need a replay of that to see that again.
I definitely need a replay because I was not even actually looking at the middle of the screen here. I was actually glancing over towards Todd. Todd's card over the left, and apparently just see Digital is dead. I'm assuming they obviously knew he was there. He just killed Todd, so that's fine. Minute and a half remaining in the 7th round. 4 versus 4. I'm assuming that Nate got the shield top round. Fisher Guy bot gets Oda. Can now actually push up Brown stairs with still 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining. This is not bad from the Chiefs. The swing, it's perfect from Repix. It's those little moments where Bliss, by being aggressive, are getting themselves in good positions, but God Legion gets the kill into Jigsaw.
Really good pinch there onto Jig. The nade from below, the swing from the bulk. They perfectly timed it, and the Chiefs now have the man advantage. 50 seconds on the board, and Shade and Repix will now need to reaggress, maybe find a pick back for the 2v2. Worthy with kit in hand, looks to push forward, but needs to be cautious. Repix has a really good angle over the chassis, over the bar, and he could shut down this attacker of Ethan if he's sharp. Shade over towards Model, looking to shut down that angle. 30 seconds now left. Repix are all alone.
Yeah, and if Repix had hit that shot there, maybe he has a winnable play, but now he doesn't, especially with those adrenal surges to Chiefs win the round. A bit of a scrappy round, that messy, but you take it, especially off the back of a 4-2 opening half to Bliss. Chiefs open up with an attacking round of their own, and maybe just further signifying this could actually end up being an attacker-sided Villa. Let's look at this replay. Now, of course, Digital, that was a good little 1v1. And then he ends up dying to the C4. He droned. He was standing still.
He droned his own death.
Yeah. He literally droned, came back around, and yeah. His drone died too.
Are you sad that the drone died or that Digital died?
Probably more for the drone. The drone had nothing to do with it. It's all Digital.
Poor drone.
Stat trophy for the 8th round. I wonder though, do we continue to see an attacker-sided Villa? Is this going to be the trend here in this opening map?
Could well be. Then we just need to obviously see a little bit more, and we'll transition now over towards Stat Trophy and see how this particular site will play out. For the most part, Bliss on their attack actually did quite a strong job in getting map control, and the Chiefs were often on the back foot looking to retake site. I don't think Bliss will be all that keen in forfeiting quick map control in response. They're probably going to continue to play quite aggressively. We had Jigsaw, for example, in the last round, Low King Study. He may well do the same here for the push across the map. And I don't think Bliss are going to back down without a fight. I think they've established themselves quite nicely in the first 7 rounds that they're not playing with fear, and that's often a pretty powerful tool.
They got 3 nitro cells, plenty of firepower. They'll always go for these kind of cheeky little plays generally. This, wow, okay, that is very interesting. If he stays there the entire time and waits for that repel. Don't think so, surely not. Does he really just commit to this for like the next 30 seconds waiting? I mean, at the very least, I guess then if nothing happens, that's info that maybe Closet's not going to be an entry point, at least not now. Does give off and away from that position.
I do wonder if Jigsaw's called that out, that maybe they're pushing south instead, but they're not really going for that either. The Chiefs doing a bit of a strange lurk down below in basement, now electing to late repel over toward the bedroom side of the map. So a little bit of a strange start to this round, and depending on what's been commed, I don't quite know who's going to be on top, but I know for a fact that Jigsaw has taken down Digital, and that limits some of the verticality here for the Chiefs.
That's double digits now for Jigsaw. Once again, just continues to frag out, whether it's a season final, whether it's a regular play day, does not matter to him. 10 and 4 now. And losing Digital there on the bucket super early on. Not ideal. Just takes away that power to open up those floors and re-establish vert control, especially with all these players down in basement as well. Fisher Guy throws out the Selmas. With only a minute and a half remaining, down a player. Oh, the gold 6. Ethan, got to be so careful over towards Pantry. I thought maybe he was going to perish there, but he stays alive. God Legion just dancing around these bullets.
The Chiefs are just all over the shot at the moment. I don't really understand what their attack plan is at this point in time. Again, still lurking down below, but they haven't really found much. In fact, they found nothing, not a single HP's worth of damage. But as I say that, Oda has been dropped over towards bricks. Now, Fisho does have the diffuser in hand. If Ethan can make his way up the stairs, he can cut off that push. But a nitro cell from below. This could be a huge disruption, and it is. Diffuser on the floor, Shade to collect that one.
Ethan bites back, though. Does actually get the immediate trade onto Shade. Still has one more adrenal surge. Jigsaw falls to God Legion. The Chiefs down, bringing it back here in the 8th round. Only 30 seconds remaining in the round as God Legion does have the diffuser. Chiefs looking good, but Todd having to get one. And Rapix elsewhere takes out God Legion. It's only Ethan in a 1 versus 2. Todd low on health. Ethan with still one more adrenal surge available. He can use it, then push on into Trophy. With 15 seconds left, does not have the diffuser though. And obviously now for Todd and Rapix, you just hide. You play for time. They didn't even really have to hide. They ran straight to Rapix. Bliss go to 5 rounds. The Chiefs definitely up for a fight here on Villa.
Sometimes it can be tough due to the complex nature of Siege to sort of understand what an attacking plan is for a team and actually translate that to something for us to talk about, but that was honestly all over the shot for the Chiefs. They went for like a weird basement sort of lurk with a couple of players and didn't really gain any meaningful ground elsewhere on the map, so they were kind of stranded in no man's land for the majority of that round. Then when things started to kick off, Bliss were ready and waiting. They had really good information on Fisho, able to drop that diffuser, and that was basically the nail in the coffin. So well done by Bliss. Bit of early round aggression from the likes of Jigsaw, for example, but it wasn't that extreme that it could have been too deadly for Bliss. And again, they're just showing that they're here to stamp a bit of authority in this series. It is their map pick and they want a good start.
I think it's definitely important for Bliss to, get off to a good start. Yet, I say that, and you think back, Stage 2 Grand Final, they did get off to a good start. Winning the opening map, and I think at the time was a very convincing fashion, and yet, what did that really do for them in the next 3 maps? Nothing. So it's sort of one thing to get off to a good start. It's another thing to then be able to carry that momentum going into the next map. Of course, Clubhouse will be after this here on Villa. Back down to Kitchen Dining.
10 seconds remaining.
A rare defensive round win for a team here on Villa. It has, for the most part, been slightly more attacker favored.
Attackers are
It should
moving out to locate
obviously
a bomb and defuse it.
be a good measure for the Chiefs that they can claw back this 2-round deficit. Hello?
Oh, I think that was the basement spawn peak straight past the van down below. That's
the
really
hard
nice.
breach off the board now already.
And no secondary available.
That's a massive spawn kill from Jigsaw. Taking out Fisher Guy.
And
That's so demoralizing.
Yeah, Digital's not running the secondary, so honestly, of all the players that could have been spawn peaked for the Chiefs, it's probably the worst one.
Yep.
And bringing this round back, not only with the main disadvantage, but the util disadvantage is going to be really, really tricky. Now, I guess we're now going to probably see Chiefs rotate south. That's their best option considering they don't have hard breach. But if Jigsaw saw that it was Ace that he killed and Bliss assumed that may have been the only hard breach, they're probably going to be pretty clued onto that. And it's going to make things even more difficult.
I mean, they're going to have to get like red stairs control, push in through sheets onto site rather than having to try and be cheeky, maybe open up like pantry, for example. You can't do that at all now anymore. So that means that obviously, oh hang on, Worthy, buddy.
MVP, by the way.
That's the MVP in a pog mat. And Bliss, off the back of this round, what has been an unfortunate round for the Chiefs, will have map point. They'll be up 6-3. They'll have that 3-round advantage. Of course, still need to close this one out. It's not an easy one to do, especially with the likes of Goth Legion and Ethan running around still. And Digital.
You just tack that on there.
And Digital.
Bit of a lull in the action as Chiefs on the attack man down need to show some initiation. And Digital,
hey,
your favorite. He steps up and actually shuts down the top fragger in Jigsaw.
That's why I said and Digital. Didn't mean it any other way. Shade. Oh, Shade's gone too. Gold Legion gets in. Now there's only a minute left. 3 versus 3. Winnable with Ethan's angle. Now the Chiefs have the advantage. So much for map point. Digital's low. Gold Legion as well. Rapix will shut him down. Of course, Digital has basically no health. An opportunity for Todd and Rapix to continue to win this round for Blizz, as they should have maybe won easily off the back of the start in this round. Ethan probably just has to go in. Digi's got the one, he's got the diffuser. Nitrous off from Todd, loses Rapix. Now on 1 vs 2, Ethan gets them both to close the round out. What a comeback in the round for the Chiefs.
Wow.
Blizz could not have had a better start to that round, and yet they don't win.
They probably couldn't have had a worse ending. I think they got a little bit impatient, started over peaking. I don't know how much of that may have been facilitated by Digital on vertical, potentially displacing those players and forcing their hand, but either way, Bliss just falling apart really at the end there. I don't know how much of that was the Chiefs again initiating it, but either way, very disappointing. And now they've been prevented from getting that match point, at least for now.
I'm going to be honest and say I don't actually think they did a whole lot wrong, because at the end they fell back to site, held angles. It just so happens Digital hit his shots. Ethan, you know, basically a double at the end. I think it just comes down to that and the firepower of Chiefs. The one thing maybe Bliss technically should have done better on was trading. You've got that numbers advantage. You should be probably trading in those situations a little bit better than that. But outside of that, I think that's just the Chiefs and their raw aim and their raw firepower to push through the lines and close that round out. And Ethan, it's an old head. You know, he's not gonna panic in those situations. He's not gonna be stressed out by the time remaining in the round or the severity of the disadvantage in terms of the man count. Big round, massive difference between like a 6-3 scoreline and 5-4 now.
And I think I'd probably go as far as to say that's the first round we've had so far where the team that's lost is probably going to be quite challenged in the mental aspect, just due to the nature in which how they lost the round, because they're at such a strong advantage, such a strong position, and they let it slip. Add on top of the fact that you have the stakes of match point so close for Bliss to at the very least push OT. That would be a hard round, I think, to sort of recover from mentally. So we'll see if maybe they'll double down on the aggression, keep playing the way they are, or maybe just tame it back a little bit, because for the most part they have again been playing quite strong, and the Chiefs, it looks like once more they're going for this kind of strange basement-like thing.
But this is the thing, right? I don't think Bliss would be wanting to tame anything back, because it was their aggression that got them into that opportunity to win the round. It was actually when they sort of tapered off, fell back to site, held angles, that they actually then lost the round. Not saying they should have just continued to run around clueless and hope that they won that way, but I mean, that's why you're going to continue to see Jigsaw try and make these plays. E1D deployed Gold Legion from Red Stairs. We'll get the opening kill into Shade. And this is kind of what Chiefs do to teams. Maybe they look like they're in a beatable position, but then they just go bang, bang. A couple of rounds in a row, and then suddenly they're winning.
Yeah, really good combo where
combo rather with the crowd control, the Lion and Gold Legion able to get the first pick, so the basement lurk works.
That was weird from Worthy.
Sharp from Jigsaw though. 12 kills so far. He evens out the man count, not traded.
Yeah, just strange. I mean, he's literally deploying his EE1D as he's swinging through the doorway, which is being watched. Digital, that was close. Minute and a half remaining.
Reloading.
Chiefs have definitely been pretty decent with their time as well so far on the attacks.
Reload.
This is wasting a lot of time. Keep in mind, this is not the objective, of course. It is AVG, and those defenders have now fallen back towards site. Now, there is someone at 90, I'm presuming, based on the outline, that's Jigsaw. He's in a great position to shut down these players and make a play of his own.
I mean, even if he does, yeah, I was going to say you either get droned out, you may actually just hold this, take one shot, then fall back down the hallway, and then play on site. So now 90 control established for the Chiefs. Time though, 40 seconds left. This is now where you question things a little bit. Open up that 90 wall, open up the hallway, 30 seconds left. As soon as this opens up, clear out the player inside a vault. Now you know they're on site. Obviously, you're going to have to try and stick that plant down. Digital's the one with that diffuser on the other side. It's where he's pushing in now through the landing, trying to go and just push in, get that plant down. Gold Legion all the way over towards Brownstairs. They got players in different angles, but time is the biggest factor.
10 seconds, God Legion with the flank. Manages to find one, but Jigsaw holds on for his team. Now God Legion left all alone. They didn't have the time. They didn't have the manpower. Bliss with match point.
And just as I was giving credit to the Chiefs about their time management, I feel like they just slowed down a touch. Get to that position where you're in red time, where anytime you're in red time and that plant's not going down or in a position to be going down safely, it's going to be very difficult to then do so, especially when Bliss still had numbers up and on site, and they were always going to be able to deny the Chiefs from rushing in, and they played that well. 6-4, and that probably actually goes back to the start of the round where you said, do Bliss aim it in a little bit?
And that's
exactly they did.
And I think, well, it was tamed aggression, right? I think Jigsaw was actually a really key part of that round. Not only did he get a key pick onto Worthy and disrupt the flow of momentum over towards this side of the map in particular when the Chiefs were trying to get Northern control, then he also doubled down over towards 90, but he also didn't give away his life. He could have swung, maybe even found a kill, but again, if he had have swung that in a low percentage environment, lost that fight, once Vault was open, Bliss probably would have lost the round. So he was a key player there.
It's almost like you sort of were able to watch the overhead and watch his positioning. You know, inside a trophy, looking in through Astro, gets a kill, falls back, takes 90, gets a couple of shots, doesn't get a kill, wastes a bit of time, falls back to hallway. You know what I mean?
He was creating these really powerful buffer zones, and Chiefs normally are a team that are good in trying to eliminate those, but it's a testament to Jigsaw. He has the mechanical skill to back that up, and I think we've seen through his own personal development throughout the year, he's also taming that with smart play as well. He's not going, oh, I'm going to be a macho man and get 3 kills every round. He's also making sure it is calculated to an extent.
So match point now established for Bliss. Chiefs now have 2 rounds to force OT. Wouldn't we just wouldn't we just love a day where we go all 5 maps and each map is OT? That is probably the only way we get to midnight.
I would love that.
And with a couple of tech issues.
A couple of rehosts?
Yeah, a couple of rehosts. We get to midnight.
Surely we throw it back to the desk for rehosts. I don't want to talk.
Oh, 100%.
Good idea.
Get him out of the green room.
We haven't actually had a rehost yet this tournament.
Oh, yeah, no.
I don't think we'll have any now.
This man, you did not just say that.
hey, let's be serious. Match point, 6-4. Bliss with the lead.
Ooh.
Ethan firing shots. That's onto Jigsaw, who takes damage. But once more, he survives, creating these buffer zones down below.
The Chiefs have just completely stalled out. No one's moving. It's like they just don't have any information to play off of right now. Jigsaw's fallen over to red stairs. It's kind of like find the Jigsaw. I think Ethan might have a clue. Never mind. Ping over to a player inside a sheet. Todd kills Fisher guy.
That's big.
despite the information there established for the Chiefs, Repix gets through the ditch. Worthy does get one. He'll make that 2. He will punish. And that's Repix down. It's only 2 up now for Bliss. God Legion was there to help out for the work that Worthy was able to do. And now into a 2 versus 2. Surely it doesn't just come down to Jigsaw versus Worthy, does it?
Oh, it could. Chiefs will need to rotate that diffuser up above 2v2. I think maybe Bliss are trying to apply some pressure down below, maybe force the rotation outside, which will take more time, but Worthy's not backing down without a fight. Shots rain out, Jigsaw once more still survives. Gold Legion doesn't though, Worthy in the 1v2.
Match point for Bliss in a 2 versus 1 against the MVP. Low on health, but you would never count him out even in this situation. Jigsaw, the Rookie of the Year versus the MVP. 30 seconds left, and this is where time now is also a major factor. And Worthy is aware of that. Grabs diffuser, notice there's 1 player down below, rotates up above. Should know that is going to be 1 player up here. But now he has to just basically plan, even off no information. He has no idea where Oda is, sitting inside a bathroom, and that is worrying the hell out of Worthy. He has to stick it.
Oda moves forward. Worthy needs to stick, but he won't be able to do it. Oda will progress forward, find that pick, and Bliss take map 1.
It's only the first, but maybe the first of many to come for Team Bliss. They open up the season finals in the grand final with a victory. 1-0 is the current scoreline, but a long, long way to go when it comes to best of 5s, guys. They still need to win 2 more whole maps, but hey, what a way to start.
Good little victory there for Bliss. They stamp their authority in this series, get their map pick on the board. A little bit of a messy ending to that round. The Chiefs almost pushing the envelope a little bit more than Bliss probably would have liked. But a 7-4 victory in the end. Still very strong.
Remembering back to stage 2, though, I hate to say it, I really do, but they started off that grand final as well in that best of 5 with a map victory. You know what happened next?
3-1. To the Chiefs.
Chiefs then won the next 3 in a row. So that's basically, I guess, the next goal now for Bliss. Got the first map on the board. That's great. But realistically, that goal now is to continue this momentum going into Clubhouse.
Yeah, the goalposts continue to shift. Keep in mind with the BO5 veto, Chiefs, theoretically, one of their stronger maps is going to be coming up straight away. So Bliss probably can alleviate a little bit of pressure there, but it is important that they don't let things slip too much.
Map 1 done. Go back to the couch.
Cheers, Xenox, and cheers, Guz. Fantastic play-by-play moment from you, honestly. I love to see that. Okay, well, it turns out we do have a match after all. We had some suspicions that maybe this was just going to be an easy one for Chiefs. A couple worries that maybe a 3-0 was on the horizon, but Bliss started a bit strange, started a bit crazy, a bit questionable, but hey, they got the map.
Yeah, pretty similar to yesterday, actually. You know, it was shades of how Villa started out for them in that series against Knights, but no, Bliss really stepped it up towards the end, and you know, Chiefs really did make a bit of a resurgence throughout that map. But again, hats off Bliss. They really stood up and got through it. And look, they've taken that first map, and I think that's going to feel good for them in this BO5.
Yeah, I mean, surely that puts a bit of wind in their sails, get a bit hyped. Obviously, map 2 is going to be a bit more of a challenge. It's Chiefs' map pick, but you were one of the people, Winnie, that was like, I don't know, like, is it going to be Bliss this map? What are you thinking now?
Well, so far this weekend, all of my predictions have been wrong, so that is the first thing to note. But yeah, they've been playing a fairly unpredictable kind of aggressive style this weekend so far. It's a bit reminiscent of, say, like a Cyclops. They have some interesting op picks. They're working more around getting the frags earlier in the round rather than taking map control and winning the round more off strategy-based stuff. But yeah, they've done a good job. Jigsaw again had a good map, and whenever he's fragging out, then they're generally in a good place.
Bliss throwing some curveballs, but you can't deny results, right? And it's so fitting that we did those OCN awards just not long ago, because it did end up being the Jigsaw show, the rookie versus the MVP. And you can look at it right at the top of the scoreboard, big on those entries, just like you had said. What tends to be a quiet player turned up here. God Legion's having a good one.
He is, yeah. No, he's actually, I mean, yesterday as well, he really showed up as one of the star players alongside Worthy in that series against Rufflecopter. So yeah, good to see some consistency out of God Legion, especially given, you know, he is one of those ones that's still kind of going through the hotel Wi-Fi
the Perth
situation.
Players, hotel Wi-Fi, the curse.
Yep, that's it.
Yeah, fantastic showing. 7-4 overall. I feel like I'm getting flashbacks to the Villa that we saw in the OCN regular season for Stage 3.
Yeah, I mean, it played out fairly similarly. I think Bliss probably played the map a bit differently, but again, results speak for themselves. 7-4 victory against Chiefs on any map is a good result for them, especially at the start of a BO5.
Yeah, well, we've seen them win a map in a BO5 before, but we haven't seen them win that series. A little bit of confidence that they can take away from that. Obviously, there's a lot to play for here for Bliss. 25k on the line for this tournament, 15 grand in first place. Both of these teams vying for that. Also, it would be a pretty big deal for Chiefs not to get the 4 in a row after winning every single stage. So, I mean, they're the last team to feel pressure, but it's in the back of my mind.
Yeah, look, I think it's definitely something to consider. But to Vinny's point as well, you know, this is kind of it for Chiefs' year. They don't really have anything else left on the cards. Bliss obviously have APAC Premier relegations at some stage to still think about. So I think for Chiefs, probably not feeling the pressure as much. But look, they have lost the first map, so that's something. It never feels good to be running from behind in these kinds of series.
But they're going to be. Chiefs hoping to tie a nice little bow on their year. Should they take their own map, you reckon?
I think that if they were to come back and do the 3-1 sweep again, the maps that they've got next are definitely the maps.
Fantastic. Well, Bliss are off to a cracking start, but that doesn't mean the Chiefs are out of this yet. Map 2 coming up very soon. A red hot start for the boys in pink. Bliss take map number 1, their pick 7-4, but the back-to-back-to-back champions are not going to go down without a serious fight. The boys in blue looking to fight back here on map number 2, and we have seen them do a 3-1 reverse sweep against Bliss in a BO5 before. We're not sold on that story just yet as a repeat here, but we do expect them to be strong here on map 2.
Definitely. It's going to be Chiefs map pick, and also to Vinny's point, I feel like the next 3 maps in particular coming up are a really good opportunity for Chiefs to do that reverse sweep. The next 2 in particular, I think, are going to be really telling.
Yeah, well, coming in at map number 2, surely Bliss have a bit of momentum to run with. Is that, like, are we calling this yet? Like, are we saying that map 2 is absolutely not happening for Bliss?
No, with the BO5, it's way too early to call, I think, especially with the way that map played out. Clubhouse is second. It's probably one of the most like stale attacking maps in terms of what you can bring in the op selection, and if they're going to be playing those kind of niche ops, then it might be a bit tougher to get what they need to win Clubhouse attacks. But in saying that, momentum, you win the first map, it could go either way.
I feel so torn when it comes to Clubhouse and Chiefs, right? I feel like we've really had our emotions toyed with because for such a long time, I think they were 10-0 earlier in the season across the whole year on Clubhouse, and then they lose it to, what was it, Overt or something, and they've lost it a couple of times since. I think we roasted Didge a bit in the interviews for it, and he said, hey, mate, 10-1 is still 10-1. I don't know where to place my faith now.
Yeah, no, there's definitely been a bit of a thing at the moment about Dub House not being Dub House for them as of late. Don't have the exact map stats in front of me, but it does feel like in recent history, they have had some struggles. So yeah, it's definitely not the set thing that it used to be with Chiefs.
Yeah, and talking about set, I mean, that's exactly how you describe Clubhouse, right? Fairly stale in terms of the maps, like kind of methodical. Maybe talk to perhaps what we might see, especially now that Osa, of course, is back in the game for the first time and playable in comp.
Yeah, so Osa being incorporated to the attack will be interesting. I haven't seen too much of it yet, even during practice recently. But yeah, in terms of Clubhouse, we're probably going to be seeing one of the hard breaches banned out, probably a Thatcher. If not a Thatcher, probably the Maverick. And that's pretty telling of how the attacks will play out in terms of kind of the step-by-step that goes through. More often than not, getting the external wall of one of the sites open first or getting a hatch open first is generally how Club will play out. And I think maybe if Bliss choose to bring more of those niche ops, we might be seeing more hard breach charges on something like Capitao or Ying. But other than that, I think it will play out fairly standard.
Right, well, we also had a good yarn the other day about Rafters control, right? And about how some teams are figuring out interesting ways to deal with that. What was it? Overt, Ed Pan just jumped over and killed a bunch of you guys.
Yeah, so we might be seeing some kind of niche strategy as well in terms of the defenses. Like I said, attacking on Clubhouse is fairly stale, but in saying that, stale attacks are easy to practice.
Yeah, right.
So getting defensive wins can sometimes be a bit of a struggle as well.
Yeah, and the thing we always love to talk about, at the end of a half, right, we're kind of trying to figure out which team is favored based on that. And it used to be, it was almost always defense that you're like, well, if defense has a good half, doesn't mean it's over for the attack. These days, Clubhouse is a bit leaning into that attacker side a bit more. So I don't know, is 3-3 the expectation here for Chiefs?
I think 3-3 is a fairly, reasonable assessment of what the situation could be, but yeah, it kind of depends on the bans as well. Clubhouse can definitely be the kind of map where if you do a particular combination of bans, that can really shape which side you'll expect it to lean into. So hard to say until we see that aspect, but to like your point, it does feel like that side swing is a lot more balanced than it used to be. It's certainly not the set defense kind of meta on Clubhouse anymore.
Well, I don't know about bans, but for picks, we've already seen Bliss really, I don't know what to use here. The words that are
experimental.
Experimental. I mean, we saw Glaz yesterday from Tob. We saw Bliss today. Funnily enough, they actually managed to get the plant down and somehow it got retaken against. You've already mentioned things like Ying. Could we see Bliss get even more creative than that?
It could be a Monty, maybe. Like basically any operator that has a hard breach tool secondary, we could probably see. It's always useful on a map like Clubhouse with like plenty of hatches, especially if something like a Cade was banned on defense.
Right.
Keeping hatches closed can be very tricky, and an operator like Monty or Ying brings a lot of utility as well as hard breach, so we could definitely see some of those.
And we talk about bog standard Clubhouse. Do we feel like it needs to have a spanner thrown in the works by some of these more niche picks? Because Bliss are obviously going up against Chiefs on one of their best maps. Did Bliss need to lean into that?
I wouldn't say so, because I think with the way the Chiefs played out Villa, it seemed like they weren't exactly on the ball today anyway. But in saying that as well, the way that Villa played out and the way that this weekend's gone for Bliss, it seems like that's kind of the place they're aiming for. Whether that's something that they thought about coming into the weekend, kind of to hide the playstyle that they're going to bring to APAC South, or this is the way that Bliss are going to be from now on.
Maybe. It would certainly make for an explosive Bliss. Chiefs not quite on the ball today. Obviously, it's only one map in, but what is it about that? Like, is it that Worthy's not getting aces every round? Is it that it's not, an even load shared across, or is Bliss just like really that much better?
I just felt like in particular Villa was probably just more matching what Bliss are bringing in this series at the moment. So I think, at least in my opinion, I felt like Villa was kind of always, I wouldn't say set to be in Bliss's favor, but I felt like it was more likely they were going to come out on top. I think it's very different moving forward from here. And the other thing is sometimes it's just like that. Chiefs can have slow starts in long series because it's about the series at the end of the day. It's not about winning every single map. You just got to win the series. So wouldn't be surprised.
Bliss can win maps. It's hard to convince us that Chiefs are not still going to win it. What do you reckon here? Clubhouse for Chiefs?
I'm going to give a score prediction. I'm going to say 7-4 to Chiefs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm feeling similar lines. I'm feeling like it's a Chiefs map. I'm gonna go closer, 7-5.
I would love to see Bliss give Chiefs an L on this map and be on series point, forcing the reverse sweep if Chiefs are gonna go back to back to back to back. But we're ready to get into the game. Guz and Xenox, take it away.
My little finger pointing, as you said, back to back to back. I was getting really hyped up. No, back into the action we go very shortly. Clubhouse. I don't want to say must-win territory for the Chiefs, but if Bliss can somehow pull this away, not only would they be taking the map pick of the Chiefs, they would then, therefore, be up 2-0, and they're then needing one more, and then they go into their own map after that.
Yeah, it's not a must-win, but it is an expected win for the Chiefs. Yes, Clubhouse was once dubbed Dub House. Not really the case anymore, as that streak of wins was broken earlier in the year, but no doubt still a strong map for them. I don't think Bliss it's impossible for them necessarily to win this match, but Chiefs very much strong favourites in my opinion. I would honestly go as far as to say probably a 7-3.
So you favour the sentiment of the boys on the couch, 7-3 victory to the Chiefs.
Yeah.
I'll agree with you. I did say this was going to go to all 5 maps, and therefore for that to happen, the Chiefs will probably need to win here on Clubhouse. I'm thinking 7-4. I might agree with Vinciel. Or Vincent.
Before this event, I asked you, do you know who Vincent is? And you didn't know who he was.
I didn't, no.
No.
I've only heard of Vinciel or Vinny. I had no idea who Vincent was, but heading into Clubhouse, of course, for Club, a map where the Chiefs have had a lot of success on. Maybe not recently, though.
No, it's been a little bit tumultuous for them. Obviously, earlier in the year, they had mounted a ridiculous win streak on Clubhouse, which was eventually broken, but unfortunately for Bliss, they are still the Chiefs, a very strong team here, a strong outfit, of course, a very structured map. Yes, we might see a little bit of a change up in terms of operator picks and a bit of fun on the board here, but I think at the end of the day, the Chiefs will reign supreme.
Well, they're going to need to, if they want to avoid being down 2-0 to start the grand final. Can they make it 1-1, or can Bliss maybe just go one step closer to securing their own grand final victory? And of course, $15,000 on the line for first place when it's all said and done. We head into the ban phase here for Clubhouse, our second map of the series.
Now, Clubhouse isn't necessarily a map where you would expect too much of a shift away from the usual meta in terms of operator bans. Typically a hard breach in combination with a Thatcher. As I say that though, soft breach taken down first by Bliss. That's Sledge off the board, and I don't know why you would want to necessarily nerf Digital on the vert roll, but that will be the call, and he'll likely need to double down on his buck pick from earlier on Villa. The Chiefs will respond. Thatcher expected, maybe even a Maverick. We'll have to see what plays out, but it will be said Thatcher.
Yeah, can I just say, by the way, Vince here, Vinny, I know he's listening. He said there was going to be a hard breacher banned. I don't see it.
Does that mean he doesn't come back for the next OCN Finals?
Yeah, he's done. Got it wrong.
That's not good
These
enough.
players, they think they know everything. They get onto one broadcast, say, oh, well, I'm expecting going to be a hard breacher ban. Couldn't even get that one right. Anyway.
Well, to be fair,
it is difficult.
It's also difficult to anticipate Bliss would nerf Digital.
That's why you are the color caster of the region.
Don't point in my face like that.
No?
No, please.
Let's get into it here on Clubhouse. The second map of this grand final. Bliss up 1-0 after taking Villa. Chiefs now needing to respond, which one thing that needs to be said about the Chiefs is whenever they do find themselves in this position, which doesn't happen often to be fair, but they always respond. At least here, you know, domestically. Overseas, maybe not so much.
True. The one thing that's standing out to me, right? Mute banned off the board. No Kaid banned. Yet this lineup from Bliss is suggesting a castle SSG roam strat. Now, typically you would want the mute on the board to facilitate that, and you'd often do it in response to a Kaid ban because holding onto the hatches is really tricky, so you can just open them up and rotate off anyway. So Bliss are just oozing confidence at the moment. They don't really care what the bans are.
I mean, in some ways, though, that's probably what they want to bring into this entire grand final as their strategy is probably that confidence and aggression and firepower. We saw it a little bit on Villa. Their attacks were extremely good, and obviously even on the defense, they were still aggressive with their positioning, spawn peeking. How committed to this roam, though, will they be is the biggest question. Despite having Kaid on the board, obviously no electrified hatches will make that pretty easy for the Chiefs to be able to open those up. Look at the Maverick, look at the Cabana. Obviously, for the Chiefs lineup in itself, it's a completely normal looking lineup.
Potential spawn pick. I thought they may be over towards bedroom for red picks, but it'll be Jigsaw once again.
You sounded a little... Well, no, I was going to say you sounded surprised. No, you actually sounded like...
I was like...
I should have known that was coming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there a word for that?
Anticipation?
Should have anticipated it.
Yeah. In this instance, though, I guess the Yana probably not all that much of a big deal. Obviously, back on Villa, you know, you get the spawn peak on Fisho, and that was the solo hard breacher. Even if they had have got one, you still got... You're running 2 hard breaches in this instance anyway. Digital actually just pushing straight through Dirt. He just does not care. Straight on sight. Headshot as well onto Oda. The Chiefs responding to that opening spawn peak. They're just on site. They're planting.
Can't nerf Digital. Take away the sledge.
Well, this is obviously the roam game from Bliss, and Chiefs now just saying, okay, let's avoid the roam. Let's just go straight for site. They're not going to be there, or at least not have that many players there in general.
Worthy's still in spawn.
Even Worthy's not there.
Don't need him. Got Legion down. Fisher to get a pick. So it's effectively a 3v3. Keep in mind, Worthy's a long way from sight, but Digital has the cross towards bot main, traded back. Now Shade, he's in sight, so he has a decent position. God Legion down.
Technically 1v2, unless God Legion does get brought back up. Does indeed. Nade opens up. Nice sight line. Worthy, though. Well, he came to the party a little bit late, but still had fun nevertheless. And the Chiefs, well, they storm on site here in round 1. The roam game of Bliss completely neglected. And the Chiefs will take the opening round here on their map pick.
That is obviously the most exploitable weakness of a basement roam on Clubhouse. You can go for blue pushes through stock. You can also go for dirt pushes off the back of a hard breach. In that case, in the previous round, it was the Maverick in the hands of Fish, able to facilitate that play. You'd probably expect that from support player of the year.
Support player of the year, yep.
And a good start for the Chiefs.
I think just the ability to obviously read into that. It's not as if Bliss had no one on site, but then because Digital was just so quick and thorough pushing in through dirt, gets that opening pick, onto Oda, straight in on site. At that point, Bliss have got roamers just about everywhere, and then you're now all trying to scurry back over and just even stay alive. As always, you know, with our sponsors, Livin, staying alive, one of my favorite little segues into my favorite little plug for what is, of course, a very astute organization that breaks the stigma around mental health, guys. Always does so. We love supporting Livin as they support us here at the Oceanic Nationals. If you guys at home want to support Livin, of course, their social media, you can also wear their merch. And if you want that merch, which by the way is actually pretty good, you gotta agree?
5 seconds to go.
Yep.
Yeah? Well, you got that OCN 15 code at the checkout for 15% off. More information, of course, !Livin in Twitch chat. We'll take you over to their website. Go and support them. It's a great cause. And I would have given that one at least a 9 out of 10.
2 out of 10.
2 out of 10? Harsh.
You scared me. Just like Jigsaw has scared Digital. Once again, getting a spawn pick.
I always like scaring you.
You just jumped up and ran off because you forget the plug.
I did not forget the plug.
Knock, knock.
Never.
I would expect better from you. Should have memorized it by now.
Well, I expect better from Digital to not be dying so
Oh, he had
early
one
on
good
in the round.
round.
He did have
Leave
one
him
good
alone.
round. Fisher guy going to get to work on the Kennel's wall. Do not want to be making a meal of this one in the grand final.
No, good job. Of course, the wall has been butchered up by the defense, making his life a little bit more challenging, but Gold Legion alongside to support could find some toes, but doesn't hit those shots. Nitro Soul rains out, and that only aids in opening up the wall a little bit more. Good, clean work from Fish.
Yeah, not bad. I'll give that one a solid 7 out of 10. 2 minutes on the clock. Not the fastest, but also gets it done on a timely manner. Of course, the Chiefs can get to work elsewhere. Although minus Digital, not the end of the world. I'm sensing... Do they go for Garage? Do they go through Con? What's the next play here for the Chiefs?
looking pretty straightforward at the moment. Hard breach wall open over towards Kennels. They can hold that cross, but Jigsaw is being the thorn in the side, and getting that garage control going to now be tough. Ro picks up above from the rafters. Fisher and Worthy, the duo, to try and clear this position, but they need to clear him quickly.
Oh my
70
God.
seconds left. The initial shots don't land, but Todd lands his onto Fisher. Repix over towards Worthy, shuts down that entry. Now Ethan in the 1v5. It's a flawless response from Bliss.
I mean, I don't even really know what to say in that instance. Rapix literally just stands up almost into the scope of Worthy. It's just a little bit off. Not that I don't think it really would have mattered in the end. And whenever you have that flawless round, one little instance is not really going to have that much of an impact. Even if you do clear rafters there, you're going to end up in a 1 versus 4. So regardless, really well played by the boys in pink. And Bliss get one back immediately here on Clubhouse. And speaking of the boys on the couch in this instance, debating about the increase in attacker win rate on Clubhouse recently, sensing maybe 3-3 is like the new benchmark for both sides. Would you agree with that? Or do you still think defense should be able to put out 4-2?
3-3 is probably pretty realistic. CC Cash is horrible to hold these days. Gym Bedroom is now, you know, starting to tire a little bit, but still quite winnable. Basement, depending on how you want to approach it, I think still has merit. Surprisingly, we haven't seen too much play of Stage Bar, so maybe we'll see that at some point. But I do agree with the sentiment that 3-3 is probably on par. I'm going to be very disappointed here for Chiefs, though, heading into this round, if they die to another spawn peak. Now, props to Jigsaw, he's playing really well, able to find these picks. But on a map like Clubhouse, of all the maps, is one that you really should not be being spawn peaked on. They've had 6 years to learn them.
Just keeping my eye on that little outline of Jigsaw, but it's
Okay.
Ethan. It goes the other
What is
way.
going on? Where was that? So confused.
Yeah, don't ask me that one, mate. Either way, Todd, well, he's eliminated very quickly. And now all 3 rounds, we've had essentially a 5 versus 4 scenario early on, this time in favor of the Chiefs.
Wall opened up cleanly. Digital can hold the cross, and the Chiefs now in a much better position compared to the last round. I'm anticipating them to probably try and take control of Garage. In fact, Gold Legion has free control, free reign down below on the first floor. That means they can establish flank control and start to transition control across to Con, start applying pressure on the bedroom balcony. We may even see Fisher rotate over towards Jacuzzi and work that wall a little bit as well. That's been a good clean start from the Chiefs, and they can continue to lean in to that man advantage.
Yeah, and honestly, pretty decent for time too. Still a minute 45 seconds remaining. They'll clear out. Now these players inside a cache. I think maybe one rotated top red. And down below, I think that's Shade on the other side, who actually did find the elimination onto Digital, and he gets away scot-free. Or does he? Maybe not. He actually just took a little shoulder to the a bullet to the shoulder, I should say. And it buys time though, getting that elimination onto Digital. Now they're kind of hunting down Shade as well. He found another kill onto Ethan. Worthy though pushes up top red, and now he can push into Cash. So still again, Chiefs do get back to working it towards site. Minute 10 seconds left. Now Cash control, and obviously Con to come next.
Oda trying to put up a stand over towards the logistics, but forced back. Good droning from the Chiefs, still 5 up. They can gather this information, relay it to the rest of the team, and take quick control. You can see Con is now theirs, and Shade down below forced up main stairs. Chiefs in a prime position to claim this round, but if they do put a foot wrong, maybe Shade or Oda can capitalize.
Oh, there's a slight chance there, maybe onto Shade, who's used that Nitrocell, can't use it now late round. 35 seconds left. They've got the angles, they've got the numbers here. Important though for Oda to at least get one with the SMG-11. Takes out Worthy. Fisher guy, of course, needs to plant too. Does not want to wait to the last second. We'll go for it now while God Legion is watching. Gas Babe out, but it's not going to hit. The no! Miscommunication! Fisher guy walks straight into the firing line of God Legion, and he can't win it from here, surely. One in bathroom, one top main stairs. He'll swing, but Oda will be watching. What a mess of a round for the Chiefs, and Bliss will be happy with it regardless.
The only way Chiefs lose that round is if they put a foot wrong, and they quite literally put a foot wrong at the pivotal moment. Fisho, I think, was a little bit cautious, a little bit scared of maybe the swing from Jim, maybe even the double door from Barkley, which couldn't really be covered all that well from God Legion, but a clear miscommunication. Fisher only needed to stick for 2 seconds, probably could have done so. In the post-plant, Chiefs win that, but unfortunately, they make that mistake, and Bliss ready and waiting.
Just little moments. Even the best of the best, even the Chiefs will make those kind of mistakes every now and then, but not that often. That's one that I don't think Bliss will get many more of. And Chiefs were doing really well to actually claw their way back into the round and even establish themselves a solid position to win it. Their time management was good. They got, again, over towards site. They took control of cash and then con and then logistics, go for the plant. Watching it, everything was set up perfectly. And then the final hurdle, they've just stumbled over and face planted into the pavement. Bliss will take it though, they're not complaining, gets them one step closer to taking 3 rounds in the opening half. Now that we go down below, I would imagine, and based off of sort of the composition here, they're not going to be going for that roam game again. They'll have a couple more on site. Obviously, they'll still probably have maybe 2 above or so, or at least to show face a little bit and then fall back down. Generally, the goal, I think, is one of the better executed strategies is you go for that 1 kill. If you get it, all 5 on site, 5 versus 4, go for the trade game late round. And for the most part, it usually works out well for the defenders.
Interesting that once again Bliss aren't leaning into the Kaid, which did slip through the ban phase. Fisho nonetheless is probably going to still play Maverick just in case of a 6 pick, and he could use that for dirt alternatively and allow Worthy to get pretty free reign on a lot of those hatches and open them scot-free. So we'll have to see how that dynamic plays out. Fisho as well can Mav trick some of this roam. Currently on Kennel's wall. Makes it soft. And Chiefs can drone out this top floor. Todd over towards logistics. Don't know if anyone's holding his hand here on the roam. It looks like there is a duo up above. It might be Repix alongside him. And it is. Top red stairs. Interesting that Bliss are playing this pretty confidently in the sense that they want to really hang on to this control. They don't have that castle, so making their way back towards site might be tough.
Oh, that was a Gemini anyway. Worthy actually finds an opening pick finally into the round. Minute 50 on the clock, and it's Repix that falls on the Malusi. So Chiefs once again with that opening pick, just as they did in the round prior. I think even maybe the opening round of the map too. So they've been better at getting these opening picks, despite what you said earlier about Bliss finding a spawn pick in round 2. Everywhere else though, the Chiefs actually on the attack have been the team consistently getting these advantages early on.
They can now expedite some of these processes with no Kaid on the board. Opening up these hatches is pretty easy. Digital on the vert. Sledge exchange to the back can get some damage. Down below onto Todd, rotating back to site. Not quite enough for a kill, but could be quite critical late round. Only a couple more shots away from death. But Shade over towards the meat locker. He hasn't been spotted. Or maybe he has now. Has Worthy seen him? He did. He gets the pick. He's second in the round.
You reckon he actually maybe saw like the barrel of the gun or something very minor for that split second? Because I actually think had he swung first time, I think he maybe catches him off guard. Worthy that is, and that's the round now, 5 versus 2. Digital now makes it a 5 versus 1. Todd on site, low on health, no chance that he's going to win from here. Worthy shuts him down. That was much better from the Chiefs.
And I think that was honestly even worse than Bliss's last roam attempt on this site. The thought process for them heading into that round, it seemed to be that they wanted to go for the roam without the castle, but then also not bring a Kaid. So just even in the op select phase alone, it looked already weaker than their last attempt. So a little bit questionable from them on that occasion. I wouldn't have minded seeing them go one way or the other and just either say, let's bunker down on site, lean into their Kaid, impact trick hatches and try to deny time that way, or get even more aggressive on the roam, double down with the castle, open up hatches, and really try and force that time leakage. They kind of got stuck in no man's land in the middle, and Chiefs, to their credit, did a good job in whittling it away.
It definitely feels like basement has been an issue here for Bliss so far.
Yep.
And the Chiefs have obviously been able to exploit that, taking now 2 rounds from there. Fortunately, though, for Bliss, they can now go back up towards Cash CCTV, which technically, I guess, upstairs has just been successful for them in general. It's really just basement that's been their issue, and I don't think that they need to go back down there anymore now anyway, so an opportunity
for Bliss to still extend or re-extend their lead. Now, of course, it's 2-2 though. Little back and forth here in Clubhouse, but for the most part, I don't sense either team really has any sort of significant advantage over the other. It hasn't seemed like, oh, Bliss should be doing better or Chief should be doing better. I'm a little surprised that Bliss aren't getting as many opening picks though.
Attackers must locate and defuse the bomb.
Has tapered off a little bit, but Jigsaw over towards Jim. Can you connect the shots onto another spawn pick? There is someone out towards the south, but the timing, not ideal.
Oh no, and then Todd to Fisho guy. Wait, did he jump? Did he vault out?
I think so.
He must have. And I question as to why. Oh, obviously maybe, but Fisher guy was down below.
I think he just wanted to try and
I don't know.
Get a kill. That's normally the aim of the game, but doesn't pay off. Shade as well down. Aggression over towards front door. Shut down. Worthy, ready, and waiting. So this round has already been thrown away by Bliss. Chiefs can reconsolidate themselves, take their time. Pressure alleviated. They could just open up the wall, go for a default push.
I will say this though. You know, we sit here and we're like, oh, this is, you know, not great from Bliss. They've lost 2 players, but it's this sort of playstyle, which, my God, perfect.
You were saying?
Well,
just finish your point.
It's this sort of playstyle that also gets them in good positions as well. We sit here, if it works, we're like, oh, Bliss are great, they're aggressive, it's working, they're putting pressure. If it doesn't work, it looks like this.
It's volatile, but that's the nature of it, right? You can get, it's a bit like crypto. You know, you can get big gains or you can have big losses. Are we not allowed to talk about that?
I have no idea. I will say that the round is over before it felt like it even began. Chiefs now with a 1-round lead in the first half here on Clubhouse. It's their map pick. Obviously, they'll be feeling comfortable here on Club.
Yeah, 3 kills off site, 2 from the same window. So Chiefs having a bit of a laugh about that round, and rightly so. 3-2. Now the scoreline. Bliss, though, they can still get a par result. A 3-3 would be quite good, considering this is Chiefs' map pick, and a map historically that's been very good for them.
Yep. Just definitely feels like that now, though. Maybe at the start of that round, I was saying how it didn't feel like either team was really one-upping the other, but now, off the back of that kind of round, with the lead being established at 3-2, at minimum 3-3 for the Chiefs on the attacking half, on Clubhouse, right now they got the brownie points. Right now they're in control. They can extend this out to a 4-2 attacking half on Club. I'm very doubtful Bliss will be able to bring it back. 3-3 is a completely different story though. So, somewhat of a big round here in the 6th round of the second map of our 4th grand final this year. A lot of numbers.
And how many in a row
10 seconds left.
are the Chiefs gunning for?
Attackers have located a bomb.
4.
5 seconds to go.
I said gunning for. It's like a preamble.
Attackers are moving.
Gunning for.
Because it's 4.
Because it's 4.
Yeah, it's really
I don't
bad.
know why you thought that was good.
It wasn't. Just like the last couple of rounds from Bliss. Bit ordinary. But, much like myself, going to try and recover.
It's always that that way you sort of direct it. Is it bad from Bliss or is it just good from Chiefs?
You know, I'm not one to be too negative, especially on broadcast. It was Bliss playing bad.
Yeah.
But again, they were leaning into that really ultra-aggressive playstyle, so it's still entertaining. Don't get me wrong, but very difficult to produce results that are consistent.
Hey,
but
just got to give the credit to the Chiefs at times where it's due. And yeah, maybe Bliss could have done a little bit better to be cleaner in their approach. But right now, Chiefs all over this here on Clubhouse. Bliss desperately need to get this one, I feel. Otherwise,
this has been...
it's falling away from them.
One of the slowest rounds so far. Not really much is happening. Not much map control is being gained. No serious engagements between parties.
No opening pick. Although, we have maybe something here. Ethan cooking that nade ends up basically doing nothing. I don't mind it though. I think it's better for Bliss. Every single round that we've played so far in Clubhouse have been opening picks almost always to the Chiefs except one. Oh, just as you looked away.
Just like last time.
Yep.
Shame that. Ethan down below, we could see the outline establishing a drone on the flank through bar. Worthy and Digital looking to link arms and open up Jacuzzi. Fisho with fuel in hand, likely going to blowtorch that open, and then the soft breach can finish the job. Fisho's been very consistent, and you would expect that against the core player of the year on the Maverick, being strong, and he can completely counter those bandit batteries. Shade needs to be careful. C4 thrown does a lot of damage onto Fish, but it's not quite enough. Wall open.
Yeah, honestly, not bad. Yes, Fisher guy is not dead, but there's not a whole lot he can really do now for the remainder of the round. One nade goes out, actually gets a big chunk of damage onto Jigsaw. An eye for an eye established from Fisher guy. But only 30 seconds remaining in the round, and all 5 defenders still alive, as Jigsaw still holds an important position in bedroom, wants to watch that Jacuzzi wall for as long as he possibly can. And Ethan, though, how has he been able to just get into logistics and no one's called it out? Where are these other defenders for Bliss? I mean, yeah, he finally got shut down. The trade comes through, and then the Shade does get rid of God Legion. Chiefs making the push into red time. No time remaining, though. Fisho to stick the plant, but not enough players to really bodyguard for him, even if it is successful. The round will be going to Bliss. Maybe not. Worthy still alive. Plant goes down. Todd gets Worthy. Fisho's down on the floor. Bliss do, in fact, close out the half. What a finish. It's going to be 3-3 here on Clubhouse, our second map of the grand final. We're all tied up.
Bomb defusing attempt.
Three is the scoreline.
It is.
That's par for Bliss, despite a couple of bad rounds. They're able to bring it back. A good finale there. Chiefs overwhelmed on site, shut down. Now we switch roles. Chiefs on the side of the defense. Their map pick, the second in this BO5.
Clean.
Bit
Clean half.
of finger pointing.
Yep. Gotta sort of paint the picture in front of us.
Well, I am the colour.
No surprise to see Worthy leading the way in terms of those frags. 8-3 for the Chiefs. Of course, there's more to it. You got the support players, but everyone else literally on 3 kills. Except for Worthy.
Consistent.
Yep, 100%.
I'm surprised Jigsaw's only on 3. I mean, I'm not outing him and saying he's playing badly, but he actually had a huge impact in a lot of those early rounds and actually did a lot of damage, and Chiefs were often playing catch-up in a lot of these rounds, but unfortunately was unable, I guess, maybe in the mid to late round portions of a lot of those rounds actually to find himself in.
To be fair, he probably should have had 2 spawn kills. And
True.
The timing was off on both of them by about a second.
Yep.
Still, if it's par for the course for Bliss, it means it is also par for the course for the Chiefs. The guys on the couch. The perfect prediction and discussion around that 3-3 half here on Clubhouse. It has come to fruition. They got something right.
Personally, I said 7-3 Chiefs for this map, so we're going to have to see a flawless second half in the defense. By no means impossible, but I think Bliss have shown that, you know, Clubhouse is aging a little bit. A lot of these objectives are getting quite tricky to hold on to.
Yep. Depends on how you play it as well. I think the sort of roam game of basement, I just don't know if you can even really do it anymore in the fashion that Bliss tried to do twice, and both times Chiefs just absolutely punished them for it. Well, speaking of basement, that's where we're going to be heading here for our 7th round of the second map. No surprise to basically see Chiefs essentially just turtling down below. Not really looking to extend above, not really even looking to find a pick, and yet they get one anyway. What a tantalizing little angle from Digital. Scrumptious.
Delicious. He also just sat there and waited for Jigsaw to just straight up push down the stairs, no info, but we'll give it to him.
Honestly, any kill for Dig is a big kill.
Under pressure now from the hatch though. Gold Legion elsewhere taking a look at damage inside of blue. Position pinned down by Repix. Digital taken low again under that hatch, but He'll survive for another day.
And losing Jigsaw, that's no adrenal surges. Again, sort of just hindering that push potential down below on site. So not only are you down a player, but now it's even more difficult to trade. And of course, you don't have Jigsaw, who has been struggling here on Clubhouse. It's fair to say now. Obviously, moto control can now be established for Bliss. You could also just flash yourself. Why not? Oda says, move out of the way. I'll show you how it's done. But they're running out of time here as well. And this is getting a little bit interesting.
Nade caught by the ADS. Shade still had a flash, should have burnt that utility.
Oh, look how low Digital. Oh no! Repix! Always check your lefts and rights.
When you cross the road, Worthy checks his, and that's Oda taken down.
That's the round.
You would think so.
Yeah.
Shade puts up a stand, but Todd loses his engagement in blue. Shade has control of sight, gets his second in the round, but he'll need an ace. Pistol now whipped out, but he didn't have much to work with. Ethan took the final one for the Chiefs.
And it just feels like in that round, the Chiefs didn't really do anything.
Well, Digital sat and watched the stairs. Jigsaw runs down, that's a free kill. Then we saw really, I'm just gonna say it, bad utility usage everyone's triple ball. They were trying to open it, I think, with the thermite, but Shade, with a flash in hand, doesn't use it to burn the ADS device, which they probably should have guessed would have been there. So the nade got caught. That meant that that avenue was then blocked off, so they had to just go straight through Church, through Long, through Blue. And the Chiefs, they're quite confident. They seem to have a really good read on where those plays were coming from. Won those engagements, won the round.
Stark contrast to the way that Bliss defended Church Arsenal. Absolutely. Night and day difference between the two teams.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
Obviously, success for the Chiefs. So they take the 4-3 lead. Now we head upstairs for Cash and CCTV. Bandit and Kaid. So a lot of electrified reinforced walls.
I wonder what the mentality for Bliss has been heading into this map, right? And probably the last few rounds as well, where they've been tested. Are they letting the pressure get to them? I don't think there's any reason for them to. Again, this is expected to be a Chiefs win. Nature of the best of 5, and it is Clubhouse. But they did also get, I think, a pretty good sniff into the game, right? They're in the mix. There's an opportunity for them here to get a really significant win that will bolster their chances of winning the best of 5 as a whole. So I'm just super keen to sort of sit back and observe how they're going to play the next few rounds. Can they start to tidy up these 1%ers a little bit? Because at the end of the day, there's only small mistakes that are sort of piling up and making life difficult for some of these players to find openings in these rounds and take this map control. Let's see if they can do the util right this time.
Hey, they had good practice in the last round, so should be primed and ready to go.
Claw deployed. Timing's probably not going to be great, and you can see the wall now lit up, electrified. Bliss really struggling. And they have the Maverick. Oda could straight up just open the wall if they wanted, but instead they're looking to lean into the thermite.
Do they want to just... Did they want to exothermic charge the wall and then rush in on site?
Maybe.
And now, you know, obviously with the Maverick, you probably can't really do that, but he's able to get rid of that electric claw. So exothermic charge the wall, opens it up. Are they going to do anything with it though? God Legion in a good position behind this deployable ship. Yeah, there's the rush. In through the CC window, Jigsaw pushes in, he gets the second, gets to play on Rafters. I can't believe I called it.
3 players down.
Let's go me.
And the smoke finishes them all off.
Wow,
Big
Ethan!
From Ethan.
What?
And he turns the tide in this round. Minute 30 on the board, and now Ethan's all alone. He'll need to hit the ace.
He needs the ace.
Oh! Sharp shot hits the shoulder of Todd.
I thought it was almost a one-tap headshot from Ethan. Now the gas babe goes out. Again, effective! They're both drowning in it. Half health for both Todd and Shade. He has one more alive. I was going to say one more gas babe available. No longer alive, though. What a stressful finish to the round. I got caught up in just being correct at the start. I was like, oh, I mean...
There's a first for everything.
You did also mention, you know, if you got the Maverick available, it's electrified, that's fine, you can Maverick it, but if you want to rush, you want the exothermic instead. Do we sit here and say, well played, Bliss?
Great
think so.
round.
I like that.
Good little execute. What do you question?
That was funny. I don't think technically with the new scoring system, it actually wouldn't have been an ace because he didn't get the original down. But we would have given it to him.
It's still an ace. It's like question mark, quotation mark ace.
Yeah. Is Shade invisible? Or did he run away?
Probably just a good time to maybe duck over to the toilet. So it's 4-4 now, though, guys, and I'm not going to lie. One thing I wanted to sort of maybe even say in the last round when it was 4-3 was it felt like in-game maybe the score was not quite as indicative as to maybe how the Chiefs were having a bit of a handle on things. And yet it's still like a close game when it comes to the scoreboard. Like it's only 4-4. Like this is a really close affair. Both teams essentially going back and forth. Yet I can't help but feel it still feels like the Chiefs have been the better team.
I'm thinking the same thing, and I know people are going to be sitting there saying we're being biased, and I don't really blame them because I feel like we have been highlighting the Chiefs a lot in this matchup. Yeah, you look at the scoreboard and they're neck and neck. So
but that in itself is really then indicative of the way that Bliss have been able to fight throughout, maybe not having quite the dominant start they would like in rounds where, you know, we're seeing the Chiefs typically getting a lot of these spawn peaks, or Bliss not really maybe being able to execute things in the way they would like, some little slip-ups here and there, and yet they're still competing, and yet they're still going toe-to-toe with the Chiefs. So it's not, you know, what we're saying is not necessarily a bad thing about the boys in pink, Bliss.
Pink and blue. Well, they've got
blue.
new jerseys.
Oh,
they're nice.
It's a good thing. It's a good thing for both teams, really, is that I think that maybe what we've seen is some mistakes here and there, but also this has been a good game so far. It's been a good series so far, really close between both of these two teams.
I really like their approach to that last round as well, going for a rush on a site that we've seen in this matchup and historically, globally, be quite challenging to hold on to for the defense.
We've seen that sort of rush before, obviously, and I think the biggest thing was Jigsaw had the biggest role in that. Coming into that CC window, he has to kill the player behind the shield, then he's got to clear rafters. If he dies to one of those two, maybe even just the rafters player, that rafters players can then probably stop that rush and get a couple of really easy quick kills. Then Chiefs will probably have the numbers to then retake site. So Jigsaw gets the double. Yeah, he eventually died, one of the players in the smoke, but still was such a big play. Obviously, you know, the exothermic charge, it was a really good team-orientated push from Bliss.
Jigsaw again on his lonesome. Oh no, he's actually got Todd alongside for company. Already got control of rafters. And Digital, he's in the middle of the site, but Todd doesn't find that angle. Jigsaw attempts to fire some shots his way, but also misses, can boost himself back up, and Todd will re-peak. Aggressive here from Bliss, but they have a really good foothold. I don't know exactly how Chiefs have let this happen.
How did they get rafters so easily, so free? Did they... I don't even want to say they allowed it. I don't know why you would allow it for free. Yes, Chiefs got two down below. One in con, Cash, and also one top red. Very much playing off of that, you know, north side looking down towards the south side. I guess Bliss not exactly free to just sit up in rafters and not have to worry about down below, understanding that they can still push in and try and maybe sweep from behind and try and catch Bliss off guard. And that's why they're just stalling out a little bit on top of rafters. Just basically, though, they've got a minute 40 seconds. You've got players in rafters. You've already got Kendall's wall opened up. Take a couple of minutes, take a minute or two to just clear out this utility.
Nade misses, though, so the bulletproof will stand, and that's good information for the Chiefs. But Bliss have expedited this process. They have done so much work in such a short amount of time, and now at the halfway point. You would expect them to be in this position with about 30 seconds left. So they should be able to mount something from here. Utility goes out, Shade for the plant.
Well, that Gas Babe actually missed a little bit. I think it got stuck on the wall. Needed to probably more so hit the Kennel's wall. Plant does go down successfully, but the Chiefs now they're starting to make their move. Ethan up close to shotgun, so effective, but Bliss getting shots back. Todd down, but you've still got Shade, Oda alive in the 2v3. Fisher guy goes for the run out. Shade catches him. And now suddenly Digital and God Legion, the only two left alive. God Legion right on top of the diffuser and might have the chance to actually win this. Digital just has to cover for him. 2 seconds left. God Legion gets stopped.
Shade.
1 versus 1. 17 seconds left. Shade has the angle. I don't sense Digital can win this.
Unless he's got the long arm.
Oh, he might. Digital will win it. The long arm of the law for Digital.
Failed.
And the question marks in all chat, the BM from God Legion. Bliss with the off-meta plant position.
Wow.
It does not work.
They thought they had it. I thought they had it. Digital said they ain't got it.
Wow. That was a good round of Siege.
Had just about everything. The question marks as to the leaving of Rafters, but then the push back in, then the run out, then obviously covering the plant. Digital, I thought here maybe this was an opportunity missed as soon as God Legion obviously got denied that counter defuse. I actually thought that's it. It's round over. But no, Digital did not give up on it. He was the man for the job. 5-4 lead of 1 is now established for the Chiefs on their map pick of Clubhouse.
Don't mind that from God Legion in all chat as well. Letting him know. Highlighting a bit of passion in this one. And that is a round that I'm sure will sorely hurt Bliss. They would have had the lead if they got that across the line, and they put so much groundwork into getting Garage early. In fact, Chiefs made a fatal error in allowing that to happen, and still, Digital with composure late, able to close things out with the counter defuse. Really well played, and this is really spicing up this particular map.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Definitely feels like the first half and then the first couple of rounds are the formalities. Getting to this kind of position where it's crunch time. Who's going to be able to get that match point first? Is this going to be like an OT, for instance? It remains to be seen, but now Bliss obviously on the back foot. Chiefs with this sort of penultimate round here in the 10th round to maybe get match point. Or in this case, I guess it's map point, but still. EE1D, Jigsaw straight into Jim. Bliss have been obviously very good with their time management, being such an aggressive team in pushing in. Has been a strength of theirs.
We almost saw a Jigsaw Worthy 1v1 to open up proceedings in round 10, but Worthy drops off, and I think that's the top floor forfeited by the defense. Keep in mind, basement defense, and Bliss will want to take this control quickly. The Kaid in play, forcing Oda onto the Maverick. He'll need to open up these hatches manually. Digital once more, down bot main, maybe looking to find a pick of his own. Pre-placed Nitro near the kitchen door. Barricade to stall that out, but he blows it very early and doesn't find anything.
I'm not sure what that was actually based off. Worthy's got a drone, by the way, so they've got intel. I think he's droning around main stairs. Might have even been able to maybe set it up inside a kitchen.
Just got taken down as you looked into my beautiful eyes.
Yeah. I look, drone, I look at you, drone's gone. Oh well.
You win some, you lose some.
Exactly, can't have them all. Minute 10 seconds remaining. It was, I want to say flawless last time for the Chiefs down here, or if it wasn't, it was close to being so. Jigsaw loses the battle to the MVP. Those two have not really collided much today.
No.
But in this instance, Worthy comes out on top, and Jigsaw, well, his struggles continue here on Clubhouse.
Can Bliss tidy up on their triple wall push? It will need to be flawless. Limited nades on Oda. And in fact, he's going to blowtorch open behind the black box. A long line of sight down the bottom of the wall. Digital needs to be very, very careful. Now going to be exposed. Does he double down? Does he commit to holding this position? Either way, he survives, but he does. Shade off the board.
Massive elimination. And the balls from Digital to just still hold that position at triple. And now in a 5 versus 2, Chiefs will win this round. Todd and Oda, they just don't even have the time, let alone having the number of teammates left alive available. Worthy continues to just pad the stats as the MVP does. Match point, map point for the three-peat champions here in map 2 of the season finals.
Yeah, Chiefs are doing a really good job now, starting to stabilize this map nicely. That last round was very, very strong. Bliss having, again, pretty similar issues, triple wall being one of those. Unfortunately, once more, Jigsaw taken down quite early into the action. Was against Worthy, who got at least 3 kills in that particular round. So he's feeling good, and would not be surprised if from here it's a 7-4, just as the desk predicted.
I do want to say, I also predicted 7-4. I went in agreement with good old Vincent.
We didn't forget. It's okay.
Shout out to Shade, who's actually been playing very, very well in this match. Player that probably doesn't always get the recognition of some of the other members of Bliss on this roster. Obviously, it's you got Jigsaw, Oda, Rapix at times. Shade, Todd probably sometimes get a little forgotten about, but Shade having a big one. He was 11-4 now, 11-5. Has been able to sort of stand up in the absence of Jigsaw, who 5-9. Not always the worst kind of numbers, but for someone of his caliber, you kind of look at that and think that's a little bit of firepower, I think, that has been missing for Bliss on Clubhouse. And it's not so much like wanting to sort of call him out or anything, but it's just something that they're missing that they usually do have.
Can Bliss knuckle down though? Try and get around in response, push the envelope a little bit here. Now they'll need to attack over towards Gym Bedroom. Pretty standard lineup, in fact, from both teams. Again, every time I see Ying in the lineup for Bliss, though, I'm always looking at that to be the playmaker, and it has never really felt like it has been, be it yesterday or today. But maybe this is the opportunity for Rapix to maybe not necessarily get the kills himself, but facilitate the likes of Jigsaw to get himself back into this game, get some picks, cause some chaos, try and get around back.
Well, it's such a good little dynamic duo between, I guess, Jigsaw and Rapix there. You throw the Kendalas in, you got the Adrenal Surge, good time to push in, you got that extra health boost as well. Shade can open up this Jacuzzi wall. A little bit of help from Oda on the Maverick, and the two hard breaches combine to get the said wall opened up. 2 match points on the side of the Chiefs to tie up this grand final 1-1. Of course, on the other side of Clubhouse, we'll have the map pick of Team Bliss, which will be Cafe.
I think that's going to be a very exciting match, especially if things tie up.
It's kind of mad. We probably expect some spawn peaks from the likes of Bliss.
Maybe. Maybe.
And he's such a massive fan of Cafe.
I love it. Don't mind this either from Ethan. Over towards Dirt, can punch open a hole. Put pressure on the Jacuzzi Bulk and Shade. He is in a very exposed position. Ethan could net a kill, but it won't be the case. Rapix though finds his, and that's worthy. Dealt with.
That's big for 2 reasons. 1, it's worthy, but 2, it's an advantage for the boys in pink who have not really been able to get those opening picks all too often. Now they've got 2 players gone. Ethan take it out. Digital probably not too far behind them. Can't hit the shots onto Todd. And that will probably be the round, and it looks as if it will be. And the God Legion remains, needs a 1v5. Adrenal Surge has been activated. Although it does actually get the kill onto Jigsaw. It's just been that kind of game for Jigsaw. Still, round goes the way of Bliss. Now makes it 6-5, 1 round away from overtime.
Ooh.
And we know, and this is the thing. If this goes to overtime, Bliss are then on the verge of maybe a 2-0 lead in a grand final with then 3 maps up their sleeve. That is massive. But they must win this round to get to that overtime position.
Yes, they do. Currently 5-6, but mounting a mini comeback of sorts. There's been a couple ups and downs in this map for Bliss, let's be honest. They've had some pretty high highs, but also some low lows. You think back to CCTV Cash, Digital. The post plan, you think to some of these basement attacks for Bliss, they're struggling with the triple wall.
But then you think of that CCTV Cash push, the exothermic, the rush, and how successful that was. A lot has happened on this particular site, and yet we go back to it for maybe the last time, or maybe not. Either way, we will be going into round number 12. Either Chiefs will come out as winners, we go 1-1, back over to the couch, and we reset, or overtime. And the ramifications of what that could mean in terms of a Bliss potential win is massive in the grand scheme of things.
5 seconds left. Attackers must locate.
And it feels like for me, while Chiefs have been pretty good, is there a little bit more in the bank? Probably. For Bliss, it feels like definitely there's a little bit more they could pull out here. I just feel like they've maybe been that 1 gear down below their best. Maybe Chiefs just half a gear below what they could have maybe been doing here on the defense. It just feels like Bliss, to me, could be doing a little bit more.
Well, it's taken them 30 seconds, and they're only now just progressing over towards Kendall's wall. So that's 30 seconds burnt that could have been used on the wall. Worthy over towards Blue, able to shut down a drone. Only 4 left in the bank. That could prove costly. Shade with an exothermic, main wall now opened. No rush in response, so more conservative here from Bliss, expecting these players out towards the east, near the Kendall spawn, to likely now focus their attention elsewhere. Rafters is now another key point of interest. Digital on the Rafters, 2 ADS devices in support.
Such an important role here, Digital on Rafters, with Kendall's wall already opened up well ahead of time. Still got 2 minutes on the clock. Needs to hold on for quite some time now by himself. Not a whole lot of help. Obviously has the ADSs. Fisher Guy top red, Gold Legion playing inside of that cash and shield position. Oh, it's full white. That nade on top of him! The execute, perfectly executed, and Jigsaw will claim that elimination. God Legion, though, watches a nice little angle, gets Todd, makes it a 4 versus 4. Still a minute and a half remaining, so Bliss still have time here. They don't need to rush this situation. Worthy down below, but he'll fall back.
Jigsaw survives that engagement. Ethan wins his. Oda taking down God Legion with a good position behind the deployable shield. Not only is that facing towards the Kendall's wall, but offers protection from Rafters as well. Minute 15 left, Fisher Guy deep. Top red, keep him in mind. Still 3 smoke babes available, and Shade has the diffuser in hand. Maybe going to go for the same plant position as last time, can tuck in right-hand side of the wall and then push back.
1 top red, 1 con, 1 cash, and then, well, then there's Worthy, and whatever he wants to do is what he can do. Of course, Jigsaw needs to stay alive here. If he dies, that's round over. Needs to maybe even also maybe find a kill and just allow for Bliss to even just push in, get that plant down. Of course, Shade, he'll be making that run. Gas Babe has now been deployed. Still 2 more in pocket for Fisher Guy, and Jigsaw does find said kill that I mentioned before.
Shade's still on the cross. He needs to get inside and get the plant down. 30 seconds left, and there's a Nitro down below, so Ethan could play a role, but here we go.
Candelas go out. 30 seconds remaining. They push on to site. Shade needs to get that diffuser down. Repix finds the kill. Top red. Now he knows there's a player over towards Con. Nice shots. He's maybe expecting that flank. The Nitro cell from Ethan in hand, but he puts the gun back into his hand. 1 versus 2. Overtime can be wrong. The Nitro cell, but it's on the wrong side. And now an opportunity for either Ethan to be the hero or for Bliss to send this to overtime. Diffuser down, everyone has scattered away, and he doesn't have the information. Shade is watching from behind. We go to overtime.
Oh, Bliss, Bliss, Bliss. What a round. So much groundwork done perfectly in the execute timed well. The push over towards top red, critical in allowing Bliss to get that control necessary for the plant. A valiant effort from Ethan. The Nitro cell, though, not quite hitting the mark.
Really, really well played, but Jigsaw was the player that sort of made things happen. That Rafters position, finds that kill, buys some time. Even just being in that position provides that threat from Rafters. If he loses the gunfight to the player like inside a cache, at that point, then they don't have the cross that they need to then probably execute, push onto site. Candelas, big effect in the end. You mentioned it at the start of that round, I think, and said, is that going to be something that can sort of establish that sort of push for Bliss? In the end, it did at a crucial junction as well.
I'm honestly not even sure how much of an effect that Candelas necessarily had, but it was also the further kit of the smoke grenades as well.
The player top red had to fall back when those Candelas go out, and then he ends up dying. I think it was Fisher Guy. So it obviously had an effect. Nothing super crazy, but that's still...
There's enough pressure, I think, and that's what Bliss, when they're winning rounds, tend to thrive in, right? It's being a little bit more chaotic and overwhelming their opponents. And Chiefs aren't necessarily a team that are easily overwhelmed. They normally have a pretty good idea on what's coming their way on defenses, for example, and can normally adapt to those pushes. But really well there done by Bliss. They're applying pressure, I think, to Chiefs, who, you know, we've seen it even in the old chat, right, are taking this match quite seriously. And this map in particular, this should be theirs.
And if it's not, it means that they will then need to win 3 maps in a row, which would be Cafe, Chalet, and Bank. Certainly doable, but not something that they would obviously want to have to happen. It also means that if that does happen, then that's all 5 maps. That's beautiful. That's what we like to see, but such a long way to go. So much still to unravel, even still just here on Clubhouse. So much can change in terms of the overall story of this grand final. Is it 1-1 by the end of this, or is it a 2-0 lead for Bliss? Both just change the entire momentum of this grand final entirely. And Jigsaw, well, it feels like he's starting to get that rhythm back. When they need him the most in overtime, he's able to have that impact you know you're going to get from him.
Already a minute expended in this particular round though, and Bliss looking to roll their momentum on from their previous attacks. Things are going decently well for them so far. Good map control. Vertical lines of sight also have been established, and Oda once more sticking to the Maverick role will work these hatches with relative ease. I think it's going to come down again like a lot of these rounds, right? Can the player at blue, Repix, can he find that push late round? Can Bliss open up triple wall, apply pressure and go for the plant? Those two really critical parts of a basement attack have been pretty poor from them so far. Credit to the Chiefs for being able to exploit that. So that's what I'm looking at here for Bliss. They've done all the good work so far. Classic clubhouse, not contested. Now things start to get a bit more serious though.
And there's just not that much room for error. Whoever wins this round obviously then gets 2 opportunities to then close out the map. And the Chiefs have already had 2 opportunities and I guess have squandered both of them. Oda up above inside the kitchen. Still a minute left, but he is going to get this hatch opened up. Shade close by to him with the diffuser. Does lead me to believe it might be a drop-down take here. And if it is, so much then onto the shoulders of both Ethan and Worthy to deny this drop-down. And it worries me a little bit. Are they just going to, what, just all drop down the hatch? Or have they got something else primed here? And now they've lost Oda. I think this is shaping up to be Chiefs quite comfortably.
This is the point of the round every time on basement where Bliss struggle. Now with a man down, 30 seconds left, they need to produce something big. What? And that's the nade from Jigsaw. Digital dealt with. Worthy now under a lot of pressure, needs to step up in Moto.
And with that Moto hatch sealed, at least still, for the final remaining 15 seconds, Worthy knows that no one's going to be dropping from above. Repix gets Ethan, but he gets traded back immediately by God Legion. Makes it 3 versus 3, but Worthy low on health, so is Shade. Nice win exchange. Jigsaw goes big, gets 2, gets 3, and that is Todd to close out the round. 2 overtime match points for Team Bliss. An opportunity now to establish a 2-0 lead in the season finals. It's in their hands.
And that's what we need to see from Bliss. Again, Util, it really didn't go their way at the end of the day. Triple wasn't opened, etc. But whatever, it doesn't matter. They were able to, I think, at least have enough information on site. If they didn't, good game sense. And they finally won those key engagements. They won those trades, able to drop the hatch as Worthy was preoccupied elsewhere. And really well played at the end. Now Bliss have match point, and the tables have really turned on this second map.
Oh. 2 opportunities for Bliss. I mean, really, at no point did we see either team establish a big lead in this map here on Clubhouse. It has been kept pretty close. Generally, I think around 2 rounds, the difference at most. We are getting the fitting ending, at least to Clubhouse, that we probably deserve off the back of this game. But this was supposed to be Dubhouse for the Chiefs. This is supposed to be their kingdom where they thrive. And we mentioned that, though, at the start of this game, that in terms of recent history, you think back to getting embarrassed by Avert, for instance, on Clubhouse, and the streak that got broken. And then I think they actually lost 2 in a row on Clubhouse, so they started their own losing streak on Clubhouse, which actually, I don't even know if they've played clubs since that losing streak. This could be maybe 3 losses in a row. I just can't think back, obviously, at the top of my head, but still, Bliss.
Attackers must locate and
Such a strong position now. Jim Bedroom on the defense here in the 14th round.
Can Bliss land the fatal blow, though? That's the question. That needs to be answered. Chiefs have looked, at least in terms of utility, quite strong on these attacks, and I'm looking once more at Fisho to do really good work once more on the Mav. Start the transition from East Control across to West through CCTV Kitchen into Con. I don't know why I said Kitchen, CCTV and Cash. Fisho will eventually work this wall straight away and expecting maximum efficiency like we've seen so far. Bliss, I don't think, will be too keen on contesting this just yet, but there is actually a player on the desk, I think, inside of CCTV. Drops down. I'm 99% sure. May have been Con, but I doubt it. God Legion either way, though, doesn't find that one.
Yeah, and Todd with the Nitroself just missing entirely. So obviously staying close. Oh, this could be an opportunity for Digital. It might go the other way, though. Jigsaw. What did I say? Back into that rhythm. When you need him the most, he's been able to go pretty big. He was 5-9, now 13-10. That says it all. When they were down 2 match points to the Chiefs, he has risen to the occasion. And it is time maybe now for Bliss to close out their own match point here. 5-4 advantage, minute and a half remaining. Worthy. Can he stand up as the MVP, as the star man for the Chiefs? They need him, just as Jigsaw was needed by Bliss.
Finally, the Chiefs do get control over towards CCTV. Now cash taken for free as Bliss scutter back towards site. But the damage has already been done. The time's been depleted and the util's been used. Only a few nades available now for the Chiefs. Fisher will have to probably use his effectively.
Have they even got Jacuzzi open?
Don't think so.
This is just going to be a one-way push. They have not. It's completely electrified. This should be a Bliss round win. 1-man advantage. It's going to be a one-dimensional attack. At most, maybe you try and take main stairs. Big nade from Fisher Guy onto Jigsaw as well. The star man gets shut down. 45 seconds left. This, though, is crucial. You need that second entry point. You need that player at main stairs to be taken out. That is Shade. Logistics still covered by Oda. They've got the gas babes. 35 seconds left.
Fisher has the diffuser. Looking to try and make a play to get in towards the objective, but Repic's primed and ready for the denial. I'm right with you. They need main stairs control.
Oda takes out God Legion. Rapids with a dirty angle, and now they've also got the 2-man advantage. Looking for the 2-map advantage in the season finals. Ethan gets shut down. All of the Chiefs get shut down. It's a blissful map here on Clubhouse, and they now have a 2-0 lead in the season finals.
Wow. Things did not look great for Bliss in the latter stages of regulation, but they brought it back. They dug so deep. An attack and a defense, super clean in OT. Well done by Bliss. They have a 2-0 lead now in the BO5.
And it does mean for our 3-time champions, if they are to make it 4-time champions, they need to win 3 maps in a row against Team Bliss. They've been the talk of the Oceanic Nationals for a few months, Team Bliss, and usually it's always been about, oh, best of 3s. They can't win best of 3s. They can win best of 3s. Now, they're proving they might be able to also win best of 5s, even against absolute stiff competition in the Chiefs. 2-0 lead. Of course, a long way to go. We don't want to get too ahead of ourselves, but they've got their map pick on the other side of this too. We're heading to Cafe. That was where Bliss wanted to go.
It's starting to get difficult to see the Chiefs come back from this one, and I think that last map was really telling. That was a really good effort from Bliss. They had their backs against the wall a little bit there. I guess maybe they didn't necessarily have the expectation to win that map. Maybe that favored them. They alleviated some of that pressure a little bit, and Chiefs in their own heads. But nonetheless, a really good result. A 2-0 lead is really powerful, as it means that the Chiefs now cannot make any more mistakes.
It's like what I said. There's a massive difference between 1-1, 2-0. If it was just 1-1, we'd be like, okay, cool. We're back to sort of even square. We'll throw it back to the casters, blah, blah, blah. But now, at 2-0, it's a completely different ballpark. I mean, the conversation now shifts to, can Chiefs even win 3 in a row here? I mean, I know they can do it, but obviously the question still needs to be answered. It means it's going to be very difficult for them. For Bliss, though, everything is looking great, almost as great as our folks on the desk.
Holy crap! Bliss are actually up 2-0 in the series, and we have gone from a BO1 team proving that they are a BO3 team now to potentially even winning the best of 5 grand finals here at the end of this OCN season against the Chiefs, no less. Honestly, unthinkable. How do we even get here?
It's been, look, that was a really good match to watch. I felt like we always knew that it was going to be a bit of a close one, and I think we prefaced it pretty well on the desk where, you know, Chiefs used to be a team that you could almost back in to win on Clubhouse, but that hasn't been the case in recent times. And look, Bliss just feel like they've really turned it up a bit ever since the halfway point of Villa in particular. they've really awoken here, and look, that was a really big win for Bliss.
It feels like the old story was that Bliss were a team that always started strong, and then Chiefs were that really well-composed team that would make comebacks. We saw that when these two teams played in the Stage 3 playoffs, when, Chiefs came back from 6-2 on Bank. The story has well and truly switched now, right? It's the Chiefs who had multiple match points, and Bliss pushed into OT and then ran away with it.
Yeah, I mean, what a map from them. I expected sort of that same playstyle as we saw on Villa, but honestly, Bliss played a fairly standard clubhouse. I don't know, they were just doing the right things better than Chiefs. There was a few weird rounds, such as this one from Digital. I thought Shade probably could have got the angle if he walked back across.
You can
across
roast him, mate. You can give it to him.
No. Like, honestly, Shade played an amazing map as well, so I can't give him too much hate. But yeah, what a map from Bliss.
Yeah, honestly, phenomenal stuff, and we were constantly questioning ourselves even right until the end. I know the guys talked a lot about Jigsaw. He's been the talk of the town. He started a bit slow, warmed up Shade, despite us tossing a bit of shade his way when he made that mistake in the clutch. He did have an insane game, 14-5 on the support roles as well.
Yeah, that's really huge from him, and look, I think it's a really good indicator of what has helped Bliss get to this position, and it's not just the reliance on Jigsaw. It really isn't about him hard carrying his team per se. It's not about him always fragging out. They do have these other players that can step up. Even Todd, you can see there, 11-8. Again, he more leans on a flex support kind of style role, and he had a pretty decent map as well. So yeah, just an overall really good performance from them on Clubhouse, and I think probably really helps that Jigsaw was quiet for a lot of that map, and they still got the dub out of it. I think that's also a really important thing for them to feel extra confidence out of that victory.
You were saying at the start of the grand final, it felt like Bliss were, I don't know if their heart was in it or something, but they were doing all kinds of weird things on Villa. The story has well and truly changed. They've absolutely warmed up into it, and it's now Chiefs that we're looking at being like, what is going on? This is not quite them. In that final round, we're looking at Chiefs being like, there's just no shot. What's the go?
I'm not really sure, honestly. When we saw the entry start as well, we saw that on Bliss's defenses. They were spawn peaking. They looked very aggressive early on, and Chiefs were able to get the opening picks, but couldn't quite capitalize. I think it was a 3-3 half, and we were talking before the game that would be a reasonable half. But I think Bliss did a really good job to stay in it. And honestly, they just seemed to kind of switch another gear after that first half. Jigsaw was quiet early, but then once he started fragging out, I think he was like 8-1 in the second half or something like that. So once he was back on his form, and everybody kind of, I mean, there was a few strange rounds, right? Where one to note was when they gave up garage control probably 30 seconds into the round. If I was to guess, I'd say Rain probably got caught, or Digital probably got caught within the site, and Bliss were able to just capitalize on some pretty weak defenses.
Yeah, look, it's, I think, indisputable that at the start of today, we're looking at the back-to-back-to-back champions as going to be the favorites for the match, right? They've proven time and time again, BO5s, they absolutely love it. They will sit there all day long and say, hey, we're not over. It's not over until it's over. We're not out of this yet. And that's where we find ourselves right now, 0-2 down for the Chiefs. One more map and Bliss take the whole series. The next map is theirs. It's getting, like Guz said, more and more difficult to imagine Chiefs actually achieving the reverse sweep.
Definitely is going to be tough. I mean, 3 in a row. They've done it before. I mean, they did the 1-3 reverse sweep in previous stages. But look, I think it's going to be tough. The way I pictured it at the start was I thought we'd at least trade maps out to get to that 5th one. It feels less likely to happen in this instance, but I don't know, man. I feel like you can never write the Chiefs off in this situation.
We're a hard crowd to convince, but at the same time, we are potentially one map away from Bliss 3-0ing Chiefs. There was no universe where we expected that.
No. I mean, Bliss have shown all season that they're definitely contenders for that title, and, Chiefs happen to win each stage, and we kind of pay out on Bliss not being able to win BO3s, but I think they broke that stigma yesterday, kind of broke that mental barrier for themselves, and now that they're going to a BO5, I think they're just as confident as they were yesterday in their BO3.
Absolutely. Bliss have been talking big all season, and we've always given them a little bit of shade back. Now that chip on their shoulder has fully developed. Bliss are blooming, and they're ready for map number 3, which will be on the other side of this break. Our Oceanic Nationals grand finale is a best of 5, but it may well be done in 3 maps if Bliss can continue their reign of terror and take down the back-to-back-to-back champions of the Chiefs. None of us thought we would be here, but for the first time ever, Chiefs are down 0-2 in a BO5, and Bliss have seemingly come out of nowhere.
Yeah, I feel like this whole weekend, though, has been set up for Bliss to really have that run. We talked about yesterday with that night series. If there was a time for them to shake the best of 3 curse, it was yesterday. And it feels like if there's a time for them to really take a title finally for the year, it was probably going to be this weekend. It's always hard to predict against Chiefs, though. I mean, look at the form they've had throughout the whole year. Stage 1, 2, and 3 champions. Not every time were they instant in the grand final either. You know, they've had to do gauntlet runs to actually win those. So it's really hard to predict against them, but at the same time, like, I also don't feel super surprised that Bliss are really starting to show up.
What a year it's been for guys like Jigsaw and Repix, right? Like, this is literally their first ever time playing at this level in comp. Like, I think did Repix even play comp at all last year? These guys are so fresh off the block, and I mean, they're world class.
Yeah, and I mean, this is how you build careers, right? You know, they're obviously talented enough to be in APAC South, but getting straight into the league obviously isn't always an option. And they've just shown, you know, if you build your way up through OCN, like a national league like this, and have a year as well as Repix and, you know, Jigsaw and Oda and all these young players are having, then, you know, before you know it, they'll be in APAC South, or they'll be on teams that are in APAC South, whether that means getting promoted or joining other teams.
And you're talking about APAC South in a couple weeks' time, right? Like, these guys will be playing that relegation match to try and get their spot in that league. Imagine the confidence boost going into that, because these guys, they run off confidence. It's their fuel, right? If they go into that knowing that they've taken down Chiefs in a BO5 for the grand final of OCN, that's all that they need to take it to the next level.
Oh yeah, it's going to be a massive confidence boost. It's got to feel good. Particularly, you know, we've talked about the play style that they've been adopting coming into this. They were a little bit more structured on Clubhouse, but regardless, you know, being able to come in with a slightly altered play style, so to speak, and still be coming away with these map wins, definitely got to feel good. Like, they're going to be able to back that in and think about, as they go into these APAC Premier relegations, they've got various systems that they can drop into to try and adapt and overcome different opponents now.
We do find it so difficult to count out the Chiefs because they've just won 3 BO5s across the year so far, and they just have been nothing but dominant in OCN. But next up is Bliss's map pick. We're going to Cafe. It's hard to not want to back in Bliss here.
Yeah, I mean, I played Bliss on Cafe during the season, and they are very scary on that map. However, we did see Chiefs win Cafe yesterday against Rothwell, and it was a bit of a stomping as well. I do think that Bliss will give Chiefs a lot more problems, especially on their defenses. Cafe is historically a very defender-sided map. It's quite hard to attack. Just getting to the roof takes like 45 seconds. So time management can be an issue. When you got players like Jigsaw running around as well, in his as confident as he is right now, it can be, you know, a lot of trouble for Chiefs.
We're talking so much about Bliss. Like, surely we have to say something about the reigning champions of OCN, right? Like, this is their last chance. If they don't reverse sweep here, they will lose their title. And that dynasty that we've been talking about, building this most dominant period ever in Oceanic Rainbow Six history, that will be gone. What have Chiefs got to do right now?
Look, they just have to back themselves again. Like, I think just shake off whatever difficulties they feel like they've got. They're still playing fairly decent Siege. I mean, they're making some small errors, but they can still be confident in themselves. They've made so many comebacks throughout the year. They can definitely do it here. I think their Cafe is probably not as bad as sometimes we make it out to be. I think their Cafe can be pretty good. So yeah, look, I think they've still got a really good shot, but they have to dig deep because, yeah, pressure's on their shoulders now.
All right, prediction. When we come back in 50 minutes time, is it going to be the end of it, or are we going to keep going?
I'm finding it really tough right now. I'm feeling like I want to flip-flop and say that Bliss will probably close on this map. It's so hard, honestly, because, like, I've said it so many times in this segment. It's so hard to count the Chiefs out, like, ever. But I have a gut feeling that Bliss might just finish this as 3-0.
Vinny, 3-0 or no?
I don't have the caster curse yet, but I might be the analyst curse. And I've bet 4 Chiefs both times, and they've lost both times. So I'm going to go for Bliss and hope that Chiefs take them out so we can keep going.
Well, pretty soon we might have to change these blue lights in the background to pink. But before that, we do have Cafe. It is map 3. The Chiefs may well go down without a fight. Guys, you've done a phenomenal job so far. I hope that you've got your final line ready, Xenox. Go smash it out of the park.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just wondering, is it going to be about the Chiefs or is it going to be about Bliss? Obviously, in this instance, going into Cafe, their map pick goes, and I'm leaning in their favor.
Do you have a Bliss final line? Did you expect them to win?
I will say this, I do have one for them.
Oh, I'm very excited. Will we see it here on Cafe, though?
I kind of feel like if they actually don't win on Cafe, I'm actually then leaning for the three map reverse sweep. Because if Chiefs can win here on Cafe, then we've got Chalet and then we've got Bank, both very winnable for the Chiefs. So this is the big sort of litmus test. If they win this one, I think the 3 map reverse sweep could be on. Obviously, if they don't win this one, we're heading home early. It's Cafe. It's the map pick of Team Bliss. Can they sweep the 3-time champions? We'll have to wait and see, but they are looking very, very good. Of course, on Clubhouse, it was very back and forth, guys, and the times where the Chiefs themselves had match points in their own hands, and they let that kind of slip as we headed into the ban phase. Here on Cafe, it's do or die. They must win 3 in a row.
Again, Bliss will take Sledge off the board, so 2 nades taken away. Bit of that vert potential as well has now been compromised. Ying in response from the Chiefs. Okay, that's pretty cool. So direct counterban from what we've seen over the last couple of days from Bliss, and I think most impactfully in the last map. Repix was playing her and doing a decent amount to actually get the team back into that one. So 2 counterbans really to kick things off. Valk expected on Cafe, and I would anticipate it to be rounded out with a mirror.
Definitely expect the Valkyrie to be banned, as we usually see on Cafe.
No, mute. Okay.
And there's your mirror.
Starts with an M.
It's close enough.
And it's 4 letters.
It's actually pretty close, isn't it? But also not really close at all.
Not really.
All right, well, let's let
Did you see Digital?
I wouldn't look at him.
He was vibing.
Vibing?
He's going to get a sore back, though.
Is Worthy going to have a sore back by the end of Cafe? If there's ever a time for the MVP to stand up and maybe just go massive, it's here. Because as I said, and I do want your thoughts on it as well, guys, but would you agree with that sentiment? Chalet after this, map pick of the Chiefs, and as we know, it may be the decider map, but let's be real, it's Chiefs map of Bank as the final one. I think we can agree with that.
Probably.
Can't really disagree.
I mean, I know where you're going with this. I would probably lean into the reverse sweep being a very real possibility, and I know there's definitely going to be Bliss fans watching that are going bias casters, and we literally are, and we have a reason to. 3-peat for Chiefs going for the 4, and you just can't count them out. I know we've said it quite a few times now, but it's just so difficult to ever look past the Chiefs. But this is arguably the worst position they found themselves in.
Oh, for sure. I mean, there's a reason why with the HP home and community vote, 63% of people at home voted for the Chiefs. And as we know, Bliss have got a lot of fans as well, so even including those fans, it still was heavily in favor of the Chiefs. But the Bliss bandwagon is certainly in full force right now. And with Bliss being on the defense first, I like this because I do want to see how aggressive they are going to be, especially with these spawn picks. Like I said back when we were on Clubhouse, I'm like, we're heading to Cafe. Not only is there map pick, but this is sort of like prime time for the likes of Jigsaw to just find a window and sit there and go for that spawn pick. Even like Todd, look how aggressive he is over towards Bakery. Jigsaw now with the C4 in hand, looking for top red hatch, and yeah, this is what you really need. What a nitrous cell. Hello, Digital. Welcome to Cafe. Oh! Well, I wasn't expecting that one. Oda, back-to-back nitrous cells. 2 down for the Chiefs. What a start for Bliss.
Woo! An explosive start, some may say, to Cafe, and probably the most exciting minute of Cafe that you've ever seen. Normally the first minute is absolutely resident sleeper, but not the case here.
Okay,
Worthy gets in on the action, not going down without a fight.
On the
Repix dealt with.
Has 2 nades as well. Has still all 3 adrenal surges available. God Legion's a pretty good little... Actually, you know what? All 3 fraggers are still up for the Chiefs here in a 3 versus 4. Like, this is still somewhat winnable with 2 minutes on the clock. Yes, no hard breach available. Habana eliminated, and Fisher Guy does an amazing job, of course, supporting the team as the support player of the year.
Todd at Whiskey, he's in a very off-meta position, very powerful. God Legion has just walked straight past him, shot in the back, but he misses the shot! Todd gets the kill, but made that way more difficult than it should have been. Jigsaw with the knife elsewhere onto Ethan, now Worthy in the 1v4. Did we see that correctly?
Yes. The biggest sort of up and then down and then back up again. moment that I've probably seen for a long time. Yeah,
I think that's going to be in the end of day replay package. That one.
For sure. Has to be.
That's the most excited I've gotten all weekend.
Shout out to Isaac, of course, our replay operator.
He's a Chad.
Absolute. Of course, Mandy on the observation sticks. Here for the season finals.
Don't forget Brendan, our director.
Is he the director or the producer? Which one is it, Brendan? Producer. There you go. Shout out to everyone, of course, working behind the scenes, whether it's Ubisoft, whether it's ESL. It's been a long, successful year, both involved, and what a round. And an explosive start, as you said. Oda felt like more, and he got more. you never expect the second one.
What was this?
Okay, did he run out of ammo? I probably should have looked and waited for that replay, knowing it was going to be there. I'm assuming he just ran out of ammo and then switched to pistol.
The Roni did get nerfed.
Yeah.
About a month ago now, and can be a bit difficult to tame.
Good start for Bliss, and the signs that I was kind of expecting to see from them in terms of that aggressive play style. You're not really going to be able to do that again probably with top red hatch, but it also means that the Chiefs are literally going to try and open it and then bolt off the side of the building so they don't get nitrosold again. Head down stairs though. And this is where I fully expect Bliss to, in some ways, just even have a player, maybe even two, sitting inside a bakery and just sort of denying that position. And just being super aggressive. Or will they go for the vert play above, play train and mining?
10 seconds.
They do have the Oryx. I mean, Repix actually would be well suited for that.
5 seconds remaining.
We have seen a little bit of Oryx this weekend. Difficult to measure its effectiveness because, again, the sample size is quite small. What was that?
I said, how far is he going?
I didn't see where he was.
Repix, all the way top floor, basically.
Well, he has the maneuverability. Can
he does.
Dash around.
He's a dashing man.
Yeah. Some may say. Bit of a different route onto the roof here, as you can see. Probably a little bit of PTSD.
Complete opposite side.
As far away as possible.
Of that red hatch. Of course, Bakery going to be an opportunity for the Chiefs as well. So no surprise to see Fisher Guy already opening up something. Haven't actually seen, but no players inside a Bakery from Bliss. A little bit more reserved this time around. No one holding inside a prep either. I mean, for the Chiefs, they could just about walk on site, expecting, of course, that vert above. They don't want to walk on site, though, until, I guess, someone clears above, but just nothing right now from Bliss.
More X-Kairos. 12 in total expended on the bakery wall, and now that means Shade's going to be in a compromised position. He shifts across to the northern side of kitchen cooking. Jigsaw gets the opener though, that's with a Nitro Cell. God Legion yet to find himself in this match. Now Fisher has the crossover towards Small Bakery. Digital as well to the bottom of Red Stairs. It's a good trade onto Jigsaw. Fisher finds Barton as well, presumably through the breach as earlier established. Oda off the board. Worthy as well onto Shade. And now Chiefs have a significant advantage.
Yeah, and joining on site now as well, they'll be able to just push straight in. One over towards Freezer. And one above. Pretty easy. This is really easy for the Chiefs to close out this second round. The only way they would mess this up is if they send like one above and a 1v1 against Repix, he gets that kill, then it's 2v3, haven't cleared out the player over towards Service and or Freezer, depending on how far back Todd wants to fall. But Fisher Guy now in, going to stick that plant. Repix not even holding above anymore. He's going for maybe a bit of a flank to try and catch them off guard, but yeah, he loses Todd. He probably needed Todd to just stay alive a little bit longer, and even then I don't think Repix was going to be able to achieve all that much. So the second round will go to the Chiefs. It will be 1-1 here on Cafe. An early attacking round win. So vital. Nice headshot. Well, he was sticking out quite egregiously. But the round will go to the Chiefs nonetheless.
It's Digital
to seal the deal in the post plant. Chiefs making really good use of the Habana over towards Bakery. Lines of sight established, making things difficult to hold. Then they had coat control, so bot red was a no-go zone. You saw Digital get that free kill on to Jigsaw, the eventual trade. And it was always going to be tough for Bliss to get themselves back in towards that round, unless the attack made a fatal mistake, which they did not.
You look at the overall scoreboard of this whole series, right? 2-0 Bliss, and you think, oh wow, this has been a bit of a one-sided affair, but the actual maps themselves had been very back and forth in nature, very close in nature. You know, the Chiefs, of course, had 2 match points on Clubhouse. It was an 8-6 victory in the end to Bliss, and that of course went to OT. Villa was a little bit more one-sided, but even then it wasn't all that bad. It was, what, 7-4, it was kind of close game. Of course, here now the start on Cafe, 1-1, early attacking round for the Chiefs. For a 2-0 scoreline, this has been relatively close, and there's fine margins for both teams. Like every single time a team has made like a pretty decent mistake, the other team always is just capitalizing.
We head over towards reading dining though for round number 3, so the dynamic shifts away from kitchen, and presumably Chiefs will go for a pretty traditional top-down take. Jigsaw though, prepping for the run out, jumps, drops off, re-enters, but doesn't find anything.
You kind of come to expect that from Jigsaw though, those kind of plays. It just amazes me how consistent he is at being the top fragger. I say that as he didn't actually top frag in the last game. It's more so it's more of a metaphor than anything. Oh, nice for Todd. Yeah, easy kill on the Fisher guy. Opening kill does go the way of Bliss, although Jigsaw maybe gets a little overzealous this time. Loses out to God Legion. 4 versus 4, quickly established. Todd now just hiding inside a freezer and will be a little bit of a pain to track down.
No hard breach though for the Chiefs, so that's going to make things tricky, and no secondary hard breach in the bank either. So Fisher dying first is not great for the Chiefs, but a strong start for Bliss. Yes, losing Jigsaw, losing such a key fragger is impactful, but not the absolute worst of outcomes. I'm very intrigued to see where the Chiefs go from here. With that limited hard breach, it's going to make any avenue of attack really, really difficult, because they can't create those additional lines of sight and pressure from, you know, Lounge, for example, down the line through Stock, for example. That's going to make life really, really tricky. And Bliss, presumably, if Todd saw that it was Habana, and I think he did, he can make that call that a hard breach is off the board.
Defender exposed.
Not quite twice as lucky. Worth a little check though, because obviously not a whole lot of movement from the Chiefs. It's taken them such a long time, even just getting over towards Scar. They don't have the time for this take. I think they needed to maybe just divert down and go for a bit of a, honestly, a horizontal pillar take even. Obviously it sucks not having that vert control, not having cocktail established, but I guess Ethan does catch out Shade. Now Chiefs have got the one-man advantage, but time and position is against them. Oda, the white corridor, able to just push and get that elimination onto God Legion, and just sort of gets one back on the side of Bliss. And at this point, there's the run out as well. They are feeling it today.
30 seconds. One shot to Ethan will end his life, so things are not looking good. Still has a grenade, could have an impact, and then allow Worthy to do the rest of the work. That grenade, though, doesn't do enough damage on towards Oda, who will survive. The rotation from Chiefs over towards Pillow is probably the best play, but it's still going to be very, very challenging.
Impossible, maybe even. With the time, the man disadvantage, the way that the round was basically playing out. I mean, losing Fisher guy so early, losing that hard breacher so early on into the round made it so difficult, but that's to the credit of Bliss and their ability to be so proactive and continually able to be the team that is finding these picks, that is trying to make things happen. Not much really that Fisher can do anything there. He can't really do anything, he's just on the rappel.
2-1 start though. Of course, they are on the defense here for Cafe. We do expect them. I think 4-2 half, probably about the path of the course there for Bliss. So really for the Chiefs, it's literally about the rest of this first half is about finding one more round.
Yeah, and I think the best way to go about getting that round is probably do what won them these two so far, which is being incredibly disruptive in the early round. We had the double C4 round 1, then we had the run out from Todd in the round just past. Hard breach off the board. Round at that point was basically done, as the options for Chiefs were extremely limited, despite having still some time to try and adjust. So expect that aggression to stay steady. I don't think it really needs to get any more than it already is, and I definitely don't expect Bliss to back down. We saw a pretty similar trend on Clubhouse, for example, where Bliss were able to find themselves into a lot of these rounds with that early round aggression on the defense. That will only continue, I think.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
It's still just staggering to me to think that if Bliss win here on Cafe, they have 3-0'd the Chiefs. That's a possibility of them winning here on this map. It just feels almost surreal. But it is the reality. For those who maybe have only just tuned in or just joined us, of course.
What's he doing?
I don't know. Leave him alone. He can do what he wants.
He'll get a kill.
For those who just joined us, Bliss, of course, won 7-4 on Villa, and they won 8-6 on Clubhouse.
He's boosting up. It's like when you get on your tippy toes. So I'm not as tall.
I do match your height when I am on my tippy toes. So it's not that, you know, I don't match Dev's height when I'm on my tippy toes.
No one does. You have to get on stilts.
C4 from Jigsaw. He's been on point with those, but not that one in particular. That was over towards Worthy, and he is fortunate to dodge it on the Nomad. Oda, though, did take some damage. We'll now have to be careful. Just under 2 minutes remaining in the 4th round. Still 5 versus 5. And a brief opportunity for Jigsaw goes astray. Fisher guy as well, able to just stay alive. Important. The hard breacher up, just in case you do still need it.
Ooh!
Big from Didge.
Wow. Over towards White Corridor gets 2. That's huge. And just when it felt like the Chiefs were being really stalled out, he gets a critical, not even 1 kill, but 2. Jigsaw, though, responds. He has been running around this entire objective trying to find something. He eventually does, and at a critical point.
Still 1 Nitrocell available as well for Todd on the Mozin. And of course, these air jabs can go out from Worthy. And still a lot of time. All things considered, for a bar cocktail site, a minute left is absolutely enough time.
55 seconds now. But the Chiefs need to use that time effectively. Try and scout out sight, still 5 drones up. Can ensure that they know where these Bliss players are to lock them down and prevent any chance from getting back in this round. I like this little off angle from Ethan, just holding down the line. The rest of the team, though, pushing White.
Chiefs with the man advantage. Use their time well. 30 seconds now, pushing over towards Cocktail, looking to clear it out. Maybe find another kill or two, but it's Jigsaw over towards White Stairs. I think maybe, no. Either way, Worthy gets the kill. Does get traded out by Todd. Nice shots. Todd actually down, literally over towards Pillars, and he's out for the count. Nicely done from Fisher Guy. God Legion. Chiefs do fight back here, like they have been doing in this grand final. It has been this way all day. Back and forth, 1 for 1, here and there. Bliss were able to just edge out on Clubhouse. That was very much a close affair. But those are the 2 rounds for the Chiefs here on Cafe on their attack. That's, in my eyes, job done. You now have 2 free rounds to extend that beyond just 2 rounds in the half.
Bliss are going to reattempt a 3rd floor for the 5th round, looking to try and get to that magic number of 3. To see what they can achieve. That last round, actually, for Bliss was looking great for the most part, and for Bliss, part of me was looking great for the most part, as the Chiefs were significantly stalled out. They had about half the round to go, didn't really have boots on the ground in top red or lounge, for example, and then Digital, out of nowhere, found the double. I'm assuming they just lined up perfectly over towards top white. He hit the shot, and then the Chiefs activated. They took their time, ensured they knew exactly where those defenders were, or at least had a good read,
and then played it pretty methodically to get it across the line and looked very composed.
Yeah, ended up pushing White Corridor into Cocktail. Took a couple of trades. They had the numbers. It was 4 versus 3. Ultimately, really well played by the Chiefs.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
That's kind of what it's going to take, though, right? An entire team effort. God Legion, Fisher Guy, Digital, all getting involved in that last round. You know you're going to get your money's worth from Ethan and Worthy as well throughout the entirety of a map, so you don't really have to worry too much there. That's what makes the Chiefs such a formidable opponent. But Bliss have been dealing with them well. And Bliss have also been playing like a team. Oh, Jigsaw, oh my god.
Attackers have located a bomb.
I mean, to be fair, I don't know why you would probably be expecting the Chiefs to be lingering around after opening up that hatch. But he's just always going to keep them questioning.
He's always moving.
Yep.
I don't think we've ever spectated Jigsaw and he's sitting still. Which makes him unpredictable and probably enables a lot of his plays. Now, Fisher's trying to lock down Pillar, but not wanting to get too aggressive and risks exposing these players on the Eastern Rappel. Very different approach here from the Chiefs. This is not your traditional red take. Instead, I'm guessing they'll try and get control of reading, apply vert pressure on towards Cocktail, then allow the swing-ins and the crosses to be held from the Rappel. This is a little bit unorthodox, not unprecedented to see this kind of push on the attack, but definitely has a higher skill ceiling if the Chiefs are able to pull it off. And they're probably the one team, or one of few teams, that could do it successfully.
Bomb located by attackers.
Ironically, it's this kind of push as well, where you wouldn't even mind like a Ying with those Candelas, but that being banned out by the Chiefs. As they employ this, Jigsaw gets caught. You can only do it so many times before it does go against you. That one was a questionable move from Jigsaw, although you don't question him too often because 80% of the time it works.
That was one of his more ambitious attempts at a run out.
Yeah.
Love to see it, but also don't love to see it when it doesn't really produce anything, and now puts Chiefs on the front foot to maybe lock in this site for a second time on the attack. Now 45 seconds left, God Legion looking to lurk, bot white, won't cross paths with Oda, he's on the other side of the map alongside Repix, and it looks like Bliss have fallen back to that safer position over towards the western side. How are they going to prevent this execute though? Repix actually didn't find safety, taken down. Nitro pre-plays from Todd so he can shut down that rappel, but again, numbers elsewhere are whittling.
I think it's only now Oda around Cigar, and then you've got Todd and Shade basically on site, and well, Oda does eventually fall. Shade, the air jab, he can't even really get out of that position in Cocktail. That's going to be the round win for the Chiefs. Todd at least able to get one onto Worthy. Can't stay alive for much longer though. Fisher Guy having a big match here on Cafe. Just like that, the Chiefs now have the lead here on Cafe. Remembering this is the map pick of Team Bliss.
Yeah, I really like that approach from the Chiefs, going for that Cocktail execute. They made it work quite nicely. The rappel game was strong. I think I don't know if they leaned into the new hatch drop or if it was Skylight at the end there to enable the Worthy push, for example. But either way, they made it work. Once Repix was cleared, it was pretty free real estate over toward that side of the map, and they made it work. So 3-2 lead, things looking solid for the Chiefs. We had some doubts as to whether or not they'd be able to fight back in this best of 5, but they're off to a good start here on a map that can sometimes be very difficult.
I think it's a
to
great
attack.
start. I honestly think it's a great start. They've got 3 rounds of the first half on the attack against a team that, I mean, even as Vinny said on the couch, can just do some absolutely crazy things. And we've seen that with the Nitro cells, the spawn peaks, the runouts. It's tricky to play against. It's annoying to play against. And yet the Chiefs have still got 3 rounds nevertheless. So they've set themselves up to then go on to the second half on their defense and play that more maybe methodical approach. If they want, they can also employ those kind of similar tactics of that of Bliss and be aggressive and spawn peak, etc. But I don't think the Chiefs will need to. I think they'll be able to sort of just ham it in a little bit and play to the strengths of the map. Very defender-sided. And then take that and run with it, especially now with having 3 rounds in the attacking half. They are set up to take this map pick. And as we sort of discussed before this map pick, Chalet after this, the map pick of the Chiefs, and then Bank, that ain't no decider map. That's the Chiefs. I mean, that reverse sweep would be on. I hate to say it. I know it's weird, and Bliss are up 2-0, but they need a win here on Cafe, or I do worry for them.
And the Chiefs have bested Bliss on the head-to-head in BO3, BO5 series in the past. Imagine at the end of the day, we crown Chiefs with the victory and we think, wow, Bliss were just so close to finally getting one up and not being the bridesmaid here in the Oceanic region, but
it's a long way to go, though.
You never know.
And
Siege is a funny game.
Yeah, and I'm not counting out Bliss yet. No way. Not on this map. All I'm saying is more so the hypotheticals. If we do see Chiefs win this map, that's when I will be questioning things a little bit. But for now, I think the biggest task ahead for Bliss is to make sure this is only 3-3 and not 4-2 to the Chiefs. That is paramount. And maybe for Jigsaw, maybe just slow it down a little bit, bud. I know you're a little antsy, you like to move around. Like those run-outs, last one was a bit much. Just take it down one step back to usual standard Jigsaw and you're good to go.
The Chiefs mounting their attack over towards Red Stairs, and Ethan will lead the charge. Droned ahead. Adrenal Surge activated. Now there is presence over towards Cocktail, pretty typical on Cafe for that vertical presence. As we eclipse the halfway point in the round, the Nitro from down below, from the hands of Jigsaw, doesn't do any damage. In fact, it has created a line of sight that may expose his position, but Ethan distracted elsewhere, looking to link up with Worthy on the Repel Digital as well to clear this side of the map.
Yeah, and time right now, not too much of a factor. As long as they get going over the next 10-15 seconds, really clear out Cocktail. It definitely seems like they're doing that now. That's so unfortunate from Oda. Wanted to maybe try and catch them with a corridor peek, but now he also gives up Cocktail completely. 50 seconds remaining, so plenty of time. They can play that pillar drop default. This is looking pretty good for the Chiefs, especially with the man advantage as well. Worthy can drop down, push in towards pillars, and then that's going to be probably a default plant, and then probably a round win for the Chiefs.
Digital looking to establish last second vert and ensure that these positions are cleared. Worthy over towards Pillar has good control, but again, Jigsaw could be the wild card lurking in the midst, but he misses his shot. That does not happen often, and Worthy makes him punish for, 5v3.
15 seconds remaining, but yeah, this is surely the Chiefs still to win. Go for that default plant. You've got the cover through Worthy. They already got the Adrenal Surge active as well and flowing. God Legion kills Shade. Block that doorway. Fisher Guy sticks the plant. Now 45 seconds. Time no longer a factor. Nice drop down as well from Ethan. Style points. And the Chiefs fighting back here on Cafe in the grand final.
Things really hotting up here on Cafe, the third map of this best of 5. The Chiefs able to seal that final round on their attack, now with a 4-2 lead.
Defenders, protect your bombs.
Yeah, and Chiefs looking great here for what has been a bit of a lightning fast grand final so far. The quick 2-0 from Bliss. Chiefs obviously looking to sort of pick up the pace themselves, so why not the Chiefs go and get themselves some Samsung NVMe SSDs to just help them with that incredible speed and power and proficiency. Of course, if you guys at home want to get involved and get your own SSDs, !SSD in Twitch chat, get involved, get amongst it. Lightning fast, rapid, as some would say.
10 seconds left before insertion. Bomb located by attackers.
9 out of 10. That's pretty good.
5 seconds left.
Any comment?
Attackers are heading out.
Is it as good as the way the Chiefs are looking here on Cafe?
I'd say so. Same ballpark. Chiefs are looking alright. This is not their map pick. Keep in mind, Bliss are on their map pick to potentially close out this BO5 in a 3-0 fashion. But it doesn't really feel like it so far. The Chiefs with the 4-2 lead on the attacking half is really, really important here on Cafe. Now, Worthy gets the opener as well onto Shade. So that's the Zofia dealt with, and Shade has had a quiet map so far, 1-6.
Shade was amazing on Clubhouse though, and obviously you're not always going to be able to pop off every single map, so it's fine. was so instrumental on Clubhouse. Can never forget that. But that's what makes Bliss also such a strong contender in this region. You know, maybe Shade does go 1-6, but there's others to rely on that will stand up. Just as Shade did stand up over on Clubhouse for others that were struggling. Same can be said for Chiefs. Such a strong component of these two teams is the fact that they play like teams. Despite having two players that also just kind of, you know, pop off by themselves in Jigsaw and Worthy.
Digital on the pulse, something we haven't quite seen too much of. Able to gain critical information as to where these players are pushing from up above. He can feed that to Ethan. He could also feed it to others with nitro cells, like Fisho Guy, if he elects to play down below. He also has some good information to the west as well, the push over towards mining. So we might see horizontal presence being of importance here from Bliss. They're not too keen on pushing Cocktail.
We've seen it. I'm pretty certain we've seen this from Bliss before. Digital. Oh, he shot the drone first. No, mistake. Needed to probably just full swing out, take the shot onto the player, and then fall back. But yeah, unfortunate. That's not the round. Oh, but Fisher Guy, hello. Quick double onto Todd and Jigsaw. Now Repix by himself, and he doesn't last for much longer. Well, in the end, Digital. That little mishap does not make a difference at all. And Chiefs just quietly are running away with things here on Cafe now.
Yeah, it was a really good start from Worthy. Got that opening pick, so I guess that negated the fact that Digital, mistake or not, I think his vision was probably obscured by the drone either way, so
blocked a little bit.
I'm not going to focus too much on that. But yeah, ultimately didn't have too much of an impact. Fisho as well stepping up on site when his team needed him, which is really good to see. And now there's a 3-round buffer. This is pretty significant for the Chiefs as they only now need to win and one more unique objective. So let's say they win Kitchen, for example, then they can go on to lose another round or two. It really doesn't matter, and they can rotate back to these objectives once more eventually. And Bliss are backs against the wall now.
Well, Chiefs are basically in the driver's seat here. Like they're in the winnable position, up 5-2 on the defense on Cafe. As you said, regardless of which site they maybe feel the most comfortable on, they're going to have enough time to get to that side at least one more time, establish that match point, and then you just got to win once more elsewhere. So it's looking very good right now for the Chiefs. And that's when you also kind of question, imagine they kind of like just blow this out of the water, 7-2 for example. Remembering this is Bliss's map pick. Then you go into Chalet, which, you know, very strong map for the Chiefs. Then Bank, very strong map for the Chiefs. That's when the mental strength and fortitude is so heavily tested on the side of Bliss, knowing full well that that reverse sweep could be on the cards if they can't find a map win on any of the remaining maps after this. It's honestly making me a little bit scared for them.
Is that why you're shaking?
No, that's just the energy drinks.
Yeah. Jigsaw. Over towards Bakery. 7-6 hasn't been too bad of a performance thus far, but we need to see him and others step up and have impactful moments to try and claw this map back. Good drones early, good util as well. Banshee dealt with, good grenade from Jigsaw. That will enable him to push forward, and he immediately does, but he doesn't see anything just yet. Can sit back and probe. There's a shock drone on the way. Will he follow it up? That's the question. Good claw, spotted and taken down by Todd. ADS device as well, exposing this position, and you would expect this to be followed up with a grenade. It is forced back, gets the kill. Strong start from Digital, but an even better trade from up above.
What an angle for Worthy. So unfortunate because I feel like Bliss maybe we're just playing this a little bit better for Worthy with such a nice angle. Get rid of Digital, that's at least one player on site gone. What's Worthy thinking here? Oh.
Swapping mags. Using Gemini.
Does Oda know?
Oda doesn't know.
Surely
He's just
he
went straight
heard
past
it.
him.
Surely he heard.
Worthy doesn't know that Oda doesn't know that he doesn't know. No one knows anything.
I don't know what's going on.
Still a lot of time left here, and obviously I think Bakery already opened up that wall, minute left, so yeah, Bliss don't need to make the biggest rush onto site. It's probably more important to clear out this train and mining position, especially after what Worthy did just a little bit prior at the start of this round. He then takes probably too much damage than he would like. Still has a Nitro Cell available as well, but now starting to get towards the late round. 45 seconds left. Gas Babes will start to go out.
That's the last one, though. Enough to stall out the plant, but Shade can recommit. No, he can't. He's down. Fisho with the perfect smoke, babe, to maybe win the round for the Chiefs. Now we're 2 versus 2, 30 seconds left. Repix needs to win this engagement. Distracted. God Legion taken down. Now Fish, he did well to deny the plant. SMG now in hand, needs to fight too, but Oda swings, gets the kill, and Bliss are mounting the comeback.
It's just one round, guys. Don't get ahead of yourself.
I got a bit excited.
You got a little bit excited. It's just one round, but really well played. Rapix, Oda, and those two are still alive. It's a position that you don't want to count them out.
I think it was a important round for a couple of reasons. Not only did they prevent Chiefs from match point. That's why I got a bit excited. But also the fact that Fisho did a really big play there in denying the plan, and that could have well have cost Bliss. But they did a really good job in recovering from that. So yeah, maybe we have a series on our hands. Is that what they say?
I feel like every single caster in the world has a series on their hands. So just don't say it ever again. Don't be that guy.
I won't say it if you don't say back to back.
That's fine.
Okay.
Doesn't mean I can't say back to back to back to back.
Will you be saying that though?
Well, right now it remains to be seen. Of course, Chiefs will have to win all 3 remaining maps for that to be a reality. 4 in a row.
So what you're saying is the back to back to back chance would need to go back to back to back in the BO5.
To win 4 grand finals, they must win 3 maps. And to do that, they must win 2 more rounds here.
That's the best map we've ever done on broadcast.
Is it? To be fair, you probably should not be doing that much map on broadcast, so I would actually agree with you. But for Bliss, you said, you know, it's a bit, I will say the beginning, potentially, of a comeback. They get one in this particular series, in this grand final. We haven't seen that sort of +3 round differential all that often, maybe over towards Villa, and that was it. Don't think we had it on Clubhouse. So that 5-2 lead that the Chiefs did have, of course, now back down to 2 rounds. If Bliss can make it 5-4, then you start to question things a little bit. Worthy. He go for something a little bit cheeky. Jigsaw actually has intel. He can just drop down top red, not being watched. A little too easy, maybe.
Trying to work out what the end goal here is for Jigsaw. Maybe Vert with grenades could be on the cards, especially if he has good information fed for him.
Are they
from
gonna
Skylight?
wait? Do they have info on Ethan and they're going for a pinch? No, surely not.
I
don't think so.
Think they do. And Ethan's in a prime position to deny this repel as well. Oh, as I say that, shots rain out and a drone.
Wait, Jigsaw has this information. The question is, what can he do with it? What a cheeky little angle inside of mining, and full well knowing, by the way, that they don't know he's here.
Well played.
That was the, I think, original intention of that top red drop down, push him down below, catch someone who's lurking around pillars, and it's worked out. As you said, well played, and Bliss, yes, it took a lot of time, but you do get that one, man. Now you push back up, and now you turn your sights back to the site.
If Bliss deal with Worthy, I think it might be round over. To be honest, he's probably the next best player in a powerful position to make a play. I don't think Bliss are too concerned about that at the moment, though. Jigsaw looking to clear out Cocktail up above on the reinforced wall. Doesn't find anything, though. Has one more grenade. Can this hit the mark? No, it misses.
And only 45 seconds left. It's only a one-man advantage. Fisher guy. The nade that might be thrown in his direction, never mind, falls way short of the mark over towards White Stairs. Oda's low on health too, needs to be careful. That one goes actually a bit further, but not enough to really impact onto Fisher guy.
An angle though. prone. Worthy, but he gets shut down. Big from Todd, 20 seconds on the clock. Fisher gets one onto the rappel, swings for the second, but misses. That's Jigsaw for 2. Digital and Cocktail. What can he do? Needs to find these kills, but shut down. God Legion 1v3.
Isaac, please don't ever show that again. Digital will not be happy. Should have probably got at least one at minimum there, especially with time low. Bliss take the round. There is that little mini comeback that is starting to form here on Cafe. Questionable from Dig. Mistakes happen though, Gus. I make them all the time.
To be fair, even if
he does hit, if he hits both, it's a different story. If he gets just one and then he's traded back, probably Bliss will win anyway. But if he hits both, like he probably could have been match point. It is tactical timeout that has been called by the Chiefs. And for good reason. They had a 5-2 lead. That is now a 5-4 lead. And as we know, Bliss only need to win here on Cafe. And then that is season final in their hands.
And my theory before that the Chiefs front home should be a little bit more cruisy has kind of been thrown out of the wind now. They needed to win another unique objective. Now, they'll be able to eventually rotate back to the side that they originally won, so they should theoretically get match point. But again, they need to find somewhere else to get that round win across the board and prevent this match from going to overtime. Bliss in the last couple of rounds have played really, really solid. Looking to try and close this one out in 3.
Oh. And it just gets tense again. I felt like when the scores were 5-2, obviously Chiefs need 3 maps, right? It feels like it's going to extend this series a little bit. Maybe the pressure gets retracted, momentarily at least. But now it feels like that pressure is straight back on. And a good time to take that tactical timeout as well. Try and just break up this momentum of Bliss. I tell you what, if Bliss win this 10th round and get this scoreline to 5-5, and well, they'll be just 1 round away from having season final point. Is that the right way to say it? That grand final point?
Yeah, either or. 6-1 half a dozen.
10 seconds left.
Big rounds, big moments here to come in the next 5 minutes or so. 5-10 minutes. It's a big one for both of these two teams for 2 very big different reasons.
Reading and dining we go for round 10. Chiefs looking to replicate their success from earlier, and Bliss will be looking to correct their errors. Mirror being committed to here once more by the Chiefs. I don't mind this pick. Pretty powerful on Cafe. Surprised we didn't see it banned. Red Hatch gone 6th. Opened up by Oda. Worthy though. This could be a key point in the round. Jigsaw has dropped. Worthy with an impact exposes that angle, but he is already long gone.
Grab picks with the opening kill onto Fisher Guy, who's actually had a very good Cafe, and that's a big player to get rid of. Red stairs control for Jigsaw and Bliss. And advantage as well. And what a drone. What an angle as well, established all the way over in towards Train. Not a time, but the pressure from Bliss here on the attack, it's palpable. Repic's pushing in. They've got the intel, remember this. Of course, Digital, he falls to that said pressure, and now Bliss have got a 2-man advantage. Ethan tagged up a bunch. I'm just going to say it, we need to see Worthy if the Chiefs are to find victory here on Cafe.
The drones from Bliss. Oh, so good.
No.
A reprieve for the Chiefs, but still Bliss in a good position. More information can still be gathered. Gemini's in play on the roof and 5 drones available. Shock drones on top of that total as well. Ethan Lowe, Worthy yet to find himself really in this round, and God Legion as well, good tag team to bring this round back for the Chiefs. A critical round for both of these teams. We enclose on 60 seconds remaining. Repix has a power position over towards Train, can try and hold the cross. Now the diffuser is in the hands of Todd, so we need to monitor where he's going to go for this plant. Repix with a great position, can cut off White, but he misses those shots initially.
Worthy!
Can't follow it up, it's Worthy.
God Legion also getting the elimination onto Todd. Oda goes down. Chiefs bringing it back. to maybe get match point. That's Diffuser pinged out. It's only Repix left with Jigsaw's elimination.
Wow.
Ethan is the man right now. Match point Chiefs.
That was a tricky round for the Chiefs. They stepped up when they needed to. Bit of a reprieve with the DC, but even still, Bliss had the positions. They had the firepower. They had the drones. They had the information, but they couldn't convert it. Well done by the Chiefs.
I'm looking at my producer right now. Is he gonna say it? He's not gonna say it. I was half expecting a tactical timeout from Bliss in this moment.
I was wondering what you were doing. You were
It is a tactical. No, it's not. Technical.
You were dancing around. I was dancing with the stars for a second.
Look, honestly, tactical doesn't really matter. It's a pause, nevertheless, and that's exactly what Bliss probably need right now. With I think it's 2 match points now in favor of the Chiefs, which we've already, I guess, gone and beaten it to death in terms of the maps to come after this. And
do you want me to say it one more time?
No, I think we'll leave it one more time for the couch to go over it, of course, and then
We can do that.
probably if we get to those maps, I will say it again.
Okay.
But for now, their work here on Cafe, I don't want to say has surprised me, but I think just it again reiterates their ability to deal with pressure in this region is top notch. You're down 2-0 in a grand final. You're going to the other team's map pick where they are super aggressive, basically playing like it's a ranked game, doing just about everything. Jigsaw's literally just about everywhere, and they've dealt with that time and time again. Now putting themselves in a position to win this map and extend this grand final. And wouldn't it be sweet, a reverse sweep to crown your 4th championship win? Now that's tantalizing.
It would require a capitulation though from Bliss. Again, yes, maybe we can pencil in the upcoming maps as being Chiefs favored, but by no means are Bliss out of this one. And I mean, they're not even out of Cafe just yet, as they recompose after a round that probably should have been theirs.
Well, I don't know if I'd say it probably should have been theirs. It was winnable.
Definitely could have been.
Definitely could have been.
They had the advantage.
Not a massive one though.
Not going to dwell on that though. I think
no.
Bliss will
Gotta move on.
Look ahead. And again, that's the only objective the Chiefs have won on the defense, remember, right? So there's still very big margins of error that the Chiefs
So
might run into.
where do they need to win then to get this 7th round?
Not dining or eating. Literally anywhere else. Wherever they want to go.
Which is surprising.
Maybe we'll see mining.
Because usually it's actually a site that holds up really well defensively. I guess it's just the way that Bliss play it though. They also don't play into it in the conventional manner either. And maybe that's the difference maker here.
As we say goodbye to Jigsaw. It's been an exciting map so far, especially for Cafe, I must say.
I swear you say that every single time. For Cafe especially, you always say, oh, for Cafe, it's actually been pretty good. Maybe you just secretly like Cafe, but you don't want to admit it.
Maybe I do. But it did start off with a bang, pretty explosive first round, and then it has developed slowly over time from there. Bliss on the defense, particularly aggressive. You looked at some of the runouts from Todd over towards Bakery, Jigsaw, very fidgety, always running around the place, looking to hunt down the Chiefs members, who on a couple of occasions did have their backs against the wall, but were able to fight themselves out of some difficult situations. 2-2 was the scoreline 4 rounds in, but then the Chiefs started to extend a lead. It was 4-2 at the half, spoiler alert, but it was well played.
Is it a spoiler if this is live? It's already happened.
Well, I'm spoiling the replay package, so either way. Bliss then, you know, it's been a very seesaw match so far. But the Chiefs have only found success, again, critically important, only on reading and dining. So they need to step up to the plate, now on match point, on a different objective.
And you can see, of course, in this replay package, that 5-2 scoreline and how much of a lead that they did have. We've got to sort of think back and remember that. Chiefs were kind of running away with Cafe. Then that mini comeback from Bliss to bring it back to 5-4. And obviously, finally, the Chiefs were able to get one to stop that little comeback. 2 match points, 6-4. Just having ourselves a little technical pause. I think it's Shay that's had a little internet issue. Hopefully not too much longer to get him back into the game. Digital looks like he's about to fall asleep.
He looks like me waking up Saturday morning. Not pretty. I even woke up for the hotel breakfast. Very brave. Wasn't running on much sleep.
And that closes at 9:30 in the morning as well. So that's an early wake up for you.
Yeah. I didn't do that. I didn't make the same mistake today. I slept in.
Yep.
I went to the servo and got a egg and lettuce sandwich and some water. We're really stretching here.
You said that about as horrible as I'd imagine that egg and lettuce sandwich actually was.
Egg and lettuce.
Egg and lettuce?
Yes.
Oh, God.
Actually tasted okay, to be honest.
Yeah? Honestly, kind of felt like this grand final was going way too quick, though, to be fair, Guz. I kind of enjoyed the little break. A little break in the action. Especially if we get to go to another map. Chalet on the other side if the Chiefs win. 2 match points here on Cafe. What's your gut feeling right now, though? Like, regardless of the break here, regardless of, you know, if we go to an extended break or whatever, if we get back in, are you feeling like this is Chiefs that are going to get the job done?
That's a really hard question because I'm looking at the scoreline and the way that, for the most part, the Chiefs are playing, and I immediately want to say yes, they'll get it over the line, but then there's that voice in my back of my head that keeps telling me about the unique objective situation where they've only won a single site, and it's always difficult to back in a team that can only win one objective. Now, there's nothing to say that Chiefs can't come into the gate strong after the pause or even the round after, get it across the line on another objective, but it is hard to back them in. I still think they have it in them though, right? It's just, again, so difficult to look past the Chiefs. They often perform really well under the pressure.
Ravic's having a party.
Is he in a nightclub?
Yeah. Well, I think the other thing to sort of also remember is that back on Clubhouse, Chiefs were up 6-4 with a 2-round advantage. And Bliss brought it back. They sent it to OT and they won in OT. This is going a little bit longer than we anticipated, so we'll bring it back to us.
Hello.
As we continue to ramble on. Hopefully, we can just actually go over to the couch. I would imagine they should be ready, because professionals usually
they're always
are.
ready. I just throw one under the bus right now.
I'm kind of hoping they're there. If they're not, they're not. If they are, they are. It's back to the boys on the couch.
Oh, sorry, didn't see you there. Welcome back. The game's not done yet. It is 6-4 currently to the Chiefs. And that does mean, technically, we are only 4 rounds off of potentially the end of the grand final if Bliss can come back. They have had a couple of rounds here, but now that Chiefs have found that match point, Bliss will have to push that OT.
Yeah, and look, I think Chiefs have looked really good on Cafe. They've really shown up, and I think credit to them because we're kind of talking about how it feels like Bliss might be able to do the whole 3-0 scenario. And no, look, Chiefs have really stood up on Cafe. We spoke about the strength that Bliss potentially could bring on Cafe. It is their map pick after all. But no, we are here faced with Chiefs on match point.
Yeah, so what's it like, Vinny? You're playing a game and you have a technical delay like Shade, right? I think he's the one reconnecting. You're on match point. It's 6-4. We could potentially go back into the game after a bit of a break that we've had now, and it's over in 3 minutes. Does this favor Bliss? Does this favor Chiefs? Like, who's more likely to benefit?
I think both teams, honestly. I think it's been a pretty high intense series so far, and it's good to take a little bit of a breath because the last map ended up 8-6, so it was pretty intense, and now we're looking at a 6-4 because Chiefs have played a good map so far. And they've done a really good job to quell the kind of aggression out of Bliss. I think Jigsaw hasn't been able to do what he normally does, which is be really aggressive, and yeah, the rest of the team are kind of struggling as well to get on the board.
But the map didn't actually start that way. We started the map with that double C4, the 2 separate C4s on the roof. It looked like Bliss were potentially going to come into what is their second map pick, so we'd predictably expect them to be strong, really fired up and ready for the 3-0.
Yeah, and look, I'm going to quickly sidestep. You mentioned about Jigsaw and his performance at the moment on Cafe, and shout out to Ducky from Snowball. He actually put a great stat on Twitter, and it was that Jigsaw has gone positive on 17 out of 22 maps this whole season. And of the negative maps that he went, so that's 5 in total, 4 of them were against Chiefs. And they lost every single one, or Bliss lost every single one.
So therefore, inferring if Jigsaw plays well, Bliss plays well.
Yes, it seems to be like the indicating factor. But of course, it's not always about like a solo carry, but it does portray a pretty damning picture about how important his performance is to Bliss's success.
It's a bit of a chicken egg situation, right? Like, is Bliss playing well because Jigsaw individually stepping up, or is Jigsaw playing well because the rest of Bliss is supporting him? Obviously, we love pumping up his break. We love gassing him up. Jigsaw is playing pretty well at the moment, right?
Yeah, I mean, this weekend has been probably one of the best weekends of Siege I think I've seen him play in his career so far. He's been super consistent every day. He was pretty slow on Clubhouse before, but then he brought it back and he was double digits again. Was positive and Bliss won the map, so that's pretty indicative of his impact on the games. Generally, when Bliss are down, it's someone like Jigsaw that needs to step up and like push his team through. He's a high impact player, and if he can get multi-kills, then I think Bliss will be able to bring this back.
Yeah, but of course, Chiefs did take the lead, and they're now 6-4, match point. Now, Bliss, they have pushed overtime on Clubhouse and won it from there, so we don't want to say that means Chiefs are definitely locking this in. There's still the 3-0 dream very much alive, but Chiefs have turned a new leaf, right? Like, the first 2 maps just weren't quite their cup of tea. What are they doing that they didn't manage to pull off on the previous 2 maps?
Just feel like they're performing with a lot more cohesion. I don't know, like they had some pretty good plays, in particular on Clubhouse, where they were covering themselves really well and just playing really well as a team. But I feel like that has been amped up a lot more on Cafe. I feel like they're really stepping up and getting a lot of trades. Doesn't feel like Bliss are really getting away with much at every turn. Like Bliss are really fighting for a lot of those rounds that they've been able to secure. So overall, like it really feels like Cafe has been much more firmly in control of Chiefs. I feel more comfortable or more confident to say that they won't let this map slip based on the form they've been showing.
I think, Vinny, it was you who said a little bit earlier off air that you reckon most people underrate how good Chiefs are on Cafe.
Yeah, I mean, it's a map that attack-wise is fairly methodical, but the reason that it's so defender-sided is that there's many points where the defenders can kind of interrupt the way that the attacks work. But Chiefs so far have been really good on their attacks. They had a couple flawless rounds that were pretty incredible. Some east pushes for Cocktail that were basically unbeatable. The only thing you can do as a defender is get aggressive and try to find a pick before anything happens. Jigsaw jumped out dining window looking for a pick, and then as soon as that pick went down, God Legion took the initiative to jump in, and after that it was like kind of reactive from the whole team to really just like collapse onto the site and win the round from there.
And believe it or not, getting 7-0'd by FaZe Clan, the best team in the world at the major, apparently does help you learn a map better.
Yeah, I mean, if there was any experience to learn how to play Cafe, it's getting 7-0'd by the best team in the world at the moment.
Well, they only need one more round to push to map number 4. I can't believe we're already that deep into the series, but Bliss are still up 2-0, and they do have the chance here to close out on Cafe. Unfortunately, we still have a couple of technical issues. We're just going to try and get all the players back into the lobby. We'll be back very shortly, so do not go anywhere.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We do apologize for a slightly extended break in the action, but fortunately, we have been able to get Shade back into the game. No emergency player needed, no sub needed. Spruce was dusting off the mouse and keyboard, and as soon as that was in the books, well, Bliss put an end to that and got Shade back into the game.
Oh, thank God. If Spruce had to sub in, 100% game over.
Series over. Honestly, at that point, you may as well just FF. Let's get into it, though, of course, picking up where we left off, which was Chiefs on match point. 6-4. It was a 5-2 lead here on Cafe, which is the map pick of Team Bliss. 5-2 lead, +3 round differential. Pretty significant for what's been a very close back-and-forth series. And Bliss mounted a mini comeback. 2 rounds in a row. They made a 5-4 scoreline. And Chiefs able to put a halt to that. Now they've got 2 match points, just as they had on Clubhouse. I don't really want to get too much into the semantics of, oh, an extended break, who does that favor, blah, blah, blah. We just move forward. We move on. Into the game we go. Both teams basically at an even slate. As you can see, of course, we had to remake the lobby, so everyone's on 0-0-0. And we move forward.
The big storyline is not the break. It's the fact, and we'll just reiterate what we said earlier, it's the fact that the Chiefs now need to successfully win a defensive round on a site they have not done so yet. If they don't do that, we'll push to OT. They have only won Reading Dining thus far. They're going to attempt Kitchen here for round number 11. Can Bliss dismantle this defense? It looks like they're shaping up for a bakery push. Ethan contesting early, looking to deny some of this information. No Nitro, he's running the barbed wire instead. And these players are now pushing in. Ethan lit up. Wow. Lights up Jigsaw in response, but he can now boost himself back up.
Well, I was about to say the difference is, of course, Jigsaw can use that adrenal surge, heal himself back up. He'll probably play very, very safe and just keep using that on cooldown to get as much health back as possible. And never mind, I'll take everything back I just said. He actually just pushes straight in. He does not care. Low on health, could obviously fall back, heal himself up slowly over time. Still 2 minutes left. Obviously for Ethan, he can't heal back up, so he's low. He'll fall back to site. But that does now mean bakery control established for Bliss.
And that's the second, I believe, shock drone dealt with there. So opening this wall might be challenging if they can't deal with those batteries. But Repix just pushes straight forward. Ethan off the ball, pre-fires, but can't find the second. Worthy able to shut him down.
Yeah, and that final adrenal surge coming shortly for Jigsaw. They've been using it on cooldown. They'll have one more. At this point, you may as well just save it for the final push to come. Remember, this is match point, 4 versus 4. I know we had a bit of a break, but they need to play knowing that if they lose this round, that map will go to the way of the Chiefs. And as we know, Chalet, Bank on the other side will be difficult maps to defend. Worthy still above inside a train, hasn't been cleared out. Minute 5 seconds, but it's Jigsaw. Of course it is. That final adrenal surge was used. It is about to dissipate. Minute left on the clock. 4 versus 3 in favor of Bliss.
Yeah, that breach over towards Bakery really butchered there by the attack, but Bliss able to tidy things up despite the potential impact trick. Either way, they make it work. Now 3 versus 4, Bliss with the advantage, make it 2v4. Oda up above, shuts down Gold Legion, who could have made a play. Now it's up to Digital and Fisho to link arms and make a play.
Wow.
But they can't do it. Digital rotates over towards Kochek, has a nice angle, but Jigsaw responds.
2 match points for Chiefs. One of them has already evaporated. They only have one more, then it could be OT just like it was on Clubhouse. And as we know, well, that didn't fare well for the Chiefs in the end. 6-5 scoreline. Final round of regulation here on Cafe. Can Chiefs extend this series, or is overtime once again going to be on the cards?
The Chiefs elect not to reattempt Kitchen. They'll traverse up above to Bar and Cocktail on the 3rd floor to try and seal this map. They need to, in order to survive in this best of 5 and start the potential reverse sweep. These defenses, though, have proven for both teams to be challenging. Bliss in particular, I mean, straight off the back of the tech pause, really positive signs from them, playing quite aggressive. able to find a couple of early picks. They dealt with the utility required to open up more lines aside and apply more pressure onto their opponents. Now, the dynamic on top floor is going to be a little bit different, and that can diverge in two ways. Do we see the cocktail push, both teams dabbling in that a little bit, or do we go for the more traditional red drop across from Lounge? I wish I could tell you, I'm not too sure, but either way, it's going to be a very enticing round.
5 seconds left. Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
So much on the line here. It's weird in saying it, because obviously Bliss up 2 maps. You would think if they lose here on Cafe, it's not the end of the world. But in some ways, it will be a very makeable final run for the Chiefs on the remaining maps. And Bliss are so close to sending it to OT. Patience is a virtue here on this final regulation round of Cafe. And I think time will most certainly be taken, especially on Bar Cocktail, where it's so much about clearing that utility and less so about establishing that presence immediately.
Similar approach this round for Bliss, and likely the same for Chiefs as well. Worthy posted up towards Lounge. Jigsaw down below can do some damage with grenades. Worthy does have some verticality. In fact, he still has a bulletproof in the pocket as well, so might want to get that down, but not really the priority now. Worthy v Jigsaw. A long way away from the objective, but could have big implications. Jigsaw seems to have a good read, has some information. The timing for both players, absolutely horrific, and it will be a stalemate.
And speaking of timing, only a minute and a half remaining in the round. That probably favors the Chiefs simply because they have not been able to clear Worthy out of this cigar position. Lounge still in control of the Chiefs. So Bliss now just actually turning this around more so Vert down below, looking to maybe find a nade elimination or at least clear out more utility over towards Cocktail. At any point, they can of course just drop top red, clear out that position, and eventually go for that bar plant. There's a possibility. I do wonder maybe at this point, did Bliss also maybe send someone over towards White Stairs? Do they go for more of a Cocktail take here?
Yeah, someone needs to make a play. I think it will be Jigsaw to try and dismantle this entire defense. The Chiefs looking very solid, reinforced at the moment. Ethan, this is going to be a key engagement. Jigsaw has a read, but he falls off the location. Ethan as well, not committing to the flank. 40 seconds left, and this has been a very tense round. Bliss need to show some initiation, but it's Fisho to jump out, Oda to trade.
30 seconds remaining, 4 versus 4. 1v1 battles everywhere. Jigsaw headshot high, but Ethan wins that battle. So does Worthy elsewhere. The Chiefs, the champions. You never count them out. Ethan goes big! Massive run out! Massive moment for the champions! Match 1. Cafe done. It's 2-1.
The 4-peat dream is still alive for the Chiefs. They had to get a different objective on the cards, and they finally were able to get it across the line. 7-5, very close, but it was Bliss's map pick, so a very solid performance to keep the series alive.
Oh, big breather moment. I know we had that extended break, of course, throughout that map at the end when it was match point, but even just getting to a 6-5 scenario and thinking, is it going to happen again? Where it did on Clubhouse, 2 match points and then OT and then a Bliss win. It didn't though. Chiefs held on. They get a very, very needed map. Otherwise, that was it. That was going to be the grand final done. Now, on the other side of it, they've got their own map pick in Chalet. And then after that, the side of map, let's be real, is also Chiefs map pick of Bank, like we've been saying. Like I'm sure the couch will touch on as well, guys. This could end up being the moment where Bliss dropped the season finals.
Have you heard the story of the Chiefs reverse sweep?
I've heard many stories about the Chiefs, Gus, and I believe all of them, and this could be another one to add to their story book. For now, though, of course, we go back over to the couch, and I'll take it away from there.
Wow, hello there. Well, it has been a long road so far, and this is turning out to be a marathon, not a sprint. Well, the Chiefs are finally on the board. That's something at least.
Definitely something. Look, they really did step it up on Cafe, as we were prefacing before. And in particular, you know, Bliss, they brought the heat after that technical pause. they got that first round, and it was potentially going to go to OT yet again. But no, Chiefs really stepped up in that last round and closed it out. And look, I'm going to throw our producer under the bus. He actually came to us and said, can you imagine when it's 2-2 and we think back, oh, remember when it was 2-0?
No.
It feels like that might be happening.
There's something about this where it feels like if Chiefs win Cafe, they win the series, right? Like, Vinny, the maps that we have coming up are surely Chiefs favored.
Yeah, I mean, Chalet and Bank are the two remaining maps now, and both maps are very strong maps for Chiefs. Not to say that Bliss aren't strong on those maps as well. I think they have some good history on Chalet. We played them on Chalet during the season, and we did lose that map, of course. But yeah, I don't know. I think the last two maps will be in Chiefs' favors. They are, again, very methodical maps, and I think the difference on Cafe was Chiefs' attacks. They had a few flawless attacks, as we were talking during the break. And yeah, they really showed their class on some of these like East takes and stuff like that. And I think Chalet and Bank could be similar.
It was by no means a dominant game for the Chiefs. They really had to work for it. They went up pretty early, but like we said, Bliss made that comeback. Even after that really long rehost, Shade had a bunch of technical issues. He's living out in the sticks. His internet isn't great, but he managed to get back in there, and they did get around, like you said, Raven. But the Chiefs, I mean, so good. What a run out at the end there from Ethan as well. Phenomenal map from him, as you can see at the top of the scoreboard. Worthy as well, joining him what we expect. It still continues to be Jigsaw's night, though. Like, what is going on?
Yeah, look, he's just, like Vinny said when we were kind of talking before, it's just been Jigsaw's weekend in general. Like, he was seriously stacking together some consistent performances here, doing such a great job for Bliss, really keeping them alive and giving them the best shot possible at trying to take out this grand final of the season finals.
Yeah, so, well, where we sit right now, Bliss, the 3-0 was definitely alive for quite some time. We'd kind of been convinced. I think that you're continuing to be cursed, though, Vinny. Like, is this still a 0% map correct prediction percentage?
I think so. I think I did Bliss 2-0 yesterday against Knights, but other than that, everything has been wrong so far. So not quite the caster curse yet, but we can go with analyst curse for now.
I'm not sure whether to trust you then. Like, I don't know if I want to keep asking you for predictions, because for the coming maps, I feel I'll just take whatever you say and go the dead opposite. Chiefs now, they're finally back into it. They're the best that they've looked all night, and most importantly, to have a lifeline. They just took Bliss's map, right? So next up is their own. It is Chalet. I don't know. It's hard to say. Yeah, it's definitely Chiefs, but I don't know. 3-1 Bliss?
I don't know, man. It's so hard. Like, I predicted Bliss to win that one. I thought we were just going to go 3-0 after what we saw in the first two maps, but Chiefs felt like they really turned a leaf, I guess, on Cafe. So it gives me that belief back again that particularly going into Chalet, it's more likely to be a Chiefs map. I said at the very start, my gut feeling was a 5-mapper. I didn't think that this would be the exact path that we got there, but I'm feeling like that's probably still the most likely outcome, is that we'll head to Bank.
What are you thinking, Vinny?
As the analyst, it's my job to analyze what we've seen, and I think this should be a Chiefs map, but based on my prediction so far, I think if I bet Chiefs, it will go to Bliss, but I will still go with Chiefs because it is my job this weekend.
There you go. I hope Bliss aren't paying you off to predict Chiefs. Hey? But of course, we have map number 4 coming up very shortly. Chiefs, if they want to get the 4-peat, they are going to have to continue the reverse sweep. Well, it is still series point for Team Bliss. The 3-0 dream is dead, and the Chiefs do have a chance back into it, but it will need to be a reverse sweep for the back-to-back-to-back champions for the 4-peat. Honestly, hard to call it. I think we're at the point now where every single map is a straight 50-50, but Chiefs finally finding some form.
Yeah, it was good to see them hit some form on that cafe map, but yeah, look, I think it's really hard to call either way. It really felt like Bliss had that momentum through the first couple of maps. Chiefs kind of, I don't know, I don't like to use the term wake up because they actually felt like they played pretty well in Clubhouse as well. But Chiefs really showing up a lot better on cafe. So yeah, I think from this point on, like, I'm feeling like Chiefs are going to bring it back to the 5th map, and yeah, I think Chalet will go their way.
Chalet is up next, and there's one thing for certain, right, is that Chiefs haven't had any free games here. Like, every single time Bliss has fought for it, like, pushed overtime. Clubhouse nearly did the same on Cafe. Even if we do favor Chiefs for Chalet, surely Bliss are going to give them a serious run for their money.
Yeah, I think so for sure. I think just extending on what you were saying, and you didn't want to say they were waking up, but I think definitely on that last map, they were making less of the mistakes they were making on Club, especially on their defenses, which was really important for them in closing out a few rounds. And yeah, I think Bliss are a solid Chalet team, and I think they'll definitely fight for every round. And I think yet again, it will be the attacks that separate these two teams.
How times have changed though, right? Like stage 2 grand final, you remember that moment, worthy in the most clutch round, when of course Chiefs defeated Bliss in that final. Now we're back on Chalet, but times have changed. Like stage 3, how good were Bliss on Chalet?
Yeah, I mean, firsthand, I saw that. And we thought we were like a fairly decent Chalet team. We'd had a few good results on that, but they still took it to us, and we're definitely the stronger team on the day. And I think today, again, will be no different. They'll definitely take the fight to Chiefs.
Yeah, but Chiefs very experienced on this map. What are we expecting? Of course, very much a change of pace in terms of we've had like Clubhouse and Cafe, and now we're on to Chalet Attacker Central.
Yeah, definitely much more of an attacker affair. But yeah, I feel confident that Chiefs are going to be able to step it up on Chalet. If you've watched a lot of the content we've produced around the season, you'll see a lot of Chiefs highlights on Chalet. In particular, some of their grand final wins have come from Chalet maps. Famous one from stage 1 with Digital. Maddox call, it's Digital, of course, it's Digital. Yeah. That was on Chalet. Yeah, they've had some massive wins on Chalet, so I think it's hard to look past that coming into this. It's a similar occasion, done it before, like why not again?
Yeah, well, it is series point, of course, for Bliss. Chiefs will need to reverse sweep to continue the 4-peat. Get your snowshoes on. We're going to Chalet. Have a good one, guys.
Yeah, Chalet is where we're heading to next. Of course, 2-1 scoreline at the moment in favor of Team Bliss. But this is where we start to feel like that Chiefs comeback very much could be on.
Well, they have to, right? There's no second chances from this point onwards. I mean, there's no second chances on Cafe, right? And Chiefs were able to get through that pressure as well. Now they're on a bit more familiar territory. It is their map pick, and historically, Chalet very strong for the Chiefs. That said, Bliss are playing very chaotically today, so that can be very difficult to shut down on this map.
Yeah, Chalet, of course, the kind of map where that aggression and also the spawn pick, the runouts, etc., and just generally being a site, or a map, I should say, that is attacker favored, should lean well for Team Bliss, and hopefully they can then lean into it. But the Chiefs chose this for a reason, and they should feel very confident in their decision. I will say this, though. Is there something to the fact they had the final choice between Chalet or Bank, right?
Yep.
Either way, we were going to be playing both, but they got to, I guess, technically decide. Or was there more bans? Did they pick Chalet, then there were bans, and then there was the deciding map? I think that might be the way it was done.
It's pick, ban, pick, decider.
Okay, so then they elected to go Bank last instead. If they lose here on Chalet, they could have actually had this be Bank.
Do they think their Chalet stronger than Bank?
I don't think it is.
Could be.
They may. That's the biggest thing. Either way, we head into it. I asked you before about sort of your thoughts overall for this series moving ahead. Now that we're actually on Chalet, now that the Chiefs actually did get the win on Cafe, are you very much on the Chiefs hype train right now for this reverse sweep? Or do you need to see a little bit of Chalet first?
I'm not too sure, honestly. This has probably been one of the trickier series to predict. I feel like everyone's just been flip-flopping all over the place trying to...
I said Bliss 3-2. That was my original call at the start of the day. Back in the charity show match, I think is even when I called it.
Could be on the agenda.
Or the OCN Awards, whenever it was, but still. Still could be on the cards. Although I say that, and I would be very shocked if that does happen, because that would mean Chiefs winning here, but then Bliss winning on Bank. And I don't even know if I've seen Bliss on Bank.
That's another storyline to potentially unpack. If we head there, of course, Chalet, though, will be map number 4.
Chiefs on the attack first here on Chalet. It's really where you want to be, attack side of map. So we can get a bit of an idea as to how this first half will play out. Chiefs really should be leading the way. 4-2 kind of half in their favor would be the expectation. Just like everyone at home expected the Chiefs to win this grand final. 63% of you guys voting on the HBO Omen community vote. That was for the grand final as a whole, not just for the map itself. 63%. Basically wanting that reverse sweep to happen.
Just quickly refreshing everyone on the bans. Chiefs taking out Ying, Valk, Bliss, Flores, Mute. So Bliss not necessarily counterbanning in that respect. Mute off the board might make roaming a little bit more tricky potentially, and Flores is very potent when you think about some of the shield strongholds that can be established on the map. Chiefs on the other hand, Ying, that's a counterban. They've done that for a couple of maps now, and it seems to be working out nicely for them. And Valk once more off the board like Cafe, as Valkyrie is, as always, very, very powerful.
And with Bliss being on the defense first, do wonder what sort of gimmicks they're going to get up to. Spawn peaks, runouts. The other thing to remember with Bliss actually on Chalet is the biggest thing that generally always sparks my memory is Jigsaw attacking and playing that piano window. That is his spot. So obviously there's a level of proficiency here for Bliss on Chalet. It's not like they're coming into a map that they can't play at all. I would not be surprised if this just ends up being similar to that of Clubhouse and Cafe, where it's that back and forth, 1-for-1, very little like round differential leads, maybe only +2, that's about it. Either team really able to get away. I'd be shocked if we get like a 7-0 or a 7-1 to either team.
Bit of action going down over towards Solarium, and it's Digital to kick things off here on Chalet. A nice nade onto Todd, and funnily enough, that's the Wamai taking down one of the best counters to projectiles, of course, with those discs. Sawyer Gates still standing strong, making this push a little bit more challenging for the Chiefs and delaying the inevitable. Ethan with the common cross, looking in through bathroom and looking to shut down any potential rotations, and Worthy's now established himself on the double window. So once Chiefs do, hopefully, for their sake, get boots on the ground in Solar, they're in a great position. They go bang. Now Repix and Oda left in the 2v4.
Yeah, completely just now going to outnumber Bliss. Remember, this is attacker-sided, so we're going to be expecting Chiefs to do really well here in the first half. Probably wouldn't want to see 5-1 territory. If you're a Bliss fan, that would not be ideal, but even 4-2 is fine. Good start, good opening picks. Digital, of course, started it off with the nade, and while the rest just sort of followed it up pretty quickly. Oda and Repix, always feels like it's those two left alive. Repix does find the elimination on to Worthy. Digital looking to respond, but was a little delayed in getting there, and that actually just spices things up a little bit, but Repix tags heavily, and Ethan won't lose that fight over towards Library. Oda does have at least information on one player, should be able to win that 1v1, and does so. Now to 1 versus 2 with 30 seconds left into the round. Surely, Chiefs don't lose this.
Fisher looking to stick the kit.
On the
it's halfway through the upside down. Repel. It was close, but Digital is too sharp.
You can basically see the difference there from that replay as well between the two players. On one side, you see this tiny little pixel overhead. On the other side, you see basically everything. Chiefs take the opening round. Nice early round aggression. Able to hit their shots and establish themselves a decent lead that, honestly, Oda, Repix both did an okay job to almost try and bring it back. But no surprise to see the attackers on Chalet close out the first round. Head over to Bar Games for our second site. So Bliss not looking to reattempt.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs.
Solid start for the Chiefs. They did bare bones basics, really, on that particular objective. Dealt with Solar, had the double window control, had the cross from the piano window. They also had the long line of sight through bathroom. And that means that for Bliss, they're very isolated. They're segmented away from the objective itself, and it makes life really, really tough So I'm keen to see, inevitably, once we go back to that objective, if Bliss might play a little bit more aggressive to deny that potentially, or maybe avoid that objective entirely, because Chalet is one of a couple of maps in the comp pool where all 4 objectives are reasonably achievable for the defense to win out, but it is going to be, I believe, bar for the second round, if I remember correctly. So typically we'll see the extension up towards top library stairs with Flores off the board. That should be the play for Bliss, as it does make things a little bit more tricky to clear out. However, in response, Chiefs will bring the Thatcher.
Yeah, obviously double shield setup. Repix hasn't put his down yet, but I would imagine it'll go on the chimney side of the mezzanine. Shade put his down top library stairs. They've got the magnet discs along with the ADSs. Both will be obviously used heavily to keep those shields up as long as possible. But as you mentioned, Thatcher could be a thorn in the side. No Flores though, at the very least. Digital just going for a little walk around. Straight in towards Solar. But nothing really too surprising here. This is very much stock standard right now, defensively from Bliss. And from the Chiefs as well with their clear approach.
With control of West Main. Now it looks like the Chiefs will transition to control up above on the second floor. Digital can use his sledgehammer to great effect. Open up these barricades and establish more lines of sight. Expect the grenade players now to get in position. Ethan, one of those, alongside Digital and Gold Legion. So 6 available. That should mean the shield at the top of the stairs won't stand for too much longer. And once that's cleared, holding on to this position up above the objective will be increasingly more difficult. Chiefs not taking any chances, and EMP make it 2 to kick things off. Nade follows up, as well as a kill. A good start for the Chiefs.
Yeah, this is not a good start at all for Bliss. You're losing your shields, you're also losing the player for it. Jaeger goes down. Now you have to fall off that position. You've still got the shield over towards the chimney. In theory, could play off of that, but all 4 have dropped out. So they've given that. Now, library control established for the Chiefs. Yeah, they're not in there just yet, but Bliss have given this up. Still a little bit of a presence over towards library stairs, but you can't really peek the top of it. Worthy in position. They can drone it. They'll get info. And with, what, a minute remaining? This is perfect for the Chiefs. Yeah. Bar games just getting torn to shreds pretty efficiently.
Gold Legion and Fish doing some really good drone work for the team, and now they can start to establish vertical presence. Digital hits the floor, but can't find the kill. 40 seconds left, takes a little bit of damage from those impact grenades, able to get boosted back up. The Adrenal Surge, worthy with the second in the round, 30 seconds on the board.
Yeah, more information here as well to play behind that bar. Although it's Jigsaw and he hits that shot. Digital had an opportunity to at least get 2 players from that position. Ethan makes his way up above. Gold Legion will just push in. It's only Rapix that's left. Actually over towards library stairs, just sitting inside of your smoke. And that is going to be the round of the Chiefs. They're going to start off strong here on Chalet. It's going to be 2 opening rounds. Repix not in a position to deny this plant from going down. That was probably the only play he could have made, but they had Worthy just above, watching anyway from mid-library stairs. Good start, good signs from the Chiefs here on Chalet.
Solid work there from the Chiefs, much like the first round, not having to do anything too unexpected, leaning into the Thatcher EMPs and the grenades to deal with utility early. From that position onwards, they continued to drone, make sure the top floor was clear. Once that box was ticked, the vertical presence was important. Unfortunately for Digital, he lost that engagement, that it didn't really matter. Worthy was cleaning up elsewhere, and the rest of the Chiefs roster stepped up to the occasion. So that's 2 rounds in a row now for them. Bliss once more will rotate to a 3rd unique site, going over to kitchen dining.
Not exactly panic stations yet for Bliss. It's only 2 rounds, both of which, of course, on the attack for the Chiefs. It's the manner, I think, in which they're losing these rounds. They're not really that close. They're not finding themselves in winnable positions or in positions to sort of counterattack. We're not really seeing that standard Bliss aggression either. We're not seeing spawn peaks. We're not seeing them really try and be proactive at all, like we saw on our earlier maps, Clubhouse, even Cafe, especially on Villa. But here on Chalet, a map where you probably need to be aggressive against the attackers to really hinder them from being able to push on the site, and we're just not seeing it.
5 seconds to go.
Not that they did anything wrong. I mean, they're pretty stock standard kind of bar games defense, but
Objective is to locate a bomb and
it all just fell to pieces so easily.
Heading over to Kitchen now for the third round and third sight attempt now for Bliss defensively. See if they can find something.
Despite playing the Thatcher, Worthy has been very powerful in the frag department, so keep our eyes on him and see what he can achieve with the L8 in hand. Elsewhere, a pretty balanced scorecard across both teams, and that's a storyline that will only continue to develop as the rounds mount. Chase looking, I think, to establish some control up above. I would anticipate that Digital will join them eventually and link up. Use those grenades, which are going to be as important as ever. How did Bliss respond though? 3 members up above, a heavy roam, vertical over towards West Main. Solar not being hard held, but Shade with a nice line of sight. Todd as well. So I'm liking this setup so far from Bliss, but they have given some free rein to the Chiefs over towards the other side of the map, down towards the south, looking to open up the breach, and that timing for Worthy was absolutely horrible.
So Repix and Shade have already used their nades. 2 Nitro Cells available still for Jigsaw and Todd. Minute and a half remaining in the third round. And so far, no real pressure from the Chiefs above, but the way they are kind of eyeing the side off is a little bit more horizontal. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to do that. Only Repix Oda down below. Still all 3 players above. And yeah, now Worthy makes his way over to that bedroom window. A couple of players on the solar rappel. But a minute, 10 seconds. It's probably around this kind of point in the round where for this kind of defense you want to be really engaging above. And while that is one way to engage, Repix finding that elimination onto Digital. That's massive for Bliss to get involved, but Worthy, of course, he gets one back immediately anyway to get the trade. 50 seconds left, 4 versus 4.
Bliss feeling the pressure a little bit here as Chiefs suffocate up above. Oda's actually found himself down below. This is a very, very interesting decision. Gets shot at. Needs to reassess the situation, decides to fall back. Maybe the Chiefs could cut him off, but they only have 30 seconds to work with. God, Legion once again contests that angle. In fact, Jigsaw and Oda are down below. In fact, actually, maybe Jigsaw is in the B objective. Okay, so the outline trips me out, but Worthy, he's in a position to maybe cut that off, but Jigsaw aggressive. He needs to win this fight, and he does. That's a good in for Bliss.
Yeah, and that's Jigsaw's strength, his ability to reposition. Todd wins those every time. Bliss win the round. They're on the board here on Chalet. Much better. A little questionable round, I think, from the Chiefs, just in their inability to really get that vert control established in a timely manner. And they will pay for it in the end. So Bliss do find a round. Kitchen is their safe haven, but now, while they defended upstairs, now they must go upstairs to master bedroom and office for the site itself, which was not successful, of course, in the opening round here on Chalet. Maybe they've learned a lesson or two.
Maybe. And if they have done their homework, then we could expect an even scoreline, 2-apiece. I think last time this objective was played out, Chase did a really good job in establishing those really powerful repel points. Again, double window, solar, bathroom cross from library. Those 3 repels are just so strong in cutting down so many avenues for the defense. Bliss to deny the B plan, so they need to find a way to disrupt that.
Well, I think what we've seen in the past in terms of a way to disrupt that is generally a player around trophy stairs and obviously just trying to be really annoying to those players on the rappel. It's a very tricky position to play though. You end up trying, you almost end up getting pinched from down below, but you can waste so much time if you can play well. Times we've seen like a Clash play that kind of position, play that kind of game, trying to deny those players on that rappel. It almost forces a mini game for the attacking team to get rid of that player on trophy stairs. Obviously, I don't think Bliss are going to necessarily play that, but they have brought the mirror this time around. So a slight little switch up. See how they employ that. And again, a reminder, this entire grand final, this entire series has been like this, where the round differential does not really exceed +3 that often. It's usually around +1, +2. So again, we're going to be expecting that kind of back and forth nature between these two teams. Digital very lucky that it didn't just die there, by the way.
Very. Looking the opposite direction to where the swing came from. So he can count his lucky stars, survives, 5v5 still here in round 4. Shade, meanwhile, has good information over towards games. He can relay that to the team and call that Chiefs are pushing from the western side of the map, makes the smart call, rotates off this position again, no longer being held by Digital, scared off from that earlier engagement. Good drone in position, spotted by Shade. Digital though, oh my, Shade.
A bomb has been located.
Questionable. You see that open wall, you've clearly been droned out, you shot it, and yet you just run straight past it and don't even care. And the angle that you're running, just a little questionable. Little, I think, lapse there. For what's been obviously a long day, and can't question it too much, but still, an easy one for Digital. Capitalizes, and Chiefs now have the advantage where, you know, attacking on Chalet, you don't really need to be given too many opportunities. Worthy hesitates, and that saves his life. Adrenal Surge, last one, he uses it.
Oh, he saw it.
Oh. Ethan.
Unfortunate. But the Chiefs still with the advantage now as they open up the wall into sight. The pressure mounts. Todd off the board. Worthy to get that one. Repix does find an indirect trade. God Legion the Ash off the board. Expect Ethan though to likely step up here and cover Fisho as he goes for the plant.
Still got a play that you got to clear though inside of Piano. 50 seconds remaining, so time can become a factor. If they lose the next engagement here, the Chiefs, I think there's a chance that Bliss might be able to actually win this. Such a pivotal point in the round. Oda was close to maybe walking into the sightline of Worthy. It's Repix over towards Piano. Oda close by, and it is Oda that finds the elimination onto Worthy on that Piano window. Oda though falls. The trade from Repix. Now Bliss in the 2v2 situation. Fisho, Ethan both push through Piano. It's Fisho that has the diffuser, and Oda, he gets shut down. Of course, he was already down. Jigsaw and Repix will go for the retake. 45 seconds.
Northern control for Bliss. They need to move forward slowly. Ethan has been holding this cross for so long, but he needs to win this fight against the swing, and he does. Now Jigsaw, the rookie of the year, to try and clutch up a big round. A single shot onto Ethan will be enough to find that kill, but he can't. What a round from Ethan, and what a round from the Chiefs.
Yeah, just what a round in general, really, from both teams. Back and forth kind of nature. It felt like Bliss were maybe in a position where they could have actually won that round after Oda won the engagement over towards Piano. I thought that's it. They've got the numbers. The Chiefs and, well, as you said, Ethan just pushed through anyway. Yeah, it was at that moment, even then, it was a 2 versus 3. Obviously, Oda was down on the floor, but still, Chiefs had a lot of work to do, and they did. 3-1 scoreline. 3 attacking rounds established now for the Chiefs. Can they make it a 4-1 scoreline? Get that +3 round differential. Really put the pressure onto Bliss, despite this being attacker-sided and favored, and knowing that Bliss should be able to sort of replicate this in the second half. Just building that momentum and continuing where you left off from Cafe. Let that pressure just continue to build onto the shoulders of Bliss.
We head over towards Bar now for round number 5. Last time Bliss defended this site, they went for the classic extension, top library stairs, with a deployable shield. Now this time they're not electing to bring any shields at all. So a stark contrast here in defensive setup, and probably rightly so. Last time the Chiefs, they're well drilled on this objective, and with Thatcher being on the board, as well as I think they ran 6 grenades last time. It's almost impossible as the defense to lean heavily into that strategy. So probably anticipate Bliss to get a little bit more aggressive, a bit more aggro on some of these peaks, try to create these buffer zones. Jigsaw going for the spawn peak over towards West Main, falls off that. But expect that to be the trend throughout this round. Bliss, a long way away from site, looking to create these mini skirmishes that whittle down the time of the Chiefs.
Yeah, and curious to see if this Capcan's going to find much success as well for those EDDs and where Oda sort of set those up and how they can maybe play off of that as well. Big round. And Todd falls to Fisher Guy. He's having an amazing day so far. That is a massive elimination. Really, again, where it's that kind of situation where
The defenders are the ones that desperately need that kind of advantage to sort of play off of. The attackers now, it feels like, have put themselves in such an amazing position to go 4-1 up, to deny Bliss the ability to win bar games again. They're just playing it so methodically. They're not rushing. Yeah, they get a pick. Doesn't mean it's go time. Going through that checklist.
Ex-Kairos denied there by Jigsaw. Sitting and waiting inside of library, facing that western double window. Unlike Chiefs, he's probably one to get a little bit more aggressive in this situation. Shade though.
Hard breach.
Drops fish.
Although, honestly, for this kind of site, hard breach not really going to have that much of an impact anyway. 4 versus 4. That's Ethan down below. He'll be able to come up library stairs. Worthy over towards mezzanine window. Rapix, though, well, he's sitting inside of office. Goodbye to Jigsaw Digital. Don't even know really where he finds that nade elimination. But Bliss still have got top library stairs. Worthy loses that fight to Repix. I think library might be in control of Chiefs, but it's kind of 50-50. Bliss still kind of lingering around upstairs is proving to be a distraction for the Chiefs.
Oda with stairs control. Repix mezzanine looking down towards fireplace. Digital needs to make a move and he does so. Vaults in, swings wide, but he aims too low. Oda hits the headshot. 2v3, Ethan falls. Now God Legion needs to clutch up big, but Oda on the stairs has the better position to win out that fight.
There's just something about Oda and Repix. They both just always go off together, don't they? Big round win considering the early elimination for the Chiefs from Fisher Guy, getting rid of Todd. Nice and early into the round to establish that 5-on-4. Chiefs then kind of slowed it down a little bit though, and that kind of allowed Bliss to just keep holding those kind of positions up above. They couldn't quite flush them out. 3-2 scoreline. That's at least also the second round ticked off for Bliss. If we're looking at Chalet and saying kind of that 4-2 half territory for the attacker. Well, they've got that too, at least, at minimum. A 4-2 half doesn't really look all that bad on Chalet. Obviously, you're going to need to replicate your own decent attacking half. Bliss have themselves, though, an opportunity to maybe make it 3-3. But I'll say this, guys, they haven't really looked like winning any round outside of bar games.
Over towards kitchen dining now, which I believe we haven't seen yet, right? So
no, we haven't.
Actually, no, we did. Yeah, sorry, we did say once, and a lot of the
it was winnable
action. Yeah, was over towards fireplace. The breach was a point of interest that was quite important. Much like above, Solar as well seems to be pretty heavily contested. I'm keen to see again, do Bliss commit to the 3-2 split up above here, much like they did last time. I would anticipate that probably would be the play. Good start though, actually. Chiefs losing 3 drones in the prep phase. That's pretty uncharacteristic of them. Actually, maybe with Ethan, shock drone, probably 8, but down to 6 now. So either way, Chiefs, TLDR, have lost a significant amount of drones early here in round 6, and that could come back to bite them.
I'd still like to see Bliss maybe go for some sort of spawn peek early on. Obviously, there's risk in that, but it's, once again, not really going to happen here. Kept it very contained on Chalet defensively compared to a lot of the other maps that we've seen.
Frost in play. Got to be careful of those pog mats, so hopefully Digital checks out or at least gets it drone.
Oh no.
And no. That will not be the case.
As you're saying it, I'm like, you don't really need to say that. Of course he's not going to stand in it. In my head. Well, fortunately, you've got the Finker. Fortunately, you got the adrenal surges, and he will be able to get some health back throughout this round. Minute 45 remaining in the 6th round. Final round of the first half here on Chalet. I got to say this, though. If Bliss win this round, 3-3 half defensively, it's a win in my book.
I would agree. Very strong. And Chiefs are not playing particularly bad either, so That would be a big win for Bliss. And if they win the map, they win the series. Big chunk of cash as well for them. Chiefs, though, their attention is elsewhere, over towards Fireplace, the wall. Reinforced facing into the objective itself. They want to try and get that open ASAP. Now, Digital's playing Overwatch. Worthy has a cross up above. Ethan and Gold Legion as well on the top floor, looking to apply some pressure. Good shock drone from Ethan. Spots out Oda. Can't really capitalize upon that just yet, though.
Yeah, obviously doesn't want to overextend that position. I think there is a play over towards top trophy stairs. If you linger too long shooting through that window. Oh, Gold Legion, hello. He's just caught them off guard. He caught me off guard as well. Quick jump in, quick double onto both Oda and Shade. That's going to open up this round and get us going here. Digital above. Oh, they're caught on sight too. Caught everywhere. Todd did get one elimination with the Nitro Cell, but the damage has already been inflicted. The Chiefs have pounced and Bliss have not got out of the way.
The final touches here on the prep for the push. Hatch open. Fisher can monitor that, needs to try and get down and get the diffuser onto the ground as Todd does find Digital. Worthy, though, will find him from behind. Jigsaw admits the smoke, does find one. Now, Worthy's the only player that can cover. Fisher's fallen off the plant, but he doesn't quite win that engagement.
What an explosive finish to the first half. Chiefs, it was a little slow going to get going, but talk about a drop-down play, and from there it was basically round over.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
4-2 lead, par for the course, kind of the tick for both teams. Now we switch sides. Now the onus, though, is on Bliss here on the attacking half for them to perform in the way that Chiefs obviously performed as well. Otherwise, we will be going to a 5th map, like I predicted.
Maybe. We head above for the first round. Chiefs over towards bedroom. Frost once more in play, but more interestingly enough is the Vigil as well in the hands of Worthy. We haven't seen really much Vigil at all this weekend, if I recall correctly. And Worthy with the K1A in hand will be able to probably do a lot of damage. So this is going to put an emphasis on Bliss being able to establish some really powerful drones. They also have the Argus cameras from Oda as well. Those in combination might be enough to try and track him down, or at least obviously the vicinity if he is cloaked. So we'll have to see where does Worthy play and can Bliss try and shut him down.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see how Bliss are going to play this on Chalet. How aggressive do they get? Do they send Jigsaw over to his designated position at piano window? It's very well known, and I do almost expect Chiefs to try and maybe punish it. Maybe the odd jump out, knowing that he's going to be playing from this position. Over to Jenks, of course, for those frost mats. Makes his way in through library. It is Todd who finds the opening kill of the round. And then Jigsaw from the very position gets a second. Digital taken off the board, and what a start here in the second half for Bliss. 2-man advantage.
I'm only 1 minute into the round, so now Bliss can toy with their prey a little bit. They have a big opportunity to put in the groundwork for a really clean execute. That involves opening up this reinforced wall, getting the cross over towards piano window, maybe even post someone up on the double window in bedroom as well. Once those are established, as always, very tricky for the defense to get back into a round, especially when you're down 3-5. You cannot rely on trading out picks. Now, we're only halfway into the round, and Ethan already being forced to use gas babes. God Legion, though, he swings piano, finds a big kill.
Oda, though, gets one back onto Ethan. Worthy on the Vigil has not really been seen. And, just looks away. Oda will happily oblige and take his head off. God Legion was playing the piano position not all that badly. Felt like he probably had to do something there to maybe bring the round back, but it was already lost. Good opening start to the half for Team Bliss.
on the board already with an attacking round win, 4-3 scoreline. Of course, very indicative of the way this grand final has played out. Both teams back and forth in nature.
Bar gaming for the second defensive effort for the Chiefs. The first one pretty unsuccessful, to be honest. Minute into the round, already 2 players had fallen, and even a team like the Chiefs is going to find that kind of disadvantage very difficult to recover from. So we'll see what they can do over towards Bar, which, if I remember correctly, was not overly successful for Bliss. I believe they went 1-1. They went for the classic extension in their first attempt. Really did not pay off. I don't know if Chiefs will do something similar here. It's not like Bliss are likely to bring the Thatcher. They're not. They're also not leaning heavily into nades. They've only got 2. So if Chiefs actually wanted to go for the deployable shield extension up above, which it looks like they are, they have 2 total.
They have the setup for it, yeah.
It's going to be actually really tough to clear.
Attackers have discovered the location of the bomb.
That said, of course, nades aren't the only thing that can be used. You have Ash, you have
Gone 6.
Yep, Gone 6 if Opix is running it, so not absolute doomsday for Bliss, but they don't quite have the same tools that the Chiefs did.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Very much stock standard setup once again, as we saw it from Bliss in their half. Chiefs will bring it out here. It's very much just the staple. At times in the past, we've seen some teams extend over to like Office. I don't think with really much success though. In this instance, I think this is the right play. Keep it default for now. Doesn't mean you can't make some plays though in the round itself. Jigsaw, this is though a position of great value. And he plays it probably every single round. Doesn't matter the site. He'll be there.
All Worthy though, is he gonna peek? Might be a double peek? No, Jigsaw just holds. I think Worthy's pretty keen to try and go for it, but a bit of a low percentage play. Readjusts. Jigsaw needs to be careful.
Well, the thing about Jigsaw in this position as well, and we already kind of said it on Cafe, he moves around a lot, so he's never in the same position. He's obviously going to be checking all these different angles. He's constantly moving. You just don't want to peek, and he's watching. Of course, he can see that shield of the chimney position on the mezzanine, but he can't do anything about the player behind it. A lot of it is also to just keep that pressure on, make sure that that player top library stairs can't really just continue to run around. Saying that only a minute and a half remaining, and I don't know how much Bliss have really been able to establish in terms of library control. Definitely nothing on site. Only just now kind of opening up this office wall to start clearing out these shields. Need to do so pretty quickly.
Yeah, good flashes to burn out those ADS devices. Repic need to quickly follow up with a frag grenade.
Oh, he's missed.
Doesn't hit the mark. Deployable shields still standing. In fact, both shields still standing, but the Gon 6 will take out the first. Ethan now forced back. Uses a gas wave to delay, create a little bit of a buffer. 1 minute on the board. God Legion still, I believe, at that chimney position. They could be quite impactful as Todd scuts ahead with the shock drone. He'll be able to clear any additional pieces of utility required and give some calls to the team. God Legion can call that, but he doesn't even need to. Ethan to clean up Jigsaw on the vault. Worthy taking down Shade as well.
Yeah, a little disappointing right now from Bliss. I think maybe not really bringing the right composition for the setup like you kind of prefaced early on at the start. The fact that that chimney shield is still up is unheard of at this sort of level. 35 seconds left, and without being able to clear that play at chimney, they're going to be able to hold that cross. They're going to be able to see that vault come in. They're going to be able to call it. Don't know how Todd won that.
They need to get the diffuser.
3 versus 3, but yeah, diffuser now on the side of Rapix. He's going to be able to push over towards site, but Ethan finds the kill onto Oda. Reestablishes that advantage for the Chiefs. They look like they might be able to defend bar games successfully. Ethan peeks up one. Probably didn't need to peek again. That was a bit of an eco peek, and now Rapix finds 2. Rapix can also go in for the play. Where's Todd? He's not there watching. 3 seconds left. Can he get that diffuser up and down? No.
Operators, you are out of
Big
time.
from Digital. What a denial. What a play. Gets the pick, falls back. The coverage not there from Todd. Not really his fault. Not much time to work with. They have to try and just get it down somewhere. And unfortunately, the percentages do not land in his favor. The Chiefs staring down the barrel now of match point and pushing this to a 5th.
Slight little technical pause here, but we'll go to some of the replays and, well, bit of a back and forth round.
I think Worthy should be winning those. I'm not sure why Ethan re-peaked either from Library Stairs. Probably didn't need to. Wasn't much time really remaining anyway. And well played from Digital. As you said, really no expectation there on Todd to be able to sort of save that one anyway. So, Chiefs, as you said though, getting closer to yet another match point scenario. If they can close it out here on Chalet, Bank will be our deciding map to crown either a new champion or a 4-time champion. You've seen Ducky's already got 2 different headlines ready to go.
Does he?
He does.
Really?
For whichever result happens.
Do you have 2 lines ready to go?
Probably. I just come up with it on the spot, to be honest, so we'll see what happens.
You're amazing.
I'm sure it'll be great.
You sure, eh?
Not sure if Bliss is sure, though.
Mm.
You get up 2-0 in a grand final in terms of the maps, which is, it's pretty good. In a best of 3, that's a win.
Yep.
But this is a best of 5. Full well knowing, and they probably would have known as well, Chalet Bank, like a little iffy maps I should say, against the Chiefs. Cafe was so important, but a 7-5 loss means they have to get it done on either Chalet or Bank. And I'm going to be honest, like I have no idea how they're going to go on Bank.
Big question mark.
That's a big question mark. Chalet, I expected them to be somewhat proficient, especially on the attacking side of things. I thought maybe they would lean into the defense. Didn't. Therefore, Chiefs got the standard 4-2 half on the attack. But yeah, it's a long day, Didge. It's a long, long day. Started at daytime, now it's nighttime for our entertainer of the year. Of course, that was from the OCN Awards earlier on today. We had the charity show match, which was a classic 8-7 result. Team Xenox.
What? What'd you say?
Was it 3-15?
We don't talk about it.
I can't wait for next year's. We'll turn it into the caches.
I don't think I'm playing next year.
No. Oh, I got a new opponent. That's fine. Anyone. Manic, Dev, doesn't matter.
Wouldn't want to take on the Chiefs, though. They're pretty good.
They are pretty good. And they're playing that way, too, right now. I would probably say over the last hour or so, they've been the better team. Bliss started really, really well on Villa. For those that only maybe have just caught the tail end of this series. 7-4 victory on Villa. Bliss by far and away the better team. Deserved that win thoroughly on Clubhouse. Had a bit of a different story. 8-6 victory. Chiefs had 2 match points. They were up 6-4 and then they lost 4 in a row. Bliss took it. 2-0 map lead. Cafe was somewhat close. 7-5 victory to the Chiefs. And here we are now 5-3 on Chalet. Back into the game we go. Chiefs 1 round away from map point to tie the grand final up at 2-2 apiece.
Kitchen dining, round 9. Alibi in play, so Worthy looking to get aggressive, lean into his fragging capabilities. Ethan on the Malusi bench can be used to try and slow down some of these pushes. Not a bad operator, honestly, against Bliss. That's actually quite a good counter for some of their play styles where, they go for lurks, solo pushes, etc. Try and sneak their way in towards site or other meaningful parts of the map to get map control. And talk about meaningful parts of the map, Chiefs establishing themselves up above as well. ADS devices over towards piano, shield in place, reinforcements on office as well. That's basically the anti-jigsaw strat at this point to try and shut him down and prevent him from having a big impact in some of these rounds.
To the 9th round we go. Jigsaw 9 in round 9. Finds the opening kill onto Gold Legion. Worthy taken down at half health as well. Good start to Team Bliss. Oda can go straight into Library. His kitchen dining for our side choice here. But it's so important to establish control over towards Master Office, and that's exactly what Bliss are aiming to do. Good start in doing so. Already one elimination. Worthy down to half health. It's a honestly really solid start with still 2 minutes left. This is something they need to capitalize on. You throw this round, I'm saying that Chalet's probably done. Need a win from here.
Ethan lit up, trying to contest up above. More damage taken. Digital, though, able to clean that one up.
There was a brief moment where Jigsaw was down, the adrenal surge got him back up, but he still falls to Ethan. Big trade, 4 versus 4, but Ethan and Worthy both very low, and still 2 adrenal surges available as well for Repic. So with a minute and a half left, it's 4v4. I'm still backing in Bliss to win this round.
Digital and Piano, he has that deployable shield to lean into. Magnets covering that position, ADS devices as well. But Repix finds the kill on the cross. That's a big one to keep Bliss in the running.
Yeah, and still pretty good for time as well. And remembering Ethan and Worthy both low on health. Ethan, though, with a beautiful angle onto Shade. Well, he may be low on health, but he's still alive and able to have an impact, and so can be said for Worthy. He shuts down Rapix, who was having a pretty good round, and all of a sudden, it's the Chiefs with a one-man advantage, and down to Oda and Todd to salvage this for Bliss. Otherwise, it'll be match point. There's a down. It's on to Worthy.
Ethan's low. This is winnable for Bliss. Very winnable. Ethan,
drop down, my friend.
Can he get the res?
Come to Papa. Come to Ethan. Revive is secured, but only 25 seconds left in the round.
Todd and Oda now need to step up, but Todd's taken down. Oda with 20 seconds on the board finds the headshot. 10 in this map so far, and he gets another. Worthy is so damn low in the 1v1.
Todd's down. It is 1v1. Worthy, the MVP. He spots Oda. He gets the elimination! MVP for a reason. Match point now for the Chiefs here on Chalet.
And that reverse sweep is now feeling ever closer. The composure from Worthy to win that out, second to none. That is why he is your MVP. He does not lose those.
I don't think there's anyone on the side of Bliss that you can really blame there. These are just some ridiculous angles, ridiculous shots. Ethan, so impactful there. Worthy, in the 1v1, Oda makes the cross, but what a spray through the wall. Nothing Oda can do.
He played off the kit. That's all he had to do. Diffuser was on the ground. I think then Oda was like, well, I probably can't go for it. He's probably watching it. Let's try and get the res, trade it out. At the end of the day, though, Worthy just too good.
Game sense, aim, everything, and he's got the good looks. Up to now, 10, 6, and 4 for Worthy. Oh, Oda's been going massive as well. Shout out, 11, 6, and 1. Amazing performance here on Chalet, but so far not enough to really get Bliss into a winning position. Now down 6-3. And again, Bank is a bit of a question mark.
A bit. I would say a gigantic question mark.
Would it be like 3 question marks in chat?
Something like that.
Oh, match point for the Chiefs. Reverse sweep could be on the cards.
5 seconds to go.
Bank is not a place you want to be going if you're team Bliss.
Objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Cafe was their salvation. That was where Bliss needed to win, and they couldn't. It was always going to be difficult on both Chalet and Bank. I thought maybe Chalet would be the place they could get it done, and yet that is not seemingly the case. Jigsaw will head back over to the Jigsaw corner, and Bliss will go for one more attempt to maybe extend this here on Chalet.
It's moments like these where Bliss on the back foot, momentum against them, staring down the barrel of a 5th map, need to find something. Somebody just needs to find the spark, light that fire. Jigsaw, he's not gonna be able to do much. Staring straight into the face of a clash. Fisho can just chill here. Nades might do a bit of damage, but probably not enough. Repix though, he's the one to get the first.
If they're going to put a lot of attention over towards Jigsaw and over towards that corner inside a Piano, well, then that's where the other members of Bliss need to stand up, bind picks, bind kills, and that's what Repix has been able to do. Get through to God Legion, and again, they're got an advantage. Jigsaw takes out Digital. Don't even know how that happened. You've got the clash there. He's still playing the same position, although he has moved over towards bathroom side. Jigsaw does lose a bit of health for it. Fisho Guy has lost also some as well on the clash. One nade was utilized, one more still in hand. Minute and a half remaining, 2-man advantage for Bliss. They must extend here on Chalet.
And it's positions like this that you should be converting, but Todd's taken down.
Worthy.
Or Ethan, he could win this, but misses the shots. Repix desperately trying to find that kill back as Ethan does get dropped. That alleviates the pressure onto Repix. He can now push forward. Fisho low, and Worthy needs to absolutely go huge here. Fisho whips out the SMG, but it's not enough.
That's going to be the round. And that's sort of, I guess, the downside of Clash is if everyone else falls away and they all fall down one by one, the Clash, well, their effectiveness has just continued to be diminished throughout the remainder of the round. Worthy will probably back himself in to maybe salvage this. He gets Ethan back up. It's 2 versus 4. Plant's already down. 30 seconds. I mean, look, Worthy's a pretty good player, but I don't know if he's that good, guys.
And Ethan's low, so his impact nullified. Worthy pushes forward. Time ticking down. 20 seconds on the clock. 7 to counter defuse. That gives you about 13. Quick math, but Worthy needs to think faster than that. Taken down by Shade. Ethan left. Peeks over towards the front door. Bulk and Repix will get the last.
On to the next round. Let's go. Another 2 match points. Still for the Chiefs. 6-4 will be the scoreline. (6-3) scoreline doesn't really hold much, I guess, concern for the Chiefs. You lose a round, it's fine. Still got another 2 more. You lose this one, then it's like, oh, can't allow that OT to happen. Can't allow that comeback to happen. They get another opportunity, and they head to Bar Games, which here today on Chalet has been successfully defended pretty well. For the most part. Not always, though.
Well, last time Bliss attacked this side, their comp was horrible. So, yeah, let's see if they've tidied that up. We'll get a better glimpse at Util now. And they are bringing 4 nades, so they've stepped it up in that department. Still no Thatcher, so...
Well, the Thatcher's available.
The timing will... I mean, you've got Shade for flashes, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue. Again, no Flores banned out, but there's no real excuse. If Shields are still standing with a minute to go in the round like it was last time, that's not going to be the Chiefs playing well. That will be a misplay from Bliss.
Exact same lineup, exact same setup from the Chiefs. No real reason to really change anything. Obviously for Bliss, 2 match points to overcome. To send us to overtime on Chalet.
5 seconds left before.
I wouldn't count them out. So far it's been the Repix and Oda show on Chalet. 21 kills between the 2 of them. Bit more of an even spread on the side of the Chiefs.
Pop quiz.
Bliss make their way in.
Where do you think Jigsaw's going to go?
Honestly, library.
That's a bold call.
No. Piano window. All the way maybe over to bathroom window if he's feeling a little fancy today.
Mix it up.
Mix it up a little bit.
And of course it's Worthy in piano as well, close by to contest, so that might be a potential engagement. Elsewhere though, Bliss looking to get control of Solo across. Jigsaw with that cross. Perfectly in position. Worthy's going to be in a very, very important position himself. Now forced back, double window pressuring that position. Piano window being held by Jigsaw, but he falls off that cross momentarily.
That man is Repix. Oh, Worthy though. Whoa, careful. Loses basically all of his health. Not ideal. Although Jigsaw did lose a big chunk of health too, at least has the adrenal surges that can get him back up. Still, those shields are up, right? Yep. And that clock is ticking down, minute 45 left, and I'm pretty sure both shields, top library and chimney mezzanine, still up. Not good. Get going, come on, Bliss.
Shock drone being red pinged there, and I think the Chiefs will probably shut that down. Again though, deployables still standing strong. Waiting for Bliss to follow up with flashes and nades. They're now only just working the office wall. Halfway point of the round. I mean, time management's okay. It's not quite at critical time just yet, but this right here needs to be perfect.
No, I honestly think they need to have had already done the office open up. Minute 10, shield's still up. Gas Babes now go out to deny more time. Wow. Force that sort of late round rush. Yeah, this... Oh, no. Okay, top library stairs has been taken down. And finally, so is the mezzanine. So, minute left. I'll give him a tick for that. That's fine. But get into library. Get that vert control established.
Worthy still in library, looking for a kill and gets a freebie. Todd off the board, climbing up the ladder. Now 45 seconds left, he can fall off himself, but there's still a player above. Someone is still lurking inside of library. I think it's God Legion. He could have a big impact if Bliss do not drone this out.
Oda down below, match point. Of course, remembering if Bliss lose this round, it will be 2-2 for the overall scoreline of this grand final. Repix, he's been amazing to watch here on Chalet. They can look to open up above now. Library control established. Fisher guy falls down to Jigsaw. Worthy gets a trade. Still though, low on health, yet doesn't matter. He's found 2 kills into the round. 20 seconds remaining. Ethan swings, but he looks in the wrong direction. Then Oda also gets that win over Worthy. Digital, our entertainer of the year, to maybe entertain us right now with a big play to win the round for the Chiefs. Can't deny Shade. That plant is down in the 1 versus 3. Basically needs to kill them all, and I'm not sure he's going to have enough time to do so. It is looking like 6-5 will be on the cards. Nothing really you can expect from Dig in this situation. Bliss win another one, and they continue to keep us entertained on Chalet. It's 6-5.
Really well played by Bliss. Repix specifically, I don't know if he had game sense intel or what, but to kill God Legion there inside of Library was critical because he could have completely ruined that round before the attack. Prone up in office, pardon me. Nonetheless though, the round concludes. Chiefs still with match point. They can fall into that. They'll head over towards basement though. And you know me, Jake.
Snow White.
You know what I'm going to say.
Let's mix it up.
You know what I'm going to say about the site.
I don't know what you're going to say.
It's bad.
It's bad? Oh,
yeah.
I didn't think you were going to say that one.
If this is attacked properly by Blizz...
The real question, will Jigsaw go to piano window?
Maybe.
For Snow White? Surely not. Maybe at the start he might just go there just for the sake of it. Like it's just out of habit. Oh, what a way to close out the regulation here on Chalet. 6-5. Remembering back, of course, to Cafe, it was 6-5 as well. But Chiefs closed it out, won the map, and sent us to Chalet. Still match point, though. Can they make it 7-5 again? And at that point, if that does happen and they can close out this round, mentally, that would be so draining for Bliss. 2 maps in a row at 6-5 scoreline, just unable to get that OT push. And heading to bank? This is must win. Especially on this site.
The one player in the attack I think that's going to have a really, really, really big impact as to whether or not they lose the round is Shade. His hard breach needs to be perfect. He needs to open up Snowmobile, he needs to rotate West Main, open up the back push, and prevent Salah from being holdable or safe. If he dies and doesn't do much in the hard breach department, Bliss are going to be on struggle street. So keep an eye on the Habana.
They should just rush site. They honestly should just rush onto site. I think Chiefs are just going to be playing a roam game here. Snow Wine, you don't really want to be down there, right? So you can even see it with their lineup. Are you kidding me? He actually went there. I was like joking, like legitimately joking, and he actually did go there.
Well, if the Chiefs are roaming, maybe it's not that bad of an idea.
Well, yeah, honestly. Repix just pushes straight into Solar. Oh, they're just going to go for a top-down clear.
Well, they're also playing into the roam, which it's very risky. I, for one, am all for the West Main push, but it seems like Bliss want to try and whittle out numbers elsewhere.
How extensive is this roam, though? It doesn't seem like it's ultra. I think they're starting to maybe bring it back a little bit. Yeah, holding library stairs. You got a player in library.
It's pretty aggressive.
Yeah, for the most part. It means it's going to just take time for Bliss to really clear this. But that's what I was saying, is if they had just gone straight for site, it's kind of like rushing Church Arsenal on Clubhouse when we saw Chiefs push through dirt and just take it like that.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Well, it looks like Bliss are now prepping for West Main. Love to see it. And Jigsaw gets the first. That's Ethan taking down Malusi to the grave. Worthy elsewhere contesting piano window.
Well, he knows that Jigsaw's going to be there. They don't even need to get information. They'll just honestly always assume that he's in that position. Oh, Worthy. It's not your time yet, Jigsaw. Not just yet. The rookie falls to the MVP.
Taught a lesson. 60 seconds. Digital with a powerful cross. But again, once these angles are made, Shade being so critical in this round, there's not many places to sit in sight for the Chiefs. They need to rely heavily on deeper angles. They need to rely on retakes and plant denial. Very challenging on this objective. 45 seconds on the clock. Worthy's still up above, so he could make a play. But again, there should be flank watch, claymores, Argus cameras, etc. on the board.
Does he rush over towards top and then come down West Main and go for the flanking behind, maybe? What is the plan here? Oh, right on top of Oda! Falls onto his shoulders! And he has another one in his sights! It's the MVP! plays. 16 and 8. Rapix gets one onto Digital. He needs more though, and he takes out Gold Legion. Diffuser down, but so is he. Fisher guy is the guy to support his MVP. Match point, map secured. We're going the distance here in the season finals.
Worthy is just too damn good. He wins those. What a huge round. He needed to step up that West Main push. If he doesn't go for that flank, it would have been over. We would have gone to OT, but the Chiefs get it across the line. 5 maps. It's going all the way.
The distance has been reached. The pinnacle of OCN we go to. A map 5. 7-5. And for the second map in a row, Chiefs at that 6-5 interval get the win to avoid overtime. That must be draining mentally for Team Bliss. They now have to head to Bank to avoid the reverse sweep. Yeah.
I'm a bit tired, but I'm also very excited because we haven't had a full 5
I don't even know what to say anymore. There's questions. There's so many questions we don't have the answers to. Heading into Bank, surely Chiefs are like heavy favorites here. Heavy favorites. But just one heavy.
There's the big question mark on Bliss. Maybe they've been pracking Bank. Maybe they're really good.
Maybe. We'll have to see what the desk has to say.
Hey, you guys remember when it was 2-0 to Team Bliss? Because I certainly do. And now it is 2-2. We are going to map 5. Unreal from the Chiefs. Absolutely unreal.
Yeah, look, it was a really solid chalet from them. Credit to Bliss again, though. Like, they're really putting the fight up to Chiefs. But the Chiefs are really bringing out what they need to stay on top. And some of the plays in that map were unreal. Even that last round in particular, the plays from Worthy on the triple is absolutely insane. It's stuff like that that, you know, it doesn't really leave the fantasy and wondering how Chiefs are so good. Like, just watching plays like that unfold, it's just, yeah, it's insane.
That was a tight map, Vinny. We knew going into it, it'd be a map where it would just allow guys to step up. These players to really show what they've got. We saw crazy 2Ks, crazy 3Ks. The way that these teams play this map is just so impressive.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke earlier about it being an attack-decided map, and that the team that would win would probably be the team that converts the most attacks, but also in saying that it's about causing problems on the defenses, and I think Chiefs did a good job of doing that on a few of their rounds. They clutched up some really amazing rounds. Worthy showing why he's the MVP of the league with a play like this. When he needed to step up big, he did for his team and got a triple kill, which eventually led to them winning the map and taking it to Game 5.
It was actually Oda and Refix, believe it or not, for Bliss that were the top fraggers, even though we often talk about Jigsaw, right? He's had a phenomenal weekend so far. And when it comes to Chalet, the guys were just harping on about it on the cast, but like there is Jigsaw's spot, and he spends the entire map in that like 5 meter squared position on the balcony.
Yeah, look, he was really netting a lot of kills from that position, and it was a really effective cutoff. But like you're saying, you can look there on the scoreboard, Refix and Oda, they really showed up for Bliss on that map. It really plays into what we've been talking about, where Bliss also have that system where almost any of them can really occupy a spot there at the top. But Chiefs, it is the same story, but also the same story as Worthy out there on the top there, 16 and 8, that 2.0 KD. Is a really strong showing from him.
That's more kills than the next two guys on this team. Like, that is actually ridiculous.
Yep.
2.0 KD. Worthy's feeling it. The Chiefs are back in the game. They were down 0-2, and we were thinking this is going to be a Bliss 3-0. Like, can you believe that was going through our minds? At this point, Vinny, we were talking earlier, like, how often is it that a reverse sweep starts and then stops? Like, the Avalanche has well and truly been building momentum now.
Yeah, especially in Siege, momentum is such a big thing. Like when you're up, you feel amazing, but when you're down and it starts to pile on, it can be really tricky because there's a lot of rounds, and when you're losing a lot of them in a row, it can really like bring down the confidence of the team. Just also on that Jigsaw quote, the point. I think it's a bit strange. I wouldn't say it's an issue with Bliss to put him on that cutoff because he's so good at playing it, and everyone knows that's Jigsaw's spot, right? But he's such a strong player and such a strong entry, and when you've got him on that position for the whole round, it kind of nullifies his effect and what he's really strong at during most rounds. on other maps where he's getting those entry kills. We saw on like almost every map over this weekend, he's been +2 or 3 on the entry on every map, and it was a little bit less on this map as well.
Yeah, but of course, we're changing maps now. We're going to Bank as our final map of the series. This is where it will end. How it will end, we're yet to find out. We've seen these teams play Bank before. Guards Theory Crafting, maybe Bliss have actually had something cooking up.
Yeah, look, maybe they have. We've talked about how Chiefs have been playing quite a lot of Bank, so obviously a lot of VODs, a lot of material out there to kind of do some prep. They surely would have expected it would have remained within the 5. Obviously, they only get 1 ban, so it can be, I'm going to say this slightly, easy to prep for a BO5 in that you can really know what to expect in terms of the maps that will come up. So yeah, maybe, but the Chiefs have certainly shown through history that they are quite a good Bank team. In particular, recent history against Bliss, actually.
Yeah, so while we do see Chiefs as a Bank team, right? Like, they're not undefeated. In fact, Vinny, yourself, maybe we can pick your brain. I'll pump up your tires a little bit here. You guys actually beat Chiefs on Bank during the APAC South stage, right? What do you think there is to exploit there?
I think it's the same as any other map that you take Chiefs to. They are very methodical. We've been going on about it all weekend, and being able to interrupt kind of their thought process and don't let them take what they want throughout the map, especially on a map like Bank, where it's similar to Chalet. It's very methodical, and teams like to kind of exploit the fact that you can get picks and map control for free. It's a hard map to roam on, which I think is something that Bliss take a lot of pride in, is their ability to interrupt attacks with their roams. So I do see Bliss struggling a little bit on this. Chiefs are very strong. We beat them on the map, but that's because we're nuts. So yeah, that's what I'm gonna say.
Yeah, do we have hope here for Bliss, right? Like, they had a fantastic start to the previous time they played Bank against Chiefs. They just couldn't convert it.
Yeah, no, look, I definitely have hope for Bliss. I mean, I felt like the last couple of maps, they still could have been able to close out the series. Just, they didn't. I still think they can do it on Bank. But I don't think they will. I'm still leaning towards Chiefs, in particular, to the point of momentum, like the fact that Chiefs are on this reverse sweep. You can think about it conversely, right? Like when you've lost the momentum, when you've been up 2-0, not to say that Bliss would be tilted, but of course it's going to be on your mind, right? Like you could have closed it out 3-0. You would have wanted to close it out 3-0, but here you are having to play the 5th map. Look, I think a team would be lying if they said that that didn't affect them at all. It definitely is there, even a little bit in the subconscious.
Bliss have finally broken the curse of winning a BO3. They're looking like they can certainly win a BO5, but the Chiefs have gone back to back to back across all year long. Everything in OCN has been won by the Chiefs, except for this grand final. Map number 5 is coming up very shortly. We kicked off OCN 2021 not really knowing what to expect, but how far we have come. It all comes down to this, the grand final. And guess what? It is map 5, the reverse sweep is certainly in motion. The Chiefs have come such a long way, and Bliss, well, it has been a trial and a tribulation for them. Map number 5 bank is coming right up, and it's hard to go against the Chiefs now.
It really is. And look, it's kind of been like that all day. Even when Bliss were up 2-0, it did feel like it was always going to be hard to go against the Chiefs. Did have some belief early on that, you know, did have that opportunity to get the 3-0. They had some decent amount of momentum, but yeah, they couldn't quite close it out. And here we are going to that fish map.
Yeah, unreal. It's totally just crazy to think. It's the thing we've been saying. In fact, our producer actually said it when we were at 2-0. He's like, you know that about 9:30 p.m. tonight, we're going to be saying, hey, you remember when it was 2-0 to Bliss? And yeah, now we are here. We are at map 5. Bank is up on the agenda, and Chiefs, we're also quite heavily favoring them for this map.
Yeah, I mean, the script is writing itself at the moment, isn't it? Chiefs won all 3 of the first stages, and then now they were 0-2 down to have to win 3 maps in a row to take out the championship. I think they're definitely on the road to doing this reverse sweep, and I think they're definitely got the momentum at the moment.
And you guys have been around since the dawn of time in terms of Rainbow Six esports. It has never been, we've never seen it as dominant a run as what we are seeing from Chiefs, right? Like Wildcard had a fantastic run throughout 2020. We've had Fnatic in the past, but no one has stayed on top as long as Chiefs if they can win this.
Yeah, it definitely feels that way. And it feels like it's a little more, in my mind, like I would say it feels more significant anyway, like even compared to Wildcard and the Fnatic runs, just because I feel like the region has just grown in strength since then. So I feel like it actually is more significant to have been able to maintain that level throughout the whole year. So look, it's certainly impressive, and to get a reverse sweep to win the season finals would just be totally the cherry on top.
It sounds like we're reading off a script, but hey, it's not done yet, right? And Bliss can certainly break that storyline for Chiefs. Bliss, the team that doesn't even play in APAC South all year long, we have seen their journey coming up from relegations. What a journey that has been.
It's unbelievable how much they've improved over this season. I mean, I've harped on about it all weekend as well. They're the only team that have stayed together for the whole year. Sorry, and a year in esports is a long time, which also goes to show that with the Chiefs as well, being dominant for over a year now is a long time in esports. And I think Bliss's improvement has come directly from the fact that they've been able to build that team synergy and that team chemistry.
Yeah, and of course that they are star-studded with amazing players. Both of these teams are ready to go. Map number 5, Bank. And of course it is the lovely voices of Xenox and Guz. Have a fantastic time. I cannot wait to hear it.
You guys are star-studded on the couch as well. Done an amazing job all day. 1 map to go here for the season finals, guys. This is it. It's either the reverse sweep or we have a new champion. It's one or the other.
Yeah, and you were saying just before, there's a chance maybe Chiefs could run away with this final map a little bit. Could be a blowout. I'm not as convinced. I think Bliss might be able to dig deep. We just don't know what to expect on this map. Now, that leads into the storyline. Chiefs great on Bank, so maybe they'll be able to smash them out of the park. But I still have some hope for Bliss.
I will say this, though. We've gotten the grand final that this season deserved, that this year deserved. This is the final map of Oceanic Siege for this calendar year, and it's down to a 5th map decider. 2-2 scoreline between Chiefs and Bliss. 1 looking for 4 grand final victories in a row to clean sweep the entire year of OCN Siege, and the other is essentially the challenger, the contender that has been there all year long, that has never quite been able to get over that final hurdle, that once again has that final hurdle in its sight. Just got to make that leap of faith.
And what a year it has been, but there's still 15,000 on the line for the team that wins this match, so nice little boost for Christmas.
I think at this point, it's just about making sure, you know, for Bliss more than anything, how heartbreaking would it be to lose in this fashion? It's one thing to lose, but you're losing in a reverse sweep where in the middle of it is 7-5, 7-5. This is completely opposite, by the way, of the Stage 2 Grand Final, where they won the first map, and then it was just Chiefs, Chiefs, Chiefs. Clinical, quick, 3-1. This has been a slog
Obviously, Bliss got out to a good little 2-0 map lead, but then it's like 7-5, 7-5, back and forth. Both of those maps were close. And I would hate for the message to be after this, if Bliss lose, that it's a choke, because I don't think it is a choke. I think they played really well, and I think the Chiefs have played really well. And we've already prefaced it earlier that Cafe was the map probably for Bliss, that if they didn't win that, Chalet Bank were going to be the maps for Chiefs. And Bliss have absolutely fought tooth and nail. And it just so happens that right now the Chiefs are just that little bit better over the last few maps, but maybe Bank could be a surprise packet. Because as we know, the Chiefs have been very good on it recently.
Talk about surprise packets. Osa, 6 pick. We are finally going to see her in play. Ethan taking that operator up. Now I wonder, is that in response to the Jackal ban? Now, Ying, Valcommute, we've seen that throughout the entire series, not too notable. Jackal though, a direct counter ban for the Chiefs. There's been at least one game that really comes to mind. I can't remember if it was OCN or Apex South, but either way, they use that Jackal so efficiently to clear the entire map. Now maybe instead they'll lean into the Osa, use that as kind of the hybrid blitz, scout ahead, and find information that way.
At the start of the day, the community voted, and they said 63% was determined to be the winner in the Chiefs. 37% determined it was going to be Blitz. We appreciate everyone for voting, not only for today, but throughout the year on our HP Omen community vote. It's always good to get involved. Of course, you can go follow both on Twitter. And I'm sure you can get back involved for next year and onwards. A fitting end to an amazing year of Siege, and well, it's only going to get bigger and better next year as well.
Wait, are we getting rid of you?
We're actually getting rid of Manic.
Ah, that makes sense. The Chiefs, how are they going to approach the map? So Ethan is on the Osa, is scouting ahead, but not actually from top down. Instead, going to be over towards Garage. Bit of solo action for him, 5.56 in hand. That is the power of the Osa. It's not limited to a pistol, like your traditional shield operator, like your Montang or your Blitz, for example. Instead, can flip it on the back, and then you have a really strong primary in your hands, either the 5.56 or the PDW. So, very much intrigued to see how the Osa plays out on this map, but it has been quite slow and steady thus far. Pretty expected, honestly, on Bank, not too uncharacteristic.
Yep. Especially on a 5th map of the grand final, you're probably not going to want to be too ballsy, not too keen to make these misplays. Sure, it might turn into an actual play itself, but you don't want to put a foot wrong. They will punish you, the Chiefs. The over towards square already established. It's Ethan who finds the opening elimination onto Rapix though. And I don't want to go too early, but I can't help but just let everyone know. I think Chiefs are heavily favored here, so it's up to Bliss to make something happen.
Oh, Todd.
And Todd was in a position maybe where he could have swung worthy as he opened it up. Instead, he vaults out.
That was not the play, but given the information he had, maybe he thought that was on the agenda. Unfortunately not though. Chiefs having the information, having the presence of mind to ensure top floor is in fact clear. Now Oda and Shade isolated towards the objective, and Jigsaw forced to go for a play. Now if this doesn't pay off, the round is sealed, and Ethan has such a good read. There's even a shield already in place, and this round is over.
Yeah, there's only 45 seconds left, and I don't want to say it's over just yet. The feet, of course, exposed at the bottom of that Talon shield, but as Ethan does fall to Shade, Oda will go down to Fisher Guy elsewhere. Only 30 seconds remaining, though. That is one concern. Despite it being a 4 versus 2 in the favor of the Chiefs, time not on their side, but they do know there's a player top blue stairs, and Fisher Guy watches it, although it gets off of it as Jigsaw quite literally comes out. Talk about timing. Digital, that's a bit late. He's already made that cross. He's already out. Red time. And you've got the diffuser, my friend. You need to get straight into open and get this plant down. You've got others to watch your back, get it down, and hopefully you don't get denied at the last second. God Legion, at the very last second, finds the kill onto Shade. Now there's 45 seconds for Jigsaw in a 1 versus 3, but I don't sense it's going to be likely. Oh, unless he had maybe got that one. But he doesn't. And Worthy then watches the angle. Chiefs will take the first round here on Bank.
A clean opener there from the Chiefs. It started off with the roam clear. Well, actually, it started off with the Repix taken down cheaply. Then the roam clear on Todd. So they had the 5-3. I thought the round was more sealed than in fact it really was. And Jigsaw actually did manage to make some sort of play after being monitored by Ethan. But again, not quite enough. Left in the 1v3 post. Digital finally getting that diffuser stuck. Strong start for the Chiefs, and add on top of that, they were also attacking a quote-unquote off-meta side of the 4 that is the least played open area. Yes, it's now maneuvering itself a little bit more into the meta post-rework, but it's still a little bit of a niche pick.
You say that, and I don't know if I agree. I think it's...
I'd have to see the numbers.
I would probably say it's on a similar level to that of Tal's Archives.
Maybe, yeah.
And I would probably say maybe like CEO Exec and Lockers would probably be like the 2 ones that have played the most. And
it's been a long day. It's been a long day.
Okay, I'll go easy on you. It's okay. Honestly, you may be right.
It has been a really long day. I don't know how many hours the series has been going on for, but it has been.
Well, we started the day off with the charity show match as well, so we've been going for too long. But we have just enough energy left in the tank to finish this one off.
We can do it.
We can do it.
But can Chiefs do it?
Well, can Bliss do it? Can they stop this reverse sweep from happening? Definitely would be favoring Chiefs, especially on the attack here on Bank, to establish a lead. Pivotal, though, that Bliss can maybe find an avenue to get an early round. Just kind of get their feet wet a little bit here on Bank. Get one on the board. Relieve some of that pressure. A couple of Nitro cells. Gecko. Interesting choice. Not sure if that's going to be all that effective. Well, remains to be seen if Oda can make those Yokai drones work.
Critical once again for Chiefs to get control up above. That's why the Vert players are establishing themselves in positions. But Digital, typically on the Vert, this time the Habana taking down a big Nitro from Jigsaw up above at Kanto.
Yeah, and that's probably what we're going to need to see a lot of. Jigsaw in the first 2 maps was, well, looking like an MVP. And has just kind of teetered off a little bit in this Chiefs comeback. But if he rises to the occasion, well, Bliss will be every single chance to still win this. But it's a team effort at the end of the day. And I will say throughout the day, this is the beauty of a best of 5 that goes the distance. I think everyone in this lobby has had a moment at some point across the day.
Everyone's had a moment. Everyone's probably had an ordinary map as well, but over the 5 maps, that does average out. So can't be too critical on anyone in particular. Everyone's been playing pretty well for the most part, honestly. This has been a solid game, and that's another solid kill for Jigsaw, and it's worthy to the grave.
Minute 10 seconds remaining, but this Chiefs attack has well and truly been stalled out by Jigsaw. Drops down elevator to first floor. Bisho's still droning around, but I mean, there's a minute left and you're down to a 3 versus 5, mate. Make 2 versus 5. Jigsaw watching towards Peepers, but then I think Todd's on the other side. Obviously, they get the stairwell. That Fisher guy takes off Oda's head. A little bit of information, though, established onto Fisher's position. Still going to deal with Ethan as well. And this just gets a little interesting. The pinch. Fisher, you've got him trapped in there, buddy. The ping as well. It's a tough fight to win, though, against a player like Jigsaw. But he's got Ethan over towards main stairs that they might be able to pinch him. I think he maybe got out. It did. 24 seconds left, though, guys. There's just no time.
Make it 20. Fisher might be able to get presence inside.
Shade.
If he finds Shade, it could be on, but Shade's playing patiently. Swings and gets the pick onto Ethan. The trade, though. It's good from Fish. 50 HP in the bank, 10 seconds to work with, but Jigsaw on the rotation should be able to cut him down, and he does. Bliss for round 2.
Clean. From start to finish, it was Jigsaw who opened it up, and then he closed it. Not a bad little mini comeback from Fish and Ethan. 1-1. Literally could not get any closer than this. It's 2-2, 1-1. Neither team is winning this grand final yet.
You were really searching for something then, weren't you?
No, not really. I always love this symmetry
at this kind of point of a series.
Okay, well, I'm going to shut you up. I'm going to look at the objective. Staff open. So we're actually going to go straight back. There's no reason for Bliss to attempt this site just yet. They could go basement. They could go top floor. Of course, they can't go towers. I just locked that out. But interesting, they're going to reattempt this site. For the most part, it was quite Chiefs heavy. 1v3 eventually. What are Bliss going to do to try and switch things up? Chiefs on this occasion not electing to play the Osa, but instead Ethan can lurk on the Nook.
I do want your thoughts on this, though. Obviously, Lockers typically is going to be a side of choice. I can already imagine Chiefs will go there immediately in round 7. But do you sense that maybe for Bliss, they want to play more of that roam game on Bank rather than the more structured approach of basement, so they don't want to take Chiefs there?
I would say so, right? It's more so Bliss's natural game to play frag heavy, play off one another, try and find
open
picks,
up hatches,
isolate players. You can't really do that on a traditional basement defense. Now, there have been some attempts in the reworked edition to try like soft roams, etc. on basement, but at the end of the day, 99 times out of 100, it will come down to that util sync meta with a minute to go, and maybe Bliss just don't really want to play that, whether it's a comfort thing or they just feel like that's a waste of their time because Chiefs are so well drilled. Either way, basement honestly might not see any playtime from them.
If they do win Staff Open, though, I think they might head down to basement over CEO Exec. Can't help. Oh, I mean, you can basically play CEO Executive off-site as well. We'll see. Let's see how it plays out. Let's see if they can even win Staff Open in the first place. And if this does work out, as you said, they of course tried it in round 1, and that was actually very heavily in the Chiefs' favor. Will it be so once again? Or can Bliss learn from their mistakes? Haven't really seen the echo, though. I mean, it depends on how Oda's really using these yokais. Is he just using it simply for the camera? Just that early intel, rather than sort of late round denial. At least for one of them, I think we've been seeing him throw those into pretty open areas.
Because the nade into open area when we switched?
Yeah.
That's not bad. Worthy, though, up above, looking to establish Vert. Skeleton Key going to be critical in dislodging some of these players. Not necessarily on site, but definitely on the extensions horizontally, and Worthy might be able to try and shut them down. If he elects to do so, might be looking to make a play elsewhere. Main stairs could be on the agenda, maybe even push down lobby. Elevator is being occupied, I believe, and that's going to be scouted ahead by God Legion. Gemini active. Worthy thinks better of it, though, falls back and does establish that bet.
The biggest difference already between this round and the first round for Staff Open, there's only a minute left. No real engagement, so there's not even really been any sort of fight between these players yet. Chiefs, of course, looking to really establish the second floor control, which they've got wholeheartedly. But in the opening round, it was the fact that they were able to find early picks and then use that advantage, basically to just then overwhelm the site. You still got to clear out Jigsaw from Elevator. Oda can drop down Hatch if he gets overwhelmed from some sort of rush through Beepers. Square control established, but they still need to clear out Todd as well. 5 versus 5. Only 30 seconds left, and only just now opening up this wall.
That's a big breach, though. Going to expose a lot of these angles. Can they find the kill? Fisher elects not to peek immediately, but he does find Shade eventually. 5v4, 20 seconds on the board, and now Fisher will send it in the double door. Now, I think Ethan wants to try and vault. Repix was close by, but falls alongside elsewhere. Todd on the Oryx taken down 2. It's 2 for Fish, and Ethan has 1 to his hard left. He can't win that fight. Now, Repix in the power position, but Digital sweeps through. Comes from Beepers to find that pick. Jigsaw isolated over towards the elevator, taken down. Now Oda presumably falling down the hatch, also dealt with by said Chiefs.
Clean execution from the Chiefs. Methodical. The body system from Square onto site basically forced a whole bunch of 2v1s, played off of each other. One would go down, but then you got the trade. And the Chiefs were in control that entire execute time. Bliss had no real counter. Well played, Chiefs, and I guess that's also the downside of being a little bit more contained on site or close to site, waiting for that rush to happen and allowing the Chiefs to be in position, clearing that utility, opening up that kind of wall with the exothermic and getting that kind of sight line and passageway onto site. Not much Bliss we're going to be able to do. Full credit to the Chiefs.
Defenders, protect your bombs.
We asked this question before about lockers, of course. Well, we get our answer here in the 4th round.
Warden in play. I guess it's a comfort pick for Jigsaw at this point, and with Ying not being on the board, it's not being picked as a hard counter, so unless there's heavy smoke play for the Xe, I don't think it's really going to be that impactful in terms of utility, but MPX 1.5 times, I'm sure he'll be fine. I'm a little bit concerned maybe for the plant denial. I guess 2 nitros, smoke babes, it's probably going to be okay, but again, Chiefs are the team that will get the timing down pat, provided they get quick server control to make sure that they drain that utility properly before they actually commit to an execute, and if that fails, they're the kind of team that, like most, will commit to the rush, the hatch drop, and probably be able to pull off with decent success. So for me, this is probably going to be the most interesting objective thus far, because Bank, Basement, everyone kind of knows what to expect, and you would more often not back in the defenders, but there's still, I don't know, a couple of question marks as to whether or not Bliss, the kind of team that doesn't like this particular playstyle, will they be able to pull it off?
Well, already the way that Bliss are defending this is vastly different than what we usually would see. And somehow Digital's just found an opening kill onto Repix, who I would imagine must have just swung out, went for a bit of an early engagement. Digital, to his credit, wins that.
Ethan's just scouted site twice. He knows A's clear, he knows Red's clear. I wouldn't be surprised if Chiefs quickly just go for server straight away. I think
server, they're in server. Yeah. They are in. Like, this is site open.
Round's over.
The round is over, probably, unless God Legion falls here. Fisher Guy can peek as well into it. They still get the elimination onto Todd. Yeah, it's the 2-minute mark, and it's 5 versus 2, guys. I don't know if this was like a mis-setup, miscommunication, something maybe has gone wrong here, but this is awful.
Chiefs just need to put the cherry on the cake for this round and make sure they get it across the line. Fisho, sooner rather than later, will try and attempt to plant. We'll just wait for those gas babes to be expended. First one lands from Oda, still 2 in the pocket, but again, with a minute 30 on the clock, he can't waste all that time. So, much like we prefaced before, Chiefs, they'll sit back, they'll chill, they'll relax, they'll probably bait out, one more smoke babe, fall off, just like that. So let's just deja vu that 3 times, and then we can get a bit more serious for Chiefs to actually go for it.
Well, one more time for Oda, and then that's it. It's kind of where, with this final gas babe, if they're to do anything here, Bliss Shade needs to make a play off of this.
So hard, though.
100%. It's not on Shade to do anything for the entire round. It is in this moment, but that's not his fault. And yeah, there's not much he can really do. Yeah, this is going to be too late, but I do like it. I'm just unfortunate. Oda's going to have to try and defend 1v4 by the time he gets to this position. Square hatch, not open. Oda does stop Fisher Guy. And God Legion is low, but Shade caught on the flank by Worthy. He's not going to allow that to happen. No way. Worthy says no. That actually is another nice little shot that almost lands. Plant goes down. Oda knows that he's stuck there. It's a 1 versus 3. He's got no health remaining, no gas babes. They've all fallen back now. You just have to question, though, the defensive hold from Bliss. No server hold, no shield top blue, nothing. And that allowed, there was the first Rotero in towards CCTV, then a second Rotero takes out their shields. I mean, it was just too easy for the Chiefs.
And the concerning thing for me was it didn't actually get to the stage of the round where that was that utility dump, and that's where I thought Bliss might struggle. It was before that when Bliss actually played their own playstyle, aggressive off-site, Repix dropped, then control the server forfeited so quickly. And maybe a 5v4 would have been recoverable, but then it turned to the 5v3, and I mean, we called it, right? It was sealed. Unless Shade, unless Oda did a miracle, and it's not on them to make a play at that point, unless they pull off something miraculous, it's just not going to happen. So Chiefs will be laughing at that round, honestly. A bit of a freebie.
Yep.
No disrespect, of course, but Bliss now need to try and bounce back, because I do think this is probably going to be, should be, a pretty balanced map in its current state. And if Bliss allow a 4-2, even 5-1 half, it's really, really going to be quite dire for them.
And yeah, it's been a long day. Mistakes do happen, and you're not always going to be flawless and always clean, but we've seen a lot of siege today from both of these two teams, and I will say that round from Bliss was probably their weakest.
And the reason we're saying that is because we've seen so much better from them before, right? So
yeah, 100%.
But again, fatigue, big factor. This is the longest series. In fact, actually both of these teams have played, right? Because we haven't had a 5-mapper as of yet, but
not this year.
again, that's where I think the experience is starting to shine through just a little bit. But I mean, as always, right, we have to taper our expectations just a touch because we don't know how attackers started. This may end up being.
Well, but in this situation, what we're actually discussing is not necessarily about like what the attackers were doing. It was actually what the defenders didn't do. Right. Either way, we turn our attention obviously to this 5th round, Talos Archives, where Bliss, I believe, did have success. And their one and only round win.
They did.
Early EE1D from Ethan deployed. Again, pretty standard looking lineup from the Chiefs. And pretty much the same lineup from Bliss once again. Deploying Oda on the Echo, Mirror on Shade. Jigsaw on that comfort pick of Warden and the Mozzie and the Malusi to round out. Must win round though. Not often in this series have we seen those 3-round differentials. But it could happen here if the Chiefs do win this 5th round. They'll be up 4-1, and for what's been a long day, that's when it can maybe start to blow out a little bit, and you do not want that to happen. So while it's not like a pivotal round, you just keep that score close. Who knows what can happen at the end of the day.
Jigsaw again roaming around on the hunt, looking for that opening kill for his team. The Chiefs, though, playing very patiently, very conservative on their approach. Even just towards the building. I mean, we're almost at the halfway point of the round. This has gone by so quickly, and if you're in the shoes of the Chiefs, it probably feels like it's gone past even faster because you're trying to get boots on the ground, trying to establish vertical control, enable the likes of Worthy with the skeleton key to get to work, and they haven't even entered a single engagement yet. It's Shade up above uncontested, Jigsaw up above uncontested. Bit of a line of sight established in towards Janitor, but it's not much pressure. And now Jigsaw can reposition over towards Square. He's going to swing wide. Gets the first. Can he get the second? Not quite, but he plays it smart. He's able to fall back and reposition.
Well, it's job done. The God Legion immediately gets told anyway, right? So it goes from that 5v4, maybe fall back. Worthy gets Shade. Never mind about job done. Chiefs now have the advantage. Nitro Soul from Jigsaw, not even close.
Bomb located by attackers.
Minute remaining, but there has been a down onto Fisher Guy that is confirmed from Oda. Brings it back to a 3 versus 3. And Chiefs obviously now need to bring their attention over towards site. Oh, there's not much time left in the round though, and this is where the Fuse is down on the floor as well. Bit of a perilous position. Ethan's still over towards Terrace. God Legion and Janitor, they're all split up everywhere, guys, and there's not much time left. This is not looking good for the Chiefs.
A lot of pressure on Worthy. Needs to collect that kid, and Oda has the perfect angle behind the chassis. Now can head glitch it. Worthy, though, you back him in to win these kinds of engagements when it really matters. Oda's under a lot of pressure, but Jigsaw aids 2v3.
And that's going to be the round for the Bliss boys. Repix takes out Ethan, only God Legion left inside of Talos, 15 seconds. He's got no time, no diffuser in hand, no chance. Triple kill for Jigsaw in the round. And a little sigh of relief for Bliss. It's been a long day for these boys. They keep fighting though. You have to commend both teams. It has not been easy. It's been a slog. And it's a 3-2 scoreline. It does not blow out. And for that brief second, I thought he was going to get a tag on the back player and then die to the front player and get nothing.
Yeah, it was very close. But I think Jigsaw, it was very, I think a lot of players in that situation either would have died like that, or they get the first and then overcommit to the second, in which case it would have been a neutral trade. Jigsaw, they played it smart. He fell back over towards Janitor, able to waste more time up above, which eventually the Chiefs took absolutely forever to get that control. Never mind, they then lost the kit, which meant that they need to try and recover that. There's a lot going on, and then Jigsaw still, by being alive, could have a really big impact late round in aiding Oda. So it's kind of that trickle effect throughout that entirety of round 5. A big one for Bliss. And now, I mean, if they get it to 3-3, I'm going to find it really difficult to predict who's going to close it.
I think it would be a deserved half if they do make it 3-3, but Staff Open, hey, it's not been a fun sight for Bliss. Chiefs have had their number on this every single time, and it hasn't necessarily been all that close. I think, for me, the biggest takeaway is maybe a bit more presence over towards Square. That's where Chiefs have been attacking vigorously each time, opening up that square wall, getting above control as well on second floor. Maybe a little too much horizontal defense over towards, say, elevators, where Chiefs have not been as aggressive on.
Yeah, very interesting that Bliss will reattempt this objective, but They'll look like geniuses if they pull it off.
Well,
on
their
the third
lockers
occasion.
was awful.
I guess maybe it's just the lesser of two evils, right?
And they obviously don't want to go to CEO Executive. They had a game plan, they've stuck with it. Talers Archives gets us a couple of rounds. Let's just hope maybe we can win one staff open area, and that could be it here in the 6th round.
Maybe. But as you mentioned, Chiefs looking to pressure over towards Square. Aided by Flores, Ethan can once more scout ahead with Roteros. Clear out utility. Digital can back him up with hard breach eventually. Quite interesting, honestly, to see Worthy on that vert roll as opposed to Digital. Bit of a discussion point, perhaps. But
we've seen that so many times now.
It's not, yeah, it's not overly rare, so don't want to harp on it too much. And it seems like both players pretty comfortable at the moment.
It basically happens when Dig has to play the hard breach.
Yeah. On a map like this, a lot of hard balls, a lot of hatches.
Yep.
You need to have that contingency if it was basement, because there is a lot of hard breach to commit to, but that won't be the case. Instead, Chiefs once more looking to try and get control above.
I do wonder if they were thinking they would go back down to basement, hence the Flores.
I would be.
The Flores is obviously a little bit more optimal for Locker CCTV than it would be for staff open area.
And Shade's playing Kaid, which is a pretty big indicator for a basement defense. But Todd kicks things off nicely for Ditch.
And that's the hard breacher. Obviously, they've still got one more, the Thermite on Fisher Guy. Advantage Bliss. With a minute and 8 seconds remaining into the round, Jigsaw still over towards those elevators once again. Keeping control of beepers and those main stairs. 1 minute left in this first half. Here on Bank, final map of the season finals. Can Bliss convert their advantage?
45 seconds now on the board. Jigsaw's in a bit of a rat's position over towards Talers. He might be able to play a powerful role late round, but he's been droned out.
Pinged, yeah.
That is a huge yellow ping. I'm assuming that's Digital on the drone to spot that out. If Chiefs can suffocate Jigsaw, that's a big, big play to get them back in the round, but Repix over towards main finds God Legion.
Only 30 seconds left into the round. This is where it's worthy time, though. This is where you're still going to be so careful. Top blue for Todd. Swing out or hold. He will swing and takes out the backside of Worthy. He did get shade, though, prior to his death, but we're into red time now with a 2-man advantage to Team Bliss. 4 versus 2. Fish will fall. Ethan now in 1 versus 4. This is shaping up to be a 3-3 half.
5 seconds to go.
Just have to swing from beepers. Ethan can't watch all of the angles. He falls to Jigsaw. 3-3 first half here in the season finals.
It's halftime, map 5. And we could be witnessing one of the best finals in OCE Siege history. A wise man once told me that might be the case.
Hey, you said it, not me.
No, you said it. I just stole it.
No. Honestly, it would be up there. Depends, of course, how it all finishes, which it's a tale yet to be written, but will be soon. 3-3 scoreline. I said at the start of the day, Bliss 3-2. That was my prediction. And I tell you what, we're not many rounds away from that being a reality. They go onto the attack here on Bank. It's not a bad map to be attacking on. But the Chiefs, straight down to Locker CCTV, round 7, just like I said, Guz.
10 seconds to go.
And I'm assuming they're going to be putting shield top blue. They'll probably have Fisher Guy holding it. It's the standard Chiefs hold. But that is where, for Team Bliss, you do your preparation, and you should be aware of how they're going to play this.
Head down to basement. Okay, we got to stop this. And we will have to stop. It's going to be a rehost. Maybe. I don't know what the call will be, but we shall soon find out. Oh my. That's not natural.
Is it though? I feel like it's just clearly the way you want to play. I don't mind an extended little halftime break though, guys, honestly. And
I'm not sure. Well, actually, there's two minds to this. For the players, it's probably like, God, I just want this to finish. It's been a long day. And the other half of it is, well, we get a little bit of break. We can get back into things and finish this off. Fish is falling asleep. I think Ditch just sort of did a little shoulder peek, looked at that bed and thought, ooh, looking good. But for now, it's all about just staying focused as best as you can at a 3-3 scoreline. There's a lot on the line for both of these two teams. Of course, $15,000 for first place, but more importantly, there is the historical contingency for the Chiefs. 4 in a row, the entire year, would be a full clean sweep of 4 grand finals. May never be done again by any team, let alone themselves. And obviously for Team Bliss, it's always been, as you said earlier in the broadcast, never the bride, always the bridesmaid.
Yep. Really good point from you there. Talk about Fish falling asleep. I might fall asleep if this break goes on for too long.
Look at Digital.
Entertainer of the year, up and about as always. Loves the limelight.
Looks like he's counting sheep at the moment.
It has been a long day though, in all seriousness. I don't know if anyone can tell us how long this particular match has been going on for, but it has been quite some time.
I don't know about this match in itself, but we are...
The day as a whole also has been quite long.
Well, we're approaching probably almost 12 hours for the day.
Yep.
Yourself and myself, but that's fine.
Not quite 12, but we'll go with it. It makes us sound better. We're hard workers.
10 hours is close to 12, isn't it? Just 2 hours off.
Well, you're getting a lot of shaking heads from production at the moment.
Everyone in production's like, these guys aren't even close to 12 hours. It's not about us though, Prod. It's not about us, okay? I know that half of you have been in here since about 9 AM.
Easy life. Not making any friends out here. We should probably be careful. We might not get invited back. As this rehost extends itself, scoreline 3-3. We're still waiting to see what Chiefs can do on there.
Should we call the boys to the couch and get them?
No, I don't think they want to come.
No?
Nah.
They've probably fallen asleep in the green room.
Maybe. I don't know why they would have fallen asleep though. It has been
yeah, honestly, there's no reason. They should be absolutely enticed, enthralled with this matchup.
They should be saving us right now, but instead they're sitting back, feet up.
For those, of course, that have maybe only just tuned in, we are in our final map of this grand final. Best of 5 that has gone the entire way. 5 maps was indeed needed. It's a 3-3 first half, and technically, I guess we're having a very extended little halftime break. And honestly, in some ways, deserved for these players. They've had a long, drawn-out match. All 10 of them have been amazing. Shout out. Little claps. No claps from Guz. I tried.
You are so special. You are a very special man.
Is that an award for next year? Most special talent member? I'd win that.
Most special talent member named Jake? Yeah. Lock it in. But you know what we can't lock in?
Our winner. Not yet.
Not yet.
From this position though, bringing it back a little bit, just being serious, taking some professionalism into this. Who do you think's going to win from here?
We haven't seen a Chiefs attack yet, and it's gonna be basement, which I think will be telling. I don't know. It's really hard to call.
You mean we haven't seen Chiefs defend yet?
Correct. My apologies.
That's okay. These things happen. It's been a long day. I'll give you that one.
I think I've said that twice now. It's rehost, my bad.
I do agree with you there, but I gotta say, Locker CCTV as a site for the Chiefs, they do play it pretty well. Obviously, they'll have their setup. Fisher will be over towards blue stairs. They'll be looking to deny a plant, making it difficult to push in from server. And now we push back into the game. Rehost complete. Extended halftime break finalized. 3-3 scoreline from that first half. Now we switch sides. Bliss will be attacking here on Bank. Chiefs will be defending. And this will be our final second half of the year. Although maybe overtime could still be on the cards.
I was just about to ask you, do you think OT's on the agenda?
Well, a 3-3 scoreline, I think just that gut feel generally says yes. I think it might be a little bit harder for the Chiefs to sort of run away with things in the second half, being on the defense on Bank. I think that if they can be successful on Locker CCTV, that might be the difference. But if Bliss can crack that basement defense, then it'll be either OT or a Bliss win. I think there's a heavy emphasis on Chiefs being able to hold out down below Locker CCTV. Now, obviously, they've got the smoke, who's going to... There's two ways that Fish can sort of play this. Obviously, he can play over towards blue stairs and then fall back, play then on site, throw out those gas babes, deny, or he can be a little bit more forward pressure and basically hold out on blue stairs for quite some time. But I do wonder that do the Chiefs switch it up in any way that maybe Bliss will get caught off?
Well, Kaid's in play, that's to be expected. Jaeger's pretty much a staple. Malusi doesn't have Nitro anymore, so that's interesting. Only one in hand, and then you've got the Smoke Babes from Fish. So if they want to play super hardcore util denial over towards the server plant, it's not the most realistic of prospects for the Chiefs, honestly. You would expect at least 2 or 3 Nitros plus the smokes. So I'm not sure exactly what the approach from the Chiefs might be on this occasion. Heavy emphasis on barbed wire. I don't know where that would have been placed, but maybe we'll see a bit of aggression over towards the staircases, try and prevent Bliss from getting free control, but pretty uncontested thus far.
Yeah, and Bliss obviously just doing, at this point, the checklist in terms of clearing out top-down approach. Just make sure there's no roamers around above, outside of basement. You got so much time anyway, you may as well. Just be sure. Oda looking to open up that elevator hatch. Trying to get a little bit of control over towards main stairs. Now it's open hatch as well. Then eventually square hatch could be on the cards too, which indeed it is. No hold though over towards blue stairs. No hold over towards server either. In fact, this is almost a very much identical sort of hold to what we saw from Bliss, but a little bit more so presence on site rather than, say, over towards like elevators, for instance.
70 seconds, time now getting critical. Every additional second that the Bliss members take to bait plants is an additional second that Smoke Babe's going to be up preventing them from going for a default plant. So they've done a good job in baiting out the first 2 left, means that will be probably about the 30-second mark when the smokes dissipate. Honestly, that's not a bad timeline for Bliss. I think they're in a good position. They'll just need to ensure that they bait out this denial perfectly. Ethan might be on the agenda to hit something, but gets turned out.
Well, that's the thing. Even after the gas babes, then you've still got the Nitrocell to worry about from Ethan. A couple of nades from Worthy. So much utility to sort of almost have to wait out. I think Todd just getting a little impatient, maybe trying to time that. Baits out that Nitrocell, I think, actually with the gas babe. There is another one, though, of course, that is going to go out. After this, though, is what, red time only that will be left for Bliss to plant. They need to basically just send in. Now, Shay's got no health. Repix almost has to then just solo bodyguard. This is going really bad for Bliss, so much so that Ethan can just throw his body on the line and just swing, try and catch. Oda gets it down onto Ethan. 10 seconds remaining on the clock. Oda just has to go big onto the side, but he loses out that battle. Digital with the kill onto Oda. Digital finds a second one as well, 2 versus 3. Dig has been amazing to try and stall out this round. Jigsaw takes out Digital, but denied by God Legion!
Just in the nick of time, what an explosive flank from God Legion. And that's not the first time he's made a play from that exact position. That is a key moment in this match.
(4-3) to the Chiefs. They defend Locker's CCTV. It looked like they were going to defend it successfully, but easily.
5 seconds to go.
And yet, it actually didn't towards the end. Rapix, Jigsaw, all they had to do was prevent Todd from being denied, and God Legion snuck on through and denies at the last second in a 1 versus 3. Which, that in itself is surprising, because I thought Chiefs were doing an amazing job in just stalling out.
Yeah. Bliss did a really good job to get in that position, and I'm very surprised, honestly, they were able to get themselves into that spot. Now, also very disappointing that the flank, either drone wasn't established, wasn't watched, wasn't called, whatever the case may have been. Props to God Legion. Huge play, huge play, and demoralizing for Bliss. They were in the position, despite odds against them, HP low, time not on their side, to get themselves there, to then immediately just be shut down. They probably just would have been like, wait, what?
Yep.
And now they're going to lick those wounds.
It would have been a freebie. Chiefs probably would have maybe repeated down below. They could have then just, you know, had another free attempt. But now, obviously, the Chiefs are locked out of locker CCTV for a little bit of time. They do have to come upstairs. It will be staff open area here for their second defensive round. And this is where Bliss need to be aggressive. Jigsaw on the finger, you need to be finding kills. You need to be opening up points of entry by getting like that 5 versus 3. Because I don't know if I'm trusting Bliss sort of late round with these executions at the moment. And how are Chiefs going to play this? Are they going to play in these sort of like little rat positions, like God Legion, maybe over towards like Archives, for example?
Maybe. Ethan leading into the Kaid, looking to Electro Claw. The push back over towards Lobby. Bliss wanting control up above. Jigsaw has already led the army of Repix. Square control obtained. Why are you laughing? Is it because I said army and it's just one person?
Well, you said the army of Repix. Like, is it his army or just an army of Repixes? Like, there's multiple?
He is the army. He's a one-man army.
Oh, I like that one.
He hasn't done much so far. Not much really has happened at all. 1-6 from Jig, able to deal with Util. Vert now as well, and the agenda for Bliss. It's been slow goings thus far, but it doesn't need to be any faster.
Well, to be fair, for staff open, right, it's probably just going to come down to that sort of trade of kills late round, 30 seconds left. They start pushing in, and it's just the kill feed's slowly lighting up as they trade back and forth, and it's just a matter of who wins that trade system. Chiefs on their attack, they had that 2 versus 1 system where they really pushed in, always forcing those 2 versus 1s, therefore winning the trades. What are Bliss going to be able to do? Hopefully they don't just take 1v1s, or even at worst, you know, a player swings into an area and they're outnumbered.
What?
Somehow Todd with a weird angle onto Worthy.
That was...
Actually, maybe from his perspective, it wasn't as weird.
Yeah. Worthy's live flashes before his eyes, and he's struggling to get himself into this second half just yet shut down in rounds 7 and 8.
Well, it did mention that Archives position as well, and that's basically, I think, a bit of a difference between the two. Bliss a little bit more, their defense orientated over towards Elevators, whereas you can see it's pretty much clear from the Chiefs' perspectives, but they've gone over, say, towards like Teller's Archives and tried to keep it across the map there. 35 seconds left, 1-man advantage for Bliss. This is basically as best a scenario as you could ask for.
Job's not done yet, though. Oda with diffuser in hand, 30 seconds to work with. He either needs to take it to Archives or take it to the double door near kitchen. Either or, he's going to be contested. 20 seconds on the board as Fisho rotates below.
Well, he'll probably just come up blue stairs and try and flank him behind, catch someone like Oda. Ethan falls to Rapix, so at least now 2-man advantage. Also, technically, it's a 5 versus 2 on site. Jigsaw just pushes straight through the Sawyer gate. He does not even care. Digital, though, and God Legion finding kills back 2 versus 2. Adrenal Surge will get Jigsaw and Todd back up to a pretty decent health margin. Diffuser, as he said, it's up, it's going down from Todd, but Digital can just swing and deny! They've done it again! The Chiefs deny the plant! Bliss just a little careless at the end, and as I said at the start of the round, the late round execution, I'm not sure if I can trust them. And it's happened again. And now the Chiefs are pulling away. It's a 5-3 scoreline.
Back-to-back denials in red time. Devastating for Bliss. What a start from Todd. But unfortunately,
5 versus 3, but it was time, guys. They only had 15 seconds.
No kit, no clue.
Easy deny as well. Yeah. Very much time for a timeout. A tactical one at that now from Team Bliss. No surprise as to why. The last 2 rounds have just gone like just flying by their heads. It's been, both of them have just been so close, both winnable. And yet they've allowed both rounds to slip by, and now the Chiefs have a 2-round advantage. The Chiefs 2 rounds away from ultimate glory of 4 grand final victories in the year. 4 from 4, not bad. Could be happening if Bliss don't turn things around after this tactical timeout.
Yep. It's been a rough couple of rounds for Bliss. They've been putting in the hard work when it matters in terms of actually being in a position to get a diffuser stuck, but they've just been unhinged by the smallest of issues or the rattiest of flanks on both occasions, and that must just be so frustrating, so annoying, because they've done the methodical part of the round, the quote-unquote, you know, boring part of the round where they just have to go through the paces and get stuff done.
Clear out, you get utility.
When the action starts, and you can have a bit of fun, Hasn't been going their way, unfortunately, and Chiefs, they're thriving in it.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
So that was their one and only tactical timeout call from Team Bliss. Down now 2 rounds, but yet they started the day up 2 maps. And the reverse sweep is now maybe just minutes away from eventuating. Of course, for those that have maybe only just joined us, either moments ago or maybe at the start of the map, a recap. We started the day on Villa, it was 7-4 to Bliss, then Clubhouse, which Chiefs played pretty well. They were up 6-4, they had 2 match points, but Bliss fought back, won 4 rounds in a row, won it 8-6, and went up 2 maps. And since then, Cafe and Chalet both 7-5 to the Chiefs in 2 very close maps. And now to Bank, where again, that 2-round differential on the favor of the Chiefs, as they've had over the last 2 maps. This time, this is for the win. This is for everything.
All the chocolates.
All of them.
And it's not even Easter. That was nowhere near as funny as you made it out to be.
I didn't say it, you said it.
But you giggled.
I didn't giggle. I pointed at you.
You held it in. Anyway, let's turn our attention to the game because that's what the people are here for. Lobby seems to be a important point of interest for Bliss, looking to gain control of that and shade alongside up above. Now, keep in mind, this is actually the first third floor defense we've seen thus far, so a lot to unravel here. Oda, quick control. Bot Banana, flashing out Kanto, might be followed up with by a grenade. It will be rep picks, but it still gets caught.
Wow. Look at the amount of ADSs sitting in that corner. They're finally cleared. Digital's got a decision to make now as well, because he's obviously feeling the pressure. Does he just give up that elevator position pretty early on into the round? Or does he just continue to hold? Right now, he continues to hold.
I mean, there's not that much pressure on him yet. Yes, there is a decent amount of perceived pressure, but he can just sit here for now. Minute 30 in the round. Bliss, they've done decent work, but they need to step it up to that next level. They need something to dislodge this position. If they want to commit to Banana, which at this point they're going to have to, Digital is going to be a key part in this round. The hatch isn't even popped, so Digital's playing for his life. Shade elsewhere, though, does find Worthy. That's big.
Well, that's why I mentioned if Digital should maybe leave that position. He can't even really drop down. What? Hello? They misdroned him, Todd! He went up the stairs! They must have thought he just left! Big elimination! But he's pinched and surely can't get out of this position. It should be 4 versus 2. Flash, Digital can't avoid it, full white, and a little toe. The big toe sticking out. Todd will finish him off. Fisher guy fell elsewhere. God Legion in 1 versus 4. Wow. No plant denial this time, just a clean sweep up above. 5-4 scoreline.
Bliss make it work. Digital in the position to dislodge it. Did a little bit of work, but not quite enough. I think as well, and we didn't get to see it, so I'm not going to harp on about it too much. Worthy, he has been non-existent in this half at the moment. Now, Chiefs have gotten away with it a little bit, but I think Bliss is starting to clue onto that. They're shutting him down, and if the rest of the team can make sure that, you know, the draining's maybe a little bit more touched up and these positions are cleared effectively, with no Worthy on the board, I mean, your chances of winning the round do significantly increase because you take away that clutch ability, you take away some of that pressure.
Yeah, but as we know, regardless of how Worthy is performing prior to those tense moments, you know he's always going to show up when he is needed the most. How many times has that happened?
How many times have you said that?
Every single time he's shown up when they needed him the most.
When they need him the most.
Every time he is there. I mean, yes, he's 0-3 since the rehost, which was obviously at halftime. I'm pretty sure he actually started all right in the first half.
Yeah, he was fine.
He was fine in the first half. You know, Digital's popped off apparently in this second half.
Yeah, that's
so
why I don't
far.
want to rag on him too much, right?
Yeah.
Because obviously someone else needs to and has been stepping up for Chiefs, not only in this half, in this map, in this match, but the entire year, and that's why the Chiefs have been consistent.
Well, all I'm saying is if this goes to 5-5, I'm guaranteeing you, Xenox guarantee that Worthy will pop up and make it 6-5. Calling it.
That's a big call.
That's like calling 2 rounds. I'm basically saying Bliss is going to win this round as well, which, you know, remains to be seen. We are heading back down to Locker CCTV. I don't even want to say they didn't do too bad. They didn't actually do all that great. It was just more so...
It was a strange round.
A very weird late round execute collapse from the Chiefs, and then yet still the denial. It got to a 1v3 in favor of Bliss. They just couldn't get that plant down.
What's the approach, though, from Blitz on this occasion? Do they try and get into server faster, make sure that that denial is not lingering for as long so they're not forced into that push? Repic's trying to get control of... Where is that even from?
Is hatch open?
Yeah.
No. No, it's not. I thought maybe for a second, but no.
From top blue, maybe. That was... Yeah, okay, well.
Can top blue get that angle?
Yeah.
Had to have been
I'll
from
just
somewhere
pretend
else.
I didn't see it.
You didn't see it?
Exactly. Don't even have to pretend.
Of course, Adrenal Surge will deal with most of that damage, so Repic's pretty much still full health anyway, and obviously still 2 more Adrenal Surges available from... Oh, Todd's just gone down.
Oh my. Is that a Nitro from below, Ethan?
Yeah. No? Maybe? No.
No one's used a Nitro.
Oh, EDD.
Ah. Wow. Not every day you see a cap can be so
Yeah.
impactful and competitive.
Obviously, again, though, Adrenal Surge gets Todd back up. He's still alive. So Bliss now have had 2 moments in this game where things could have gone really badly, and they've been able to at least survive. That's the final Adrenal Surge. No more from the finger of Jigsaw. 1.5 minutes left, but they still haven't even got close to dealing with down below. They're having a hard time up above.
Shade, though, will be able to open up server into sight. Gold Legion attempts to EMP, or at least thinks about EMPing, but way too late. Exothermic already detonated. He is stuck in the dead middle of sight. He needs to be very careful.
There's a couple of idiots behind him. Don't worry about being careful. Be aggressive. Catch them off guard. God Legion. 2 big shots to put a dent into the attack of Bliss. 4 versus 3. And Todd is low. Still a minute remaining, but time on the side of Chiefs.
Worthy's alive. Needs to take down Jigsaw, who's about to swing bot main. Has a position over towards what used to be bars, but both players, it's a stalemate. Jigsaw, I know he wants to swing this and get the kill. If he does, it's a 3v3.
Well, you can't stand there forever as the attacker. Worthy can stay there as long as he likes, does not need to move. Gives it a little shoulder peek. 30 seconds remaining in the round. Oda gets tagged up, but so does Fish. Digital able to confirm Todd. Easy one for Jigsaw. Still knows that Worthy's over the wall bolt entrance. 24 seconds left, though. He can play for time. Don't need to get aggressive. Although Digital does. Now makes it a 1 versus 2. Jigsaw, the rookie, takes out 1. That's the MVP down, but Ethan is an MVP in some ways as well. Big, clutch, match point, grand final point, reverse sweep point for the Chiefs.
It's another super close round for Bliss, but even after the attack, they can't get it over the line. Chiefs with match point in the box position to take the 4P. What a play from Gold Legion. This has got to be one of his strongest positions of all 7 maps. Basement bank is his element.
Bliss have been absolutely valiant today. Impressive. And downright, it's almost saddening to see them maybe lose in this fashion, but the champs are here. Looking for their 4th grand final victory. Season final point. 6-4 scoreline for what is the 4th map in a row that we've had this kind of scoreline, guys. It was 6-4 on Clubhouse, it was 6-4 on Cafe, 6-4 on Chalet. But we remember back to Clubhouse, and Bliss brought it back. Can they do so once again?
I think so, to be honest. So many of these rounds
They've
have
been close.
So close. The scoreline in the second half did by no means reflect how difficult these rounds have been for Bliss to just get over the final hurdle. They've run 99 meters of the 100-meter sprint and then just absolutely face planted 3 rounds in a row. Like, simple as that. And that's a testament to the Chiefs. They're playing so well, and Bliss is finding life so challenging, so tough. But if they can just rough it out for 2 more rounds, manage to pull off those wins, maybe they're a chance in OT.
The sad reality of this as well is they've actually been starting well in these rounds too, getting a lot of opening picks, getting themselves in positions to win these rounds. But not this round.
There's your man.
Wow. 5 versus 4, courtesy of Worthy. First kill of the second half, but it's one that puts a big dent into the hearts of Bliss fans. Now needing to attack into the Chiefs' defense, down a man.
I'm dry.
2 minutes left. Bliss, they must win this round. No second chance. They've had a lot of chances in this best of 5. They had a 2-0 lead. But now the pressure has never been higher. Jigsaw, he has had a really good second half. But he needs another good one, another good round. Bliss will slowly get control up above, which is strong for them. Oda over towards the lobby can establish some hard breach in towards the likes of Archives, apply some pressure from that position again. Open area though. So there's a long distance between where these attackers currently are and their final destination.
Minute 20 seconds remaining in the round. Is this how the story of the season finals ends? Will it be the Chiefs winning their 4th championship of the year? All 4, a clean sweep, or can Bliss extend their life here on Bank? Jigsaw, you see him go to half health. You know he needs to stay alive. Adrenal surge activated. 1 minute left. Potentially 1 minute left for the year. Worthy drops down. Basement elevators.
50 seconds now. The pressure mounting. Ethan's going to be a big position if they push over towards Beepers, and Digital has the cross from Archives. Good angle. Bliss 4v5, backs still against the wall, and they haven't found a trade back as of yet. Where do they go from here? Chiefs have the positional advantage, the man advantage, and the momentum going their way.
Digital. Almost just catching a player of Bliss. It's Jigsaw though, of course. You expect him to stand up in this moment, but Rapids falls, God Legion, and the numbers now start going to the side of Chiefs. It's blue everywhere. It has been all year long, and may forever be in this region. 3 was not enough. They are the champions once again for the 4th time, and for the final time this year. The Chiefs are the kings of OCE.
The fairy tale run is complete.
Oh,
the flamethrower sees yet another appearance. Oh my word. What a year it has been for these 5 players, for Chiefs as an org. And this might only be the start of something even more special.
They were challenged. Oh, so mightily. They were challenged and they rose to the challenge. The reverse sweep from 2 maps down. They did not fret. They did not give up. We know the story. They always say they don't look at the score. It doesn't bother them. And they don't look at the maps either. 7, 4, 3 maps in a row to complete the reverse sweep against Team Bliss. The Chiefs very much are the champions of this region. 4 from 4 at 4-peat. They take all 4 grand finals on the calendar year. And as you said before, I mean, this is history.
Yeah, and this is history in the making already. And again, it could be the start of something bigger. Who knows what 2022 has in store. The Chiefs had to fight really hard in this match though, right?
Yep, that's a
0-2 down. They had to go about it the hard way, but showing once more they are the best team.
That's full credit to Bliss, right? They forced them to fight hard. They pushed them all the way to that 5th map. Commiserations, of course, to the challengers. We know they will be, well, striving for great things next year, but for now, of course, it is the Chiefs' time to reign, and we'll be heading over to the Kings on the couch.
A dynasty like no other in the region. The Chiefs, we had some doubts. Believe it or not, 0-2 down. It has been a long and grueling grand final, but certainly the one that I think all of us and all of you guys deserved. At the end of it, it had to be the Chiefs.
It did, and it was just building to it throughout that whole series. You know, the 0-2 comeback, the story was set, the stage was set. Also want to say I called 3-2 Chiefs at the start of the night, so I'll back that one in. But no, look, it was a phenomenal effort from them on Bank. As Xenox and Guz said, you know, Bliss took the fight to Chiefs. It's not like they cruised through to this. It was a mammoth effort for them to come back.
Yeah, and what a long trek it was to Bank. Eventually, when we got here, it still wasn't an open and shut case. There was some theories that maybe this would be very dominant for Chiefs, but Bliss still brought that fire.
Yeah, they had a great map, and in fact, like some of those attacking rounds that went towards the way the Chiefs on their defenses could have easily went the other way. There was some good kind of hero plays coming out of God Legion and Worthy and Digital at the end of one of the rounds as well. So very easily we could have seen this flip the other way, but you know, in Bliss's eyes, it probably shouldn't have got to this point. We spoke earlier, I think Xenox said that when they got to Cafe, that should have been where they closed it out, and that definitely should have been the case.
And it just felt inevitable when Cafe went towards Chiefs. There was that sinking feeling. Like, I just had a gut gut reaction that it's got to be the Chiefs from here on out, right? If Bliss can't do it in 3, then surely the reverse sweep is on. Just look at that scoreboard. Once again, the Warden man himself, +9 KD Jigsaw is just ridiculous.
Absolutely insane. Yeah, look, building on such a consistent weekend for him, it's really been a standout performance, to be honest with you. But Chiefs, just look at all the different players standing up. Digital this time, you know, second on the scoreboard in that more support role. Gold Legion had a great map on Bank. Really didn't rely on Worthy having to pop off. Even Ethan, you know, had a bit of a quiet weekend in general. Didn't have much like top end scoreboard presence, but it's just such a credit to the way that they've built their team. It really doesn't matter who's going off at any point. They've got their enablers. They've got the guys that can frag out. They just coordinate so well. Some of those pushes, we just marveled at the coordination and timing of them. They just, some of them, they really finessed, and it was really beautiful to watch.
The Chiefs admitted themselves that when they came back from the Sweden major, they learned so very much, and they kind of felt like they had taken a step beyond the region. It certainly looks like that. To come back from 0-2 down is a feat that only the best teams in the world can do.
Yeah, and that's both in regards to skill and mentality. I think I'm going to ask Digital a bit later when we went into it with him, like kind of the mindset when they were 0-2 down. I know before he even tells me that they'll be positive and that they weren't tilted and things like that. But yeah, I don't know, coming back from somewhere like Sweden, that experience and probably the stamina as well, because those days were fairly long in Sweden as well. Definitely would have played a part today.
Well, you won't have to wait very long, because we have the one and only, the fire-breathing Digital on the line. Mate, what is it like when nobody can tell you you are not on the best team in OS?
It feels good. I am just speechless, guys. I like 2-0 down. I'm so tired. I'm absolutely. I'm like I'm done. I'm literally done. After this, I'm out for 12 hours. Yeah, sorry if I can't speak. That's why. What'd you ask me?
What's it like? You got the bragging rights now, mate. Hey, how's that feel?
Yeah, it feels good. It feels good. If the 3P didn't give it to us, I think this does. So. I'll be sure to get into Oda's ears and a couple of the other boys and let them know. But yeah, no, it feels good, I guess, yeah.
Rain, well done, mate. Congratulations again. Just wanted to talk about, being 2-0 down. What was the mentality with the boys? Obviously, you have been in a position similar to that before. What's kind of the message going around the camp?
I guess just like knowing that, you know, we can beat them. Like it's we just ignored the 2-0. I think. When we won Cafe, I think that would like the 2-0 was like, like, you know, damn it, like what do we do now? Cafe, when we won that, I think we were like, yeah, all right, we'll win from here. So, yeah, it's just like just believing in ourselves really, and just sort of resetting. I know it sounds like really cliche and you hear that a lot, like just reset this, that, but I don't know, it's just belief in yourself, I think, and just us knowing that we're, you know, a way better team than they are. So, yeah, just sort of dug deep and emptied the tank.
Well, look, some of those things are easier said than done, Digital. So congrats again, man. It was a mammoth effort from you guys. I'd love to just ask about like what's the future hold. You know, unfortunately, you guys didn't really get that shot at SI, but what is the near future for you boys now that the season finals is over?
Near future is definitely a break for some of the boys. We took a massive break and we literally had like a week's practice, not even a week. Like, obviously, if you've seen on Twitter, like the boys have been flying around everywhere, so it's been hectic for them. But yeah, it's just a little bit of a break, I think, and then heading into the next year, reset. We'll tweak some things and yeah, sort of focus on next year. I think our ambitions are a little bit have exceeded us this year, and we've set a higher sort of expectation for us now. So no, I'm just looking forward to next year. It's gonna be good.
Look, mate, you won Entertainer of the Year for a reason. Show us the fire.
You guys want to see it?
I want to see it.
I was in the bathroom. I was in the bathroom on the just before the last map, and I was like, "What happens if I get 2? If I get 2 at once, that's like." But it didn't really work, so I'll give you guys. There you go. Live and direct.
Absolutely love it. All right, mate. You know how it works. You've been doing a bloody large number of interviews this year.
Thank you to my teammates. Thank you to Chiefs. Thank you to everybody watching, the sponsors. You guys do so much for us. We appreciate it. Yeah, just all in all, especially just all of my teammates. We were so cool today. You know, it's not easy being 2-0 down and then coming back on the next 3 maps. So it's good. I'm just happy to sort of take a break, reset, and come back next year. Thank you to you guys for the cast as well, of course.
A reverse sweep that was only capable because you are a champion, mate. Go and get some well-deserved rest, and we'll see you next year.
Thanks, boys. Love you.
What I have to say about Digital, there's no one we'd rather have on the TV having a chat to.
Yeah, no, look, he's always good for a chat. Run Entertainer of the Year for a reason, right? You know, he's a bit of a character, but also always gives us really good insight into their team, and I think that's something that we can all really appreciate. You know, it's one thing to witness a team rise to such power throughout a region and be dominant for the whole year, but to be able to have that kind of close contact and get an understanding of how things work for them to a certain degree, of course. I think it's really cool.
Utterly crazy that a lot of these players are only just getting back home and properly through quarantine after returning from Sweden, but they came into this bracket with some serious fire. We've had a cracking weekend so far, and the Chiefs started all demolishing Rafflecopter. This is where we've come from. Like we've said so many times, this is just, you couldn't have scripted it better.
Yeah, I mean, the Rafflecopter match might have put them to sleep, to be honest. They might have thought that it was going to be like that again today, but yeah, they destroyed Raffle yesterday, and that kind of set them up for a good day today. Unfortunately, they might have been a little bit asleep in those first 2 maps, but it looked like Bliss were playing some good Siege as well, which, to their credit, we should definitely be giving Bliss some credit as well. They played an outstanding tournament over the last 2 days, and you know, they still have a lot of you know, matches coming up with the APAC South relegations, and I don't even think we've seen the best of Bliss so far.
We've seen huge waves of change within OCN this year, Raven, and it's not just that Chiefs have now cemented themselves as the best, Bliss rising, and Knights as well. I mean, reflecting back on what was a crazy year, how far we've come.
Yeah, have come a long way, and look, to quickly touch on Knights. They never really hit gold, I guess, in OCN. They definitely did within APAC, but Stage 3, yeah, they really kind of started to flail, and yeah, unfortunately, again, season finals couldn't quite pull it together. But yeah, it's really been a big year for Oceanic Siege, and to touch on a point we kind of touched on before, it really feels like the skills just in general have all increased across the board. You know, teams are closer than ever, and it's just brought around like a whole new level of entertainment of the game.
Yeah, and what a phenomenal show that Bliss has given us as well, of course. We need to give them some commiserations. It's a gut-wrenching loss, but of course, the fact that they finally broke that BO3 curse will give them some confidence going into the APAC promotion that they're going to have to try and steal the spot off of Order. But when it comes down to it, guys, I've got to say, it just feels like fate that our colors here in OCN are blue.
Sure does. Yeah, look, matches the Chiefs beautifully, doesn't it? And look, I think after the way the year's panned out, this is probably the most poetic kind of finish we could have hoped for.
Yeah, look, reflecting upon the whole tournament, the whole year, and of course the Chiefs' dominance, any final thoughts from you guys?
Just congratulations to them again. Obviously, they've built what we now call a dynasty. A year in esports is a long time to be dominant, and I think that they're not going to slow down anytime soon. They actually look like they're getting stronger, which is a very scary thought for somebody that has to play against them still. And yeah, I just want to say that it's been amazing to see how much our scene has developed over this year. You know, the fact that we were in the bottom 4 with Order and Rhythm had a really good late stage as well means that this is probably the most competitive year that we've had in our region. I think it's really exciting for the future.
Yeah, look, likewise, I think just the level of competition is just fantastic in Oceanic Siege right now, and it's been a great year. You know, we had the full first 3-stage system really complete this year, this full season with the season finals concluding now. It's just been phenomenal, and a lot of like the community getting behind it has been great. In particular today, throw back to the start where we had the charity show match. You know, we raised pretty close to $6,000, potentially has ticked over that by now. So really stoked with how that's all turned out, and yeah, really excited for next year.
Got to say, it's been an absolute pleasure working with you guys. I really appreciate, Vinny, you coming along. I know you didn't make it here in terms of the competition, but I'm kind of glad because I enjoyed having you on the desk.
Thank you very much, and thank you to everyone that's working at the moment. I've had a really good time this weekend, and I really appreciate these opportunities.
And thank you for filling in last minute as well, Raven. It's been a while, but I'm so glad even though Rob couldn't make it that you could jump on.
Yeah, no, it's been good to be back on the desk, and Yeah, good to work side by side with Vinny as well. It's been really fun this weekend.
And shout out to the rest of the talent team as well, Xenox guys. And Rob back home. It looks like Xenox is trying to steal my limelight at the moment. Get out here, mate. You're done for the day. Go home. But of course, this wouldn't be possible without our sponsors. I'd like to thank them, especially our presenting partner, Samsung. Without all of our sponsors, OCN simply would not be possible. And you know who else it wouldn't be possible without? You guys at home. You have been the lifeblood of everything we do here in the Oceanic Nationals. So thanks to you guys. And of course, thanks to the players. Lastly, congratulations to the undisputed best team in Oceania, the Chiefs. We will see you next year. It got a bit upshown, didn't it?
That's 2 trees. You're thinking about the trees, Rob.
Of course, we appreciate anything you can do. Guz! Xenox, kill Guz!
Oh, no!
We have done it!
No!
Challenge! Tick that one off! And Xenox is telling him what he reckons. Yeah. Oh, it's possible. Triple kill for Prez. Oh! Quad kill for Prez! He just needs Kolatari! And that would be it for the show match! Presidents to close it! Absolutely unreal!
Seconds left. Goblin, you get stopped!
Shade.
1 versus 1. 17 seconds left. Shade has the angle. I don't sense Digital can win this.
Unless he's got the long arm.
Oh, he might! Digital will win it! The long arm of the law for Digital!
3-3 is the scoreline.
It is.
That's par for Bliss. Despite a couple of bad rounds, they're able to bring it back. A good finale there. Chiefs overwhelmed on site. Shut down. Now we switch roles.
The C4 in hand, looking for top red hatch, and yeah, this is what you really need. What a nitrous cell. Hello, Digital. Welcome to Cafe. Oh! Well, I wasn't expecting that one. Oda.
Very off meta position, very powerful. God Legion and just walks straight past him. Shot in the back. Misses the shot. Todd gets the kill, but made that way more difficult than it should have been. Jigsaw with the knife elsewhere onto Ethan, now Worthy in the 1v4.
Battle zone is worthy elsewhere. The Chiefs, the champions. You never count them out. Ethan! Massive run out. Massive moment. Worthy, the MVP. He spots Oda. Gets the information. MVP for a reason. What is the plan here? Oh, right on top of Oda.
Couple of rehosts?
Yeah, a couple of rehosts. We get to midnight.
Surely we throw it back to the desk for rehosts. I don't want to talk.
Oh, 100%.
Good idea.
Get him out of the green room.
We haven't actually had a rehost yet this tournament.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think we'll have any now.
This man, you did not just say that.
Hey, let's be serious. Match point, 6-4. Bliss with the lead.
Ooh, you do your preparation, and you should be aware of how they're going to play this.
Head down to basement. Okay, we gotta stop this.
I'm running out of time. I'm running out of feelings, so I'm running out of time. To leave it all behind. Let me see the rainbow.